It is 12:05 a.m., June 12th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant for a year as of this month. When this live stream initiated, just like the preceding live stream, it once again reflected the in time on the preceding live stream as though it was recording over that. It also required and requested that I have new software connected because the camera had been terminated by the domestic terrorist organization of the Everett Police Department in Washington, who are responsible for illegally detaining me for over 300 plus days and over 250 separate crimes against myself, as well as the state of Washington and the United States federal government. That being said, we're going to go over some things here, which you'll find in the description. In the preceding live stream, the live stream that ran just prior to this one, you can listen to a variety of need-to-know information available on two live streams that are on the channel youtube.com/mysticgwen. One is titled 2/16 3 a.m. debrief. It's just under 2 hours. And the live stream that has even more information than that was published on December 30th, 2024. It's also just under 2 hours. I can see also on Indigo's channel here that the live stream that preceded the live stream before this was blocked. I'm clicking on that again, where there should be an option to remove any sort of blocked content. There is not. So be advised that's 90% likely due to Unit 207's domestic terrorist organization, i.e. the Everett Police Department. Okay, so if you'd like to hear the two videos I just referenced without going to find them, you can go to the preceding live stream titled Mystic Gwen, Everett Police Department via Unit 207 trying to murder me, SOS 611 video 2. It has a runtime of 7 hours and 47 minutes. If you fast forward 3 hours and 30 minutes into it, and listen for about an hour and and listen for about 3.5 hours, you'll get all of the information you need to know beyond what I'm about to relay. The Everett Police Department, a terrorist organization, not just the North Everett Precinct. This is an urgent SOS. I am Mystic Gwen. Life under imminent threat of murder by North Everett Precinct, domestic terrorist organization operating out of Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, where they've illegally detained me for over 300 plus days. They are blocking all comms using CISCO root kernel access due to BIOS access acquired following premeditated reported in advance kidnapping of me when they use their USB to prevent live streamability, youtube.com/mysticgwen. They are actively attempting to perp murder of me deemed suicide, FBI informant. If you are seeing this, contact FBI, Snohomish County Sheriff's Department of Homeland Security. 250 plus crimes reported in advance in case number 10-500-5934. Then they perped them all during the 300 plus days of illegally detaining me that weren't perped for the 2 years prior. Have blocked all supplies, Google servers. Forensics on their BIOS hack made possible after their kidnapping of me reported in August 2024 via tort, made actionable March 2025, when they entered my home, inserted USBs into my devices while detaining me at the other location to acquire root privileges using man-in-the-middle, kernel, Linux machine, etc. All data backup on Google servers attached to email addresses they have made useless to destroy evidence, such as unit blocking, sign-in unit blocking at gmail.com, most details irrefutable evidence, and North Everett Precinct 207 guilty at gmail.com, most details irrefutable evidence. They have been rolling back operating systems, killing all communications, and destroying evidence again to block video and audio evidence of their final premeditated felony, first reported to FBI in 2017 with named officers in tort claim, planned to be made actionable before Sunday, June 15th, 2025. Murder to be deemed suicide. They're using Cisco and Verizon too, FYI. They've hacked YouTube to attempt to block live stream from running. They're blocking my ability to tag as well, used in yesterday's live stream. the day before yesterday's. When I began this live, it stated I now needed software to record, but that was trumped when it began anyway. I'm sending SOS with updates in every video I begin via YouTube, feedback button on bottom left, retained on Google servers. 6:11 as of 5:05 a.m., able to tag DOD, FBI, Pierce County Sheriffs, attempting remainders, previously attempted repeatedly. Dozens of police reports before, during, and after their crime spree were legitimate, rejected. EPD attempted and failed to destroy that evidence. 911 calls the 10 days following my illegal detainment on August 6, 2024 were intercepted by North Everett Precinct from upstairs and were recorded by the FBI, as stated therein, and the day before during the 1-hour phone call on 8/5/2024 with their fellow terrorists/co-conspirators and them. 6:11, 4:24 p.m. Corrected date, misspelling, email address with tons for forensics data evidence on Google servers via Gemini, which incorrectly stated email address North Everett Precinct 207 at Gmail, not the correct North Everett Precinct 207 guilty at gmail.com. This is being recorded on the Lenovo ThinkPad. The HP Chromebook is logged into YouTube under the handle at North Everett Precinct of Stalkers. Domestic terror. Attempting tags previously denied and then allowed at 4:26 p.m., but first making this video public as it is unlisted at present. That something is likely the same MO. Wait. It looks like Unit 207 criminally and illegally fucked with some of the descriptions here, so let me adjust this. At North Everett Precinct of Stalkers. Domestic terror. I can't add that. Domestic terror. So what's missing here is a line that should say they believe. Well, you can see it in the live chat replay, the line that comes before what I'm about to read in the preceding live stream. Basically, a girl upstairs turned to a guy and asked him like something like, was he ready? And they were talking about something they were planning on doing to the YouTube live stream to prevent it from playing or initiating a new live stream or whatever. That something is likely the same MO they've had since before they kidnapped me, had me unlawfully committed, as reported August 2024, made actionable March 2025, following their ongoing futile attempts to shut off my YouTube live streams at youtube.com/mysticgwen. My handle is not tagging and showing one of their co-conspirators' YouTube channels as my own. Then entered my home, vandalizing it, unlawfully assaulting me, bringing things from inside my home to the outside, removing Passover decor, signs that predated their detainment and addressed to them that predated their first actionable kidnapping, viewable on the last page of my August 14th, 2024 tort claim. Then they entered my condo later with John Owens and shoved their USBs into my devices to facilitate my murder and the next unlawful entry while failing to remove legal SOSs and mandatory filings. All viewable and read aloud on my YouTube channel linked to therealmysticgwen@gmail.com. Again, that's youtube.com/mysticgwen, showing as some co-conspirators anime image, which has 24/7 live streams, showing some of their hundreds of crimes while detained illegally. They are hoping to prevent video and audio still and have full confidence in being able to do so at present. Tune in to 3 hours and 33 minutes into the prior recording and buckle up for about 3.5 hours of need-to-know info that predates the description and oral updates in these. This live stream running in June 2025. Videos played at youtube.com/mysticgwen. Attempts to destroy them since March. As of 8:20 p.m. ish yesterday, men and women upstairs believe, rightly or wrongly, that they will be able to terminate live streams or prevent further now. Obviously, since this live stream is playing, that didn't come to pass. Was that a deliberate decision on their behalf? I'm not aware. I don't know. I'd like to think so. I am going to put that in the description here. There are some spelling errors. There's some things that they altered, and then there's some things that are just errors in general with regard to spelling and whatnot. Saving it as is. This video is currently unlisted, but there's already 3 or 4 individuals upstairs watching it in real time while pretending to be my devices. And then instead of going through and typing the whole description, I am just going to put a portion, just putting in Everett Police Department, a terrorist org, not just North Everett Precinct, urgent SOS. I am Mystic Gwen, life under imminent threat of murder by North Everett Precinct, domestic terrorist organization. I'm going to pin that instead of doing the whole description and leave it as is. I'm going to click on the feedback button and send the same feedback I already sent previously in the preceding live stream. Clicking on customization and details, looking for where I can impute in the date and the address on this video. Clicking save. They're preventing my ability to paste what's in the description of this video. So either they're fucking with the description, they're tinkering with the clipboard, or both. Because I've tried repeatedly and I know how to copy and paste. So I'm trying for a third time now. Okay. I am adjusting part of what's in the description to tune into prior live stream at 3 hours and 33 minutes into. And buckle up for 3.5 hours of need to know info. So I'm going to edit that in the description here, but first I'm going to send feedback to Google, which is just what I read to you. And it's my understanding that just sending the feedback is doing something. It's doing something what? I don't know, but it's doing something. Okay, saving that adjustment in the description. I am now going in to push edit, and I'm going to make this video public instead of unlisted. We're doing that now at 12:20 a.m., June 12th. Okay, saving it. It is now public. Okay, here we go. And I'm listening to Bell.
A couple of weeks went by and they didn't find it. And finally, my conscience got to me. And so I went down there to the manager of the building. I said, "Can you come see me for a moment?" And she came along with the engineer. And I took them up to the roof. And I said, "That's my little wire. It's just a little wire. Won't hurt a thing." And they went, "Oh, my God, did you put that up yourself?" I said, "Well, yeah." And so I don't know. They're probably going to make me take it down. They called requesting details like, "What time did you do that? Can you tell us what day and exactly what time you did that? Like, how did you get away with that?" Or something. I don't know. I'm sure I will get some sort of letter.
Yeah, I'm going to lay down and go to bed. According to my neighbor Russ, who was supposed to bring over cat food but didn't because he was instructed not to by individuals from the Everett Police Department who were going to prison, who've been trying to kill my cat, as has been cataloged and made evidence since November. According to him, the Everett Police Department would like to come in and kidnap or murder me today.
As long as any ceasefires ever remain in place in that part of the world, to end 5-month Israeli military offensive in the Gaza Strip and the firing of rockets by Palestinian militants into the Jewish state, a step toward possibly reviving long-stalled peace talks. The Israeli military said early Sunday that all of its troops had been withdrawn from the Gaza in the hours before the 6 a.m. ceasefire took effect. Police fired 50, get this, 50 rounds Saturday at a car of unarmed men leaving a bachelor party at a strip club, killing the groom on his wedding day in a shooting that drew a furious outcry from family members and community leaders alike. The stray bullets hit the car 21 times. That's a spray of bullets. 21 times after the vehicle, get this, rammed into an undercover officer and then an unmarked NYPD minivan twice, not once, but twice, according to police. The police commissioner would not say if the collisions were what prompted the police to open fire. Certainly, that would not, it seems like it wouldn't have justified that kind of response. But there may be more to it than we know. Iraq Shiite prime minister is struggling to prevent sectarian violence from sending Iraq into a full-fledged civil war, and it sure seemed like one, is facing strong criticism from top Shiite and Sunni Arab leaders alike as he prepares for a summit with President Bush next week. It sure is looking like a civil war, isn't it? Well, I'm sure you've all seen the story. The dying spy is said to accuse a Russian agent of his death. As he lay dying, an ex-Soviet spy poisoned in London named an alleged Russian agent that he feared had been targeting him and who he had previously told police was harassing him. A British newspaper said in a report published Sunday that Alexander Livenko, a former KGB agent and fierce critic of Russian President Putin, died Thursday night of heart failure after suddenly falling gravely ill from what doctors said was poisoning by a radioactive substance. Now, what is this with poisonings in Russia? Seems to be the way to do it. The problem with poison is that it takes so long that if you know who did you in, you've got time to tell. So it doesn't seem like a very effective method of assassination, certainly brutal, and certainly difficult for the poisonee, but
Nighty-night, buttercups.
Alive long enough to possibly tell who did it.
If that live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly stating the end time, then I didn't end it.
Packed a major highway Saturday and a rally for opposition presidential candidate Manuel Rosales, one of the largest demonstrations against Chavez in years. Shouts of "Dare to Change" rose up from the dense crowd, filling the highway for several miles and then spilling into nearby overpasses and streets in the Venezuelan capital, Caracas. The rally came 8 days before the country's presidential elections. Now, I was in Caracas, Venezuela, and that is one of the countries where I felt not at all comfortable. There's kind of a disquieting atmosphere in Caracas, and I recall having a camera with me, and of course, like every tourist, snapping at everything that came within my vision that looked interesting. And I recall snapping a picture of something or another in Caracas, and a guy on the street drew his fingers across his throat at me, like, take one more picture of that and you're dead meat. And so that sort of was my impression of Caracas. Michael Richards will appear on the Reverend Jesse Jackson's nationally syndicated radio program. Now that ought to be something, to discuss his racist rant at a Los Angeles comedy club. According to the civil rights leader on Saturday, Richards' participation in the Keep Hope Alive program is now a chance to reach out and apologize to the black community, said Jackson. The Associated Press has done an analysis and wonders if firms are crimping oil supplies. Well, you'd think it was Texas, they say. Dusty roads course the scrubland toward oil tanks and warehouses. Beefy men talk oil over burritos at lunch. Like grazing herds, oil wells dip non-stop amid the tumbleweed, or even into the asphalt of a parking lot. That's why the rumor sounded so wrong here in California's lower San Joaquin Valley, where petroleum has gushed up more riches than the whole gold rush combined. So why would Shell Oil Company simply close its Bakersfield refinery? Why scrap a profit maker? That is a very good question. Unless you expect the price of oil, perhaps you're upset at the fact that the price of oil has dropped in recent days, and you're simply going to shut down until the price of oil climbs to where you feel it's profitable to once again pump. In a moment, we'll look at a bit of the other news. I found the following article incredibly interesting. Let's see how you do with it. Anybody familiar with the subject is well aware that UFO abduction reports almost always include accounts of physical examinations, right? Performed inside the craft, correct? The abductee usually lies naked and immobile on a flat table while one or more of a variety of physical operations are carried out. There is, however, one virtually universal detail in these procedures that has never, to my knowledge, or the knowledge of the person who wrote this, been commented upon in any of the literature. The abductee never seems to feel any degree of shame or embarrassment about his or her nudity. One woman told that during an abduction in her very early adolescence, usually a time of great shyness and confusion about one's body, right? That she felt no more concern about her nakedness in the occupant's presence than she would have felt in the presence of her cat or tropical fish. This fact is even more surprising when one considers the many accounts in which several humans, sometimes strangers to one another, are naked together in the same craft. The woman is an example, one who had been abducted along with an older brother and a younger sister. All three were nude, yet none seemed to feel anything at all about their shared and vulnerable condition. Fear of the UFO occupants alone does not explain any of this at all. There are a number of photos of Nazi concentration camp victims who, after being taken from their inhuman cattle car transport, were ordered to strip. Photographs reveal that even under these circumstances, these sad, weak, doomed men and women and children still instinctively attempted to cover their nudity with their hands and arms. But with the UFO abductees, something else, some kind of tranquilizing factor, appears to be at work. One can speculate that the abductees' calmness about their nakedness results from a combination of quasi-hypnotic trance states endemic to the abduction process and simply conditioning. If one has been abducted regularly since early childhood and has each time been undressed throughout the experience, one might come to expect it as a norm. A male abductee once put it to me this way: it's just the way it is. You never have your clothes on. You don't even think about it. Well, what insights can we derive from the abductees' oddly neutral reaction to their a state of nakedness, a state apparently devoid of any sexual overtones or any embarrassment. First of all, the consistent appearance of this unexpected detail virtually destroys the basic argument invented by UFO debunkers. Many psychological theorists, both professional and amateur, have attempted to explain away all UFO abduction reports as fantasies of one kind or another. Correct? The most popular current version of this theory is that people invent these accounts to mask such disturbing events as childhood sexual abuse, incest, molestation at the hands of doctors, nurses, or babysitters, or rape experiences. Other people theorize a questionable borderline abductee type, which they call grandiosely the fantasy-prone personality, while still others simply insist that these accounts are nothing more than disturbing dreams. If any of these theoretical explanations were true for even half of the UFO accounts that have been carefully investigated thus far, one would expect to find strong erotic overtones or outright shame, possibly embarrassment, described by literally hundreds of abductees as they recall their naked condition. If an abductee account is nothing more than a fantasy masking a rape or childhood seduction or molestation, the circumstances of undressing or being forcibly undressed should provide key traumatic moments in these narratives, but they don't. And I thought that was an extremely interesting article, and it certainly is true in all the years that I've been taking myself accounts of abductees and listening to them from the most famous, abductee researchers in the world. This has never come up. Never. They're naked. And normally, under any circumstance, nakedness would certainly be a big cause of embarrassment. We'd attempt to hide, put our hands over our privates, right? Men and women alike. But never, ever in abduction accounts is it even mentioned. So I thought whoever wrote this was right on the money. Dead right on the money. Why is it, what is it about abduction that absolutely strips, sorry for the metaphor, takes that embarrassment and disintegrates it completely so that it's not even part of the story other than to say they're naked? They never said they were embarrassed or, my God, my clothes are gone, I feel so vulnerable. None of that, ever. So that's something to keep in mind next time you hear about a UFO abduction. And then this article also, I thought fascinating. Many times we look towards science in search of answers to other people's claims. But what about our own experiences? The probability of humans having experienced a supernatural experience, get this, is 8 out of 10, according to an experiment with students of parapsychological interest at the University of Harvard in the year 1999. But what exactly is a supernatural experience? Well, I've got a list here of some, and I think you will probably add to these. But for example, one twin feels excruciating pain in the head, only to find out later his other twin died at that precise hour in a car accident where his head was battered. 2 broke a leg. A tourist visiting Rome for the first time feels the need to walk down the street, simply knows if he makes a right turn, he'll find a very old church where he used to go every Sunday. When he takes that turn, there it is. He begins crying with a flood of emotions. Or a person is talking with someone else only to realize that very person long before that day. Or 2 friends are talking at the same time. They keep silent to let the other talk first, only to start talking together again and saying the same phrase as the other, in other words, as I was saying. Ordinary people that experience a special occurrence, but then remember having dreamed about it, say a month ago. And this one almost happens to everyone. One person meets another for the first time, but somehow feels that they are connected, but they don't know why or when. Oh, and don't forget the emotions that accompany the meeting. In this case, one of them usually says something like, haven't we met before? A person is on the verge of losing a loved one who happens to be very far away. All of a sudden, they simply know that he or she is dead. A person is walking down a street full of people, but somehow feels that there's someone watching them, and the hairs on their arms raise straight up. Two people meet for the very first time. One of them somehow feels the other is terribly evil, although that person may seem really nice. We're going on a trip by air, but something makes us feel uncomfortable about it, only to shrug it off as nonsense. And when we take the trip, we have to land somewhere else because the airplane had, quote, problems. It could happen with cars, ship trips, job promotions, a new job, a skiing trip. It just makes us feel uneasy, and usually something does happen. Not all the time, of course. A person says goodbye to a soldier going to war, and when he turns to leave, the person sees a dark shadow hovering over that soldier. A few short time later, the soldier is killed in battle. Animals, especially, I really love this one. Animals, especially cats, dogs, birds, or monkeys, getting agitated and staring at a blank space while they pull slowly back. Boy, have I ever seen that one. The important question through all this is, why do we shrug these things off and then just continue our lives as if nothing strange had happened? Are we afraid of the unknown? What do we usually say? Why do we usually say things like, well, it's only my imagination? Can you think of anything else to add to the list? I bet you can. Or are you one of those rare people who never, ever notices anything like these things? I think that was from Zeta Talk. And that, too, is a very good article. And I have, of course, had many such feelings, especially, I must say, with aircraft. And thankfully, well, a few times something has happened. In other words, we've had a very rough landing, or we have landed somewhere else. But most times, it just simply turns out not to be true. Otherwise, I think that people would be putting off flights and canceling trips at the last moment and doing that sort of thing. But maybe we should all be paying more attention to these feelings, because there is something to all of this. And of course, when we have ghost stories, we get a million stories like this. You know, I felt a sharp pain. I've got a twin, or I've got a brother. And at that exact moment, I later found out that my twin or my brother or my sister died. These are inherent. These things are deep within humanity, so deep that many of us have forgotten them. From Manila, the Philippines, open lines coming up. I'm Art Bell. And indeed, from Manila, here I am. Finally, the thunderstorms and the typhoons, at least for the time being, have stopped roaring over our heads. So that's certainly welcome news. Let's go to the phones. We promised open lines. Open lines. It shall be anything you want to talk about. Western Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello there. Jerry, I think, in Portland.
Right. I want to talk to you about that freeway, and I'm glad you got a tropical island back. I want to talk to you about the freeway that Mexico's pushing into Canada.
Ah, yes, the free trade freeway.
Yeah, there's nobody talking about it. It's not on the news. It's not, the government ain't doing anything about it or anything. They've already bought one highway through one of our states. Bought and paid for it. And I heard that on Paul Harvey. And he said, who on earth is buying, is Mexico getting their money? And right away, I thought of China.
Well, I don't know about China, but I think what we're trying to do here is get free trade going between our hemisphere, and I do understand that. I do understand why we ultimately have got to get our hemisphere together to trade with our other hemispheres. It's inevitable, and I've told this story a million times. Don't really want to tell it again, but I guess I will in a way. We began as sort of loosely connected communities that traded with each other, right? Then we began trading with different cities. Then we began trading with states. Then we began trading between countries. There's a lot of that going on now, right? Then we began to form blocs. For example, the European Union, the Asian bloc that is now getting together and is going to be monstrously strong. And we really need a similar bloc in the Americas. So that's going to occur. Now, Who's buying our highways? I don't know. I'm going to have to find out more about that story, but whoever they are, I hope they keep them in good condition. Small joke. Wildcard line, Jeff in Missouri, you're on the air.
Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
And happy belated Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
And Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you.
And have you heard, I assume you've heard about the globalists and their agenda and all that stuff by now?
I think I've heard of it, yes.
First, what's your take on it before my main question?
Well, that kind of winds into what I was just talking about. I suppose a global economy and ultimately a global government are probably inevitable.
Well, I've been contacted by a group that claims to be a resistance to that organization, New World Order type.
New World Order rebels?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Are you going to join?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know if they're legit or not.
Uh-huh. What would your job be in this organization?
Typical, I guess, grunt.
So grunt, huh?
Well,
so
typical.
You what, towed a rifle?
The covert actions.
Covert actions.
Okay. You remember that explosion on the North Korean-Chinese border a few years back?
I do.
That's the
they claim they did that, right?
They prevented something. That's all I can say.
Well, look, every time there's a conference about global trade, it is attended by many demonstrators, and there's always trouble. So as we move toward a global economy and a global government, there's going to be a lot of trouble. There's no question about it.
Well, they appear to be the New World Order, it's the beat evil, the beast type deal and all that stuff. People always imagine that, but what if it worked out differently? What if some great global government came to be? Yeah, that's fine.
Bear with me for a second. That was based on the freedoms and the rights that we now enjoy.
Yeah, that's why I'm debating it. On one hand, it could be good, but then on the other hand, politics could get involved and it could end up like the UN.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm questioning.
Well, I think the UN does not work because it is a consortium of all the different nation states that have different interests. The idea of a global government is a single interest.
Yeah. Well,
now, the question is whether that interest would be benign or, possibly like a cancer.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to ask you about and to get your take on it.
I don't have the wisdom, sir, to give you the answer on that. I only have the wisdom to know that we are headed in that direction. Now, whether it would be an evil entity or whether it would be modeled after after all, democracy seems to be infecting the entire world. Democracy, on a positive note, is taking over the world. How many communist states are left? Not many. China, North Korea, Cuba. Cuba's on the cusp of change. China's sort of moving toward a bit of change. Not North Korea. But I mean, communism, more or less, is a dead duck. So, I don't know. I've pondered this for a long time. I think that a global economy is probably inevitable. And where you have a global economy, you inevitably will have some sort of global rule. And again, the reason the UN does not work is because it's made up of all these different nations, and all of them have different interests. And so it's paralyzed. Nothing ever gets done, right? It's not too hard to see that. First time caller line, Cedar Park, Texas. Scott, you're on the air.
I have to say it's an honor and a privilege to speak to you.
And with you.
I appreciate that. I have a story about the day my brother passed away. I went to start my car in the morning, and it wouldn't start. And so I thought the battery was dead, and I called my mother, who called into work late and came over to my apartment and helped jumpstart my car. And we drove it up to the local Walmart and got the battery replaced. And we're walking around Walmart waiting for the battery to be finished. And I had a pager at the time, and it's about 10 years ago. And I looked down at my pager, it was 10:13, and I looked at my mom and I said, yeah, the car should be finished by now. And later they called my name, and the car was done, and the batteries replaced, and I drove it home. And we both had to go to work. And we were both late, and I looked at my mom. I said, you know, would you like a cup of tea? She's Scottish. She passed about 4 months ago. God bless her. And she said, yeah, you know, we'll have a cup of tea. So we had a cup of tea, and the phone rang, and it was one of my brother's childhood friends who was at college with him. And he told me that my brother passed away. And when we went down to College Station to identify the body and take care of all the funeral arrangements and all that stuff, I got the police report and the medical report, and the time of death was 10:13.
Huh. So, but the only coincidence out of all this was you happened to look down at your pager at 10:13.
Well, I mean, he has made his presence known in other ways. He actually directed his high school girlfriend, who, you know, dying at 25 is basically the love of his life, out of nowhere to contact me when I hadn't spoken to her in years, and we had no idea where each other was. The voice told her to look me up in the corporate directory that I was there, and she looked me up and found my name and contacted me, and she has a myriad of stories of my brother trying to get messages to me and my mother before her passing. It's just so...
That is remarkable, and I've often wondered if I would try to get a message back to any or all of you in some way after I pass. It's inevitable. We're all headed in that direction. And it would be an interesting experiment, wouldn't it, to try and get a message back. But these things do happen. Coincidence? Maybe. There are many other examples, and I read many of them a little earlier, of things that are even far more striking. You know, things that you just suddenly know that somebody has passed away. I recall a similar incident when my dad passed. Wildcard line, John in New York. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how are you? I just have a few questions for you. I'd like to know if your wife got the sonogram to find out if she's going to have a boy or a girl.
She has had, but it's too early to identify boy or girl.
Okay. Okay. And my second question is, what's your plan of attack? Because I'm 37, I've been smoking for 20 years. What's, besides Nicorette gum, what's your true plan of attack?
Okay, all right, here you go. I've noticed something interesting lately. Now, as you know, I'm in the process of quitting smoking. And I've actually, for the first time in my adult life, begun to notice that there are many times when I start to light up a cigarette and I just go, I don't want this. And I put it back in the pack. Now, that just has never happened to me before. I got myself down to about 4 cigarettes a day. Now, my radio days, as I think I've mentioned to you previously, are a bit of a different story. Radio and smoking are connected in ways that I cannot even begin to describe. When I'm on the radio, it's like I have to have a cigarette. Now, I've calmed down my after meals cigarettes a little bit. I've escaped that one to some degree. Another one that I notice is telephone. Of course, I've spent a great deal of my life, because I'm on the radio and I have guests and I have to line them up and talk to people. And it's just the way it is. I'm on the phone a lot. And it's almost an automatic reflex. The phone rings, you grab a cigarette. So I'm working on these keys, these automatic keys, after meals, after lovemaking, after whatever it is. You know, there's sort of automatic keys for a cigarette. Those of you who smoke know exactly what I'm talking about. So lately, the progress to report is that several times lately, when I've sort of in one of those automatic moments grabbed a cigarette, instead I put it back. That's pretty good for me. In fact, that's really good. So it's a sign that I'm making progress, I think. Matt in St. Petersburg, Florida, you're on the air. Hi.
Art, it is an honor to talk to you once again.
Good to have you.
Yes, and congratulations on the miniature human that's about to come into the world, and on the smoking progress. I know you're proud of both of them. I got a psychic cat story for you. You're going to love this.
All right.
Okay. Several years ago, I was involved in a job where I had to travel out of town frequently. in the house I grew up in. And this cat would never go into my room for some weird reason. But whenever I had a road trip coming up, he'd go in there and he'd stay on my bed until I got back. Like 2 or 3 days before even I knew I was going out of town, the cat would come in and get up on my bed.
Oh, yes.
After about 3 or 4 times, I was kind of like, okay, well, I wonder where I'm going this week. And then I'd go to work, and 2 or 3 days later, okay, here I go, I'm off again.
That is strange. I read the one. Did you hear the one I read about cats that will suddenly look at a blank space in front of them and then just sort of slowly back away from it, like something is there that we can't see. So they either imagine something or they're seeing something in a spectrum we cannot see, and they're recognizing it's there and then backing away from it.
Well, I tell you what, when your baby gets here, starts about 6 or 8 months old, and they start becoming aware of things, watch him or her real close, because eventually they'll find one spot in the room and they'll just keep staring at it. That's how my daughter started out, and she just sees all kinds of stuff now.
I believe it, sir. I think that little children are just like cats in that regard, and I think that it's very likely they see things we don't, and then civilization trains them away from believing they can see these things, and then sure enough they don't.
That's right. Well, we're deprogrammed, and we never told either one of our kids, it's just your imagination, you're seeing things. They say, well, we saw this and that. Oh, what did it look like?
Uh-huh.
And
you get the strangest darn stories, don't you?
Oh, we hear some good ones. And it's to the point now that we call our house the portal, and something weird will happen. I'll say, well, we've had another coast-to-coast moment.
That's good. Thank you. A coast-to-coast moment. These are actually, that puts a little bit too much credit into coast-to-coast. These are just human moments. These are things that all of humanity has at their disposal. And we've just lost it, that's all. We've lost the ability to listen to ourselves. And I think if we did listen to ourselves, there would be far fewer accidents. There would be far fewer problems in life if we just listened carefully to what our own brain is telling us. But we sort of cast all that aside because, well, we just don't believe these things anymore. The Filipino people, God bless their souls, believe an awful lot of myths that we don't believe. And I've caught myself now a few times, my wife will tell me something about something she believes, and instead of scoffing at it, I've stopped scoffing. I did that in the beginning. I scoffed at a few things, monsters and such that they believe in, and customs that they believe in, because there's probably something to them. Now, that doesn't mean that every one of them is true, and I don't for 1 second believe that they are all true. For example, the Aswang story. There may be something to the Aswang. I don't know. The Aswang is a creature here in the Philippines that is believed to come after young children still in the womb, or even just young children. And, it may be something just to scare young Philippine children, but I think there is more to it. And there are so many other myths here in the Philippines, and I've just sort of stopped poo-pawing them because who knows? East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Oh, good evening, Art.
Good evening.
This is Larry from St. Louis.
Right, Larry, I'm going to hold you on the line for just one moment because I see that once again I've become so involved in what I'm doing that I've forgotten to do a break. So you hold it right there. We'll take a break and be right back. Happens to me. It just happens to me every single time. I get on a roll here and I completely forget about our commercial breaks. All right, Larry, you're back on the air again.
Well, good afternoon, Art. Before I get to my real question, I've always wanted to ask you this. I keep forgetting to ask, have you been abducted?
No.
Oh, okay. I was watching America's Most Wanted tonight, and there's a do you enjoy playing polo?
I have never played polo in my life.
Well, you're lucky then, because according to John Walsh, there's a man from the Philippines that has been enticing rich American polo players to come over to the Philippines and play polo with them, and then they disappear, and they finally did find one of the American men, his body. So
where was he buried? In a polo field, probably, right?
no, it was a small village. The Manila police, incidentally, they had it written on the back of their uniforms, I guess, in Tagalog, didn't say police, but it was far from Manila, and they believed that he was shot somewhere, the American, and then his body was dumped there. But there's 3 accounted for right now.
Well, there's absolutely no possibility of my being enticed away into a polo game of death. I've never had any interest in polo. I guess, thank goodness, huh? On the international line, Paul in Winnipeg, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, how are you doing?
I'm all right, sir.
I guess you get asked that a little too much. You know, I'm really glad you're quitting smoking. That's something that I'm trying to deal with too, and I totally relate to the radio experience. When I did radio, I was like totally, probably a pack a night. Anyway,
listen, I was a pack of show, buddy. I'm serious. Pack of show.
That's rough. That's rough. I don't know how you
listen, we're here at the top of the hour, so real quick.
Well, I just keep seeing 1111, and I don't know why that is. I've checked it out on the internet. Apparently, there's something about it there, but for a lot of people, you were talking about global government. I think what people need to do is watch what's happening in the Middle East, especially with Israel. And one of the major signs is rise.
Right, listen, I've got to call a halt to it there. I'm sorry, we're simply out of time. This is Coast to Coast AM. You are indeed. And here comes a guest. Joel Caro, I hope that's right, is a reporter and editor at the Washington Post. He's a member of Global Business Network and a principal of the Caro Group, a network of his best sources committed to understanding who we are, how we got this way, and where we're headed. He's also served as a senior fellow at the University of California, Berkeley, and George Mason University. Joel's latest book, Radical Evolution, The Promise and Peril of Enhancing Our Minds, Our Bodies, and What It Means to Be Human, takes an unprecedented, sometimes alarming, always spellbinding look at the hinge in history at which we have arrived. I've never heard it put quite that way, a hinge in history. For hundreds of millennia, our technologies have been aimed outward at altering our environment in the fashion of fire, agriculture, or even space travel. Now, for the first time, we're increasingly aiming inward at modifying our minds, memories, metabolisms, personalities, progeny, and possibly our immortal souls. Radical evolution is about altering human nature, not in some distant tomorrow, but in the next 10 or 20 years. Now, I want to read you a short article that I think bears on some of what our guest, or the kind of thing our guest is going to talk about tonight. Listen carefully to this. Chop off a salamander's leg, and a brand new one will sprout up in no time at all. But most animals have lost the ability to replace missing limbs. Now, a research team at the Salk Institute for Biological Studies has been able to regenerate a wing in a chick embryo. That's a new wing, folks. A species not known to be able to regrow them, suggesting that the potential for such regeneration exists innately in all vertebrates, including humans. Their study, published in the advanced online edition of Genes in Development on November 17, demonstrates that vertebrate regeneration is under the control of the powerful WNT signaling system. Activating it appears to overcome the mysterious barrier to regeneration in animals like chicks that can't normally replace missing limbs And while inactivating it in animals known to be able to regenerate their limbs, frogs, zebrafish, salamanders, shuts down their ability to replace missing legs and tails. Quote, in this simple experiment, we removed part of the chick embryo's wing, activated the WNT signaling, and got the whole limb back. A beautiful and perfect wing, according to the lead author. By changing the expression of a few genes, just a few genes, you can change the ability of a vertebrate to regenerate their limbs, rebuilding blood vessels, bone, muscle, and skin, everything that is needed. Now, although they cannot obviously do it yet for humans, that may be on the horizon. In other words, as we unwind the human genome, and then we begin to tinker with the human genome, for good or bad, a lot of people think it's bad. The ability, for example, to regrow a lost arm, a leg, a finger, a toe, or literally any part of your entire body, something that would not be immediately fatal to you, may be possible. To regrow limbs. Can you just sit on that and think about it for a little while? To regrow limbs, possibly to regrow spinal columns, that sort of thing. That may be in our rather immediate 10 to 20 type year future. We'll talk to Joel about all this and more in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Joel Gumroll. Joe, are you there?
I am.
Joe? Oh, good. Am I slaughtering your last name?
It's pretty close.
Close. Let me hear your version.
How about Joel Garreau?
Joel Garreau.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, that was pretty close.
Yep.
All right. Now, you work for the Washington Post, huh?
I do.
You do. And what made you decide to write this book?
Well, radical evolution is about how we're at a turning point in history. This is one of the biggest changes in tens of thousands of years of what it means to be human and how it's happening right now. That we're the first species really to take control of our own evolution, as amazing as that sounds. And radical evolution is the roadmap to this turning point for the next 2, 3, 5, 10 years. This is not some distant science fiction future. This is a world that's opening up in front of us right now. You talked at the beginning of the show about how we have programs going that will allow us to regenerate limbs.
That's right.
That's a program that was started at DARPA, which is the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency.
Oh, yes.
This is the research and development arm of the Pentagon. And it's unlikely that they're going to allow us to regrow spinal columns anytime soon. But what they did notice was that even in children who accidentally lose a finger, they will regrow that finger if it's not sutured up, right up until the time that they're, say, 8 or 12. And they thought that, well, wait a minute, something got switched off here that prevented us from regrowing our limbs. How do we switch it back on?
Mm-hmm.
That's just part of the world that's opening up now, in which we're beginning to start creating artificial organs like livers and kidneys. This is part of a broad suite of technologies, all of which are aimed inward at modifying our minds, our memories, our metabolisms, our personalities, and our kids. And if you can do all that, then you're talking about really changing what it means to be human. And I identified 3 scenarios about what that means to society, because even as amazing as all of these technologies are, the real thing that I'm interested in is where do we go from here? Where is this going to take us as a society?
Well, that in itself is a very interesting question. I mean, you're talking about, I presume, the next 10 or 20 years. If you project from there and add another, say, 50 or 100 years to it, it's almost beyond even the ability of a good science fiction writer to get it right.
Right. Well, I try very hard to keep this in the here and now, and not. I don't make any predictions in radical evolution. I talk about what's actually in the hopper right now, what's in the lab. What's going to be happening in the very near future is that your kid is going to be coming home from school again in tears because he just can't compete with other kids who are more athletic, more smart, better behaved, more beautiful, better, more capable, and able to get into the best colleges, and your kid can't. And the difference is that these other kids, their parents have invested in all of these enhancement technologies that are coming online, and you haven't. And when that day comes, you're going to have to decide what you want to do. You basically got three choices. You can either say to the kid, listen, wipe your nose. I don't care how other parents treat their kids and how they deal with their minds and bodies. We love you just the way you are.
Right.
Or you can go out and remortgage the house again in order to engage in this arms race in which people are increasingly embodying the old Army slogan, be all you can be. Or you can try to get these kids thrown out of your school, the enhanced kids. But the trouble with that is it just widens the gap between people who are the same kind of version 1.0 human as the one that we've been used to all of these years, and the ones that are increasingly embracing these technologies. I mean, as you say, with that Regenesis program, this is something that you can see in the headlines right now. This is not science fiction.
No, this is a story that I ran across earlier this morning. Of course, I perused what you're going to be talking about a little bit, but I ran smack into the story about regrowing limbs. I went, oh my God, they're actually talking about regrowing arms and legs and that sort of thing as a fairly near reality, and it hit me right between the eyes. Now, there are apparently other enhancements that, are on the for a rather immediate horizon. What might they be? What might little Johnny have in another 10 or 15 or 20 years that my child, if I don't allow it, might not?
Well, just in the next 3 years, for example, there are 4 U.S. companies that are racing to bring online memory pills as prescription drugs. These are drugs that would dramatically enhance your capabilities to remember. Like most of these enhancements, they're originally aimed at people who are really sick. In the case of memory pills, they're obviously be aimed at Alzheimer's victims.
Okay, for example, I've heard of, I think it's ginkgo biloba, something like that.
Oh yeah, no. This is not any of that.
A whole new class of drug.
No, this is real, no kidding pharmaceuticals. This stuff works. This makes a big difference. This is not some vitamins or something that you get at your health food store. This is stuff that dramatically works, and it's FDA approved, and it's a prescription drug. And the reason they think this is going to be such a big deal commercially is because they think that, as with all of these enhancements, the second group that wants it is the needy well. And in this case, it'll be the aging baby boomers who can't remember where they put their car. And then the third group that any of these enhancements is aimed at is the merely ambitious. And in this case, it'll probably be our kids. I mean, you think of what parents do now to get their kids into their best schools. Well, think of how memory plays a role in so much education, whether it's language or the law. Well, suppose that in 3 years you could basically buy your kids an extra couple of 100 points on their SAT scores with these memory pills. Already, Educational Testing Service that runs the college boards is already very fidgety about this. They're thinking
Joel,
that,
are they actually talking about an increase in a measurable increase in IQ, or just a measurable increase in what you can remember?
these are simply memory pills. But farther down the line are cognition enhancers, which are meant to actually improve your ability to process information. And this is in the near term. Pharmaceuticals are in the first wave of these enhancements that you're going to see actually coming on the market. In fact, we're having this debate on our sports pages right now with Barry Bonds, the baseball slugger. The question in the sports pages is, should Barry Bonds go around with an asterisk on his forehead for the rest of his life because he's a fundamentally different kind of human than the people whose records that he broke. Well, that's very, very primitive pharmaceuticals. I mean, that's just steroids and stuff like that. But incrementally, one prescription at a time, we're looking at a variety of drugs that are going to be dramatically increasing our abilities physically, mentally, socially, in a host of other ways. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The four technologies that are really driving this are what I call the GWEN technologies, which stands for genetics, robotics, information, and nanotechnology. And all four of these are interweaving. And what they all add up to is an ability to dramatically change who we are and how we function. I can go through the four of these and how they're changing us, if you'd like.
I would like, yes.
Okay. Genetics, of course, you know, what's really driving all four of these technologies is something called Moore's Law. There's a guy named Gordon Moore, who back in 1965, 60 years after the first computer chip, he noticed that the number of transistors that you could get on a piece of silicon for $1 was regularly doubling. And he boldly proclaimed that this doubling was going to continue for the next 10 years. Well, little did he know. I mean, Gordon Moore at the time was just a lowly electrical engineer, but he ended up becoming one of the three founders of Intel. Intel inside, the computer guys.
Of course. Did you, just a little asterisk here, did you know that Gordon Moore recently said that he believes his own law is going to hit a brick wall?
There's a lot of debate about this. There's no question that that two-dimensional silicon is going to be hitting its limits somewhere in the vicinity of 2015 or so, because the sheer size of you're going to be getting down to the molecular size. Now, people have been predicting the end of, computer growth for centuries now. I mean, we went from mechanical computational devices to tubes, and just when tubes were beginning to hit their limit, suddenly we went over into silicon, and now silicon is hitting its limits. And the question is that the end of the road for Intel? Do you think they're just going to quit? Well, there are quite a few different ways of doing this kind of computing that are in the offing. One of them is to start stacking it three-dimensionally rather than just flat, and that would mimic the way the brain works. Another way of doing it is to use quantum computing, which use the spooky realm of quantum mechanics to start producing machines that can work at millions of times faster than the ones we have now. And there are even what they're called meat machines, which is basically DNA. And DNA, after all, is just a means that the body uses to do computation. So there's a host of different kinds of computers that are in the offing. The question is, will they become mature in time for the end of two-dimensional silicon? And in some ways, I hope that Moore's Law does stop sometime soon, because these technologies that are coming online are changing who we are so fast that I really think we could use a breather here. But I'm not necessarily optimistic that this thing is going to slow down anytime soon.
Nor am I. It may indeed hit the wall, but I bet just as it gets to the wall, we will discover something in the quantum world. It's interesting, Einstein, referring to entanglement or the whole quantum world, described the whole thing as some sort of spooky action at a distance that he simply couldn't explain, and that's where he stopped.
Right. I mean, there's an awful lot of this technology that is, in fact, pretty pause-giving. And, I mean, one of them is when you talk about the genetic technologies, for example, what that essentially is about is not just the genome. It means controlling cells at the very most basic level, turning them on and off. One of the things that DARPA is working on, for example, is an ability to create people who can, in effect, have a metabolism like Lance Armstrong at will. The idea is to send soldiers into battle at peak performance and have dominance at the metabolic level over their competitors. That's a really amazing change that you're talking about there. The very idea that you could even think of this. One of the things that they're looking at, for example, is they noticed that that you really don't want to have soldiers run out of energy on the battlefield. I mean, the physical energy inside your body.
Right.
And the way that you're creating that now, of course, is by eating calories. But the problem is that a special forces trooper can easily go through 20,000 calories a day. Well, that's just an amazing number of calories. That works out to 3 meals ready to eat and 48 power bars. Well, you can't even carry that much food, much less eat it comfortably. So the question they're asking is, suppose you didn't have to do that. Suppose you didn't have to eat for as long as a week. Suppose instead what you could do is tap at will the energy that's stored in your fat. Well, they're working on that right now. And when they first started talking to me about this, I'm writing it all down. And suddenly it dawns on me that they're talking about being able to burn your fat at will. And I kind of raised my hand and said, me, give some to me. I mean, how long have I been working out to no effect, and all of a sudden they're talking about burning fat at will. And they kind of smile this little smile and say, the civilian implications of this technology have not eluded us. Dieting is a $40 billion a year industry.
Oh, absolutely.
And this could end it.
This could all end a lot of things and begin a lot of other things. All right, Joel, hold tight right there. I wonder if any of the rest of you have noticed what I've noticed in the last half hour. Joel Garreau has a voice that is so very much like Whitley Strieber's voice that if I didn't know better, I'd say it was Whitley, but it is not. It's Joel Garreau. He's a very interesting guy, obviously. He works for the Washington Post, and he's written a book called Radical Evolution, the Promise and the Peril of Enhancing Our Minds, Our Bodies, and What It Means to Be Human. And I wonder if what it means to be human ultimately is going to mean that we turn into something that from, well, at least a conventional perspective, is not human at all. How enhanced do you want to be? That's a pretty interesting question. Would you like to be able to grow a new arm if you lost one? Well, yeah, sure. Would you like to be able to remember things more with more ease? Well, yes, probably. Would you like your IQ boosted another 100 points? Well, maybe. Would you like eyesight that's, well, I don't know, 10-10 instead of 20-20, if that represents an enhancement? I think it probably does. And or on down the line, how enhanced do you want to be? How much money do you have? Joel Garreau is my guest. Joel is talking about that. He's written a book about it, Radical Evolution, the Promise and Peril of Enhancing Our Minds, Our Bodies, and what it means to be human, and if at the end of all this, we even are human. That's perhaps a question that we'll pose coming next. The genetic revolution seems well underway. The promise of nanotechnology is a little foggier, to me anyway, Joel. And as we look at all this, if you go back, I don't know how old you are, Joel, but if I go back to when I was a child, we were all watching movies and news, for that matter, that told us by the time we were, in our 50s or 60s, robots would be doing it all for us. We'd have our arms slackly at our sides, and robots would be running everything. And we'd be lucky if they didn't run away with the whole world on us. Now, that never really happened. And I wonder if what we're talking about here is an exception to that rule.
Well, yeah, remember the paperless office?
Oh, sure.
There's another great prediction. And weren't we supposed to be having hotels in orbit by now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is why I don't make any predictions and radical evolution. I'm just talking about, what exists in the pipeline right now and what's in labs. And I'm looking at the curve of exponential change that's behind this. I mean, are you old enough to remember when computer screens only came in black and white?
I am, yes.
Do you remember rotary dial phones?
I, of course, do, yes.
Do you
I'm 61, Joel. I remember all that.
Do you remember what mimeograph machine fluids smell like?
I do.
How about polio?
Joel, that I was one of the first test subjects that received one of those little sugar cubes that either had a polio vaccine in it, which I later found out it really did, or was nothing but sugar.
Well, see, the thing that's interesting is that, this recitation sounds funny, because it sounds so incredibly antique. And yet, this is stuff that existed in the lifetime of an awful lot of people on the show. And the question is, well, what happened? Well, what happened was that we started entering a curve of rapid technological change. And by a curve, I mean, that's the important part, is that at the beginning of the show, we started talking about how computers were doubling in power every 18 months. A doubling is an amazing thing. It means that each step is as tall as all of the previous steps put together. And we've never seen a curve like this before in human history. There have been 30 doublings since the first computer chip was built in 1959. And that means an increase of over 500 million times just since 1959. We've never seen anything like this before. The closest that you can come in the past was that you had 14 doublings of railroad miles in the 1800s in the United States.
Yes.
And that changed everything. That New York went from being a collection of villages to a world capital. Chicago went from being a frontier boomtown to a brawny Goliath. San Francisco went from being 4 months from the East Coast to 6 days. It changed families, it changed business, it turned the United States into a world power. And yet that was only 14 doublings. Now, with the computer devices that we're looking at, there are now refrigerator magnets with more firepower than was obtained by the entire North American Air Defense Command in 1965. And nobody really cares, of course, how fast the computer goes. The important thing is that this repeated doubling of computer power opens up windows on entirely different worlds that we never imagined possible before. Genetics is a really good example of that.
Mm-hmm.
When people first talked about sequencing the human genome back in 1985, there's an awful lot of people, first of all, didn't think it was possible. And second of all, they thought, well, if it was possible, that might happen by 2015 at a cost of zillions. And of course, it happened much faster than that. It happened in the year 2000 and at a fraction of the original estimated price. And that's because the people who were doing the projections weren't taking into account this constant doubling and redoubling of firepower that allows us to now open up a world in which, anybody will be able to get their genome sequenced for $1,000 and then for $100, because the underlying gear will become increasingly powerful.
Of course, the next step in that category, Joel, is going to be not just the sequencing, but the manipulation. Now, we're beginning the manipulation phase of it. Once you learn what sequence is, then you can begin to change little things here and there. And that's when you begin to get new arms and legs and organs and all kinds of amazing godlike things happen.
Yeah, well, what happens is that, the actual, changing, designer babies and all that stuff, that's
yes.
somewhere down the road. That probably won't be commercially common for another 10 years or so. But as you say, before that, we start using the knowledge that we've gained to create new pharmaceuticals on demand and to start actually controlling the body's function at the cellular level. And that's just one step. I mean, the other thing that's going on is robotics, which is, using machines that are implanted in our body to create powers that seem to be only, part of comic book superheroes back in the 1930s and 40s. You want to hear about the telekinetic monkey that exists down at Duke?
I do.
there's a monkey down at Duke University in North Carolina who can move objects long distance with her thoughts. I'm not making this up.
Well, tell me why you believe it to be really true.
Well, because it was written up in Nature magazine and was also funded by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Do you want to know how you make a monkey telekinetic?
I do.
What happened was that her name is Belle, and she's a cute little owl monkey. She's about 8 pounds and very smart. And in order to, what they were trying to do was to create a link between computers and your mind directly. And Belle was the experimental monkey. The first thing they did was they got her hooked on computer games. She had a joystick, and if she could, with the joystick, if she could make the cursor hit a flashing light, she got a drop of juice. But within a few days, it became clear that she almost cared about the juice. She was hooked on the computer game. And when that happened, then what they did is they drilled a hole in her head, and they took a tiny device about the size of a baby aspirin that had hundreds of superfine wires coming out of it. And they implanted it in her motor cortex, which is the part of the brain that controls motion, like using your arm. And these wires, the reason they were so tiny, so thin, was what they did is they lined up the wires with individual neurons in her brain, so that when the neurons fired, the wires could sense this and relay the signal directly to a computer.
Uh-huh.
And after they finished with this implant, they sealed her up, and they fired up the computer game again. And she started playing the game, and as she did it using her arm, they watched the signals in her brain, through this device on the computer. And as they began to figure out what neuron firing meant what. Right? You with me so far on this?
I absolutely am, yes.
Okay. Then, when they finally figured out what the brain was doing and how it was associated with her arm motion, then they disconnected her joystick. So there was nothing that this joystick was doing. They fired up the computer game again, and sure enough, using just her thoughts, just her neurons firing, she could control that cursor and hit the flashing light.
Okay, so what they were doing was back engineering the effect they were observing from the neurons that were firing.
Right. And then just to be cool about it, they put the signal on the internet and piped it up 600 miles north to MIT, and there was a robotic arm. And, and they piped the signal into the robotic arm, and the robotic arm began to dance in exactly the same fashion as her arm would have been moving had she been using her arm to play her computer game. And so I would submit that if you've got a monkey that can control a robotic arm 600 miles away with her thoughts, that you've got a telekinetic monkey. And in 2004, we had the first human who was wired this way. His name is Matthew Nagel. And Matthew's not the world's sweetest guy. He got involved in a knife fight, and he ended up getting his spinal cord severed, so he's locked up from the neck down. So he volunteered for a similar procedure, and they put one of these implants in his brain, and he became the first human to send an email with his thoughts in 2004. And he, too, can control a robotic arm. Now, you may wonder, why would you want to do this to a monkey or to a human?
Well, because you could wire up a pilot who could then control his plane with thought instead of having to move an arm, for example. And the seconds or microseconds involved, and the difference could be the difference between getting shot down and shooting the other guy down.
Bingo. That's the official reason. An F-22 jet fighter is a very difficult aircraft to control with a joystick. But the notion that DARPA has is, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could blur the distinction between the made and the born, between humans and machines, and that not only could you control the machine directly with your thought, but it would be a two-way street, such that whatever the machine senses, whether it be radar or long-distance sensing or heat or stress or whatever, Suppose that were piped directly into your brain, bypassing keyboards and screens. They think that would be just a wonderful melding of mind and machine. That's the official reason. But the real reason is that at the time that this was being put forward at DARPA, the guy who ran the Defense Sciences Office, which ran that show, his name is Michael Goldblatt. He has a daughter named Gina Marie. And Gina Marie is a very talented young lady. She just graduated from the University of Arizona, bilingual, very talented, and she's got cerebral palsy. So she is supposed to be spending the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Well, her father, Michael, is way up front about the fact that he has spent untold millions of your taxpayers' dollars on this mind-machine interface, because if you can control a machine with your thought, there's no reason, theoretically, that those machines couldn't be in Gina Marie's legs. And the day that that happens is the day that Gina Marie will be able to get out of that wheelchair and walk. So Michael Goldblatt has been spending an awful lot of this mind-machine interface money to save his daughter. And that's just one of the, many incremental, small, step-by-step advances that starts really challenging, what it is that you view as the normal capabilities of human beings. An awful lot of
you're a very optimistic, obviously a very optimistic guy. I'm not as optimistic. I see the same changes that you see, but I worry that eventually we blur the distinction of our own humanity. I mean, when, as we become part human, part machine, are we not so sure what we are anymore, for one?
Sure, that's a really good point. Well, as I say, I don't make any predictions in radical evolution. What I do is I do scenarios. And scenarios are convincing stories about how the future could work, given, the facts that we have on the ground right now, the kind of technologies that I'm talking about that exist in the labs. And, one of the scenarios is, there's three scenarios: heaven, hell, and prevail. And the heaven scenario is the optimistic one that you talk about. And this is the one in which, in the very near future, we start to, conquer pain, suffering, ignorance, stupidity, and even death. And as you know, there's a famous inventor and entrepreneur named Ray Kurzweil, and he's sort of the poster child for the heaven scenario. Ray thinks that he's immortal. He really does. He thinks that if you can live in a healthy fashion for the next 20 years, that you could live for a very, very long time, like thousands of years. And he reasons that all that has to happen is for the technologies to advance faster than you're aging. And if you've got a good enough health plan, you could live for a long time. And this scenario, the heaven scenario, is not totally nuts. At the National Institute on Aging, at the National Institutes of Health, there's a bet going on right now among these very sober, serious scientists that the first person to live in a robust fashion to the age of 150 is already alive today. So the heaven scenario is credible, but it's only one scenario. Then there's the hell scenario, which is the one you talk about. And this is the one in which, okay, you've got this curve of change, but instead of it going straight up in a fashion that leads to a world that's essentially indistinguishable from the Christian version of heaven, suppose it goes straight down. The poster child for this is the inappropriately named Bill Joy, who's the former chief scientist of Sun Microsystems. And he noticed that an awful lot of these technologies are becoming dirt cheap. I mean, genetics, for example, is well within the range of, any reasonably bright grad student in a well-equipped lab. And he says, this is not like nuclear power that takes, a country of the capabilities, at least of North Korea, to create. Any idiot can do some of these technologies. And the question is, suppose it gets into the hands of madmen or fools. One of the examples of this is the Australian mousepox incident. Did you hear about this?
No, sir.
This is the one in which Australia is an isolated ecosystem, and so from time to time it has introduced species that just run amok because they have no natural enemies. And one of these apparently is mice. from time to time, they're just up to their butts in mice. And so geneticists there were working on a mouse contraceptive, and instead they created a monster. They took the mousepox virus, which is a disease that affects mice, and they made one genetic tweak, and they created a virus that was 100% fatal. Every single mouse died. And then they took what they learned and they put it on the internet where everybody could see it. Well, this just drives the people who worry about the health scenario nuts, because mousepox doesn't hurt humans, but it's a very close relative of smallpox, which obviously does. And they say, my God, if you give the kind of power to create this kind of evil to anybody with access to the internet, isn't it just a matter of time before somebody, uses this in a fashion that that could be truly horrible? And in fact, the people who think about the health scenario, their projection is that they can see us wiping out the human race in the next 25 years.
Yeah, oh yes, Joel, just let me stop you. They really did that. They created this, and they actually killed all the mice in Australia?
100% of the lab mice died.
Oh my God. Of the lab mice. Did they actually... Did they actually...
They did not get out into the wild.
Why not?
Well, I mean, the point of this is that they're saying that, that knowledge of this kind of capability is essentially the same thing as the physical object. I mean, if you had an Ebola virus, for example, that usually, when researchers work on that, they are in stage 4 quarantine,
right,
which is an extremely elaborate way of making sure that this doesn't get out into the wild. And, and people who are advocates of the health scenarios say that if you have an object that's that dangerous, you should treat the knowledge of that object with the same kind of quarantine, because the knowledge of it and the physical thing is increasingly getting interchangeable. And this is a huge argument, because right now science is entirely based on the notion that you share your insights, you share your wisdom, because nobody is as smart as all of us.
All right, Joel, hold it right there. We're at the top of the hour. Joel Garreau is my guest. I just wonder, I'm curious why, if they had this perfect thing to kill all the mice in Australia, and it worked in the lab, they didn't release it in the wild. I'm Mark Bell. Here I am. Joel Garreau is my guest, and Joel is a fascinating guy. He's obviously done his homework. Many times when you interview a reporter, and he's not just a reporter, he's a reporter and editor, both at the Washington Post and much more, you don't really get into the meat of the subject because, well, reporters are reporters, and you ask them about details of what it is they're actually talking about when they come to do a radio show. They don't know the details. Well, Joel not only knows them, but has thought very, very hard about it, obviously, and is doing a very credible job of talking to us about what we might be. Radical Evolution, his book, The Promise and Peril of Enhancing Our Minds, Our Bodies, and what it means to be human. What it means to be human. I'll get that right. In a moment, we'll get back to Joel and this mouse pox thing. Stay right where you are. Joel, you're an obvious exception. I almost gave up having journalists on the program because a lot of times they would write about fascinating things, but then when you interviewed them and you got into depth with them and would ask them a question, they couldn't answer it. They say, well, I talk to people and report on it, but I can't explain that to you. And that would be sort of the dead end of most of the subjects we pursue. That's not the case with you. So mouse pox, I don't quite get this one. They killed all the mice in the experiment in the lab, then didn't turn it loose in the wild to kill all the mice in Australia, but instead put it on the internet. So that's confusing.
Well, this is, at the heart of the health scenario, which is that, when you're talking about technologies that can create more of themselves, like a virus can, you have to know where the off switch is, because if you don't, very bad things can happen. The least mature of the four technologies that I'm looking at, genetics, robotics, information, and nanotechnology, is nanotechnology. And that probably won't be mature for another 10 years or so, but the implications of it are profound. Nanotechnology is the ability to create anything you want, one molecule at a time or one atom at a time. Anything you want. I mean, a molecularly accurate steak, if you want to, or diamonds. Well, one of the early applications of this that people are hoping for is something called nanobots. These are incredibly small robots, smaller than a human red blood cell. And what they hope, the reason they think this is a big deal is that they can imagine injecting thousands of these into your bloodstream. And first they will be used as disease detectors, sniffing out cancer cells, for example. And then they hope that they'll be able to create attack bots, which will go out and eat the cells that you don't want, like the cancer cells, like a Pac-Man game. Well, this has tremendous upside implications. That's the heaven scenario. But the concern is that in order to create, enough of these robots to do you any good, the first nanobot that you build is going to have to build a second nanobot. And then those two are going to have to build another two, so you get 4, and then 8, and then 16. Well, you can see how this curve goes up, and you can, imagine zillions of nanobots then proceeding to self-replicate. Whenever you're talking about a self-replicating anything, whether it's a computer virus or a nanobot, you better know where the off switch is. Because if you don't, there's a scenario that is called the gray goo scenario.
Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
This is the one in which, hypothetically, if you don't know where the off switch is on these tiny robots, then they can keep on going until there is no energy left on the entire planet, and the whole planet is reduced to gray goo. Now, there's a lot of reason to think that that probably is not technologically possible, because because there are all sorts of barriers to this in terms of physics. But the concern is that that you don't just let this stuff into the wild if you don't know where the off switch is and everything that it's capable of. But the thing is that those are only 2 scenarios in the heaven and hell scenario, but they're both credible. They could happen. They are realistic. But there's a third scenario, which is the one that I'm pulling for, and that's prevail. And the prevail scenario is not some middle ground between heaven and hell. It's way off in its own special territory. Because in the prevail scenario, people say, hey, wait a minute, all of this curve of exponential change and all of this technology going, at incredible speeds. Well, the question, what is this going to do to humans? Well, the assumption in both the heaven and the hell scenario is that our futures are techno-determinist. And what that means is that this is a view of history that suggests that, technology runs us rather than the other way around. And in the prevail scenario, they're saying, well, wait a minute, suppose our future is not techno-determinist. Suppose that the important thing is not how many transistors that you can get to talk to each other. Suppose it's how many ornery, unpredictable, imaginative humans that you can get to talk to each other. The reason that this is, I'm guardedly optimistic about this prevail scenario rather than heaven or hell, is that we have some examples in history of how humans have already prevailed. For example, you look back at the world, you look at Europe in the year 1200 or thereabouts, and you can rationally be pretty pessimistic about the future of the human race. You see plagues, you see marauding hordes, you think, we're cooked. But then in 1450, all of a sudden we invent the printing press and everything changes. Then all of a sudden we've got a way of storing and sharing and distributing our ideas in a way that had never been possible before. And look what happened. First you get the Renaissance, and then you get the Enlightenment. And that leads to science itself and to the rise of democracy. And you end up with the foundations of our world today. And, all of the changes that came about as a result of the printing press were beyond the imagination of any one human being or even any one country. What this was all about was, a whole bunch of individuals acting in their own best interest in a bottom-up way, not in a top-down way, inventing things like that turned out to be, global trade, for example, or the entire scientific enterprise, or democracy. And so the heart of the Prevail scenario is that if you can demonstrate that the number of challenges that we're facing is going straight up on an exponential curve, well, if our responses socially are flat, if our institutions don't respond quickly, well, then you can pretty easily see how we're going to very quickly be toast. Because if the challenges are going up and our responses are flat, the distance gets taller and taller. But the heart of the Prevail scenario is, suppose there are two curves. Suppose that the changes are going up on an exponential rate, but suppose our responses are too also going up exponentially. You can see that, for example, even in 9/11. The fourth airplane, Flight 93, never makes it to its target. Why? Because the Air Force is so quick on the trigger?
Well, that's controversial, isn't it?
Well, I don't think that was the case.
I hope that what happened is that the passengers took it down, and
Yeah.
I personally believe that is what occurred.
Yeah.
However, I wouldn't be shocked, nor would I be surprised if it had been shot down.
Do you think that it happened because the White House was so smart?
No, look, I'm with you here, and I hope that the social changes are progressing as quickly or keeping pace with the technology, but I'm a pessimist, and I don't think that's happening. Now, let me give you my side of the hell scenario, and that is that, yes, the world has changed, but today, with science the way it is, I see mankind ending either as a result of a scientific accident or just as likely as somebody who wants us dead. And the people who committed 9/11 are people who are basically saying either convert or die. And eventually, they're going to get hold of their version of mousepox or whatever in the world it is, its equivalent. And do you for 1 second, Joel, think they will hesitate to essentially push the button?
Well, this is why the hell scenario is a totally credible scenario. The thing about thinking in terms of scenarios is that all three of these scenarios are plausible and logical, and they're all very different. And people keep on asking me, well, which one is it? And I say, no, you don't understand. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know anybody who does. But what I do see is that you can think systematically and rigorously and rationally about the future. And hopefully you can help make some choices. The thing about the hell scenario that's interesting is that is that people, as soon as you say something like, there's a technological possibility that we could wipe out mankind tomorrow, everybody kind of nods their heads and says, yeah, that's right. I mean, the hell scenario is the easiest sell in the universe. And I wonder about why that is, because I guess we had a really rough 20th century. The thing is that, when you look objectively at, where we are today, most of the almost all of the cataclysm projections have turned out to be wrong. Back in the 1970s, we were talking about the possibility that there were going to be food riots because there was going to be starvation in the streets. And instead, what turned out to happen is that the big problem is obesity. And we're living in one of the least likely scenarios the world can imagine, which is that we haven't fired a nuclear weapon in anger for 60 years. Back in the 50s, people wouldn't have given you a plug nickel for that scenario. They would have thought that was just incredible, and yet it's the world in which we live. Now, don't get me wrong. this could all change in the next 3 minutes. But nonetheless, we have managed to prevail. We have managed to create things like game theory that got us through the Cold War. And, you can ascribe that to luck, and maybe that's true. But on the other hand, what I'm interested in is, well, what's the future of human nature? And this gets to the question of, what do you mean human nature? What does it mean to be human? And it could be that what it means to be human is that we're the kind of species that creates our own luck. Just barely fast enough. But so far we've managed to prevail, and the hope is that we will continue to do so. And again, I don't want to sound like a cockeyed optimist about this. The hell scenario is real; it could happen. However, you start looking around and you're seeing brand new ways of people coming together that are really pretty amazing when you think about it. I mean, look at eBay. That's not just a flea market.
Right.
That's hundreds of millions of people worldwide who are coming together without any top-down hierarchy, without anybody telling them what to do, to create a global exchange mechanism that's beyond the control of any president or any Congress. You're seeing the same thing with YouTube and with MySpace. I mean, on the one hand, these are just toys and they're trivial. But on the other hand, they are a means of humans coming together to, create new realities in ways that were unimaginable 10 years ago. I mean, 10 years ago, the phrase .com was brand new. Think of how fast that we've changed already. And that is at the heart of the prevail scenario is, can we continue to create new ways of coming up with solutions that were unimaginable 10 years or 20 years ago? The same way that we've created a world now that would be hard to have believed if you were around in the year 1200.
Let me ask you this. Do you think the prevail scenario envisions a future where the world is still divided into nation states?
That's a credible scenario. That's possible. But, one of the downside risks of this is that we end up with much more fundamental divisions than we have now.
That's right.
For example, right now you look at the divisions that are created in the world about, over race for that matter, or religion. Well, potentially, this radical evolution could create different kinds of humans. I could easily imagine that you'd end up with 3 kinds of humans: the enhanced, the natural, and the rest. The enhanced would be those people who embrace these technologies for themselves and their children and grab at every chance they get. The naturals would be people who do have access to these technologies but choose not to indulge, like today's vegetarians,
Sure.
for ethical reasons or emotional reasons or whatever. And then the third group would be the rest. And these are people who, either for reasons of geography or money, do not have access to these enhancements, and they envy and despise those who do. Well, that could put, those kind of divisions could put race and religion in the shade as a divider.
Doesn't
That's
all
a very,
of human,
very
yeah,
bad
but,
scenario.
right, but doesn't all of human history teach us that that is the most likely scenario of all? If these changes that you describe, and I'm with you, I believe they are going to manifest, do arrive, then isn't that the most likely scenario, that those who have will be hated and envied and all the rest of it by those who have not, for whatever reason, economic or otherwise?
It's a credible scenario, but I make predictions, and I can think of a lot of reasons why that might not happen. For one thing, the whole idea of haves and have-not is an industrial age, way of thinking. It's based on the idea of shortages, and that the rich get and the poor don't get. Well, look at where these technologies are in fact going right now. Take a look at cell phones. That's moving out to those are the real personal computers of our age. That's our connection to the internet. And right now there are 30 African nations with more cell phones than they have landlines. It's been 6 years since the people of the Philippines overthrew one of their tyrants, using the text messaging function on their cell phone to bring hundreds of thousands of people into the street, in demonstrations that got rid of one of their tyrants.
You simply, if you were here, have you ever been to the Philippines, Joel?
No, I have not.
They're ahead of us in the cell phone category. They've got G3 deployed across the entire nation. You can go to one of the most remote areas on Mindanao, for example, and have G3 and have a picture phone and see the person that you're talking to. They're years ahead of us, and you're absolutely right. It's beyond all belief what's happened here.
And it has lots of practical consequences. I mean, you have ordinary fishermen whose lives are becoming, incredibly better because they don't just have to come back to their home port to sell their fish and take whatever price that they're offered by the broker there. If they get a catch, they can start making cell phone calls while they're still out to sea and find out where the best price is.
That's right.
That may not sound like much, but that really changes lives. And these technologies are getting out to the masses much faster than television or radio or refrigeration or the automobile. So there's reasons for guarded optimism that we're not looking at the have-not, situation. We're talking, these technologies are not controlled by the United States or by the West for that matter. An awful lot of these are burgeoning in places like India, China, Korea, Japan, Europe. I mean, this is a global project that we humans are on, and it's unlikely to be stopped. The question is whether we will have the wisdom to come up with, ways of dealing with this that are as amazing as the technologies that are advancing so rapidly.
All right, Joel, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. There's something I want you to consider during the break, and that is the hell scenario by scientific error. I could describe many, many moments in human history where we've stumbled into or created a new technology, whether it would be Element 92 and the early nuclear testing that went on. Of course, they didn't know what was going to happen, but they plowed ahead anyway. Or an incident in San Francisco where they took away somebody's immune system to try out a new drug for the AIDS virus that had the potential to race around all of humanity and kill us. In other words, the big oops factor. We'll be right back. Noel Garreau is my guest. He's a fascinating man, no question about that. He's written a book that I suggest you pick up. If it's anything like, well, the interview has been, you're definitely going to want to read it. Radical Evolution is the name of it. The Promise and Peril of Enhancing Our Minds, Our Bodies, and What It Means to Be Human. He's a reporter, both reporter and editor at the Washington Post. I'm Art Bell. In a moment, we'll talk about the oops factor. The big difference between the technology that was and getting up toward the top of the curve and where we are right now, Joel, is that in the past, a mistake meant a local problem or at worst, a regional problem. But with where technology is going, particularly the technologies that you've been talking about, our very core, our genetics, or whether you're talking about little tiny machines that go race around our body and fix heart trouble and cancer and all the rest of it, somewhere along the line here, there's going to be an oops factor. And I recall in San Francisco, they killed a guy's complete immune system trying out a new drug on him. And they admitted that there was the possibility of trouble for the entire human race if it went wrong. But it didn't stop them. They went ahead anyway. Then we go back to the invention of the bomb, and they thought, well, the whole, there was credible thought that the whole atmosphere might ignite, but they went ahead and pushed the button anyway. And I could go on giving you examples, but as we get into this newer technology that you've been discussing tonight, there is the possibility of hell by mistake. isn't there? Because since when do they not push the button?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is why the health scenario is credible. You know, it absolutely could go that way. But what I find fascinating is why do we, I wonder if there's something about humans that we're so obsessed with the health scenario. I mean, if you have three scenarios that are equally rational, why is, I mean, this happens to me all the time, is people always want to focus on the health scenario.
Sure.
And I think, and I've given this some thought. You know, we have been projecting these health scenarios for a long time. In 1816, you know, Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley wrote Frankenstein. And it was a huge hit. It was an amazing, she was just a teenager. She had this amazing creative vision. And I'm wondering whether what's going on is that it's much easier for us to imagine disaster than it is to imagine solutions. And so, you know, that's one of the reasons that I started pushing towards trying to imagine, well, what would a transcendent human look like? You know, if these technologies are in fact pushing forward. And, you know, the trouble with the people who are advocating the health scenario, I mean, I have a great deal of respect for them. They're asking very important questions. They're asking questions like, you know, should we eliminate pain and suffering? You know, is there, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe, you know, suffering and dying is a critical part of what it means to be human. I think that's a fascinating question. And I'm glad we're asking these questions. I wish that we had been asking questions this smart back when we were originally sold nuclear power, for example. However, you know, when you start asking people who talk about the health scenario, they say, well, what would you then do about it? And they, you know, and that's where they kind of draw a blank. They say, they kind of say, well, we should maybe stop it all. Well, it's unlikely. I mean, whatever problem we've got, the bigger the problem, the more likely we are to reach for a brand new technological fix. For example, the energy crisis. You know, one of the reasons why we might survive that and, you know, move on to a world beyond oil is that it's getting more and cheaper to produce alternatives to oil, like ethanol from cellulose, from wood.
Right.
The big deal about that is that, you know, a few years ago, the enzyme that was required to create that ethanol cost the equivalent of $5 a gallon. Now it costs 15 cents a gallon. And the reason is genetic technology. We've created brand new bugs that are able to, you know, digest this wood and in fact turn it into gasoline. Right now there's a company in Silicon Valley called NanoSolar, which has broken ground for its factory. I mean, it's got $100 million in venture capital funding. And what they're planning on doing is creating flexible sheets of plastic that in effect generate electricity. Again, that's nanotechnology at work. So the question is, you know, I think that the real stretch of imagination is not to, you know, think about how this could all, you know, go to hell tomorrow, because it quite clearly could. But the question is, well, suppose, the thing is that pessimism doesn't take a lot of imagination. You know, anybody can think about how this could all go to heck in a handbasket tomorrow. The real challenges over the last 20 or 30 years have been ones of, to try to imagine the upside. I mean, think about IBM back in 1980. They then projected that the entire world market for PCs for the next 10 years was going to be 254,000 copies. Notice the precision. Not 250, 254. You know, and so everybody nodded their head, and they proceeded to act on this projection. And of course, they were off by almost exactly a factor of 100. You know, if they had just had, you know, the wit to try to think about the upside, they never would have given, you know, Bill Gates the job of creating the operating system. Mm-hmm. And similarly, AT&T back at that time, you know, decided there was no future in mobile phones. And look at where AT&T is today. You know, so I've been trying to think about. I mean, I spend some of my energy trying to imagine. Well, okay, you know, suppose this technology does in fact continue to increase. You know, and suppose our, you know, social responses to it manage to struggle along in our imperfect way at the same pace. You know, well, what would transcendent human be like? And this goes back to my thing about, well, what do you mean human? What do you mean human nature? And I think what we are basically is that we're storytelling, pattern-seeking animals. I think that's what humans are. We can't tolerate an absence of meaning. I mean, we will look up into the night sky and see stars, and we'll come up with the most elaborate stories as to why the stars were arranged the way they are. And we'll see dragons up there, and bears, and dippers, and kings and queens, because we just can't imagine that this is random. Well, I think that one of our challenges right now, the reason that the health scenarios are so credible to us, is that we got a problem with our narrative about how the world works. I don't think this is a technological problem. I think that this is a spiritual problem in a lot of ways, or a social problem. We just we no longer have an agreement on how the world works. And I was thinking about the last time we had a change in history as dramatic as the one that radical evolution talks about, and it was the one about 1,000 years BC, where we were increasingly becoming conscious. We not just had brains that functioned, allowing us to count, but we started to become self-aware. And what happened back then was that all over the world, among societies that were not in contact with each other, we saw the rise of all the world's great religions. We saw the rise of the Judeo Old Testament that led to Christianity. We saw the rise of Buddhism and Confucianism. We saw the rise of the great philosophers of Greece. And I'm wondering that, and they talk about this as the axial age. It's the age in which all of these new understanding systems come up. And I've begun to wonder, I wonder if we're ripe for a new axial age. I wonder if we're ripe for a new way of starting to think about what this all adds up to. I'm not particularly religious myself, but it occurred to me to think, maybe I should be talking to some of the people who were devout, because, they've been thinking about this for several thousand years. Maybe they have something to say. And I ended up talking to Karen Armstrong, who wrote this terrific book called The History of God. And she's the one who turned me on to this axial age where you saw Confucian, Buddha, Zarathustra, Homer and the Greeks. And I think what we were doing back then, we were filling up the emptiness in our emerging consciousness with the highest aspirations for human nature we could possibly imagine. I think that that's what those religions are about. And I'm wondering whether it's time, whether we're now heading into a situation in which, we are going to be coming up with our own new narrative about what it means to be human, and whether whether what's going to be evolving is a new narrative about who we are, how we got that way, where we're headed, and what makes us tick. Now, call me a cockeyed optimist, but it worked the last time. Maybe it'll work this time.
You are kind of an optimist, but that's fine. What kind of social structure, Joel, do you imagine that would support this prevail scenario?
Well, the core of it would have to be, the whole idea of the transcend idea would be an elaboration of the prevail scenario. And again, the reason I'm interested in what the optimistic version might be is that the pessimistic version doesn't get you much of anywhere. You just say, okay, the world's going to come to an end tomorrow. It doesn't make much of a movie. There's not much plot to it. It's the end of the world is at hand. There's nothing you can do about it. Hold on tight. The end. With fabulous special effects. But otherwise, it's not much of a movie. Neither is the heaven scenario for the same reason.
Yeah.
Whereas, the idea of trying to forge our own transcendence, trying to imagine, what this world could be like and how we could come together. Well, what that would involve is in fact, what we're seeing is this dramatic change in human connectedness that we're seeing all over the world that is enabled by our technology. It's not caused by it. Look at this conversation that we're having. You're in the Philippines, I'm in Virginia, your producer is God only knows where. And we think nothing of this. And yet this is becoming more and more common. And it's this connection with more people who are not saints, who are struggling, who are coming up with good enough solutions. But the deal is that now if you find a good enough solution, you can find it worldwide and you can implement it in a big hurry. And that's the fundamental change that was simply not possible, 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Okay, but Joel, even with this connectiveness that we have, and it is amazing and it's wonderful, but until we stop killing each other and everybody, holding up their version of God's book in front of them as they do so, until we stop that and the divisions over religion, and until we move past the individual nation state, I mean, many presidents have uttered the New World Order or One World Government, or however you want to look at it. These words have come from their mouths, usually followed by much criticism. Until we get to that point, how do we even imagine the prevail scenario?
Well, you're absolutely right. Once again, as I say, that it could be that we're going to toast ourselves in the next 5 minutes. I don't mean to say that I don't view that as a credible scenario. However, what you can see is historically is that an awful lot of our problems don't ever get solved. They just sound more and more antique. For example, I have 2 daughters who are teenagers, and on television they watch documentaries about the civil rights era, and it's like it was a million years ago. They just don't get it. They look at the people being hit with the fire hoses, and they say, "What was that about?" I mean, the significance of this is that problems I don't think ever get solved. They just end up sounding more and more antique. The issue of the Cold War and communism. For my kids, that's ancient history. They barely know who Ronald Reagan is. There are, and that would be that there might be a parallel evolution in history in which, the idea of, the nation state and one world government and all of the stuff that we talk about today just ends up sounding more and more antique because it's transcended by the new stuff that we create, that we go along, that we're just beginning to imagine as we go on today. I mean, it's tough. If you focus only on the past, of course you're going to be a pessimist because the solutions for our new problems don't exist back there. The issue is, can we start inventing things on the fly and sharing them ever faster? And if that's, Panglossian, if that's too optimistic, then we are in fact doomed. But in fact, we see some history that suggests that's possible.
I'm trying to get in a place where I can agree with that, but I'm not sure I can. I am a pessimist, and it just seems to me that we've got to find a way around this religious divisiveness and these separate governments that I just can't even imagine. I can certainly imagine all of the technological changes that you're talking about. I can imagine very privileged, changed human beings in the U.S. and perhaps in Europe and even some parts of Asia. And then I see this world of haves and have-nots, and I just can't imagine the kind of social evolution that it's going to take for us to prevail.
Well, in which case we're toast. But the other thing too is that I don't think that when you look historically at solving an awful lot of these problems, you can't count on people to change. You can, however, count on them to die, or at least so far.
That's true.
And when they do, they're replaced by new people, younger people, who are not necessarily better or worse than the ones who preceded them, but they've had an entirely different life experience, and they've come up with an entirely different view of the future. So, I think that I've seen it happen, in my lifetime, in which problems that seemed utterly intractable and utterly insoluble end up sort of fading away as younger people just can't quite remember why, in the United States, why, race was such a big deal, or, in Canada it was language. I'm not suggesting that I think that humans are not going to be figuring out brand new ways of dividing themselves up. I mean, we're unornery, cussed, unpretentious human, and I don't think that's going to change. What I do think is that we've also got an ability to steal fire from the gods every chance we get. And I think that's at the core of human nature too. And, existential threats to, to our existence has a wonderful way of focusing us, on the problems at hand. For example, one of the reasons to be guardedly optimistic about the Prevail scenario is suppose these technologies, one of the reasons, the things that I've been doing about this is I've been typing as fast as I can. I mean, I don't have much hope in that these solutions are going to be handed down to us by some president or by some Congress or by some, collection of wise men. If we solve these problems, I have a hunch that we're going to be doing it in a bottom-up way, not top-down, where millions of individuals produce, small solutions that are good enough, like eBay, like YouTube, like MySpace, and which originally started as toys, but which end up becoming something much larger than that, almost while we're not looking. If we can't do it in a bottom-up way, if we can't do it, millions of individuals solving their own individual problems locally and producing good enough solutions locally, then I think we're toast.
The pessimist in me says, gee, a lot of these big things are developed by who? DARPA. DARPA goes out and looks for these new ideas, new inventions, new technologies. And what do they have in mind for them?
Sure.
Not necessarily emptying the cancer wards across the world, but a better way to have war.
All of these technologies emerge first wherever there is the most competition. And that's why you see it first in the military and especially in sports.
That's true.
I'm going to be real surprised if we don't have enhanced leagues sometime soon.
All right, hold it right there, and we'll be right back. We're going to take a break here at the top of the hour, and then we're going to open the phones. Joel Garreau is my guest, and what a guest he is. We're talking about the future, the rather immediate future of the human race. Do you want to be part of it? Will you take that pill, or will you say, no, not me? I'm Art Bell. Heaven, hell, or prevail? Which of those scenarios do you think is more likely, given the technological progress we're making right now, which is arguably very, very fast? Moore's Law may be coming to a conclusion, but that's not the end of the rapid change. In fact, it may be actually the beginning of an even faster change in technology. And as we move toward, well, I don't know, I guess becoming half human, half machines, as we move toward the enhanced human capabilities that Joel's been talking about tonight, we're going to have a parallel change in our social ability to deal with these changes, or it's going to be hell for sure, in my opinion. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe as people who feel this way die out, we'll all find out that we are changing fast enough to keep pace with it. I hope so. Anyway, we'll be right back. Your chance to ask Joel a question is coming right up. I get questions from listeners, Joel, as we go along with the program. Eddie in New York City says, would you really want to make your children human 2.0? Would you rather be they, say, are human 3.1? Remember that Microsoft didn't get to a good version of Windows of PC into 3.1. That's arguable. Could we witness something analogous to this, but with humans? Hello, Joel.
Could we, in fact, become different kinds of humans? Certainly. I mean, but the question is, what do you mean by human? I mean, if you're talking about, are we going to be the same kind of people that came across the Bering Straits 15,000 years ago or whatever? Well, already we're not. We routinely live to be 70, 80, 90. They would view that as a miracle.
We've already used our technologies to conquer disease and so forth. What's new is that we have these powers that were unimaginable before to start accelerating this process. And, and we also have the ability to start doing things that, right now, all of the powers of the comic book superheroes already exist. There are exoskeletons, for example, at the University of California at Berkeley that think of it as a wearable robot suit. And you put it, I've jitterbugged in this machine, and what it basically allows you to do is lift 180 pounds as if it was 4. That's super strength. At the University of Pennsylvania, they have devices called functional magnetic resonance imaging machines that show what your brain does when you lie. And I've stuck my head in this magnetic resonance machine to see if it would work. And it's still in beta. It doesn't work really tremendously well, but the very fact that you can see what the brain does when you lie and you can identify it is a remarkable change. That's like the shadow, knowing what evil lurks in the hearts of men, and the list goes on and on.
Well, how about you, Joel? You've described for us a lot of these changes that are going to be possible in the next 10 or 20 years. Would you, if you thought they were safe, avail these for your children? Would you avail yourself of these for your children?
Well, we're already seeing things like, the NBC Nightly News is sponsored by Viagra. Think 10 years ago, if somebody had told you that the evening news was going to be sponsored by a product that does what Viagra does, you would have thought that was nuts. One of the reasons, if I'm making any sense to you at all right now, it's because there's a drug called Provigil, which is a prescription drug readily available. You can get it from your doctor. And what it does is it shuts off the human trigger to sleep. And thank God for it. It's great stuff,
Maybe there should be a sponsor on this show.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, let's dip into the public here. East of the Rockies, Bruce in Pennsylvania. You're on the air with Joel Garreau. Hi.
Yes, sir. I was just wondering, have you seen the movie Awakenings?
I have not.
Well, what would happen if these smart pills, for example, the ones that increase intelligence, were given to someone over a period of time, and then they chose to stop taking them? Would that person's IQ go down?
I'm not really sure. Joel, what do you know about these enhancement drugs, intelligence or memory?
Well, that's kind of a hypothetical. That gets into the realm of science fiction. And so the short answer is beats the heck out of me. But but it is a concern that, and this is one of the reasons that we test these things and and pray that they don't have side effects. Will they have side effects? I'm sure they will. Will we be able to correct them? That's the interesting question.
Well, you do expect, though, in the next 10 to 20 years, there'll be a pill that we can take, or there already is, that will enhance our ability to remember. Is that real?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's real as heck. That's not science fiction. That's already in the works in 4 U.S. pharmaceutical companies, and they expect to have a commercial product within 3 years.
Wow.
The news is that we have a new understanding of how the brain works that is enabled by our technologies, that is allowing us to do remarkable things. Will there be unintended consequences? Oh, I'm sure there are. That's part of the human discovery process. The question is not whether we're going to make mistakes. That's for sure. The question is whether we're going to learn from our mistakes. That's at the heart of the Prevail scenario.
Joel, I wonder how they differentiate between the ability to remember and basic intellect. Aren't they sort of mixed up together in a way?
Sure. One of the questions. This is why it's raising profound questions. This is why this is not just, something to just do the oh well. I don't really care about the technology all that much. I'm not that much of a gear freak. I don't care about the toys. What I'm interested in, is where this takes us as a species and where this takes us as humans. Whether we're going to end up not being just smarter, but whether we're going to be wiser. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that we're figuring out ways of tweaking the brain that will allow us to conquer diseases right now seem insoluble, like Alzheimer's. The question is, where does this take us? And and the people who are worried about the health scenario, this is why they're very valuable, because they're asking so many important questions. I think part of what this is that we tell ourselves horror stories in some ways to inoculate ourselves. You think back to the 50s, and there were all of these, nuclear wintered, horror story movies on the beach, for example, where the last humans, are sitting there.
I love them, Joel. I absolutely love that genre of movie.
Yeah, and in some ways, I think that helped inoculate us. I mean, you look at 1984, that book. That portrayed a world in which computers, at the behest of a horrible dictator, enslaved the world. Well, in some ways, that was kind of an inoculant. I mean, to this day, when we see something bad going, we say 1984, or we say Brave New World, and we shudder. And, it's a shorthand way of us humans saying that's a road that we don't want to take. And I think that's the real value of these horror stories, is that it's a way of for us processing change as fast as we can. I think we're storytelling animals. I think that's how.
Or the Foreman Project. I don't know if you ever saw that one. I think it was the Foreman Project. Essentially, that machines are given control over most of what we have, including our nuclear weapons, that sort of thing. And the machines, being perhaps wiser is the right word than we are, decide that we're on the path to self-destruction, and machines essentially do something that we might not think of as being in our own best interest.
Sure. I mean, there's the thought, that's one of the horror stories that we love to tell ourselves, is suppose our creations decide that we're the problem, not the solution.
The infestation, as it were.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Fresno, California. Robin, you're on with Joel Guru.
Thanks for taking my call. In order for us to prevail, we must reinvent ourselves. And I wanted to get Joel to comment on what role our education system can play with this, and how we teach our children, and what we are teaching our children in the public school system. If we don't reevaluate this and teach children in the second grade to type rather than writing cursive, we need to reevaluate our education system, because we're never going to thrive. We can survive, but we need to thrive. And I think that since we're animals of habit, changing patterns of thinking is not going to be an easy feat, because there's more people who are less likely to step out of a comfort zone. They'll stick with the true, tried, tested, and if it works, don't fix it kind of mentality. How do you feel about the education system that our children are going to every day, and how we can change patterns of thinking for parents to say, for instance, my daughter, before she went to college, I said, before you go into that field, you must live a day in the life. She wants to be in culinary. She has to work in a restaurant. She must have a feel for what it's like. And then once you're there, to understand that, yes, you can do it by the book, and you can learn by the book, and yes, you must have that background, but always enhance what you're learning to add your own element to it, to bring to the next degree for your generation something above and beyond what has been a true, tried, and tested. And I think unless we think in those mentalities on a day-to-day life, we're not going to get to the point of many more Bill Gates or Einsteins or the people that truly make a difference. And I think with the white noise that these kids are dealing with the iPods and so forth, are they ever going to be able to really things in a manner that's going to make change. The white noise that we deal with on a daily basis is phenomenal.
Well, it is. All right, Robin, hold it right there. That's a lot to tackle. The educational system, Joe.
Well, that's a great point. I mean, in fact, some of the people who have responded most vigorously to radical evolution have been people in the education industry. One of the things that I'm a little depressed by when I work with these people is that they're much more. I mean, they're concerned with saving their own jobs and their own way of doing things. They're much more interested in saving the public education system, for example, than they are, actually creating learning. The public education system was a product of the industrial age. What it did was produce an awful lot of workers with certain minimum skills, and they mass-produced these literate people off the assembly line of education. And don't get me wrong, it did the world a lot of good. I'm not knocking it. But then I look at my daughter today, and who's 16, and when she comes home from high school, the first thing she does is she turns on all her machines. She turns on her IM and her email and her cell phones, and she and her pals end up starting to work on their homework collectively, over the wire as a team. And then they go back to school in the morning, and the first thing the teachers make them do is turn off all their machines. And if they attempt to try to solve problems collectively, like they did the night before, they'd be thrown out of school, and they'd say that was cheating. Well, what I'm saying is that I see plenty of learning going on, but that's not the same thing as school.
Maybe you can comment on this, Joel. There are people who believe that, for example, the internet, instead of stifling ideas, instead of promoting ideas, is sort of making the top 10 ideas available for everybody in the world, so that instead of having somebody on an island or a nation in some far-flung place who didn't know he can do something, he reads on the internet that it is this way, and everybody believes the same thing. So while the internet is certainly a blessing in many ways, it may also sort of connect people in a way that it doesn't promote the next evolution, the next idea.
Oh, sure. I mean, there's no technology that's ever been created, as far as I know, that doesn't have downside potential. I mean, Al Qaeda is using the internet in a very effective fashion. There's nothing magic about these technologies. I don't see any technology that's going to save us, some magic bullet. It's the question of how we use it. In the case of our new technologies like the internet, it's really different from television and radio. Radio, produced the top 40 list, and those are the only songs that that you heard again and again and again and again. Now, however, what you're seeing with these new technologies is what is called the long tail, which is, sure, you have bestsellers, but you also have thousands of songs, thousands of books that maybe only sell one or two a week that are also available to you instantly. So, I mean, there's two sides to this. One is that, yes, you can, share Britney Spears faster than ever, and your pornography faster than ever. But on the other hand, you can also, trade other kinds of ideas that right now, perhaps, only has a small number of people listening to it. But it's the ability to take those small number of ideas and get them out to people in a way that was never possible before. That's a reason for guarded optimism.
Well, being an American, I was a little shocked the other day when somebody told me the American educational system is no longer at the top of the list. And I believe that is true. We are no longer at the top of the list at all. And that was shocking and sort of depressing to me. Do you confirm that? And if so, what kind of changes do we need, going back to that lady's question, in our educational system to sort of move in the social way toward the prevail scenario?
Well, those numbers are slippery. If you look at 16-year-olds in math, then it's true. The Americans routinely end up, far down the list. However, if you start looking at 25-year-olds, that's the reason for guarded optimism, because our 25-year-olds are the equal of anyone. And there are some reasons for that. One is, it sounds so simple, but, we have the community college system in the United States, which is one of the great inventions of the second half of the 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
Every time people have a life change in the United States, the first thing they do is they go back to school. That's, they get divorced, they lose their job. The first thing they do is they enroll in the community college. That's a system that doesn't exist in other parts of the world. It allows us to change, as our circumstances change, and it keeps on going, forever. When I teach, I frequently have people in their 60s who are enrolled in graduate school. That's a remarkable thing. The other thing you're seeing is the rise of what's called serious games. We're seeing all of these computer games, and of course all of the ink goes to the shoot 'em ups and all that stuff. But increasingly, people are using that kind of technology to teach people how to do surgery, to teach people how to deal with poverty. There are all of these changes that are coming online that we don't really know, what the outcome is going to be. But, if you're going to be, have some reason for hope about the future, you don't look at what's dying, you look at what's being born.
Mm-hmm. All right. We're down toward the bottom of the hour, Joel, so hold tight. We're talking about all kinds of changes in the human race, perhaps changes that will eventually sort of render us non-human or only partly human. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Mark Bell. Indeed, here I am. Joel Barreau is a reporter, editor as well at the Washington Post. He's written a book, a fascinating book, if it's anything like the interview, called Radical Evolution. Certainly, we're having a radical evolution, aren't we? The promise and peril of enhancing our minds, our bodies, and what it means to be human. In a moment, we'll find out if the book is generally available and where. Joel, your book, I take it, is generally available Amazon.com, all the usual places, bookstores as well. And how long has it been out?
If Doubleday hasn't let me down, it certainly is, yeah.
How long has it been out now?
The paperback just came out in the spring.
All right. So, and the hardback, how long ago?
A year ago.
A year ago. What kind of reviews have you received? And I'm sure that other people in the publishing business have taken a look, see at it.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's see. You're giving me the chance to do the plug here.
Sure.
New York Times. I'm almost called it captivating, brilliant, enthralling, dazzling.
Wow.
So there you have it.
Yeah, not bad.
Tom Peters went for it. Says deserves serious attention for its potential to turn the world upside down and inside out in the relatively near future. Great news. It's extremely readable. I've gotten some nice reviews. I'm very fortunate.
Yeah, I can imagine. So I'd like to read it myself. There are a lot of new age type people out there, Joel, who think that there's going to be this radical, almost instant evolution in human social consciousness, that there's going to be this magical point where something giant happens and there's great change in the way humans think about everything. I tend to think that it's going to be more of this gradual change, and it is kind of a race, isn't it, to see if we can keep pace with the technological change. And I don't know that we're doing that yet, but I guess if I was as much of an optimist as you are, I might believe so.
Well, I'm an optimist because pessimism is boring, I guess. As I say, I'm not saying that we can't screw this up. I'm not, I don't make any predictions. I'm just saying that, if we do have some hope, for where we're headed next, here's what it looks like. The problem I have with an awful lot of the new age nostrums is that it might work, but it's untestable and it's unprovable. After you say, well, the world is going to change dramatically, then you say, okay, fine, great, and if it doesn't, then what? It's a triumph of hope, but with no agenda. So what do you do with this? Is what I keep on asking people, and that's where I, find an awful lot of the new age stuff to be lacking.
Mm-hmm. Pessimism is not boring, Joel. It's if it were, it generated things like On the Beach and other wonderful movies. It just scared the hell out of us. First time caller line. You're on the air, John, with Joel.
How you doing?
Okay.
What do you feel about? Do you mind talking a little bit about Jesus Christ and the Holy Grail and things like that?
No, I don't think we mind talking about that. That's religion. And Joel, in this kind of brave new world that you talk about, there are going to have to be changes, I think, in religion. And if there are not, well, it's the reason we're divided as we are now. You want to venture into that territory at all?
Sure. One of the things that I've done is I've got a book that has evolution in its title, Radical Evolution. And so, and as you know, the whole teaching of evolution has become tremendously controversial. So I've gone out of my way to try to reach out to evangelical Christians. I've been appearing on their radio shows with a certain amount of regularity. And it turns out that that I offer them an out that they find attractive. It turns out there are an awful lot of smart evangelical Christians who are not particularly interested in this, in fighting the Darwin wars over again, but they just don't want to appear to be disloyal to people who are fellow believers. So when I get on their shows, I say, hey, tell you what, how about we just set aside for the time being, what happened 100,000 or 1 million years ago. Let's talk about what's going to happen to our kids in the next 5, 10, 20 years. And it dramatically changes the conversation in a way that causes them to constantly invite me back.
Yeah, that's a very good approach. I really hadn't considered that one. Instead of arguing at all, just sort of look ahead instead of looking back. That's a good one. Wildcard line, Diane in Glendale, Arizona. You're on with Joel.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
And Joel. And I'd like to just say quickly hi to my brother Bill in Yuma. I'm sure he knows who I am. You know what? I disagree wholeheartedly with everything your guest has said.
Really?
And Joel, do you believe there's a creator or not? We all climbed out of primordial muck. Is that it? And we.
Well, here's where we get to try it. Now, why even bother arguing all of that? As Joel says, why not look ahead?
All right, let's look ahead. Let's look ahead at what he said regarding the smart pill to de-trigger a human's need for sleep. I believe we have that already in crystal meth, and look at the results of that.
I don't think crystal meth is exactly what he was talking about.
Well, but what would be the result? People kill it for days and days, and then they kill their children.
I can address that.
Okay, go right ahead.
There are lots of ways to stay up. That's not the big deal. Caffeine is as old as tea in China, and coffee in Arabia, and chocolate in the New World. That's not the big deal of staying awake. The big deal is doing it without ruining your cognition, ruining your way of thinking. The downsides of speed are legendary.
Yes,
what's remarkable about the new brain drugs is their ability to target specific areas of the brain. It's the broad spectrum approach that creates side effects. It's the ability to deal with the brain in very highly specific ways that offer possibilities that ultimately we'll have drugs of one, in which there are drugs that are tailor-made for art. It'll be art 1, 2, 3, 7, 9.
and it'll be aimed specifically at his genome. Now you have to decide whether that's a heaven or a hell outcome, but it's in the works.
Sure. Well, she came at you again with the same argument that you said you dismissed by saying, let us just look at the future, but that perhaps dismisses it too easily, because the belief system and the strength of that belief system of people like that young lady and the others that you encounter on the programs you talked about is so strong, and that even though you're able to divert the conversation temporarily and get a good show out of it, Joel, that still that belief system lurks as a giant cog in the wheel, or I guess I had to say the possible wheel of prevailing.
Well, you're absolutely right. One of the things that I find interesting is the rise of fundamentalism worldwide.
Yes.
And not just Christian fundamentalism, but Muslim fundamentalism, Jewish fundamentalism, and there's even Buddhist fundamentalism, my God.
Yes.
And
if it's going in the direction that you suggested, Joe, I'm sorry, if it's going in the direction you suggest it needs to be going in, shouldn't that not be the case?
Well, that's what I thought. I've been scratching my head about that, and I thought, didn't people predict that that with the rise of science that rationalism would prevail? I think what's going on is that as we see change going faster and faster, it's difficult for people to handle this. And as a result, anybody who says that they have got a solution and that they have got a truth, well, that's going to be incredibly attractive. That's going to be, when the ground is moving beneath your feet, you look for something to hang on to. And, I think that's what, fundamental beliefs do, is they offer you some bedrock. And I totally understand the attractiveness of it. On the other hand, the question is, can you proceed to imagine new ways of dealing with these problems that we're facing in the real world? I think that it's all well and good to consider the hereafter, and I'm in favor of that. But I'm right now focusing on what we're going to do to deal with our societies and our hopes and our dreams in the here and now.
Okay, east of the Rockies in Illinois, John, you're on with Joel. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Joel. This is from Springfield, Illinois. Hopefully, Art, you had a happy Thanksgiving. If I don't talk to you, have a Merry Christmas to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Joel, instead of taking pharmaceuticals to enhance memory recall, what do you think about the future holds for implants directly attached to nerve endings? For example, there's someone on the East Coast disabled that he runs his whole house just by thinking, and military pilots directly linked to weapon systems and flight systems. And I'll listen off the air.
Okay, well, I guess you didn't catch the beginning of the show because that was covered, but you may want to go ahead with that, Joel.
Yeah, well, I'm not aware that those technologies are actually out of the lab yet. I don't know that there's anybody actually flying a plane with their thoughts, but in fact, you do have humans who are running their house, for that matter. But but we did have the first human being in 2004 to send an email with his thoughts. The person who was Matthew Nagel, who was a quadriplegic. So these technologies that blur the distinction between the made and the born, between us and our machines, are definitely happening. Right now, there are 30,000 people in the United States running around with what's called cochlear implants. These are not hearing aids. These are the little computers that are attached directly into the nerve endings that go to the brain, and they allow the profoundly deaf to hear.
Yes, Rush Limbaugh is one of them.
Yeah, and another one is ocular implants, which similarly go directly into the optic nerves, and is basically a little computer camera that's piped directly into the brain and allows the profoundly blind to see. One of the problems that I have talking about this is convincing people of what exists, much less what's in the pipeline. That's one of the difficulties that we're dealing with the pace of change, is that
that the incredible is happening every day.
And you've also got to wonder a little bit, Joel. These are things that we know about. I wonder how much DARPA is working on and other similar agencies that they have decided not to make us aware of yet.
Yeah, I asked that question. I spent the better part of a year there. You can go on the website to www.darpa.mil and just start going through the list of what they're working on. And what they're working on in the clear is the part that's pretty jaw-dropping.
Yes.
And there is no doubt some classified work, but you don't have to worry about that. Just take a look at what actually exists and what's in the labs and what they're being very upfront about. That website goes on forever.
Yes, it does. On the international line, Rob in Ontario, Canada, you're on the air. Hi.
Absolutely fantastic, guys. You know what? You guys are covering all aspects, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, as far as you talk about heaven and hell, okay, and the last caller, she was a little bit stuck, I believe, as far as what you said about the fundamentalism. Oh my God, I'm stuck. Okay, my question is, if God is omnipotent, why would he create a hell where somebody would be destined to go there, knowing that? Then why create that person in the first place?
Well, that may be, that one may be a little bit out of any of our leagues.
I'm a reporter, not a theologian.
Okay. Wish we could answer that one for you, but yes, we can't. West of the Rockies, Jim, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art, Joel. Fascinating show.
Thank you.
Don't you think it would take some sort of catastrophic event in order to bring the human race together, and in order for them to be able to shed these cultural and religious differences, in order for them to accept, this radical technology?
Well, that actually is a very good question. I remember that President Reagan, among others, made several comments that perhaps it was wishful thinking that what if the Earth were invaded by some extraterrestrials, then we would all have to come together to fight a common foe. Joel, this one also is probably out of your ballpark, but do you think some giant event of that magnitude would bring us all together?
Well, that would be the easy way. I mean, the reason that people have hopes like that is because it takes us out of the hard slogging of having to invent the future ourselves.
Right.
I have if suddenly the Martians arrive, well, all bets are off. My proposition is to suppose that they don't. Suppose it's up to us. This is a rather remarkable situation that we're in here, where we humans are increasingly taking control of matter and energy and life itself. If you're basically assuming the powers that seemed godlike 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago. The founder of the Whole Earth catalog once said, "We are as gods. We might as well get good at it." I think that's what this is about.
Well, it may be, Joel, that for evolution to continue, perhaps we've been brought this far, and then it's been put in our hands, and our own evolution is, in fact, in our hands. You apparently believe that.
Well, yeah, that's where the evidence seems to take me. I mean, one of the things that has occurred to me is that we don't seem to be able to find any other intelligent life form in the universe. Perhaps this is the wrong show to say that on. Maybe you have different information than I do.
No.
But the thing that occurs to me is, maybe this is the final exam. And maybe the reason that we're not finding other intelligent species is that maybe all intelligent species get to the point where they take control of their own evolution, their own engineered evolution, their own radical evolution. Maybe this is the final exam. Maybe everybody else flunked. That's yet another reason for us to, we got a long way to go and a short time to get there.
Yeah, that's not at all hopeful. If the reason we've not yet heard from any other intelligent race is that there is this final exam point, and just about everybody flunks, then I think it was Michio Kaku, a very well-respected theoretical physicist, who said that when you really get right down to it, Joel, the possibility of us moving from a type 0 to a type 1 civilization, and I won't go through trying to describe that for you, but basically handling the discovery of element 92 and living through it, the chances of our getting to that are very slim in his estimation.
Sure. And yet we've done it for the last 60 years. Again, I'm not, I don't mean to come across as a Pollyanna. I don't mean to suggest that I think that, that the optimistic version of this is in any way inevitable. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I totally see how we can screw this up. The hell scenario is very, very real and very possible. The one thing that I wonder is whether the other species who may have hit this point weren't the kind of ornery, cussed, unpredictable sort that we humans are. I mean, I think that if we prevail, it's going to be not because we're so special, but because we're so ornery.
All right, Joel, that's it. We're way out of time. Buddy, thank you for being on the program. It's been absolutely brilliant. You have a good night.
Thank you, Art.
Take care, Joel. All right, everybody, that's it from Manila in the Philippines for this night. And what can I say? Good afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is, wherever you are. I guess I'll just say prevail. From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippine Islands, Manila, typhoon-ravaged Philippines, that would be. I welcome you to Coast AM, everybody. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Every single one of the time zones across the world covered one way or the other by this program, largest of its type in the world, Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Well, as you know, Typhoon Durian, which is a typhoon, actually durian, the name durian is a nasty little fruit that grows here. Actually, it's quite good. They make candy out of it and so forth and so on, but durian is a fruit which grows it's kind of like a, how can I say this? It's got it's got long, protruding things coming from it that if it actually fell from a tree and hit you on the head, it would kill you. So it's a nasty fruit in a way. And it's probably a good name for a nasty typhoon. I saw durian coming long ahead of time, and I thought, surely here in Manila, we were doomed. They had the eye of durian coming right over Manila, and so we were all preparing this time for the worst, truly the worst. We thought that was it. And I thought, if these kind of winds hit the capital city here, it's going to just be, there's not going to be anything left. And for several days, the track remained showing it going right over downtown Manila, right over. It just would have been horrible. Then at the very last moment, the eye took a slight jog to the south. And when I say the last moment, I really mean the last moment. It took a slight jog to the south. And of course, the results are now known of that. We still got hit hard here. But to the south of us, it was awful. The ash and the boulders that had been building up since an eruption in July, high on the slopes of the Mayan volcano, let go. Typhoon Durian's blasts of wind and drenching rain raked it all down in deadly black walls of debris. For nearly 3 hours, the typhoon on Thursday afternoon, mudslides ripped through the Mayan bellies, uprooting trees, flattening homes, engulfing people. Entire hamlets simply swamped, gone in Mayan on northern Luzon Island. About 300 people are now known to be dead, most of them in the mudslides on Mayan. 300 are missing. So 300 dead, 300 missing. That is obviously not a final death toll. What I do have there comes from the National Office of Civil Defense. With power and phone lines down, it took until Friday morning when the very first flights managed to survey the area, looking for the scope of the devastation to emerge, and it did. The disaster covered almost every corner of the province, rampaging floods, falling trees, damaged homes. It all happened in Albay. The governor of Albay province accounted for all but a few of the deaths. Pope Benedict, saddened by the tragic loss of life, was praying for the victims, rescue workers, and others providing assistance, the Vatican said. Our rescue teams are overstretched, rescuing people on rooftops. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? According to the civil defense head, after officials briefed President Arroyo on the disaster and the difficulty of getting two survivors stranded by seas of black mud, they call it a black desert, bodies wrapped in blankets, slung on bamboo poles to be carried to trucks, then covered with coconut leaves and transferred to makeshift morgues. It's just terrible. We now call this place a black desert. The mayor of Albay said that. He said that 3 of the 5 communities comprising the village of 1,400 people have been, quote, wiped out, with only the roofs of several houses jutting out of the debris, if you can imagine that. He said people claimed some of the boulders were as big as cars and red hot, suggesting fresh lava, perhaps from the 8,077-foot Mayan. His own residence, that of the mayor's, actually had water that rose higher than a person's head in a flash flood. And he said, I thought I was a goner. That's the mayor of the town. So a real disaster here in the Philippines. There's a lot going on here in the Philippines. I'll fill you in on some more of it in just a moment. Let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll look at more news and some national news. Stay right where you are. I saw quite a bit of the coverage, the U.S. coverage on Fox and CNN of the events here in the Philippines, so I know that a lot of you are aware of what happened. I'm hearing from a lot of families in the U.S., families who have families in the Albay area, and 2 items. I'm unable, and I'm really sorry, but I'm unable to act as the Red Cross and get you any information at all on your families. I don't have any communication to that area. As you all know, I had an antenna up, past tense. The building consulted with its attorneys, and in a hurry with the typhoon bearing down on us, the antenna was taken down. So I don't have an antenna up anymore. If I want to get one, I am going to have to find a house, something that I'm giving considerable thought to right now. But my antenna's not up, so I'm very, very sorry. I cannot report on anybody's relatives or loved ones in the Albay area. Just know it's bad, and 2 of the 3 villages are simply wiped out. That's all there is to it. And that was a result of the southern little tiny turn. If you look at the track of Durian, you can see at the at the last moment. But when it was headed, the eye was headed straight for us. At the very last moment, it took a tiny little jog. Now, maybe that was some of you with mass concentration. I have no idea. If it was, thank you. But look what happened to the south of us. I did not request that anybody do that. I know there were some who went ahead and did it anyway. I still feel that toying with Mother Nature is not a good idea. And I don't know that really occurred, but I do know there were some people doing that. So thank you, but it may have had unintended consequences. Again, I certainly did not request it, even on my own behalf, of my family. Now, the webcam photograph tonight is going to take a little bit of explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Dolly. Now, there's a fair story that goes along with this. As you know, I brought Yeti and Abby all the way from the U.S. Here in the Philippines with me. And here in the little area in which we live, we have a number of restaurants that we visit regularly every day, you know, for lunch or dinner or whatever. And every time we walk, we go to the restaurants, we walk, and every time we go, here would be this bouncing little kitten, this beautiful, poor little kitten. I guess I need to back up a little bit. Most Philippine cats, particularly, you know, the ones here in the cities, are very leery, weary of people that don't treat them nicely, and so they tend to scratch and bite, and you stay away from them. In fact, pretty much all Filipino people who come here are afraid to even touch my cats. I tell them, no, you know, they will bother you. But they don't believe that, and for a good reason, because most of the ones out there in a self-protective mode scratch and bite. So naturally, they're very leery to get anywhere near. Oh, this little tyke doesn't scratch, doesn't bite. And about 2 weeks ago, I finally, Erin couldn't take it anymore either. We picked her up and we brought her here to the, this was 2 weeks ago, brought her to the condo, gave her a bath, fed her, sat down and said, you know, we just can't do this. We can't have 3 cats in a condo. And so we ended up, after feeding her and bathing her, we took her back. And then every day she would be there to greet us, rub up against our ankles, do little turns and twists, you know, like she was so happy to see us, little girl. And so, day before yesterday, she did the normal. It was just too much. There was just no way. Erin said, no, we've got to take her. So once again, I carried her in. The guards outside our building got a good chuckle out of it, just big chuckle. They thought it was the funniest thing they ever saw, me carrying this little tiny thing. She's really quite small. And as well, I don't know if you can tell from the picture or not, but she's quite small. And the little marks she's got on her nose are not lesions or anything. They're just, she's been in some fights with other cats, and so she's got some little cuts on her nose. You know, it's a rough life out there for a Philippine cat. It's got to fight for daily survival. Well, so the bottom line here is we have another cat, number 3 here in the condo. Too many, obviously, for a condo, but what are you going to do? So yesterday, we took her to the vet. She got her shots. We will proceed. We'll be back to the vet in another couple of weeks, and gave her another bath, and now she is firmly convinced that I, not Erin, but I am her mother. And she sleeps with me in my armpit, covering my neck, around my head, tacking my feet. And needless to say, at first, Abby and Yeti hated her guts. Then Abby decided she was all right, and, well, they play like crazy now. Yeti has not yet forgiven me, nor anybody else having anything to do with this, for bringing this cat, this little tiny thing into the house. And Yeti is really ticked off. I mean, he is ticked off. Now, it's become somewhat better in the last 12 hours or so, and we'll see how he does. But Dolly is now here to stay. So there you go, folks. Once a sucker for cats, always a sucker. I guess there's no way out of it. There's just no way out of it. That's all there is. I'm just a sucker for cats. I just couldn't stand it. Erin couldn't stand it. We'd walk by and she'd say, "Where's your cat?" And boy, this little thing would come bounding every day right up to us, and we just caved in finally. All right, enough. Let's look at the world news. President Bush said Saturday that he wants to hear all advice before making any decisions about any changes at all in Iraq. The strategy there, even as it was disclosed that apparently Donald Rumsfeld called for major changes in tactics just 2 days before he resigned as defense secretary. I wonder if that had anything to do with it. He said, quote, "In my view, it is time for a major adjustment." That's a November 6th memo to the White House, and maybe the adjustment was that he was out. Anyway, clearly what the U.S. forces are currently doing in Iraq is not working well enough or fast enough. That's a continued quote from Rumsfeld. Pfizer Inc. said Saturday that it has cut off all clinical trials and development for a new cholesterol drug that was supposed to be the star of its pipeline because of an unexpected number of deaths and cardiovascular problems in patients who used it. The world's largest drug maker said that it was told Saturday that an independent board monitoring a study for the drug that raises levels of HDL, what's commonly known as good cholesterol, recommended that the work end because of, quote, an imbalance of mortality and cardiovascular events, end quote, good reason. A triple car bombing struck a food market in a predominantly Shiite area in central Baghdad Saturday, killing at least 51 people just a day after a U.S.-Iraqi raid against Sunni insurgents in a nearby neighborhood. 3 parked cars blew up just about exactly the same time in a very busy district where people were shopping for vegetables and so forth. Remember the man gunned down in a spray of 50 police bullets on his wedding day? He was buried Saturday as hundreds of angry demonstrators honored him with a moment of silence before going jaw to jaw with police in a bitter confrontation outside of Queen's Precinct house. The demonstrators taunted police, standing just inches away from a row of officers and daring the police to lay a hand on them. Some of the crowd held signs reading "Death to the Pigs" and "Shoot Back." Castro did not show up at his 80th birthday celebration. They had actually put that off so that he might be part of it, and he's not. So it's beginning to look as though he's sort of permanently missing. Utility crews worked overtime Saturday, bad weather, I guess, to restore electrical service to thousands of customers still blacked out by the Midwest's first big snowstorm of the season. As temperatures plummeted below freezing in the storm's aftermath, officials said some people could be without power for days. Missouri National Guard teams are going door to door in the St. Louis area to make sure residents were surviving the cold. Hard to imagine that from here in the tropics. The widow of a soldier killed in Afghanistan saw a Wiccan symbol placed on a memorial plaque for her husband Saturday after fighting the federal government for more than a year over the emblem. Roberta Stewart, widow of Sergeant Patrick Stewart, and Wiccan leaders said it was the first government-issued memorial plaque with a Wiccan pentacle. That's amazing. A 5-pointed star enclosed in a circle more than 50 friends and family, a dedicated plaque at Northern Nevada Veterans Cemetery, about 30 miles east of Reno. Also, as if there's not enough going on here in the Philippines, just to the south of us, south of Manila, just a little bit, Taal volcano, that's Taal. I've been to the Taal volcano now a couple of times. Known as the world's smallest active volcano, has recently formed a new geyser emitting from the volcano's vent on Crater Island. The Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology says a full-scale eruption not expected, but placed the volcano on an alert level 1 or low-level unrest, urging visitors to keep a safe distance from the danger zone. Additional seismographs were installed to monitor water levels, temperature, water chemistry in the volcano. Several unique features have made picture postcard Taal volcano a premier tourist attraction. It really is. Most notably, Taal volcano is an island on a lake which exists within a larger island, which is in itself surrounded by a lake about 30 miles south of Manila in Luzon, an island itself. Which makes this volcano even more novel is the fact the volcano contains a lake of its own within its crater known as, of course, Crater Lake. Now, I've been to this volcano now twice. There is an area above it that I'm very much in love with. There's a ridge looking down on the volcano. And it's about 2,500 feet in elevation, which makes Tecte a home to a lot of very fine resorts, hotels, vacation homes. It's a beautiful area. As I mentioned, I've been there actually 3 times now. I looked at some homes there. I'm also looking in the Baguio area. Baguio's up at about 7,000 feet, average temperature about 68 degrees. So I'm looking there too. And so now we have a volcano on alert just to the south of Manila. It's obvious to me that the typhoons that we have experienced, one after another this year in the Pacific, are what has prevented essentially a repeat of the hurricane year that the U.S. Eastern Seaboard had the previous year. Now, I'm concerned that next year may be a reverse of the whole situation. Our weather is worsening. There's no question about it. Storms are getting worse. Now, the fact that the U.S. Eastern Seaboard escaped for 1 year doesn't mean a damn thing. I know that the people there are very glad that they didn't have a whole series of very bad hurricanes this year, but we did. On the other side of the world, we did. Well, weather patterns will shift, and then, of course, the large storms will return to the U.S. East Coast, and it's going to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, just like that. So don't rest easily because it was a good year. It's going to be a bad year, and we're going to get increasingly bad years, ladies and gentlemen. That's all there is to it. The apocalypse has a new date. Cheery little news, 2048. I sort of read this to you a while ago, but it's an update on that story. 2048 is a date when the world's oceans will be completely, I say again, completely empty of fish. This is all being predicted by an international team of ecologists and economists. The cause, the disappearance of species due to overfishing, pollution, habitat loss, climate change. The study is by Boris Warm, PhD, of Halifax, Nova Scotia, with colleagues in the UK, US, Sweden, and Panama. It was an effort to understand what this loss of ocean species might mean to the world. It's a long story. I'm not going to have time to go into it all right now. But this is a story we're going to begin to track very closely, because I can assure you, if all the world's oceans are devoid, completely devoid of any life, any fish, how far behind can we be? I'm Art Bell. Indeed so. I will read to you more about this threat to the world's oceans. We'll get into more of that tomorrow night. But can you imagine? I mean, in 50 years, all the fish gone. That's not tenable. I don't think we can survive on a planet where that occurs to the world's oceans. I just don't think we can. And I've got a number of other stories that are very apocalyptic, and I don't particularly enjoy reading those stories to you, but there's more and more of them that cannot be denied. Especially something like this. God, no more fish. At any rate, we're going to go to open line. So anything you want to talk about is absolutely fair game. Those were the portholes to come and visit with us over the next 30 minutes or so. Then at the top of the hour, we're going to talk to a sort of Indiana Jones of the animal world, a man who went searching for dinosaurs, and we'll find out what he found. You know, kind of the lost world scenario, only for real with this man. Peter von Puttkammer is his name, and he's putting together a documentary, actually, of, I guess, what we will call the real lost world. At any rate, all of you and whatever you want to talk about coming right up. By the way, one more thing about Dolly. An amazing thing as far as I'm concerned. Dolly would appear to be probably about 5 months old, 4 to 5 months old, and that's the vet's guess. And when we brought her back, we had installed, we have sort of a maid's quarters out there, but not that we have a maid, but we have a maid's quarters, you know, with a CR. That's comfort room. Americans say bathroom, we say comfort room over here. And we had a little swinging door installed and put the cat box out there in the maid's quarters, minus the maid, of course, she's not here. And of course, Abby and Yeti, who are very used to using it, immediately determined how to use the door and went in and have never made any mistake. But Dolly, I thought, oh, we're going to have a problem here, because she'd been an outside cat, used to doing it anywhere. Well, we brought her in the house, and so concerned about that, I taught her about the door. I kind of pushed her through the little door, and amazingly, she loved it. She liked the door idea, I guess, because she went back and forth, in and out, had to have gone 10 times in and out of that door, teaching herself how to push the little door until she went through. So she actually taught herself to use the little door. Now, she has not made one mistake. Every single one of the little cat-to-dos has gone exactly where it belongs, in the box. So she's obviously a pretty bright little cat to have learned the door and learned the box all in one fell swoop without one mistake yet. And if there hasn't been, there probably will not be. So that is the story to date of Dolly the cat, who absolutely thinks that I am her mother, and she treats me that way. I woke up in the middle of the night tonight as she was licking and chewing on my eyelashes. That's an experience. And then I had a dream that that sharks were eating my feet, and I'm convinced she had something to do with that as well. All right, here we go. Let's go. First time caller line. How about that? Spencer in Fairfield, California.
Hi, baby. What's going on?
Well, a lot.
I bet. How you enjoying that island weather out there?
Well, the normal weather here is hot and humid.
Hey.
It's a lot like Florida, actually.
I bet. Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller. I wanted to relate a story that about an experience I had cruising back on the 580 corridor heading into San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
I live out in the East Bay of California, and we have the Concord weapon station out here. We have Lawrence Livermore Lab.
Sure.
Well, about 2 years ago, I was heading out 580, and I decided to cut across some farm roads through the Diablo mountain range out by Vasco Road and whatnot. And it must have been just my luck and, one of those, divine intervention things. But as I was cruising along, and this is like 10:30 at night, I'm looking up at the stars, and all of a sudden, the stars black out. And honest to God, Art, I saw one of those black triangles that people have been talking about.
Yeah. There's been, I guess there was some recent guest on Coast or something described the black triangle as a blimp or something akin to some high-tech blimp. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Rolling over a million times as I have, what I observed with Ramona back when we saw it, that was no blimp. There's no way that was a blimp.
Oh, this thing was not a blimp either, Art. This thing, where I was along the road, there were some eucalyptus trees, some fairly tall eucalyptus trees, and this thing was just above them. And I mean, it had to have been no bigger than a really, really good-sized RV in length. But there were no bright lights on it. The only light that I saw were maybe these small little red pinhole running lights.
Was it completely silent?
Completely silent. In fact,
would you describe it as floating and/or defying gravity, but not flying, not having speed to aerodynamically navigate the sky?
No. Well, this thing seemed pretty intent on where it was going.
No, what I mean is, was it going so slowly that it wasn't flying? I mean, traditionally, planes have to go fast enough to have lift.
Yes. Yeah, okay. No, this thing was cruising rather slow, and it wasn't a blimp either. It was just so low, and the moonlight at that night, it was in October, was really well. And again, this is off from the highway in the hills, going into like the San Ramon area of California. And, you know, there's a lot of canyons out there, but this thing was flying real low. It crosses over from my right to my left over these trees. And after it crosses over this road, there's just some, you know, some cattle farms right out there, just a bunch of grazing land and some small foothills. But this thing comes over and it's just kissing over these foothills, Art, and it looks like it's doing like a flatter effect. It doesn't like not rising vertically at once, but like almost like kind of fishtailing over these little hills. And I tried to keep up with it, but it was going a little faster than say 70 miles an hour.
Ah, okay. Well, that's still entirely too slow for it to have been aerodynamically navigating the sky. It wasn't doing that. The one I saw was going considerably slower than that, and to this very day, I will laugh, and I'll forever laugh at what the Air Force said about it all. Our newspaper, you know, I wasn't the only one. Ramona and myself were not the only ones who saw this thing. It was reported widely, and, you know, so Nellis Air Force Base had to say something. I've said this before on the air. Their response in the next week's paper was, yes, we admit there was a secret mission that may have overflown the Pahrump Valley, they said. It was a C-130, they said. Ha, ha, ha. What an insult. Anybody who's ever been around aircraft, knows aircraft at all. A C-130 at 150 feet above your head would rattle your teeth as it flew over. This was no C-130 or any even far distant relative of the C-130. So I thought they had real guts to say something like that. I mean, that's embarrassing as far as I'm concerned. A silent triangle goes over your head, floating, defying gravity, giant triangle. You watch it head out over toward Area 51, and the Air Force says it was a C-130. Oh, please. First time caller, make that wildcard line. Paul in Wisconsin, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. It's Paul from Greendale.
Yes, sir.
I was in the Air Force in the C-130. I mean, just in that last caller, that's a propeller plane that,
yeah.
You know, I mean, it's hard to compare that to a silent triangle.
That's an insult.
Totally.
Yeah.
But anyway, question was, back probably like 3 or 4 years ago, you had some folks on that were describing a black, like, not pyramid, but like, they had an alien in the ice chest. Remember those guys?
Oh, yes, of course.
I think that the Want to Take a Ride actually came from that.
Jonathan Reed.
Yeah, whatever happened. I mean, I never heard. I apologize if this, you know, had been debunked or whatever, but whatever happened to those guys? I mean, I know.
Well, there's a lot. Look, there a lot of debunking went on. People claim to have seen people working in jobs and all kinds of things. But as far as I'm concerned, it's still, as they say in my gray box, there's not one thing that has not been debunked. I mean, look at Roswell. Look at anything really that you want to talk about. You know, if the debunkers want to go to work on something like that, they can absolutely ruin it.
And that was an outstanding story, though. I mean, they did, you know, the dog that I think imploded into another dimension. And
yeah, it was either a great story or it was real. It was either a great story or real. Either way, it was fun.
Yep. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. I approached it absolutely honestly. And so if it was fake, if it was somebody's made up story, it was a damn good one. But I can assure you that I approached it honestly at the time. And yes, the debunkers went to work on that. The debunkers went to work on Mel's Hole. The debunkers have gone to work, in fact, on every major story that we have reported. The debunkers take it as their personal job to find holes, make holes, or otherwise just say it cannot be. Let's go to Steve on West of the Rockies line in California.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I want to commend you and thank you so much for taking little Dolly into your life. She won the lottery. If only.
Well, she did.
If only all little creatures could be so lucky. I take care of 20 to 30 cats, possums, skunks, you name it.
You must have a lot of space.
Well, I live in the country, and it's on my front porch. They have food, they have water. I do what I can for them. And my heart breaks. I've seen so many tragedies, as you might imagine, but I do the best I can do. So I really want to thank you so much. You're truly a wonderful and magnificent individual.
Well,
I have a question for you.
Sure.
That has nothing to do with that.
Sure.
The rocket guy, the guy who was going to launch himself, the guy who made his money, I think, inventing Legos, and then he got married. Remember him?
Yeah. I have not heard back from him. I don't know. You're right. He was going to launch himself. Well, then she was a wise woman. I had some negative vibes about that.
I just never heard anything more about it, and he was quite interesting.
He absolutely was. And again, I'm sorry, I've heard nothing further, which obviously means that he did not launch himself, because had he done so, even in partial success or spectacular failure, either way, we would have heard about it. So probably somebody talked him out of it. Well, as far as cats are concerned, I'm hopeless. And Aaron is also hopeless. We're just both hopeless. And Ramona was hopeless in that category too. And that it's one of those things. And so here I began with two cats here in the Philippines. By the way, their passage, for them to come from America to the Philippines, cost more than my ticket. A lot more, in fact, almost double. Ridiculous. At any rate, now there are three, and you'll be able to see Dolly. I'll leave Dolly up over the weekend, but she is a total sweetheart. And we've just got to do more for animals in this world. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't see a great difference between animals and humans, except we can talk. Otherwise, though, they have all the emotions we have. Oh, Lord, they have every single emotion: jealousy, anger, joy, happiness, just everything that a human expresses, and we do it vocally, they also have. If you look at them, you cannot not know that. So the way we treat animals in this world has got to be rethought, substantially rethought, in my opinion. We've got to rethink it. That's all there is to it. Let's go to the second wildcard line. JC, calling himself JC in Florida, not the JC. Oh, okay.
Hey, Art, how are you?
Quite well.
Wonderful. Hey, congratulations on Dolly. That's very passionate of you. It's amazing how an animal can come into your life, a living creature, and expanding.
I mean, there are limits. I mean, you walk every night, and every night this little thing runs up to you like, oh, my savior, oh, mommy, oh, daddy, take me, take me, take me. You can't take that night after night. You just can't.
Well, I'm glad you survived the hurricane, and I don't get to listen as often as I'd like to, but I'm traveling right now, and I was listening in the beginning of your show, and you were... there's a little news brief you were discussing about something about in New York, the fellow that was shot, I guess murdered, eventually by on his wedding day, and then the angry mob, not angry mob.
No, it was an angry mob. That's a fair comment.
I think to say that because it seems that it's becoming more of a police state, and we as as the people, and New Yorkers are great examples of when we the people are really fed up, starting in
Maybe you can help me out with something. I am not clear. The original incident where the 50 bullets were fired, I know there was a collision, maybe a couple of collisions with police vehicles, but I'm still not clear on why they opened fire. Are you?
No, this was the first I've heard of it, and I know that stories like this do not get mentioned in cities like Dallas, where I live. It's very Viacom and or what is that other Clear Channel, and pretty much has a monopoly on on all the news in Dallas, and so we don't normally hear this. And
well, it's not Clear Channel keeping the news from you. I haven't heard it either. I mean, I read every news service there is. I'm looking for information. Did they suspect it was an attempted vehicular homicide? Is that why they opened fire? I haven't heard anything like that. So I just don't understand why.
Well, the aggressive nature of the police these days it's just out of control, and I don't know either what happened. I'm not really sure the details, but I am a first-time caller, and normally I like to get into subjects like this, but I was just kind of wondering what was going on with the situation, because as far as New Yorkers all standing together.
Yeah, well, people are actually quite angry. Listen, thank you very much. People are angry, and they have a right to be angry about this, I guess. But again, I don't know what prompted them to open fire. Now, normally a couple of collisions would not be enough to do that, unless the police thought that he was attempting vehicular homicide, trying to kill police officers, with a collision. If they thought that, then that would, of course, cause them to open fire. They would be responding in self-defense. But I really haven't heard what police say prompted them to open fire. And if anybody out there has heard, I would appreciate that information. I guess all of this is still yet to unwind. Strange stuff. Very strange stuff. We now hear about the fact that it occurred. We hear about burial. We hear about confrontation with police, but we still don't really know what caused them to open fire. Well, from the typhoon-ravaged Philippines, I'm Art Bell, alive, and we shall just keep on trucking. Stay right where you are. You certainly are. Good morning, afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. This is Coast to Coast AM, the largest program of its type in the entire world. I'm Art Bell. Have you ever imagined, as in the movie, a sort of mist-enshrouded island looming in front of the boat you're in? Wondered what might be on that island. Could it be that there is a land that time forgot? Could it be there's a lost land where creatures that we almost think of as myth right now still exist? Where creatures that we have not categorized yet exist? Well, if you lived where I live, you could imagine that. There's, here in the Philippines alone, and believe me, there's a lot more to Southeast Asia than the Philippines. 7,107 islands. So many islands, you can buy an island. Islands that people have not been to before. So could it be? You bet it could be. Coming up next, Peter von Puttkammer has been writing, directing, and producing international award-winning films in the United States and Canada for the past 25 years. His company, I think it's Griffin, I would guess, Griffin Productions Limited, has created documentaries for the Learning Channel, Animal Planet, Discovery Channel, and other specialty channels. Von Puttkammer's fascination with indigenous peoples, anthropology, archaeology, mythology, music, and wildlife has led to work around the world. Peter has climbed through ancient caves used for human sacrifice in Mexico, filmed, then eaten giant 12-inch tarantulas with Venezuelan blowgun hunters, filmed sacred mask rituals and dances of North American natives, chased caribou herds on the Arctic Circle, and joined a hunt for Bigfoot. So this is a very unusual man coming up next. His name, Peter von Puttkammer. Stay right where you are. All right, Peter, welcome to the program.
Hi, it's good to be here.
Good to have you. Where are you, actually?
I'm actually in Los Angeles right now.
L.A. All right.
Yeah.
Well, this is a subject that I just don't know a lot about, frankly, and I guess you've been chasing this kind of thing all your life. Is this new for you, or what?
Well, I've been making films, as you know, for over 20 years, and I've worked a lot with indigenous peoples all over the world, and I've done a particular lot of stuff in the Pacific Northwest. There's a lot of great mythology and legends and strange creatures there that are part of Native American lore, and those creatures have surfaced in their masks and in their dances. You actually see representations of those creatures, and when I was doing those films, I started to, see some pretty familiar figures like Bigfoot, for example, the wild man of the forest or the wild woman of the forest, and their actual characters are hair-covered creatures that appear in the masked dances of the Pacific Northwest. And I thought, well, gosh, if they're depicting them so clearly, I mean, there must be some basis for this. And you can go to Europe and you can see the same exact wild man of the forest characters show up as large hairy creatures, man-like creature, and they come down to the part of this carnival and festival, and they do some of the same things they do in the Pacific Northwest. They steal children and they return to the forest and they take the kids, and so I started thinking about global wild man stories, and that led me to make I guess the first cryptozoology film, Sasquatch Odyssey: The Hunt for Bigfoot, which I think a few of your listeners might know about.
Oh, yes.
And it was really my love of Native American mythology and my belief in their, they often get dismissed, indigenous people as, oh, it's superstition and they're not scientists, and, but they're so wise, in so many levels, that I don't dismiss the accounts of Native peoples as just mythology.
Well, some of it may be. It's separating the wheat and the chaff. Usually, really strong myths that survive generation after generation after generation have some basis in fact. They didn't just start from nothing. There's a reason for them. So I guess you operate on that principle, right?
Well, it's what got me into this, and then as I got into it, like with the Bigfoot, research that we did, and we actually got to work with the greats, Peter Byrne and John Green and Renee DeHenden and Dr. Grover Krantz. So we feature the four, the horsemen
are the greats. Yeah, they're the greats, all right.
And so in working with them and in going out and meeting some very credible witnesses, such as state troopers, people who are professional, wildlife officers and know what big game looks like, and when they tell you they saw a creature that is man-like, it's hair covered, it smelled bad, it was standing on the road in front of their patrol car, and they could clearly see the eyes and the intelligence in the eyes, but they knew it wasn't a bear, and they knew it wasn't human. That I tend to believe a guy who's been a state trooper for 20 years telling me this. He's got nothing to gain by it. Do you know what I mean?
I too tend to absolutely believe them. They're trained observers.
Yeah.
However, Peter, there is another part of me that is concerned that we don't have any hard evidence yet.
Sure.
There might be some hair that somebody's analyzed. There might be this or that, but we by now it seems to me in the hunt for Bigfoot we ought to have a dead Bigfoot.
Right. Well, of course.
Unless Peter, they're not fully how would I put it? Fully in this dimension? Is that the way to put it?
Yes, there is a I would say a following, a group of the Bigfoot believers that would put him into another dimension. I tend to, certainly all the old time hunters I was with, believed in very much Bigfoot on the ground and a flesh and blood creature, and people like Peter Byrne, who began hunting
the Yeti with Tom Slick in 1956 in Nepal. And this guy is a professional game hunter, and he's hunted tigers and elephants in India. And, you know, he has an explanation, you know, and he talks about big animals, of course, particularly in the tropics, just, you know, after 4 or 5 days, they're basically gone. And even the bones are broken down within a year and eaten by, you know, rodents and everything else. So, you know, you don't find skeletons of black bears in the forest. People don't, you don't find skeletons of big predators.
That's a good point.
Very often. And I did a show on wolverines once, and, you know, there's people that have been out in the woods all their lives and never seen a wolverine. They're very hard to find. So picture a Bigfoot that would be 10 times as rare and probably more intelligent and elusive.
No, that's a good point. And there's a whole range of these creatures, not just Bigfoot, but along with Bigfoot, Chupacabra, it comes and goes. The Jersey Devil. I have books about the Jersey Devil.
Yeah.
So
I've investigated all of them, by the way. I've been tracking the Jersey Devil in the Pine Barrens with a team, with a group of hunters, and even had a lead on a direct descendant of the Jersey Devil.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you organize and then decide where you're going to go to hunt these creatures? I mean, do you operate on tips? What do you do?
Well, in this case, I mean, in this day and age, of course, the internet has made things much more accessible, and we tried to find, in the case of Monster Hunters, which was a series I created, and, you know, I'm a filmmaker, so I go out there, and my wife and I, we both go out there and produce these shows and direct them, and I'm often shooting myself. So I get firsthand experience, and I want to find people that are, you know, credible, you know, hunters. They're not just, you know, fanatically interested in something, but they actually, you know, have a basis for their hunts, and so that we can go out and see what they, you know, what they are up to. And in the case of the Jersey Devil, I mean, it's a fascinating phenomenon, because here's a bona fide American legend. Not that much is known about it by the general public. It has a fantasy, if you will, supernatural component. That is, it's born of the 13th child of Mother Leeds. The 13th child, Mother Leeds, late one stormy night, is going to give birth. She's had 12 children. She doesn't want the 13th one. She said, let this one be a devil. And out pops the baby. The baby transforms into a demon. In some stories, kills the parents and bites their neck, and then crashes through the glass and out into the Pine Barrens to haunt it forever. That's the legend.
No kidding. Now, I've got some books. I have never read that.
Mm-hmm.
I've always read about contemporary sightings or whatever of the Jersey Devil, but I had no idea how it was, the myth behind it was.
It's a wonderful legend, because the Jersey Devil pops up at a time when America is under stress, when America is about to go to war. It's a portent of war. It appeared just before Pearl Harbor. It appeared during the American Revolution. It was, you know, it was shot at by Admiral Decatur, you know, with a Commodore Decatur with a you know, cannon shot through its wing, apparently. An American Revolutionary hero. There was, you know, Napoleon Bonaparte's brother lived in New Jersey for a while, and he sighted it in a hunting party. There were, you know, there have been many sightings. In 1911, that's when thousands of people across 3 states claimed they saw it, and there were armed shotgun riders riding on the trolley cars in Pennsylvania. And
wow.
And it was even at one point a fire department had the Jersey Devil trapped on the roof of a house and was using a fire hose to try and get it down. And they ran, this is 1911, so they ran out of water, jumped down, they're throwing sticks and rocks at it. And 2 policemen that same year said they shot at the Jersey Devil. What is it that we're in the 20th century now. We're not back in Salem witch trial era. What did these so-called, modern 20th century humans, what did they see? What were they fighting?
Well, okay, I'm going to ask you to describe the Jersey Devil. I've heard Bigfoot, of course, described many times. Chupacabra is described many times, but I've never heard a description of the Jersey Devil.
Well, this is where it, potentially crosses over into, your kind of devil Christian iconography. I mean, that he's described as having, this horse-like head and then bat wings, a cloven hooves, a forked tail. But the head is always, less devil-like, I would say, than even like a camel or a devil or a horse-like head. And we talked. What's fascinating is we went into the backwoods. There's people there called the Pineys, who are descendants of Hessian mercenaries from the American Revolutionary Wars that still live in the Pine Barrens. And we were actually fortunate. They invited us to like a guitar jamboree that they had there. I mean, this is 2 hours south of New York City, right? And, or less. And the Jersey Devil is theirs. It's their story. It's their creature, if you will. They talk about, these modern people talk about going out in the woods and cutting timber and hearing a wailing, screaming sound that is louder than their power saws, their chainsaws. And they talk about being woken in the middle of the night repeatedly over the course of a year with screams coming from a swamp that sounded like a woman being torn apart, is how they described it.
Yes.
So, what is this? I mean, no one's getting famous over this. They're not, again, there's people not, they're not making money. I don't think the Inquirer's been there lately. So why are they describing these things? What did they hear? And there is something biological going on in the Pine Barrens in New Jersey. Maybe it's a big crane, maybe, it's been speculated by some people that there's a crack in the earth there and some kind of pterodactyl has gotten on the loose.
Okay, well, isn't that another way, Peter, of explaining that these could be, for example, dimensional creatures? I mean, they have this way of coming and then apparently just almost instantly disappearing. So a crack in the earth into which they could suddenly go and just disappear is just sort of another way of explaining that they might be, they might not be real creatures, or if they are real creatures, they have a power that we don't have to, that in some way protects them and allows them to disappear virtually without a trace.
Well, I think that's another way you could look at it. I mean, I'll tell you something. I've been all over the world. I've been in the Amazon many times. I've been in jungle environments. I've done, this year I did some films in haunted homes with families being plagued by supernatural entities. And the Pine Barrens in New Jersey was the creepiest place that I've ever been. And my hair on the back of my neck was standing up all the time when I was in there, because for one thing, it gets very dark in there. It's as soon as the sun sets, I don't know if you've been in the eastern woods, but it's like the Amazon. These cicadas or something, they start up. So you've got on a level of, out of 10, a 7 out of 10 on the audio level. You've got this piercing, buzzing sound, just like eating your brain, as you're trying to focus and trying to look for something.
I know the sound.
And then as you're going through this dark, dark woods where it's very easy to get lost, there are forgotten towns. There are Victorian era entire towns lost in the woods in New Jersey, where you come across old buildings and just dilapidated homes. There are graves everywhere. There are family plots. You stumble over tombstones when you're walking in the forest there.
It just, for a lot of the audience, it doesn't sound reasonable for this to be so in New Jersey, but I can assure the audience it is in fact the case. There's a lot of wild New Jersey. It sounds crazy because You think of Jersey, you think of, I don't know, Newark, Patterson,
Yeah.
you know, the cities. But there's an area of New Jersey, just as Peter is describing. And if you want to prove it to yourself, be my guest.
The locals don't like to go out at night. In Leeds Point, which is Jersey Devil Central, we talked to several people. They don't like to wander the streets, the roads, the rural roads at night.
Peter, the other thing is, this is, it's not just New Jersey. It's not just the American Northwest. It's, for example, I'm here in the Philippine Islands right now, and there are many creatures, called the Aswan, half human, half animal, winged animal. And I can assure you, this is no joke here, Peter. These people not only believe in it, they absolutely know it's true. As an article of faith, they simply know it's true. And you might tend to chuckle at this belief every now and then, but I'm starting to think that it's worldwide, that there's absolutely nowhere, Peter, without this kind of lore, of this kind of creature.
Yeah, well, certainly the winged creatures. I mean, the Texas big bird, and I mean, those things have been tied in. The Thunderbird, of course, and there was that sighting. I'm sure you covered it back in 2004, I believe. That was wingspan sighted by a pilot and the passengers, and 2 independent sighters on the ground. And something out of Jurassic Park.
No, you know, how could I have missed that? No, the answer is no. I guess you're going to have to tell me about that one. Something out of Jurassic Park, huh? All right, Peter Puttkammer is my guest. He's an adventurer and a guy who heads off into the wild and tries to put a face, a fact, on these otherwise mythological creatures. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. My guest is Peter von Puttkammer. Now, Peter puts together expeditions, camera crews, groups going out and looking for things like the Jersey Devil, a Bigfoot, and various other monsters. He was getting all set to tell us about one, which he will indeed do in just one moment. Don't move. Once again, Peter von Puttkammer. Peter, welcome back, and we were about to talk about something seen in Alaska, and somehow that one got past me. What? Tell me.
Well, I believe it was actually, I said 2004. I think it was a little earlier, 2002, but basically, I believe the first person to see it was a heavy equipment operator. Saw something from the ground that looked, he thought it was an otter plane, which they use up there for transport a lot. And as it got closer, he could see that it wasn't a plane at all, but a bird. He actually got on the radio and told the people in the nearby village to get the children off the street because this thing might pick them up and take them away. A pilot who actually, because that was reported locally, he'd heard about it and thought he had a good laugh over it, and then he himself was flying passengers to another village up in Alaska, and he saw it along with all the passengers, and he measured it, estimating the size at a 14-foot wingspan, and looking like something out of Jurassic Park, and the local sort of scientists, biologists said, well, there isn't really anything that big, hasn't been around here for about 100,000 years. There was some suggestion that there's a stellar sea eagle that flies in from Siberia that's got at least a 10 or 11 foot wingspan, much bigger than a bald eagle, American bald eagle, that if people hadn't seen it before, would be quite shocking to see it. But this is mysterious, and I, with my work with Native people in the Pacific Northwest, of course, the Thunderbird you know, it's integral to all of their cultural activities there, and it's certainly something that appears, you know, I mean, thunderbirds in their mythology picked up whales out of the ocean.
Picked up whales out of the ocean.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so this was seen. It is true in Alaska. Anywhere you go in Alaska, any travel at all in the state, pretty much has to be by air. So there's an awful lot of small plane traffic in Alaska. You simply have to go by air. It's too big. It's too cold. It's too remote. You have to go by air. Period. So.
Yes.
But would that be a creature like that? Would it normally be that far north in the world, or would most of these type of creatures tend to be in southern latitudes?
Well, you would think so. It really, you know, you can't imagine, other than, you know, some huge winged eagle-like creature, what would actually be up there. But for that matter, I don't really understand what the sightings of big bird would be in Wisconsin or Texas either, right? I mean, it's pretty difficult as well. What was less or more easy to believe in was the idea of mythical, you know, creatures, massive creatures in the Amazon, and that's what brought me down to Venezuela. I would say on my grandest film expedition yet, a film we produced for Animal Planet called The Real Lost World, and it's coming up on TV on December 10th on Animal Planet.
Oh, no kidding. No kidding.
Yeah.
I'd love, and we've got Animal Planet here, so
Yeah.
I'm sure that I will see it. Coming up on December 10th, and
Yes.
you went to, okay, give us a little preview. You went to Venezuela.
Yes.
Why?
Well, I was down in Venezuela doing a few years ago a show on these big spiders. As you alluded to earlier, we were going into caves looking for blind cave tarantulas, and that was in Mexico. And then we went on to Venezuela, and we were with these blowgun hunters, and they introduced us to their little furry friends who are 10 to 12 inches across, the dinner plate sized spiders that they revere as keepers of the underworld. They are part of their ceremonies. They actually communicate to their dead through the spider, through the body of the spider, in their ceremonies. And when times get tough, and they have no monkeys or birds to shoot with their blowguns, they'll eat the spiders. So they took us to a cave where they bury their dead. It was very, I would say, reverent. It wasn't like, oh, let's eat the spiders. It was like, no, we're going to eat them in the presence of the bones of our dead ancestors.
Yes.
We're going to build this fire. We're going to say a little prayer of thanks that these spiders are available to us, and then they cook them up, and, you know, it's like a crab roast in Maine or in the Pacific Northwest, and once the hair is singed off, you could almost believe they're land crabs.
Oh, yummy. Land crabs.
And then,
so you actually filmed all this?
Yes, that was in 2002. And when I was down there, I met some people, and one of the arachnologists on our trip told me about this plateau, Arthur Conan Doyle's Lost World. I mean, this is the granddaddy of all dinosaur and creature books and movies. It's where King Kong sprang from, and where, you know, Godzilla or Jurassic Park, and they all came from Arthur Conan Doyle's Lost World.
You found this place?
So we went there. It's you know, it's known. It's on the borders of Guyana, Brazil, and Venezuela. It's one of the oldest places on Earth. It's 3.5 billion years old. This is where Africa and South America were ripped apart.
Uh-huh.
And
how do you even, I mean, where is it recorded? What did you use for a reference to even know where to go?
Well, it's been speculated for some time, you know, what is the plateau? Because people, you know, they read about this land forgotten by time, and they wondered, well, where did Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes, where did he come up with this place? And People have speculated about Brazil because I can tell you a bit about that. Colonel Fawcett, a legendary Amazonian explorer who was looking for Atlantis, the lost cities of gold. He had run-ins with dinosaurs and giant anacondas. He was a friend of Doyle's and certainly influential in this story, but when you look into it, all the facts seem to point to this place, and there's a clue in the book, The Lost World, where one of the characters, Lord Roxton, he points to a map, and he says, down here in the Amazon, where the three countries meet, this is a place where anything could exist, anything is possible. And, well, the place where the three countries meet is Mount Roraima. And if you look at it, I mean, it's a 9,200-foot plateau, and it rises over a mile of the surrounding jungle.
What is it geologically or otherwise about this plateau that makes it so much more likely to host the kind of environment you're talking about here than anywhere else in South America?
Well, because it's so darn old. Because this, as I said, this rose out of the ocean as when the continent split apart. It was suspected, for a long time that, animals, plants, creatures, what have you, were isolated and there were quotes directly from scientists, Victorian scientists, that were speculating as to what could be there. But even before the Victorians got in on the act in the 1800s, Sir Walter Raleigh was the first to report on the plateau. He was looking for El Dorado, lost city of gold, and he believed, he described Roraima as the place of gold and diamonds. And so for 3 centuries, people tried to get to the top of this mountain. It was
let me just interrupt you for 1 second. It does sound geologically isolated. Is there any chance, Peter, that they felt that this was a isolated environment that would have sort of, I don't know, I guess, where time sort of stopped and the environment there has virtually remained the same thousands of years ago or even more till now?
Absolutely. That's what people believed, and I can, and as I tell you this story, I will tell you that they were right. And there's a fascinating story here. I mean, the Victorian explorers, as people began to the great, colonial expansion, of the early 1800s, explorers went all over the world looking for new places, and ultimately it was, part of, colonialism, territorial expansionism, what have you. But really what was driving it initially was orchids. Orchids drove the colonial explorers from Britain. People wanted rare orchids for their collections in England. And the Kew Gardens was the Grand Botanical Conservatory in London, and they sent people out. There was also the Royal Geographic Society. Now, what was great about, the background to The Real Lost World, our movies The Real Lost World, but The Lost World of Roraima, the plateau, is that this was a time when people were just starting to find dinosaurs. In the 1830s, the first bones were being discovered in England. Now, it was before Darwin, so these certainly weren't reported in the Bible. These were things that cropped up, basically dragons in our backyards. What are these? At the same time, you've got explorers coming back from places all over the world with pretty well a new creature every couple of months.
Sure.
Pygmy hippos, and by 1911, the Komodo dragon, but the okapi, and, all kinds of fantastic new animals. Gorillas were only discovered late in the 1800s. Amazing finds from all over the world. And so people believed anything was possible. On top of that, you have dinosaurs being discovered, and they built the first dinosaur theme park in London in 1853.
They did?
And we went there and we filmed for our film, The Real Lost World. We filmed in this park, which is untouched. These are life-size dinosaurs standing outdoors in a very, exotic environment with trees and grasses and bushes. And they're amazing. And so people demanded, and there are newspaper editorials from the time saying, why have we not gone to the top of Roraima? What secrets lie up there? And they virtually demanded the Royal Geographic Society send explorers to discover what awaits at the top. And they believed dinosaurs might be there. And the RGS, Royal Geographic Society, sent 2 explorers, Everett and Harry Perkins, in 1884. In our film, we take a modern team of scientists and they follow in the footsteps of these 2 explorers to get across the swamp, down the rivers, across the savanna, and up the 9,200-foot mountain, and then into a new cave system, which has only just been discovered 2 or 3 years ago. And we take a biologist along to see, a cave biologist, to see what lies inside the cave.
Brave man. So across swamps, rivers, savanna, mountains, then finally caves that nobody's probably ever set foot in or hasn't for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. And you filmed in there.
We did. Now you add to that the native people, the Everett and Harry Perkins, reported in their journals, which I've read, creatures described to them by the Indians. The Indians feared Mount Roraima. They feared the sister mountain, Ayantapui, was considered the devil's mountain. There were spirits at the top. Roraima was spoken of in hushed tones. It was where the waters, mother of all waters, is what Roraima means. And they didn't venture to the top. That's why so little was known about it. The Indians never went there because they feared what lay at the top. And so the explorers heard tales of water dragons, flying reptiles, bizarre turtle-like creatures, huge, 20 feet across.
Some kind of dinosaurs.
Yeah. And so what I wanted to do on this trip, and I would say my grandest adventure yet, is take a team that ended up being 20 cast and crew, 50 porters to get us to the top, 3 cameras, helicopters at some point to shoot some of this, and a big crane. And we made, we filmed this entire trip on high definition video. It's going to be on Discovery HD on the 14th.
Good for you. I love high definition. Something I'm missing terribly over here. High definition is an absolute new world into whatever's being shot. It's just wonderful.
Oh, it's phenomenal. I mean, we're going to be premiering the show on a big screen here in Los Angeles tomorrow night, actually, and it's just fabulous, even like 30, 40 feet across. Still looks amazing. And
Peter, I've got to ask. You don't have to answer because you're very close to the debut. But did you? I've got to try. Did you catch anything on film that you've been describing?
Well, this is what I'm going to tell you. I think if we caught a dinosaur, you might have heard about it by now.
Okay.
But what we were doing were we were on a mystery hunt. We were on an investigation, and that meant that we were speaking to villagers, to shamans. We were going with local guides to places where these creatures had been sighted. For example, this beautiful Canaima Lagoon, 7 cascading waterfalls. It's the runoff from Angel Falls, 3,200-foot highest waterfall in the world.
Wow.
Where this water dragon, Rato, is said to live, and as recent as just a few, 3-4 years ago, there were people dragged off the beach there by this creature. The tales of the Didi, the ape men. Now, people forget with the Lost World that it's not just dinosaurs. Conan Doyle has a whole tribe of Sasquatches, of Bigfoot, in his book. And they're the wild man, again, the same, you see them in European, even the European coats of arms has, royal families have this Bigfoot-like creature in their coats of arms. So here's this wild man now in South America, and they're called the Didi by some people. And every tribe, and we went to several tribes there, and they all have an account, and when they tell you about it, it's not like, oh yeah, we used to have this story about that or something. It's like, no, this thing, people are very afraid of that. We've been lucky. It hasn't been here for a while, but this is what it does, and it hunts and eats humans. And when they tell you about it, it's not just like some story, but it's part of their forest life, like any of the other animals.
It hunts and eats humans. Again, we have a creature here, Philippines. It does the same thing. It hunts and eats humans, and it's not a laughable matter. Of course, people from the West would tend to chuckle about this kind of thing. And if you've lived in a city all your life, you definitely would chuckle about this kind of thing. But there's no chuckling going on here, I can assure you, Peter. This is a deep, ingrained, strong belief. And I'm sure what you ran into is exactly the same thing. Hold tight, Peter. We're at break point from Manila in the Philippines, where the typhoons come this year. I'm Art Bell. Land of Dragons, actually, here, Japan. This would be the Land of Dragons. Peter von Puttkammer is my guest. He's a monster hunter. He just did a high-def video trip down to South America looking for monsters. More from Peter in a moment. All right, here's Peter von Puttkammer once again. Peter, how big was this group that went on the expedition?
Well, we handpicked a team. We put together a dream team, if you will, of spider experts, arachnologists, snake experts, cavers. One of the top cave biologists in the world, Dr. Hazel Barton, was in the IMAX Journey into Amazing Caves show, and also Dean Harrison, who's a cryptozoologist in Australia, and he has a large group there, Australian Hominid Research.
So in total, about how many people?
Well, all told, with our 5 team members and then our film crew and support team, we were about 20.
Wow.
And then we needed about close to 50 porters to get us up the mountain with our gear. And so it was a real expedition. It was full, I would say 2 weeks of hiking, camping, trekking, and caving as part of this. And now all the while, I mean, yes, we're there to explore legends of dinosaurs and ape men, and there is the cryptozoology component. There's also the animal component, which kind of intersects because, for example, the anaconda, we actually went into a swamp and pulled 18, 20-foot anaconda out of a pool of water as a part of our expedition.
Really?
And you will see us do all of these amazing things. And
yeah, let's hit that again. You said December 10th?
Yes, and December 10th on Animal Planet, and December 17th is a repeat, and also December 14th on Discovery HD Theater, high-def theater.
That's great. Now, again, I don't want you to give things away here, but did you find any hands-on evidence? Now, obviously, you did interviews with Indigenous folks.
Yes.
I'm sure heard all kinds of stories, but
Yes.
did you see anything that you can talk about?
Well, I just want to, yes, we did, but it was unexpected. and it may lead us to clues about life on other planets.
What?
So
What?
I'm going to get to that in a second. What we did really look at, because you have to understand that Colonel Fawcett, who was a friend of Conan Doyle's, described in his journal shooting a 62-foot anaconda very close to that area. So we wanted to pursue that and find out, and we have Dean is actually setting up camera traps and so on to see what he can capture. There's also the 23-foot Orinoco crocodile that weighs as much as a Honda Civic. And so our question was, could some of these tales be related to existing animals, to giant versions of these huge reptiles that we know exist there? And, you know, that was very intriguing because Colonel Fawcett described a Diplodocus, a huge brontosaurus-like creature that he spotted in the swamps there. There was a sighting by a European in the 1950s in the lagoon of a plesiosaur-like creature. We also had descriptions from, like, not villagers, but actual guides and game people on in one of the wildlife refuge areas we were in, who were telling us, you know, as a child, seeing an anaconda coming up to a man's hip in thickness. So a school bus had to stop to let it cross. So this thing was at least 60 feet long. It's like thicker than a telephone pole around. So if you start to think about dinosaurs and these, you know, what these could be, then, you know, maybe they relate, you know, to anaconda tails. And that's part of what we were investigating, are, you know, that.
Here's a question just off the hip before we get to this big thing you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Look, Peter, suppose you had actually found dinosaurs. Suppose you had actually found something that eats people. I mean, were you prepared to deal with something of that kind? I mean, did you take along a lot of guns, a lot of something to protect yourself?
Well, I don't know. I don't think that would have gone across too well with the Venezuelan paramilitary forces that are ever present when you're down there.
Yeah, I spent some time in Caracas, and I found it to be
Caracas is pretty edgy.
It is edgy. There you go. That's the right word, edgy. A little scary.
Yeah. The doorman at our hotel had a sawed-off shotgun.
Oh, well, that's not unusual. Well, everybody has a sawed-off shotgun here. No, it was more than that. I mean, I saw automatic weapons. I saw people were. Well, I was shooting photographs in Caracas, and I shot something that I guess I shouldn't have shot. And one guy looked at me and drew his finger across his throat, like, "Do that again, and you're a dead man."
Wow.
And that's a deep memory of Caracas.
Yeah, of course. Once you get outside of that big city, which I think has a higher crime rate than even Bogota, Colombia now, Caracas is actually. We have people tell us, "Oh, Colombia is no problem. You should go. Colombia is great," you know. And then, anyway, but if you go outside, you know, it's like people anywhere. I mean, you don't want to go too close to the Colombian border because people are being kidnapped. I mean, that's always your biggest fear. Your biggest fear when I'm in these situations generally is not the animals; it's the humans. You got to watch for.
The two-legged ones.
Yeah. But, you know, we were in the midst of many strange poisonous creatures there. I mean, day to day, the stuff we've got to watch for is a fer-de-lance, one of the most deadly snakes in the world. It hides in the tall grass. It's invisible even on our high-def cameras. I mean, you know, I had to go in and sort of highlight things in post so we could see the darn thing because it's so perfectly camouflaged in our snake expert Seth Heald is, you know, very, very close to this thing. And if these bite you, and I know you have lots of these critters in Manila as well, in the Philippines, but the Fertilan attacks the red blood cells. So if you get bitten by one of these, if you don't die outright, then your limb may turn black and fall off. If you don't I mean, it's pretty well certain you're going to lose the limb if this thing bites you. So,
yeah, of course, we have rainforest here, and
yeah.
There are just, you know, there are giant areas where there's just nobody, and if you go in there, you are truly taking your life in your hands. You know, an amateur, of course, would be it'd be suicidal.
Absolutely, and even handling, you know, Rick West, our arachnologist. I mean, he was finding new species of tarantulas there, some of which were, you know, again, 10, 12 inches across. And if you don't know what you're doing with those, you know, you're going to get bitten too. And these are actually bird-eating tarantulas, and also a giant foot-long centipede that we caught. It's, of course, dinosaur era descendants were 8 feet long. We had a mere foot-long centipede that eats mice and frogs, but it's extremely, you know, painful bite and can make you very ill. So
all right, you look, you just said something we have to follow up right away.
Yeah.
You said you found something that might indicate extraterrestrial what?
Well, we, of course, you know, as I said, we're looking for very, very huge creatures, as were the original explorers. I mean, they went there. Yes, they went there to gather plants. They went there to mark the boundaries, but they also were looking and expecting dinosaur-like creatures when they got to the top. When we got to the top, what we found was one of the most amazing landscapes on the planet. It was described by the explorers as a fantasy land. It's like a set from Star Trek. There's windswept geological formations that look like predatory dinosaurs, among other things. Incredible creatures and shapes. And as you scale, and all the time as you're climbing up, the Indians are telling you, you know, if you're talking, I'm a director and I'm yelling at my crew or something, and they're going, you know, the native people are getting upset because you're upsetting the spirits on this mountain, and they don't want.
And again, so the audience understands.
Yeah.
This, when you say the top, you're talking about an elevation of 9,000 plus feet.
That's right.
That must be an entirely. Oh my God! At 9,000 feet, you have a complete new climate. From down below. I mean, completely new.
You're climbing to the top of a through a forest that's got, you know, vipers in it and bullet ants. These ants that have venom that's like a snake that can actually kill you or put you in the hospital.
Right.
You've got a whole variety of things that can get you on the way up, and then there's a 45-degree slope. Now, this mountain was considered unclimbable for decades. And people went around and around and around it looking for a way to the top. And it was Everett and CERN that we can see his journey in our show, and we follow up the same 45-degree ramp that he took. And it's part of it is clinging to the cliff. What you see is this narrow pathway with foliage around it. So when you're in it, you aren't as aware of sort of a 3,000-foot drop to your left. But if you were to go off the path a couple of feet, you'd soon find out that it's a long way down.
Oh my God. I can't even imagine bringing a camera crew, 20 and then 50 people,
Yeah.
things for you. And did you lose anybody in this process?
No, we had a medic along. we were very mindful of that. We were lucky in that it didn't rain. It rains. It's incredible. You know, it's called the mother of all waters for a reason. And if you were to hit that mountain on a deluge day, I mean, it's just a part of it's just a clay face. So as you're scrambling up a steep slope, you'd be dealing with slippery red clay, and you'd be all over that mountain.
How long did it take you to go from the forest canopy cover to the top?
It took us a week.
A week?
Yeah.
Wow. And once you reached the top, how much geography was there? And describe, if you can, what you saw.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying is that we got up there. I mean, as you come to the top, again, it wasn't quite the same feeling as the Jersey Devil and being in the Pine Barrens. But the first thing are these large. They remind you of the figures from Easter Island, but they're not man-made. It's like the hand of God touched this place, and you're looking at three sort of guardians of the gate. As you get to the top, they hover over. They're black, and they're very unusual shape. You'll see them in the film, and everywhere you look are little gardens. So you'll have these huge black shapes that look like animals and dinosaurs and tortoises and creatures, and then these little delicate gardens with flowers. And what the first explorers found were that, they were right. This was a lost world, and it is a lost world. And there are thousands of plants that exist nowhere else on Earth except on these tepuis, the plateaus. Some of them, hundreds, are endemic, unique to Roraima, this plateau alone. There are dozens of animal species, so insects, frogs, mice, a whole variety of birds. That,
in other words, it had its own ecology.
It does, and they're all black. So the butterflies are black.
They're all black.
They're all black. The lizards are black.
Why?
Well, as our cave biologist explained to us, all the rock, black color of the rock, if you crack the rock open, they're white inside. What's on the rock is a layer of black microbes. And life adapted for two reasons. One, to blend in with the rocks for camouflage, but also to dissipate heat. It's very hot there. It's right on the equator.
Even at that altitude?
Yes. It cools down. I mean, at night, it went close to freezing. And at daytime, it would soar up to 90 degrees. Of course, down below, it's 120 degrees. But it does cool down at the top. And no one knew until very recently that there were caves, massive caves. In fact, the oldest caves on the planet, on the top of these mountains.
Wow.
They're 125 to 150 million years old.
Peter, if there's anywhere on the globe where I would think that a species could exist and ignore the changes of time, it would be a cave like that. Now, caves, when you go into the Earth, the temperature tends to stabilize. I don't care what part of the Earth you're in. If you're below the Earth or in a cave, the temperature tends to stabilize, I think, in mid-50s somewhere. Isn't that true?
Yeah. Yes. It is definitely the caves of the world are I'd say, along with the deep oceans, the last frontier. And we know probably less about caves and the deep earth than we do about the deep ocean, because we've done quite a bit of exploring in the deep ocean, but not so much in caves, especially not very deep. And of course, our cave biologists are some of the best on the planet. Dr. Hazel Barton and Peter Sprouse is one of the most fabulous cave guys you'd ever want as your backup man on a trip. I mean, he is uncanny. He's a Spider-Man in the cave, and these are people that can go down for weeks at a time, miles underground, jumping off of ravines, miles underground, rappelling deep under the ground. So these caves on Roraima are the fourth largest quartzite caves in the world. Now, another magical part of this mountain is that there's crystal rocks, quartz crystals lying everywhere. So it's like the Wizard of Oz or something. You've got these shapes all over. You've got these pristine, beautiful little gardens, and then you've got quartz crystals sort of magically scattered on the paths and scattered in the pools. And when you go into these caves, And the caves that they found, the Czech cavers found it, but they weren't scientists, and they didn't investigate it with a scientific team. We were the first to do that. So what we found inside, it was named crystallized caves. And as you come into the caves, you'll find embedded on the floor these two holes that have been dug out like two giant eyes, and inside they're filled with quartz crystals. So you have the red color of the cave and then these bright white, like eyes, like white eyes staring at you.
Yeah, this is like going into a different world.
Yes.
I really want to see this. Do you know what time it's due to air on Animal Planet?
Yes, I believe it's 8 o'clock. It's in prime time Sunday showcase on Animal Planet.
How long is it? Is it 1 hour?
It's
2 hours?
No, it's a 2-hour special.
Good.
And now I can tell you, I can tell you about what you were asking. And
well, we've got a break coming up, so
okay.
now I'm going to have you hold it. It's always, but find something that perhaps indicated extraterrestrial life.
Yeah.
It was, what would you call it? The surprise of the expedition?
It was a surprise, and I will say that NASA is funding our cave biologists on a return trip.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
The funding for the trip that you did do, did that come entirely from Animal Planet, or
well, we have to be clever as filmmakers, and we get some money from the broadcasters like Animal Planet.
Right.
And we got some funding from Canada Outdoor Life Network, where, by the way, for the Canadian listeners, on October the 17th, it's going to air on Outdoor Life Network.
There you go. All right. Peter, stay right where you are, and when we come back, we'll talk about whatever it is that Peter found that might indicate extraterrestrial life, and that might be just a place that you find something like that. From Manila, the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. A 2-hour high-definition trip to a lost world at the top of a plateau, 9,000 plus feet in Venezuela. Not something I do, but something I certainly am going to want to see. It's coming up on Animal Planet about 8 p.m. Peter von Puttkammer is my guest, and he tells us while he was there, he found something of such interest that there's going to be a return expedition funded at least in part by NASA. That's coming right up. Peter, NASA has a pretty tight budget these days, to put it mildly. So whatever it was you found had to be awfully interesting for them to pony up any money at all. Tell us about it.
Yes. Well, first of all, we had to get into these caves. Okay, so there's various entrances, and we experimented with several entrances, including repelling a team of people to get inside. We really didn't know what to expect. We heard some reports. I mean, the Czech cavers had reported giant lobsters inside the cave. I mean, that was the description. So we were kind of anxious. And, part of a trip like this is, well, what is, we know what we're going to explore. We know we're going to be able to tie together, the Lost World dinosaur legends with the native stories told to explorers, which were then told to Conan Doyle. So we were pretty sure that we could, we could find that connection, and we did. And then what were we going to find? Well, as far as, physical, like biology, that's unusual. Well, as it turns out, this place has been, separated from the rest of the jungle for thousands and thousands of years. Its life on top of this mountain got separated from the jungle by 3,000-foot sheer cliffs. There's no relationship between the species on the mountaintop and the jungle. So this area gets 30 feet of rain a year. There's no soil. There are floating islands of plants. it's a totally bizarre landscape. There's a frog there that's only related to a frog that's in Africa. And it only lives on that one Dipui. It only lives on Roraima and nowhere else in the world. So going into the caves, we were very anxious to see what might be in there. And
anxious, I imagine anxious is a word. There's other words I can think about before I do it. But anyway.
So as we went in there, we made 3 separate forays into the caves. And as I say, these turned out to be the 4th largest caves of their kind, namely quartzite caves, but they're very, very ancient at over 125 million years. That's significantly older than most caves in this country. And what we started noticing, well, one of the first things you notice is that there's massive spider webs everywhere, 3, 4, 5 feet across. And we're looking for different life forms at this point. And one of the first things we found was a brand new aquatic species of cricket that are about 3-4 inches long that have never been seen before, and extremely unusual to see something like that in there. And then Dr. Hazel Barton is specifically there. This is a lady who's gone down 700 feet through moving ice crevasses to find microbial life that's been left over from the Ice Age, okay? So she's a hardcore lady, and she's looking for things that are unusual because she's advised NASA on life on other planets and how life might evolve, because we're always looking for the obvious. We're looking for the way life typically evolves on Earth, but what if creatures are living or growing on a very small scale, and what if they're eating things that aren't the norm? And what we started finding were these unusual formations, and they look like stalactites. But there's no water in this cave. The stalactites are formed from dripping limestone, typically,
yes,
right?
Indeed. Yes, of course.
And what we figured out, and Hazel figured out, is that what we're seeing are the remnants of spider webs that are coated with something that have been growing and getting longer for maybe 150,000 years.
Now that's weird.
So,
in other words, these appear to be or seem to be solid in the sense of, well, I don't know, like something that was. I don't even know what you're talking. In other words, I can imagine what you're talking about, but I can't imagine how a spider web turns into that and then gets.
What you're seeing are giant, elongated, what look like sugar-coated formations hanging from the wall.
Yeah.
And they get referred to as carrots too, because they can kind of resemble that, but they're organic. I mean, they're so the question was, are these microbes eating the spider webs? Is that what we're seeing? Are we seeing microbiology at work here? And as the spider webs are abandoned over time, that these colonies of macro life, as it were, microbiology starts growing down the spider web. So Hazel basically, studied it and was actually quite blown away, because what she's figured out, and this is what she's going back to find out more about, is that these are basically microbes that are eating the glass walls, that is silica walls for caves. And what we're seeing...
Silica? No, wait a minute. They're eating silica?
They're eating silica. And that's never been observed before in a cave, ever. It's
eating silica.
Yeah.
That's life. That's not the life we understand.
No, exactly. And so what we're seeing is the sediment that's deposited from the microbes eating the silica in the walls, and they're landing. It's like, you know, the canary in the coal mine, so to speak. The spider webs are just the outer sign of life at work, life that develops very slowly over hundreds of thousands of years. But the signs are what it leaves behind, and what it leaves behind are the fine dust particles that it's chewing away on in the walls of this ancient cave, 150 million year old cave.
Well, we have to understand how silicon can be used as a nutritional source for anything.
I know.
That's weird.
And literally, I mean, Hazel goes all over the world. You know, she studied, you know, as I said, up in Greenland. She's been underwater in limestone caves in Mexico. She's been in all kinds of environments, and she's never seen anything like this.
Was she pretty sure that that was what was happening?
She was so sure that as soon as she got home, she wrote the Kentucky Space Grant Consortium, which receives its money from NASA, and they have granted her the money for a return trip.
I can see why. Now, if you're in the guessing mode here, do you think that this is life that adapted in this weird environment to begin to eat silica, or do you think that this life is life that originated elsewhere and is able to survive on silica?
Well,
or is
I
that
guess
just
we'll
too much to
find out
guess about?
more when Hazel goes back with her. You know, it takes a while to get a new mountain expedition, even like ours, like to get collection permits is a huge deal in foreign countries, right?
I know.
So Hazel has to work with universities. She has to work with government agencies. You can imagine the bureaucracy in Venezuela to get
I can do better than imagine.
So it's, you know, the next step is to be granted the collection permit to now go back and prove her findings. And, but this, you know, this is a lady who's working on the highest level in the world on these kinds of discoveries. So she's quite certain that this is what she's seeing.
Well, if she's really got it. If she can prove that there's a life form existing and eating has nutritional values, silica, then that opens up even the probability that life, perhaps as we don't understand it, but could understand it through this, would exist on other planets.
Absolutely. I mean, as I said, you know, we're always looking, you know, we're looking for water-based life forms. We're looking for carbon-based life forms.
Of course.
We're looking for things that are like planet Earth. But the fascinating thing is, and this is the great lesson of our search, and it's the great lesson of the explorer's search, is that you go looking for dinosaurs, and you find a lost world, all right, but it's completely unexpected.
No. This is really a big discovery.
Yeah.
So she's when will the next expedition possibly occur?
Well, she's I'm hoping that it's going to be within the next 6 months. I mean, I know.
Do we get a good look during this 2-hour special at what you're talking about right now?
Absolutely, yeah. She shot the heck out of it. We got a lot of great shots of it, and I mean, it's first of all, I want to say that inside these caves, you know, some of these rooms we're in are the size of cathedrals. I mean, they're massively huge. And, you know, we had to haul our lights in there and light this up so you could see it. And,
yeah, I'm sure it was a logistical nightmare, all of that, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And we made another discovery, which was quite fascinating, is that we sent one of our cameramen, who was a ex-Czech army guy, who I had no hesitation in, and said, Nash, go down that hole. Follow that caver down that hole. and so they're crawling on their hands and knees through miles of tunnels. And in this cave, the ceiling, if you so much as tap it with your head, pieces of the ceiling flake off and fall down all around you.
Not my kind of place.
So they're crawling on their hands and their belly, and we filmed all of this, and they find a long-lost animal down there, a skeleton of a mammal that likely wandered in there. It could have been 10,000 years ago. I mean, we don't know, but it was another interesting discovery because no one has ever found the remains of a larger mammal on top of the mountain before.
Peter, because you did not have, I presume you did not have collection permits.
Yeah,
you were not allowed. You were not allowed
That's
to
right.
collect any samples.
That's right. You know, one of the things that's neat about this place is that they've placed. I mean, you hear about Chavez and all that sort of thing, but you know, their parks and their areas, like this entire area was declared a World Heritage Site, right? Back in the 90s, and it's looked after by the local Pomone Indians, and they let the native people whose sacred mountains these are basically be the caretakers. And you don't go to this area and you don't go to the top without their say-so. And we had to clear this with, you meet the chiefs, you meet the shamans, and you negotiate, and you help them out a bit, and they work as Sherpas for you and bring stuff to the top. But they are very watchful. They don't want people picking up crystals and taking them off the mountain. They don't want someone pocketing a rare black frog of her Rima and take it down with them. So they're watching, and they make sure that people don't take things. And you can negotiate for collection permits, and it can take a year or more to get them.
Still, the temptation to grab a crystal, to grab something that it just must have been overwhelming.
Sure, I mean, people love to take souvenirs.
And if you or somebody in the expedition had in fact taken a sample, you certainly couldn't tell me about it, could you?
No. And what'll happen to you there is the Pomone, who are amazingly resourceful and clever people, and they're just like watching all the time. They're watching to help you out. I mean, it's not like they're sort of like nasty. They're very nice, and they're very helpful, and they're usually watchful in a good way. They don't want you to get hurt and things like that. And but if someone took something from the mountain, they turn you into the National Guard, and you end up in a South American prison for a little while, which isn't so good.
All right, and I'm sure that, of course, you're going in and out of customs and that sort of thing as well. So,
well,
I guess you'd be discouraged from it.
Some of the other types of adventures, I mean, we just talk about the animals and the perils of the trip, but some of the other things you encounter you don't expect. We come into this jungle camp, and here's this. You've always got to be careful in South America, and here's this bar, outdoor bar, and there's a beautiful woman behind the counter, and there's like 6 soldiers with Uzis sitting at the counter, and I'm already telling my crew, okay, guys, hands off the bar girl, because we could get into serious trouble here. And then we find out that she's married to this guy who's like worked for the Foreign Legion. He's a professional mercenary, been all over the world, killed at least 200 or 300 people in the course of his career as a soldier.
Several of whom, no doubt, approached his girlfriend.
And he's this Swiss guy, and he's very affable, and he goes down to the Amazon tributary and plays his 20-foot alpenhorn for us. He says, oh, yes, you must hear my horn, We go, oh, very nice. Of course we'll listen to you, Mr. Killer, Murderer. And then people are telling us stories. When Frederick over there, he was called in to help resolve a prison uprising. He personally, there was an uprising in a local prison, and he went in with some of the Venezuelans and killed over 100 people in a prison uprising.
Oh, my God.
So we got to be careful, not just with the animals, but very careful about when you meet people down there. And stay
Well, Peter, I've been telling Americans now for many years, before I left America on my latest adventure here, that Americans have just got to somehow or another get out and see some of the rest of the world. It gives you such a different perspective on where you live and what you have to see some of the rest of the world. Don't you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. And you know, Venezuela is a fabulous country. It really is. And as you know, Caracas is got its problems, but when you get outside, you're going to see some of the most incredible scenery and beautiful places on the planet that you'll ever see. And of course, it helps to have a good person taking you there. We had previously worked with a guy named Juan Carlos Ramirez, this Akanan Tours, and they helped keep things organized, and they helped us find animals when we needed to film animals, and they were safety people, and they took care of us when we were rappelling down into caves and so on. So you've got to have good local people.
But even with good local people, even with the best of everything, there's still a lot of danger in what you did.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we risked our lives every other day there, you know. I mean, just even being on the Grand Savannah, the walk to the Lost World, I mean, one of the big, probably one of the most dangerous things about the trip was lightning strikes.
Mm-hmm.
And they were very cognizant of that. And whenever there was rain or anything coming in, we were hunkered down under the next shelter as quickly as we could, because you do not want to be out on a massive open savanna in a lightning storm. And similarly, you do not want to be on top of this mountain. And I'll just say that this mountain is not for the faint of heart. When you get to the top, now picture they get 30 feet of rain a year. So typically, you know, you go up there, and there's, first of all, there's crevasses when you get to the top.
30 feet of rain a year.
So there, you can, the rock formations form mazes. So even on a day when there's no fog, you can get lost. You can easily lose your way and then fall down a 300 or 400 foot crevasse that just...
And that would be the end of you. Peter, hold tight. We're here at the top there. Hold on. When we get back, we're going to open the phone line. So those of you that know the portal numbers, feel free to join us now. I'm Art Bell. Morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. Peter von Puttkamer is my guest. He went to a lost world in Venezuela. One of the things that he found was a microbe that apparently eats silica. Now, if you think about that a little bit, as Tom in Texas did, said, Art, holy cow, silica-eating microbes, modern computers, not a good combination. Imagine some of these things get loose in an Intel lab somewhere, or even just around your computer. I'm also seeing people sending me fast blasts suggesting they're seeing on the internet that maybe as many as 1,000 were killed here in the typhoon. I surely hope that it's not that many, but I'm afraid I imagine it might be. All right, those are the numbers. If you'd like to join us, ask a question about an amazing expedition that you're about to be able to see on the Animal Planet, December 10th, 8 o'clock in the evening, local time, for all of you, wherever you are. I hope you'll take the opportunity to take a look-see. This incredible expedition that Peter just came back from. I'm Art Bell. Peter, a couple of computer questions that I think are pretty good ones. Joe in Detroit, Michigan asks, how much roughly, just in ballpark figures, did the expedition cost? It must have been a lot.
It cost approximately $75,000.
$75,000. Okay. Well, actually, that's not as much as I might have imagined.
No, now I'm saying, I mean, that's pretty well on the ground. I mean, if I were to add in camera costs and all of that, it'd be significantly higher, obviously. I mean, I don't really want to give you the whole budget of the film at this point,
that's
but
right.
but suffice it to say, it would be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I'm sure it would. All right. And Jackie in North Las Vegas, Nevada asked, please ask him if he has a longitude and latitude of plateau. There are some people out there who would like to go to Google Earth, I guess, and look at it on, by satellite.
Oh, gosh. At my fingertips, I don't have the longitude and latitude, but you could certainly go put Google Earth Mount Roraima, and you'll be able to see exactly where it is. Mount Roraima, Roraima.
Okay.
In Venezuela, and we also have this website, thereallostworld.com, and I believe there's a link even on your Coast to Coast site on that. You can read some more about it. For people who are in the LA area, we have a few seats left for the premiere, and we're going to have a high def projection of it here in surround sound. It's some information on the website about that. That's actually tomorrow night for people in the LA area. So there's a lot of, previews and things coming up. You can view a little bit of the trailer and you get to see what this place looks like on the site. And it's a pretty phenomenal place. And you know what's really fascinating? I think all of us grew up with, dinosaur movies and, journeys to fantastic places. And The Lost World has been done many times as a film. The first one was 1925, was the original, creature.
Oh, I think I've seen them all, actually.
Yeah, and Wallace Beery was in the first one, and Willis O'Brien, who did all the effects for King Kong, cut his teeth on The Lost World. That's where they worked out all the claymation, all the stop motion. And what was so fascinating is 7-8 years later he does King Kong, because The Lost World was the granddaddy of all of them. And it's really fascinating. Arthur Conan Doyle was a friend of Harry Houdini's, and they took The Lost World and they presented it to a group of magicians in New York, and he defied them to figure out how they did it. And the magicians just could not figure this out, because this is the first time anyone had seen huge dinosaurs depicted on screen with people walking in the foreground and shooting at them and being chased by them. And by today's Jurassic Park standards, it's pretty primitive, but you can certainly see how people would have been blown away by this. And,
well, Peter, as they say, this one's in the can. So
yeah.
What do you imagine to do next? Are you gonna stick with this genre? Or do you have something else planned that you can talk about?
I'm working on a doc. I was back in the Amazon this year. I'm working on another slightly different documentary, but it's pretty fascinating. It's a story of the greatest botanist explorer of the 20th century, Richard Evans Schultes, and among his 2,000 plant discoveries were several well-known hallucinogens. Beginning in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and it's an adventure tale in the footsteps of Richard Schultes, and what happened to the West when these sacred plants of indigenous peoples that were used very specifically in ceremony ended up hitting the West and impacting our culture, and how the jungle discoveries of Richard Schultes led to the psychedelic era.
Fascinating. Well, in that area, obviously there were plants, there were animals that are not elsewhere on the earth. And I think we all know from having watched a lot of films, Peter, that it may be that the next cancer cure or the next cure for some terrible disease will be in one of those plants that just don't grow anywhere else at all in the world. And so that makes it even more difficult not to be able to collect these things and analyze them. That just would drive me crazy.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why, it's so every day, every week they're destroying hundreds of acres in the Amazon, and it could be the next cure for cancer or what have you. And in fact, Richard Schultes discovered did most of the work on the curare, which was a muscle relaxant poison, what used in blowguns, the arrow poisons of the Amazon. Very little was known about it until he went down and figured out there were at least 15 or 20 plants involved in producing curare, and it ended up becoming the surgical anesthetic for many, many years, for decades. And it's
well, if you actually have discovered something that actually feeds on silica, it's a monstrous discovery, just gigantic. It's going to rewrite everything we know. All right, well, I've had you on here a long time. I want to let the audience chime in, but congratulations. If that's really the case, my God. First time caller line, you're on the air with Peter Camera. Hi. John.
Hi. I'm from Wisconsin here. I'm a truck driver.
Oh, yes.
Okay. My question, this goes on my calendar. I can tell my grandchildren. I actually talked to Art Bell. I want to know if they took precautions before going into the cave of contamination, and if they decontaminated after coming out. I'm thinking fibers from clothing and things like this that these organisms have never had a chance to feed on before, and if they're wondering if there are going to be any long-term consequences of having gone down. The indigenous people stay in that area, but he's traveled around the world with all this camera equipment and stuff. And I'm really wondering if any thought is being given to contamination in both.
It's a very, very good question. You always think of it the other way around, I suppose, Peter. What are we going to run into? What's going to make us sick? But the other way around, what about contaminating the environment you went into?
Well, I think we could safely say, if we were talking to Hazel, that those microbes are pretty happy living on the rocks, and they're not really jumping onto biological organisms and hitching rides and things like that. I mean, more often what happens, I mean, put it this way, we were in a cave with a couple of expert cavers, and I had been in a cave with Peter Sprouse before in Oaxaca, Mexico, where we did personally take precautions because we had big HEPA masks that we wore and HEPA suits, and we went in there because very often the bat guano carries a spore that can kill you, basically. And it's actually not the vampire bats you've got to worry about. It's the fruit-eating bats that have this in their feces. And there's also aerosol rabies that you can get in caves from bats, from their urine.
Oh, brother.
And so the good news was, and actually what makes this even more amazing, is that this was a relatively starved cave. It's a starved cave on a starved tepui. It's one of the reasons these things are eating rocks, is because there's very little else for them to eat.
The scientists are going to just go crazy trying to figure out what nutritional value can. That one just has me lost, and I'm sure everybody else too. Let's go to Wildcard Line, Houston. Ivan, you're on the air.
Hi, I'm 17 years old. I've been in Ecuador for 5 years, and I want to ask Peter a question. Has he ever heard of a cave in Ecuador that leads to China?
Wow. A cave to China, huh? I sort of doubt it, but Ivan, don't go away. Peter, I'd say you probably haven't, right?
I haven't heard of a cave in Ecuador that leads to China. Being a big fan of Jules Verne, Journey to the Center of the Earth, I think we all imagine you could, run on underground tunnels around the world. I don't think that it would be physically possible, though, really.
Let us reverse the question. Ivan, have you heard of such a cave?
Yeah, actually, yes, I have.
What do you know about it?
I don't know much. I was told a story about 6-7 years ago. But yeah, like it's a cave. It's top secret, and supposedly some of the government knows. And
I'll tell you what, Ivan, if you would be so kind, simply send me an email and tell me what you do know about it, like its location, that sort of thing, please. And we'll see what we can do from there. I'm Art Bell at mindspring.com. Art Bell ARTBELL at linespring.com. And Peter, if people want to get in touch with you, is there a way for them to do that? I mean, you just never know what you might run into.
Right. They can write me at griffinproductions@hotmail.com. That's GRYPHON Productions with an S @hotmail.com. You could write me there.
Okay. Right. You never know. I mean, there may be somebody with knowledge of a cave or something unusual that nobody knows a thing about except one or two people out there, and you never know what just might drop in your lap. Karen in Spokane, Washington, you're on the air with Peter.
Hi, Art and Peter. I was out in the woods north of Spokane about 10 years ago, and I heard Bigfoot. I was with 5 other people. One of them was a Native American guide for us, and it was unlike anything I have ever heard in my life. And I heard it 7 times.
Oh, well, all right, you heard it. How do you know that it was Bigfoot you were hearing?
He told me that his grandmother used to take them out in the woods, and he swears that he has seen Bigfoot, and that he said that was what he sounded like. And I've never heard anything sound like that.
Well, as do many people. So many people have heard. Go ahead, Peter.
What did it sound like?
The closest thing I could come to, and it doesn't even sound like it, would be a cougar. But I've heard cougar. It's like kind of between a woman's high screech and a cougar. It was just awesome. That's the closest, but it wasn't really like that. But that's the closest I could even think about relating.
Well, I've heard different accounts of what Bigfoot is supposed to sound like, and I know I've been out with Bigfoot hunters like Rick Knoll, and they actually play back Bigfoot sounds in the hope of attracting Bigfoot, and it did sound sort of like what you're describing, a high-pitched sound like that. I've also heard about whistling, like whistling sounds, and I know for a fact with the native people, the Quaggle Indians, that when they portray this wild man in the dance, that's what he does is he whistles. He makes this shrill whistle sound, and I always found that really interesting because there's accounts of high-pitched whistles.
Well, I had a recording that was allegedly a Bigfoot, and it'll stand the hair right up on the back of your neck. It's a high-pitched, screeching, inhuman scream is the only way I can put it. Wildcard line 1, Chuck in Kentucky. You're on the air with Peter von Puttkammer.
Hello, Art. Peter. Hi. I was fascinated when you were speaking earlier on the Jersey Devil. I grew up in South Jersey, right on the outskirts of Lebanon State Forest. And I remember hearing those stories from the time I was about 1st grade on. And, I mean, contrary to the one thing you had said about it killing the parents, I hadn't heard that part of the story. I heard everybody was appalled at the look of this thing, and it went screaming into the night, but it didn't hurt anybody. And go ahead.
Well, there's an interesting angle to that human version of the tale, that it could be a human, that it's more of a demon than anything, right? That it's born as a baby, normal baby, and then turns into this demon, and in some versions it kills the parents. And the interesting angle is that this lead family from which it is descended might have, that the true background to the story might be that this was a deformed child. And in those days, in 1735, if you had a deformed child, the mother might have been, accused of sleeping with the devil or something like that. And so the child may have been kept away, locked in an attic. And indeed, when it came out in public, it might have been cloaked in a cape. And so the black wings of the Jersey Devil may have been a deformed child out in public, covered in this black cape.
All right, but Peter, there's something I want you to hear. We don't have a lot of time before the break, but I'm told that we have that sound. So go ahead, folks, and play it. Let's hear it. And there you go. You ever hear anything like that, Peter?
I actually have heard a similar kind of sound in the ones that Rick was using, and they're said to be come closer by. I just want to mention that we did pursue the DD tales and legends further, the same creatures that ended up, Bigfoot-like creatures that ended up in the book, The Lost World, and told to the explorers, and the follow-up really is this Deloy's ape. Deloy's ape was a creature. The story is that there were two 5-foot-tall ape-like creatures that appeared at night at a camp very close on the border of Venezuela and Colombia. And this Francois Deloy shot one of them. And there's a very famous photograph of it, and it appears much, much bigger than any known ape in South America. And speaking of caves, I was able to track down some photographs of a prehistoric spider monkey-like creature that is twice the size of Deloy's ape, found in Brazil. And maybe Deloy shot one of these apes in the 1920s, a holdover, a prehistoric holdover.
All right, hold it right there, Peter. Peter von Puttkammer is my guest. He's an adventurer. He's about to have some video on the Animal Planet, 8 p.m. local time, December 10th. You don't want to miss it. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Bill in Pompano Beach, Florida says, "Hey, Art, I went to Google Earth and I looked at it. Would you believe the mountain is completely hidden by clouds? What are the odds?" Peter von Puttkammer is my guest. He's the guy who did the show that'll be on December 10th, Animal Planet, 8 o'clock. You don't want to miss it. It's a 2-hour special. Among other things, they found an organism that apparently eats silica. Eats silica. Now, if that's true, they've made a monstrous breakthrough. I mean, that just can't be. So NASA is going to fund another expedition. Tomorrow night, Sean Carroll, Senior Research Associate in Physics at the California Institute of Technology, time travel, physics, astrophysics, cosmology, field theory, gravitation, that sort of thing. Tomorrow night. Absolutely fascinating stuff. Art Bell, back to Peter in a moment. By the way, folks, a bit of promo. I've got a 3-day weekend coming up. 3 days, that is to say, of work. George gets a well-deserved day of vacation coming this Friday night, Saturday morning, and I will be here doing open lines. Always open for suggestions, by the way, on what we talk about. Peter, here we go again. First-time caller line, Jeremy in Pennsylvania. You're on the air with Peter.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Okay.
Basically, I'm a big fan of Chuck Palahniuk. He's a fiction writer. I think he stumbled across the answer for Bigfoot. He basically stated the reason we aren't finding any bodies is because Bigfoot is related to werewolves. And when, of course, a werewolf would die, it would turn back into a human. I was wondering what you thought, or if you even heard this theory before.
It's similar to what I said earlier. I mean, the fact that we have not discovered any hard evidence at all, we don't have any bodies, has to allow at least the possibility that this thing is not completely of this world as we know it, Peter.
Well, I mean, the best evidence, physical evidence that I've seen so far was not in North America, but in Bhutan, near Nepal. And there was a expedition that went over there, and they found some, they were directed to supposedly a Now this would be like a Yeti type snowman home, I guess, inside of a hollow tree. And they took some hairs from that, and it was sent to England. And I watched an actual news report where the British scientists said, look, we've tested this against all the known mammals in that region, and this is something completely different. And I don't know what happened to that.
Well, there's a million things like that, Peter. These things do get tested, and they come up with anomalous results, and they just sort of get put up on the shelf because they simply can't be explained.
Right. Well,
so I mean, if you're a person who's collected a sample like this, and you send it off to the lab, I've had this done myself, and I know, and you get an anomalous result of some sort, it doesn't mean that you just stumbled into the Holy Grail, because they simply say, well, it's not of this earth, or we don't know, or whatever. But then it gets put up on the shelf.
Yeah, it doesn't fit the criterion. Well, certainly as far as Bigfoot, you know, it does cross over with a lot of other stories and legends. Certainly in Quebec, you know, you've got Loup Garou, it's a werewolf, you know, belief. And in South America, you know, one of the theories about the DDs, these Bigfoot-like creatures are said to be down there, that they get stories about giant sloths, and these creatures get mixed up, that there's giant sloths 15 to 20 feet high. They're even bigger than Bigfoot and 5,000 pounds.
Peter, did you investigate these sightings they had a few years ago in Florida? And if so, what did you conclude?
Skunk Ape?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know an awful lot. There were some pictures circulating on the internet about that.
That's right.
And I certainly know that, you know, there's been a lot of serious investigation about the skunk ape down there. It's one of these, you know what is a great discovery, though, is Flores Man. Not that, you know, in your neck of the woods there anyway, on the Indonesian island, a hobbit man. You know, people are always looking for proof of something. Well, for years, Indonesian native peoples have been talking about Orang Pendek, a little man of the forest. And here is this discovery that shows an entire race of human beings that existed as recently. The bones they found were only 13,000 years old. I mean, that's nothing in geological time. And the suggestion is that Flores Man may indeed, even the scientists suspected it would have been around during the Dutch colonial period. So this is an amazing finding, and this human lived on an island with a pygmy elephant and a giant rat. So it's something out of Jules Verne Mysterious Island, and it's really shedding new light on the native stories about a little wild man of the forest that people lived side by side. And similarly, I mean, you know, what happened here in North America, and some people think Bigfoot is tied to Neanderthal, right? That it's a collective, you know, memory that we have stories of Bigfoot because our species, Cro-Magnon, lived for 60,000 years side by side with a hairy or other.
Have you considered one day an expedition to this part of the world? It is a very mysterious part of the world.
To the Philippines.
Oh, Philippines or Indonesia, or, you know, Southeast Asia in general.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, we're actually putting together a series on missing links right now, and I think some of our stories will indeed take us there to Southeast Asia, and indeed Flores Man. We might end up pursuing that tale as well in remote islands, Indonesia.
All right, let's go to a wildcard line. Bill in Salt Lake City, you're on the air with Peter.
Hey, Ron. Art, first of all, I wanted to say, you're my hero, buddy.
Thank you.
Nailed it right on the head when you said that people need to get out of the country to see what it's really like out there. I have a philosophy that it might be a little extreme, but you know, we should at least do a couple years, you know, coming out of high school and the military to get away from the United States to really get to appreciate what we have here.
I couldn't agree more. At one time it was done by draft, and now, of course, people don't have to go, so they don't, and they don't get a larger sense of the world, caller. So, yeah, you're right.
Okay, hey, Art, did you know, I don't know if it's still today, but I was in the Philippines in the early 90s in the Navy, and they're saying that there's some islands there that I guess are cannibal and the government won't even go there or something like that.
I suspect that's true. Do you have a question for my guest?
Sure do. I was wondering if you've come across any traces of prehistoric stuff, or maybe seen stuff there in the lost world that would relate to prehistoric things, as far as animals.
Right. Well, I mean, we didn't, other than, you know, some of the largest crocodiles in the world and the largest snake in the world, which we, you know, pulled out of 20-foot specimen we pulled out of the swamp there. We didn't, you know, come across hard evidence of dinosaurs. But I will tell you another thing that happened in that when we were talking to Pomone Indian Sean, who's a 90-year-old medicine guy there, and we, Dean, who was our resident cryptozoologist on the trip, he produced a model of a pterodactyl, and he showed it to this guy, and his eyes lit up. He grabbed it and immediately had a word for it. He said, "This is such and such, and wannabe," I think he said, "and this is a creature that would come down from the top of these plateaus and take our children." And now he said that not again like, oh, once upon a time, legends have it that, you know, like this was talked about as something very real, and it certainly fits in with the Lost World legends.
I'm telling you, Peter, the Oswong here in the Philippines, half human, half animal of some sort, winged, also goes after children. And it's more than just a legend here. I laughed it off, and I don't laugh any longer. It's believed by everybody here. All right, let's go to yet another Bill on another wildcard line. Bill in Las Vegas, close to home. You're on the air.
Yes, hi, Art and Peter. It's a pleasure always to speak to you. Art, you have done a couple of programs on Mel's Hole and the Sounds from Hell, and I wanted to know if Peter could address anything about that, or if you know.
I doubt it seriously.
Okay.
I will ask. Listen, there is Peter, the Holy Grail waiting out there, perhaps somewhere in some cave. I wonder if the cavers that you talk to do imagine that it's possible that one day they will come upon a cave that will lead very, very deep into the earth, deeper than man has ever gone.
I think I don't know about it specifically, but you're referring, there's a place that's basically a bottomless pit, right?
He's referring to Mel's Hole, a story of, basically bottomless pit, yes.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, I don't, I'm not quite sure how to answer that, but, you know, caves.
That's why I kind of rephrased the question.
Caves are, you know, one of the reasons, I mean, we go, you know, we go into deep ocean. I mean, it's not that difficult to, you know, go into a submersible and go down, you know, 20,000 feet nowadays, right? Mm-hmm. But going into a cave is an extreme environment for humans, and it's very difficult. You can't rapidly travel into a cave. It's a slow process of, you know, figuring out, first of all, getting in on the surface level and then figuring out how hostile it is as you go in, and if you're going to need breathing apparatus and this sort of thing. But all I'll tell you is, unlike the movies, caves aren't all lit up like in the Star Trek movies. It's darn black in there, and you better have 2 or 3 backup lights when you go in, because Once you
It's a very good point, Peter. And most of the motion pictures, they have this fortunate, lucky, luminous substance on walls that lights their way the whole way down. No, what I was asking, Peter, let me try again, is whether the cavers that you talk to think that there may be somewhere, sort of the holy grail of caves, something that would go very, very deep into the earth, much deeper than man has been.
I actually haven't heard that. I haven't discussed that with them. I will tell you about one interesting thing that relates to the Lost World, and that is that they have massive sinkholes there. That's actually something that I would like to go back and investigate. Just like the Roraima Plateau,
Yes.
documentary is a land cut off from time. They have sinkholes that are, more than half a mile deep.
Peter, I've seen a number of documentaries on these sinkholes, and as you point out, they have their own closed ecology, which has no relationship to that which is above it at all.
And these aren't like limestone sinkholes and water or something. Of course, these are in the jungle, and you basically have a whole new jungle ecosystem just drop down, thousands of feet down, and there may indeed be species there as well. I mean, let's not forget that 2005 in Indonesia they found this lost world, as it was described. Tree kangaroo had never been seen before. Dozens of species of birds, rodents, brand new to the planet. And of course, in Vietnam in the early 90s, this lost world was found with a large mammal and a blue-tongue ox.
Oh, yes.
And so, cryptozoology isn't just about Jersey devils and chupacabras. It's about, living, existing,
breathing creatures,
breathing
that's right.
mammalian life forms. And it's surprising how many places on the planet that we continue to find new life. And that's what Arthur Conan Doyle was saying. He wanted to challenge, even in those days, the scientific community, because he was, he probably would have been on this show. He wrote Sherlock Holmes, the most logical character in fiction, but he was also a spiritualist. And he believed in life hereafter, and he wanted, writing The Lost World, he wanted to say to science, look, there's places in the world little about. We're finding new animals all the time. There could be a place cut off in time where dinosaurs still exist, and that's what he wanted to say, and that's what we explore in the film.
All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Bookhammer. Hi.
Hi, Art. Well, you're concerned, as I am, about the possibility of contamination creating, like maybe the thing that could kill all life on Earth. And by the way, and I can think of a sci-fi horror scenario that would make a terrific movie that would actually be possible within the realm of possibility with these silicon-eating microbes. By the way, I missed the answer of the NASA scientist that you interviewed about a week ago when you asked him about whether NASA was taking precautions when they bring back stuff from Mars.
Okay, well, his answer was with great caution. He said, we're worried about that.
Yeah.
He said in some of the early missions, it may well be that they did not take the proper precautions, and it is their biggest scare that the contamination has occurred either on the moon or more likely on Mars.
Now, what about if...
And we're going to go up there and find our own life.
Yeah, what about if these microbes were exposed to a city like New York, where everything is concrete or brick? Okay?
Whether they could even survive outside of this little environment that they're in, I don't know, and I guess Peter doesn't know, and I'm not sure we want to find out.
Yeah, they might speed up in light or something like that. That would be the horror story part of it. It would be sort of like gray goo kind of a scenario. Like a nanotechnology,
Okay, Peter, again, of course, you can't bring samples out, but I wonder if in this next expedition, one funded by NASA, they would bring, I would think they would very much want to bring some of these microbes that eat silica back. Yes?
Sure. I mean, it's going to be tested, and you know, I would say, I mean, I could ask Hazel some more about this, but I mean, they you know, rock eating bacteria exist all over the planet. I mean, we're surrounded by it, and you know, it hasn't killed us off yet. And I mean, there's a lot more organic things in our environment that are much more dangerous than something like this. Even man-made things in our environment, such as secondhand smoke and asbestos in buildings, and environmentally, you know, hazardous buildings with new building materials.
So we've got to stop there. We're absolutely out of time.
Okay.
Your special December 10, Animal Planet, 8 p.m. local time. Everybody watch it. If you're not interested from what you've heard, then you just weren't listening. Peter, thank you for being on the program.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
You have a good night. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back tomorrow evening with a brilliant man. And among other things, we will talk about time travel. From Manila, in the typhoon-ravaged Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Good night, all. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, prolifically covered by this program, Coast to Coast AM. It is a Sunday night in this part of the world, soon to be Monday morning. Great to be here. I'm Art Bell, escorting you through the remainder, albeit a little bit of the weekend. Many of you facing a return to work tomorrow. Tomorrow is my Friday, as is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for that matter. Anyway, listen, tonight's Ham Cams is not as good as I thought it was going to be, but it's pretty cool. Now, next week, I will endeavor to get a color shot up. I've got a, remember I told you my wife Erin got a ultrasound of baby Asia. It's our girl, folks. And so that's what's up there tonight. Not color, though. I got one of the black and white ones up, 2D. I will endeavor to pluck a still copy of one of the better parts of the 30-minute DVD they gave us, which was way cool. You haven't seen a modern ultrasound. They are something else. Anyway, you've got a 2D black and white one up there. If you can make anything else, see if you can spot the vital organs, the face, the feeding material for little Asia, the spine, and well, just see what you can spot. Right now, she's like a little alien. Anyway, there'll be more about that here in a few minutes. U.S.-backed Iraqi troops, it's a bad day. It was a bad, bad day. On Sunday, attacked insurgents allegedly plotting to kill pilgrims at a major Shiite Muslim religious festival. Iraqi officials are now estimating about 250 militants died in a day-long battle near Najaf. A U.S. helicopter crashed during that fight. Now it's about 3 helicopters recently, killing 2 Americans. Mortar shells, meanwhile, hit the courtyard of a girls' school in a mostly Sunni Arab neighborhood of Baghdad, killing 5 pupils, wounding 20. UN officials deplored the attack, calling the apparent targeting of children an unforgivable crime, and it really truly is unforgivable. I don't care what war you're fighting. I don't care what war you're fighting. When would you target children, no matter who you are? Military aims to cut back on stop loss, or you could retitle that, military aims to avoid the draft. In an action branded backdoor draft, and there you go, by some critics, the military over the past several days has held tens of thousands of soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines on the job and in war zones beyond their retirement dates or enlistment length. My God, you can't imagine what that's like. I can tell you, when you're in the military, no matter how much you may or may not like it, it's like you're counting the days and the hours. There's no military guy who can't tell you the days to get back to the world. This is what we call here And to have them stop that, Renee gonna promise to bring you home, keep you in a war zone, really, I can't use that word. It is widely disliked. Yeah. The Pentagon, now under new Defense Secretary Robert Gates, is trying to figure out how to cut back on. It's just, they just have got to stop doing that. It's about the biggest morale killer you can possibly imagine. You're literally counting the hours till you're back in the world. And some guy comes to you and tells you you're not going home. It's just unbelievable. Military officials on Sunday released the identities of 4 sailors that were killed when a helicopter crashed in the ocean off the San Diego coast. 3 of the bodies yet to be found in northern Los Angeles County. Yes, everywhere. Now, the Reverend Robert Grinion, a Jesuit who, over the objections of his superiors, was the only Roman Catholic priest elected as a voting member of Congress, died Sunday. At 86 years of age, he had suffered from pneumonia and congestive heart failure during the previous 10 days, according to a statement at Georgetown University. Said he died at Sibley Memorial Hospital in Washington. Saudi Arabia's king urged Palestinian rival factions Sunday to hold talks in the holy city of Mecca as fighting between Hamas and Fatah movements persisted in Gaza, with no clear winner emerging. Will there ever be? Early Monday, Hamas fighters mobilized around the main Fatah stronghold, the preventative security headquarters, and threatened to attack. Information minister there, that would be of Hamas, warned the two sides were close to civil war and called on the president to order his forces back to their bases. And this is not something I'm injecting. It's part of the 5-minute summary. New climate report too rosy, experts say. Later this week in Paris, climate scientists are going to issue a dire forecast for the planet that warns of slowly rising sea levels and higher temperatures, but that may be sugar-coated somewhat, or the sugar-coated version. Early and changeable drafts of their upcoming authoritative report on climate change foresee smaller sea level rises than were projected in 2001 in the last report. Many top U.S. scientists simply reject the rosier numbers. Those calculations don't include the recent and dramatic melt-off of the big ice sheets in 2 crucial locations. All right. Since I'm beginning to get a little long in the tooth, and I think I mentioned this last night, and since I've got a picture of Little Asia on my website tonight, I thought I would sort of include this as my theme song. Chuck in Portland, Oregon, fast blast me the following. Hey, Art, I think this ultrasound picture of your daughter is going to be the first picture that Richard C. Hoagland looks at and doesn't see a face. Been a while since I talked to Richard. Oh, boy. We are in the middle of a UFO flap. We've got, things hovering above O'Hare in Chicago. We've got what's going on in Greenville, South Carolina. It's Talk the Town there and beyond on radio and television and by internet across country. The question of the day has been, so what the hell was the strange light in the sky last night? Hundreds of people across the region called and emailed media outlets and the National Weather Service, this goes back a little now, to report streaks of blue or blue-green light in the sky Wednesday at about 8:15. The weather guy said something like, I guess it was WIFF4 chief meteorologist said that most likely it's a group of meteors streaking into the Earth's atmosphere, but he jokingly would not rule out the possibility of alien spacecraft. You can't really call them meteors until you find a rock on the ground, right? So he sort of acknowledged that, which is a first. By the way, we're going to do a lot of open lines. I'm going to squeeze quite a few into the first hour if I can. So if you know the portal numbers you'd like to call now, we will try and slide you in quickly. The Ministry of Defense, this is from England, from The Guardian in England, where a lot of news that we don't get comes from. Ministry of Defense there went to extraordinary lengths to cover up its true involvement in the investigation of UFOs, according to secret documents revealed under the Freedom of Information Act. Files show that officials attempted to expunge information from documents released to the Public Records Office under what they call the 30-year rule that would have revealed the extent of MOD's interest in UFO sightings. Actually, we had a guest on this subject, and they really did go out of their way to cover it all up. Hey, a NASA astronaut and former University of Hawaii solar physicist Edward Liu is calling for a new spacecraft that would divert asteroids on a path to slam into Mother Earth. He's got something he calls the Small Space Tractor, which would cost between $200 million and $300 million, a drop in the bucket compared to what it would cost if something hit. Anyway, it'd hover near an asteroid to exert enough gravitational pull that the space rock's orbit would change and a collision with our planet would be averted. Liu said before a crowd packed into a 300-capacity auditorium at the University of Hawaii on Monday night that we're only trying to get really a tiny change in the velocity of the asteroid to prevent impact. Liu is part of a panel of scientists, including 3 Hawaiians, who characterized the chances of an asteroid colliding with Earth as rare, but deserving of the same level of attention as major earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes. A report on the appearance appeared on the Honolulu Star Bulletin website Tuesday. The asteroid 99942 Apophis is going to pass within about 20,000 miles of Earth on Friday, April 13th, 2029. Now, it is going to come so damn close to Earth in 2029. The orbit might change. In other words, Earth might actually draw it a little closer. So next time around, in 2036, kabang! So I think this is a pretty good idea, and I hope somebody comes up with $200 or $300 million, whatever they need, to avoid something like that. A highly contagious form of stomach flu sickened hundreds of passengers during a worldwide voyage on the famed Queen Elizabeth II cruise ship in what health officials called an unusually large outbreak. More than 300 people got sick on the cruise, but just 4 remained ill by the time the Queen Elizabeth II docked Wednesday. In recent months, the norovirus has hit more than 1,000 cruise passengers. Pretty weird stuff. Been really hitting cruise ships. Now, this is for me, it's for many of you, smokers who suffered damage to a particular part of their brains appear to be able to quit their nicotine habits easily. A discovery, now I don't want brain damage to be able to quit. Anyway, a discovery that might open new avenues of additional research. A study of smokers who had suffered brain damage and various kinds of stroke showed that those with injuries to a part of the brain called the insula were in many cases able to quit smoking quickly and easily, saying, in fact, they had lost the urge to smoke altogether. The study was inspired by the experience of one man. He had smoked 40 cigarettes a day before his insula was damaged in a stroke. He quit smoking immediately after, telling researchers his body forgot the urge to smoke. He forgot the urge to smoke. Now, how cool is that? But of course, as I mentioned, you don't want brain damage to go there. But still, having learned that, the insula is in an area of the brain that is not particularly operable. But maybe they can come up with a drug or something that will go to the insula area. Wouldn't it be cool if you could just forget that you even had the urge? I continue on many fronts to avoid smoking best I can, but I guess I'm doing pretty well. You know, as I mentioned to you, I'm down to 4 or 5 a day. Some days more, mostly days I'm on the radio. And I'm trying Shantex. It's a new prescription thing. And I'm trying the nicotine gum. And boy, I'll tell you, this is one bad mama of a habit. There's simply no question about it. All right, let's go to the lines. Let's take some calls. Alan in Texas, you are on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, thank you so much for taking the call. A quick thing. On the bumper music that you do for the Moody Blues, where you do the reverse phase shifting,
Yes.
Were you possibly the DJ that helped them get a start with one of their songs on the West Coast years and years ago back in the 60s? Were you perhaps a DJ?
No.
And
No, I'm sorry. I would like to say yes. I wish I was, and I really love that group.
Sure. One other thing, the guest you had on would have been last week, Mr. Harper. And if you could just elaborate a little bit, everyone seems to be focused on America. You focused on the Philippines as well. I would like just a little bit of input, if you would, south of the equator, and what ramifications could possibly be involved with the scenario that you guys were talking about last week, if you would, please.
Which scenario?
Perhaps a solar flare, if you would.
Oh, all right. I don't know how to answer that, really. Let's see. What can I say? A solar flare probably would have larger implications, I would imagine, anywhere near the equator. Of course, it entirely depends. A solar flare can be Earth-directed and generally affects let me think about this. The northern latitudes generally get slammed harder than any other. I'd have to look into it. The radio conditions around the equator are totally bizarre. They really are bizarre. They're amazing. It's a complete opposite situation here. In America, North America, one generally has the expectation that the shortwave bands open up during the day, the higher ones, around 14 megahertz and above, open during the day if they're going to open, and then close promptly when the sun goes down. It's exactly the opposite down there near the equator, and they actually open up once the sun goes down. It was the damnedest thing I ever saw. I thought that radio propagated the same way, just about all parts of the globe, but ooh, that's not true. Not even close to being true. All right, Jason in Tulsa, Oklahoma, east of the Rockies. You're on the air.
Thank you, Art. This is Jason listening on 1170 KFAQ here in Tulsa. You said at the beginning of the show that you some of the troops in Iraq were having to stay past their enlistment times, and in the Navy myself, whenever you sign up, it definitely says that you have to stay as long as they need you in certain situations. So I think a lot of the guys may not, they're totally aware of what's happening, and they maybe need it for longer.
You say you were in the Navy?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure how it applies to being out at sea, but I can tell you from the time I had the Far East, Vietnam, Okinawa, Philippines, that when you're in a war zone, buddy, and they tell you you're going home on a certain date, you're counting the hours.
I have no doubt that they're definitely counting down to the time that they get to come home and see their families, but I don't think it's in a negative way if they get asked to stay, especially with
hogwash, it sucks. It completely sucks. Any response?
Well, I don't disagree with the premise. That you say that it's not definitely not a happy thing or it's not a positive thing. But I mean, they know that they're in the military, and they also know that they signed up in the very beginning for a certain reason.
Yes, sir. They also know that they were told they'd come home on a certain date.
Well, I can tell you, sir, that I would definitely not have a problem in that situation, even though I was out on the water.
All right. Well, look, I didn't mean to shock you. You're really the exception. You're away from your family for, you could say, a year, and you know the date you're coming home, and they do a stop-loss trick on you, and you're there for another half year. I can't even begin to tell you how much that sucks. And I would have other words for it. It's awful. I understand, I guess, that they have to be doing what they're doing, because the alternative to that is going to be a draft. I guess nobody wants that. The quality of people you get with a draft is just not what we've got right now. So I'm not totally in disagreement with what they're doing at the moment. But the stop-loss part of it, yikes. Fred in Michigan, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How's the weather up there today?
Quite nice, actually.
Great. Glad to hear that. Congratulations on your little girl.
Oh, thank you.
Art, there are authors, one particular regarding the nature of matter. A fellow by the name of, let's see here, he authored a book, Continuous Creation, regarding the transmutation. Yeah, it's a biological concept of the nature of matter beyond Newtonian science and the Big Bang Theory. He developed a scientific explanation for the transmutation of light into matter. And
in other words, he believes that creation is an ongoing thing, that it's always been and always will be.
That one of your guests mentioned that no life form appeared until after the appearance of light energy. And I thought that was pretty provocative, because in the Genesis story of creation, that's exactly what it says.
Yeah, let there be light, and before that, there was not.
Yeah, and another thing, Art, you mentioned something about your kitties. Did one or more of them pass on, or?
No, I'll tell you what. I'll lay it out when I get back. I've got to break here very quickly. But when I come back, I'll sort of catch you up on that. No, nothing as dire as that. But we did get a great big scare from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I'm Art Bell. Getting too anxious. It is neat. Hi, everybody. Good evening. Happy to take your call and get you on the air in the next half hour or so if we can. Coming up at the top of the hour, we've got Dr. Oren Pilkey, and he's going to talk to us about modeling, about mathematical models. He thinks they're really out to lunch with mathematics, and we'll find. In fact, he's going to talk not just about climate change modeling, but about the modeling that helped them decide to put nuclear waste in Yucca Mountain, just up the road from me a little bit, on my kitty cats. They caught a cold, which became a very serious infection. We almost lost our little Filipino immigrant kitty, and then my other cat caught it. And it was a wild week, going to the vet for shots and all kinds of shots, and then antibiotics, and getting them in my steam room. I think I told that story last night. I've got a steam room here, and so it's being used at least for something, and their poor little kitty faces and noses were pressed up against the glass as we watched them get their steam treatment. Anyway, they're all nursed back to health, so nobody passed, and everybody's sort of on their way back to health and running around. All is well in the Bell household. We'll be right back. All right, as promised, let's go directly to the lines. Mike in Escondido, California. Howdy.
Doing that, sir?
I'm doing quite well, Mike.
Great. I was just calling. I just recently learned that there have been some giant ice blocks that fall from the atmosphere down here in San Diego, and learned one that fell up in Florida today and demolished a car, totally totaled it. I was wondering if you had heard anything about this.
I've heard a lot of stories, Mike, of blocks of ice falling from the sky. Most people think it's airliners, that kind of thing. That might not be it. It might be something else. The way the weather is changing right now, nothing would surprise me.
It's amazing. Yeah, they had called the airport down there in Florida, and they said that there was no aircraft in the area. Was the other thing I was going to bring up.
Well, then where?
Amazing.
Yeah. Big enough to demolish a house?
Well, it did a lot of damage to it, and it totally totaled the vehicle today.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Do you have a story on that, Mike?
I believe it was on the Drudge report.
Drudge. Okay, yeah. I'll check Drudge. That's amazing.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Was there anybody in the car?
No, I believe they woke up to it or walked outside to it.
I'm glad they weren't in it. All right, I'll sure look into it. Thanks, bud.
Yes, sir. You have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Can you imagine a block of ice big enough to demolish a car simply falling from the sky with no aircraft in the area? Brenda in Florida, east of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi. There was there's been so much talk about our withdrawal from Iraq, and I heard something today from Britain that they want us to start withdrawing by May and have it over with by October. And I think we need to diplomatically work this out if it's possible, you know?
Well, Brenda, I hated the whole prospect of going to Iraq in the first place, and I was adamantly against it. But once we're there, well, for example, I think we killed, what, 250 insurgents today?
Mm-hmm,
That's 250 people that are not going to be planning ways to demolish buildings and do other terrorism and damage to the United States.
I don't think they'll come here. I think they know what's going on here, from what I understand. Alex's program has reached over there, and they don't like what's happening here.
What do you mean?
They said they've been hearing things that are going on that, you know, about this North American Union and the way, you know, they're doing things over here, that they just don't approve of it either.
Well, they don't approve of our freedoms. And Brenda, they don't like the fact that we are not part of their religion. And what they have said, basically, is that either we convert or die.
I haven't heard that from anybody.
Really?
I mean, not exactly addressed me on TV about it or anything like that.
Actually, Brenda, that's just about an exact quote.
Really?
Yes.
Who said that?
Well, an American who had joined up with Al Qaeda recently said that in something that Al Jazeera broadcast and then went worldwide. So I'm sorry you missed it, but it's actually in the Quran, or they claim it's in the Quran.
Well, now there's two Qurans. I mean, there's the original and there's something that somebody else wrote.
Something that somebody else wrote.
Yeah, somebody had redone it, and the real Quran. They even had this on the Christian radio station or TV station, that they said the original Quran said it's a peaceful religion, and this other one, that this other guy was supposed to have redone it. This is the one that's radical.
Okay, well, and at any rate, it is indeed the radicals that interpret it that way, and they really do believe we should convert or die, Brendan. That's not much of a choice.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, how many really are there of the radicals?
Fewer and fewer every day, the way it looks.
Oh, well, I wish they're just coming into all this. It's really sickening that, you know, this world can't have love and peace on this earth instead of all this fighting.
I couldn't agree with you more, Brenda. It's such a waste of everything.
It is. It is. A waste of life and money and time and everything. You're right. And
I totally agree, Brenda, but they really honestly do have that attitude, convert or die, and I'm not willing to convert.
No, me neither. But that's the radicals. And maybe we need to have the other Muslims help with this situation.
You know, if they were not actually wanting to attack us as they did, you know, the World Trade Center buildings, the Pentagon, and so forth and so on, and they were going to leave us alone, I'd be all in favor of pulling back and letting them stew. But you know, I think that we'd see them right in our face if they had the chance.
You know, it's about 9/11. It was in the Bible, in Jeremiah 30. God said He allowed this to happen because we have turned from Him, and He says, "I gave you a grievous wound that medicine could not even heal."
No, wait a minute. It sounds like you're rewriting something.
No, it's Jeremiah 30. It's in there.
Well, I'm sure it is Jeremiah 30, but did it say anything about the World Trade Center building?
Yeah, it said that it was the bringing down of the sycamore trees and raising of the cedars of Lebanon.
Well, I know, but those aren't sycamore trees. Or weren't.
He said that He allowed this to happen because we have turned from Him.
Well, that'd be sycamore trees, though.
Yeah, and the raising of the cedars of Lebanon is the towers going back up.
All right, well, I guess everybody makes their own interpretation, but this business about convert or die, that's not much of a twist. I mean, you can look it up. It's been said and resaid by Al-Qaeda leaders, so it's for real. Arizona, Jerry, west of Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, how you doing, Art?
Very well.
Yeah, I was wondering when you're going to have this Jim Sparks on again, one that remembers 80% of his abduction.
That was the most amazing interview of its kind, Jerry, I think ever done.
I know. It was spellbinding.
It was. And so, yes, I'm sure I'll have him on again. I mean, we really did hear the story in wonderful detail. I'm not sure what else could be said, but I'll look into it.
Okay, yeah, there were some things you were going to ask him, but the time went so fast, you didn't even get a chance to,
Well, if you recall, I went. If you recall, I went an extra hour with that interview. So let me see what I can do, buddy.
Okay, well, thanks a lot.
All right, see you later. He was one heck of an interview. There's no question about it. He had detail that I've never heard from anybody else. Pete in Omaha, Nebraska, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Good to talk to you again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
It's good to hear your voice. Just had brought up a little bit what the gentleman earlier was saying about the weather and the shelf of ice that fell on the car and whatnot. I think there was a forecaster just a few weeks ago that was saying it was more of observing the weather patterns rather than forecasting. Like we've gotten into just being able to notice these changes and in some places so rapidly that, it's an observing with constant changes. And like some of your guests have noted in the past that these, like Red Oak would say that these changes would start getting more drastic as the Earth is reacting to everything around it, and almost like it feels the pain of the people here on Earth, and that, it itself, he mentioned, would be like a dog flicking off the fleas as it scratches, that we would much be like that when the Earth decides to kind of reclaim what it has been.
Now, let me tell you, there was a time when I would have laughed at all that. That time is not now, Pete.
And
I kind of believe it.
Yeah, with what you've, all your past interviews with the Hopi tribe, and, I think people are starting to realize there's a few that have taught, other people how to look for things that what happened in Indonesia 2 years ago with the tsunami. All the natives that fled to higher ground, just like the animals. I think people as a whole, by the way, I want to say hello to all the troops, and we love you. And, there's a lot of us that still know what's going on, and,
You were in the service?
No, but I have a lot of friends and family that have, and I know you have as well. And you just got to thank them for the fact that they're serving the country. And, I would be proud to serve if there was a draft. I'm 36, but you know what? After these World War II vets, what they did for our country, we can't let what we've done slip,
That's
high. Back to the weather, I just think that we need to pay attention to what's going on, like you said, like a lot of other people that, might not believe in the global warming theory, could believe the global cooling, who knows? This world's gone through so much in the phases that it has, but we need to pay attention to it. It's something that's real. We don't know how to quite control it, with all the different resources and everything, but pay attention to things going on, and don't give up on nature and the human spirit.
Pete, I simply could not agree with you more. Thank you. There's just no question about it. There was a time when I would have just laughed. Of course, the American natives believe that our Earth is in a sense alive, and I think I'm willing to buy that. And I'm also willing to buy that human beings are connected to that which we walk around on, the Earth. There's a connection, and if the Earth is ill, then I think, let's see, what was the expression? I think if the Earth sneezes, we all catch a cold. Leave it at that. So I guess that's part of my belief system now. Justin, in New Jersey, you're on the air. Hi.
Well, all right. Nice to talk to you.
Good to talk to you.
Welcome back to the States.
Thank you.
And I'm a long-time listener from IRC. And I have a question for you, but I was also wondering, now that you're back in the States, are you going to be continuing on with the screen call format?
I think so. I actually thought about it, Justin, and I could take on-screen calls. As a matter of fact, the way it's set up right now, that didn't occur to me for a while, but I might do it. I might do it, Justin.
All right. Is there an advantage to the screen calls and the on-screen calls?
No, I don't know. I wonder about that myself, Justin. Your odds of getting through are pretty much equal, whether it's screened or whether it's unscreened. Either way, I don't know that it makes a gigantic difference.
No. And one of the questions I wanted to ask was, why do you think there's all this push on nuclear power when there's a big shortage on uranium?
Why do I think that? Well, easy. That's an easy one, buddy. Nuclear, we have such an incredible situation going on with the climate right now that it makes nuclear power look more attractive, even with the extreme difficulty that we're facing right now of, what to do with the waste. And they're going to put the waste very near me, Yucca Mountain. We've got a piece of equipment here that I think I mentioned to you, that Bill Hickey came up here and redid everything. And unfortunately, it looks like we've got a piece of equipment failing, which is not unusual when you put in new stuff. Within a day or two or three, you usually get a failure, and we're having one at the moment, so we'll hope all goes well. David in Van Nuys, California, you're on the air.
Wow, congratulations on the little one. I saw her first debut on the internet.
You think that's something?
She looks just like you.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I can't make out a thing. That's, I mean, I think dogs will better than that. Well, what happened? Why wasn't it so clear?
Oh, actually it is. If you know what you're looking at, it's quite clear. And you've got to be a sort of a medical person. I will get some of the color shots up next week that are much, much better. I just didn't have time to get the DVD out and take a snapshot and do all that stuff, but I'll do it next week.
Okay, great. Hey, the National Geographic had a show titled The Womb, and it shows the new 3D high-resolution views of a child being developed.
That's what I've got. I've got a high-res color, three-dimensional picture if I can snap it off the DVD.
That's amazing. Technology is so incredible. But, one thing I was concerned about, I was worried about that with the ultrasound, what it does is it creates a vibration. That's how you get an image from an echo. I was wondering if that hurts the child since it's in liquid and that vibration may hurt its ears. I don't know if it can hurt
I
it at all.
suppose with pregnancy, you worry about everything. In fact, I've noticed that on television, whatever the medicine is, it doesn't matter. They always have a warning at the end that says, not good if you're pregnant or you're going to be pregnant. How anybody can exactly forecast that, I'm not sure. But it's kind of a tag on every medicine there is. And so if you're pregnant, you pretty much don't want to take anything that can be avoided. Phil in Arizona, welcome. First time caller.
Yes, how are you doing, Art?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I had some paranormal experiences I wanted to talk to you about.
Okay.
I hear voices every day, and I talk to them. And what they did, they told me that there was going to be a bombing in Saudi Arabia and in Riyadh, and that happened 2 months prior. 2 months after, they told me this. And they told me that Osama bin Laden, they tell me this all the time, he's in South Africa. And they told me that Syria was going to enter a war, and America warned them, so they didn't go into war, and that's where weapons of mass destruction are, in Syria.
I'm curious, Phil, who do you think these voices you hear are?
I really don't know. People. Just, they're angels.
Angels.
Yeah.
And so we can look for a bombing in Saudi Arabia in 2 months, is that correct?
That's something I predicted, but yes, that's going to happen too again.
It is, huh?
Yeah, that's what they say. And they'll find Osama bin Laden in South Africa. I really don't know why they say that, but somewhere that's where he's at, they say it to me all the time.
All righty.
All right.
We'll mark that one down. Hang in there, buddy. Phil?
Yeah.
Oh, you're still there. Okay, well, listen, I've got to go, but we'll mark what the voices have said and see what happens.
Taiwan's going to be going to China.
Well, that one you don't need a voice for. China is going to eventually take possession of Taiwan. I think there's very little question about that. And when that happens, I suppose we'll make noise and we'll bluster, but I have very serious doubts that we'll get involved in some negative way with China over Taiwan. I've sort of come to believe that one. Larry in Tampa, Florida, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing?
Quite well, sir.
I've listened to you for a long time, along with George.
We got about 1 minute.
Sure. I'm commenting about the ice chunks that have fallen in 3 places across the U.S. The most recent one here in Florida, near Tampa, subsequent to a hailstorm. I saw it on WESH in Orlando here it was huge. It was absolutely huge. It nailed the car, and I heard that another one nailed the house somewhere else. So they showed a picture of it, and the car was completely nailed.
Do they have any conjecture on what it might be?
There was none. It was subsequent to a hailstorm, and the sky was clear.
The sky was clear?
Clear.
During a hailstorm?
After
the hailstorm, when the ice fell.
Yes.
So it's stuff. Listen, I've got to go. I'm sorry. I'm totally out of time. I'm going to look into all this. I guess it's on Drudge. I'll go take a look. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Indeed, I hope here I am. We've had a piece of equipment go kaboom. So, trying to talk to Bill Hickey. Bill, if you're out there, take a break and call me. Dr. Orrin Hilke is a James B. Duke Professor of Geology, and he's a director of the program for the study of developed shorelines, that's PSDS, within the Division of Earth and Ocean Science at Duke University. Currently, PSDS research focuses on beach replenishment and other forms of shoreline stabilization, evaluation of the validity of mathematical models of beach behavior, hazard risk mapping on barrier islands, sedimentary processes on shore faces, migration of hurricane property damage on barriers, and principles of barrier island evolution in Colombia, South America. His research in recent years has been funded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the National Geographic Society, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, the U.S. Geological Survey, and the National Science Foundation. Wow. As well as a variety of private foundations. He doesn't think much about mathematical modeling. Apparently doesn't think a whole lot of modeling that decided that they will put so much nuclear waste right next to me at Yucca Mountain, where, well, gee, you know, I've heard there's earthquake fault lines at 100. I've heard that there's some water that runs under it that they didn't anticipate, and all kinds of things. So I'm just not really looking forward to that. And it'll be interesting to see what he thinks of the mathematical models that say, put it there. I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back. All right. Here comes Dr. Orrin Hilke. Doctor, welcome to Coast AM.
Well, I'm very pleased to be here.
We've got some equipment problems, so I hope that all hangs in. But I am hearing you. All right. Now, you... To sort of put a cap at the beginning of this, you think a lot, if not most, of the mathematical modeling done on various projects is horse pucky. Is that fair?
Well, that's fairly fair. There are two kinds of modeling. There's modeling that's where you're expected to be accurate and precise. This modeling of Earth processes, and we just, in my view, we cannot be accurate. Accurate models are not possible with natural processes. However, we can learn a lot, like we have about global change and so forth, using the models in a more qualitative way, where you just look at trends or orders of magnitude or directions and so forth. But I think our society is depending very heavily on what we think are, or what we are told are accurate models, and they're just not accurate.
All right, your book is Useless Arithmetic. That's pretty strong stuff. Useless arithmetic, is that correct?
That's right, yeah. That kind of tells it in a nutshell. That gives our view of the validity of accuracy of quantitative models.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's begin not with Yucca Mountain, but with global warming. Now, we've all been fed all kinds of information on global warming and what we can expect, how many degrees of warming in such, in so many years we can expect. And you think I take it, you think the models are simply wrong.
Well, I think the mathematical models that are used to predict global change are, I agree with the general picture that the UN committee which is about to come out with a new report in the next week or two, with their general conclusion that we're going into global warming. Global warming is a fact. We can measure it,
and global change is a fact. But the problem is just the way you stated it. Is when the models say that we're going to go up so many degrees, and the water temperatures are going to go up so many degrees, and temperature and sea level is going to rise so many inches or feet. We have to take those numbers with a grain of salt, a large grain of salt. We can't quantitatively predict, but we can look at these models, and the models have been valuable in telling us that global change is upon us, and we can't ignore it. We've got to do something about it.
Okay. Let me read you what's in the current 5-minute Associated Press news. It says, later this week in Paris, climate scientists will issue a dire forecast for the planet that warns of slowly rising sea levels and higher temperatures. But that may be the sugar-coated version. Early and changeable drafts of their upcoming authoritative report on climate change foresee smaller sea level rises than were projected in 2001. In the last report, many top U.S. scientists reject these rosier numbers. Those calculations don't include the recent and dramatic melt-off of big ice sheets in 2 crucial locations. Now, I take it all of this forecasting is being done by modeling, right?
That's correct. Modeling is a good way to handle a lot of data, and God knows they've got a lot of data to handle, and you're dealing with a global phenomenon here, a global change. And I agree. I agree that the 2001 report was pretty sugar-coated. And for example, just very recently, the UN panel there said they expected that more snow would start to accumulate on the Antarctic continent. And as a result of the warming of the ocean, there'd be more evaporation, therefore there'd be more snow.
More snow, yeah.
But just the opposite happened. Recent measurements, all short term, of course, but recent measurements have shown that the Antarctic continent is losing ice, losing snow, losing volume. And the same thing's happening in Greenland. It is melting faster than has been expected or predicted, and so they they've been wrong. These are the 2 points I think that article talks about where they have been wrong, and all of which indicate that sea level is bound to be rising a lot faster than anticipated, and that it's almost bound to accelerate. But putting it into, so this is where models are valuable, where you can, and by the way, these modelers, of the UN panel are quite honest and quite straightforward, and they evaluate they say these are the problems we have with the model, these are and they give all the bad and the good, and they say this is a pretty weak assumption here, and this is a strong assumption here, and this is very different from most mathematical modeling that goes on in our society. These guys really, really worry about their inaccuracy. But that's
okay. So then, if I can interrupt, then the climate modeling they're doing, you feel a little bit better about than some other areas of modeling.
Among the areas of modeling that we looked at in our book, we think that the climate modeling is by far the best, by far the most straightforward. They recognize they have lots of weaknesses and are straightforward about it. I'd be a bit more pessimistic than they are, but quite a bit more, in fact, about some of their precise statements. But yes, I consider them to be the best type of modeling among these things that we looked at, these various fields.
Okay, well then there's a difference between you and, of course, the administration is very anti-global warming, or at least they certainly have been until very recent days. And, of course, what they do is attack the modeling.
Yeah, that's one of the problems is that the models, for example, there's one group out there that is saying that, well, if we don't change our CO2 output within 10 to 12 years, we only have 10 to 12 years to change it and to actually turn things around. Well, they don't know 10 to 12 years. Maybe we can't turn around, or maybe we have 50 years. That's the kind of thing that that is being said by some groups, and this makes them vulnerable. I mean, the administration can say, well, that's nonsense, and they're right, about some of these very quantitative and precise pronouncements. But basically, the Bush administration, for purely political reasons, is ignoring a major phenomenon that's going on globally, and it's much to our. We are wasting time. We are wasting time.
There's a commercial that's running on TV right now. You might have seen it, and it shows a guy standing on a train track. You seen that one? There's a train coming, and the voice in the background says something like, and I'm paraphrasing, the climate will change in 30 years. Well, what difference does that make to me? And he stands aside, and behind him is his little girl, and of course it's a train wreck.
Yes. I mean, that's a pretty good analogy. That's a great analogy. We are, it's really, this is an exciting time for science, for global science. I think we, in my lifetime, I've been around a while, I've never seen the scientific community so galvanized on any public issue, and I'm very proud of the scientific community on this issue. We are getting out and telling people about this instead of sitting in our offices with our green eye shades and our computers and arguing amongst each other about little details. We are really getting out there. The scientists are getting out there, and that's good. But we have to be careful of what we take in their modeling, and we have to look at their lift up the flap and look carefully. So.
Okay. Well, it sounds to me as though you are pretty well convinced with the rest of the scientific community, which has pretty much reached a consensus. I mean, 10 years ago, Doctor, people were saying it's horseradish and much worse. Today, it seems as though science has pretty much coalesced behind the facts.
Yeah, that's true. I shudder a little bit about this because good science is not necessarily done by majority vote. And great scientific breakthroughs are usually done by people who are on the outside, who are not there in the swing of things, so to speak. Darwin and others were not in the swing of things. But I think the evidence is so overwhelming here that, there can be there's still a lot that we have to argue about. We have to understand, for example, how much of this climate change is due to human beings.
Right.
And that's not certain yet. So.
Although I'm not sure. Although it certainly would impact what we do to mitigate it if we decide that we're part of the problem. However, it may go on no matter what we do. In fact, I believe it will. If you look around the world right now, at China and Asia, Eastern Europe, the rest of the world, they want a couple cars in every garage. Basically, they want what we have, and if they get it, and they're probably going to get it, I don't see how we're going to change anything. Do you?
I am completely in complete agreement with you. It looks so hopeless in that sense because, for us to be standing up there and telling the developing world that, hey, you can't use gas and oil like we're using it, that just doesn't wash. And so, so the solution may lie eventually in another kind of technology besides burning a fossil fuel. But no, yes, you're absolutely right. It's really kind of almost depressing to look at the task before us if we're going to really make a change. Everybody wants to be like us, and we're producing much of the world's carbon dioxide, excess carbon dioxide.
Well, we'll come back to that. Doctor, I'm in a little town called PERP in the high desert. I wonder if you know where that is.
Well, I think you're not far from Yucca Mountain, judging from the introduction here. Is that true? I don't know where that town is, no.
No, that's all right. We're about 65 miles to the west of Las Vegas, and kind of not all that far from Yucca Mountain. So I am very, very, very interested in what you have to say about Yucca Mountain. I'm very concerned about Yucca Mountain and what they're going to put there. And they tell me that we're going to have to be custodians of this very dangerous stuff for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years, and mankind has done nothing for that period of time.
You will be custodians, or Nevada will be custodians for, well, for essentially a million years or a little bit more, where that's the time frame over which some of this radioactivity will still be hot. Some of the waste will still be hot. And yes, you will be the custodian of that. Somebody has to be, and our fathers in Washington have decided that that will be the place to go. Unfortunately, it has been our fathers in Washington that have decided this, and not the scientific community looking for the very best site. It's been a very political thing, and this of all things in our society is of this kind is totally controlled. It's totally involving mathematical models. Hundreds of mathematical models are being used to predict the fate of the waste at Yucca Mountain. But the problem is, it's complex, but the problem is that we scientists 20, 30 years ago, when we got computers that we could sit at our desk and do so much with, we told the bureaucrats that, yes, we can predict what's going to happen 10,000 years into the future. And so the requirement has become, if wherever we're going to put that nuclear waste, we must know what's going to happen for the next 10,000 years. Well, that's nonsense. Of course we don't know what's going to happen in the next 10,000 years. What's going to happen to the climate? Are we going to start another ice age? Is there going to be a volcanic eruption? But even worse than that is the fact that recently the federal court said, no, we have to move that up to 300,000 to 1 million years. We have to know what's going to happen during the next million years. Now that is so ludicrous. 10,000 years was ludicrous, but a million years, I can't find an adjective to describe it. We're going to go through several ice ages, and Yucca Mountain will be maybe a tropical rainforest during that time. The groundwater will be right up to the, and they may as well have said, the federal court may as well have said, we must put all the nuclear waste into the second ring around Saturn or something like that. It was an absolutely impossible requirement. So, do we want to say that the federal courts are made up of idiots, or are we scientists at fault? And I think we scientists have to take some of that blame that we didn't tell them. That we have convinced people that mathematical modeling can really predict what's going to happen, and therefore go ahead and say a million years, because we have these sophisticated, state-of-the-art mathematical models that can tell us what's going to happen. And of course, it's just a million years is just indescribably bad, just indescribably impossible. So,
well, Dr. Bilge, if you don't use mathematical models, what can you use? Is there any way to decide where to put this waste other than what they're doing?
Well, yes, that's a very good question, because what are we going to do? Say, well, let's just hope for the best and throw in the waste? Well, of course, we can do this in a much more qualitative way. And in fact, Yucca Mountain on the surface of things is quite a good place to be, in the sense that it's not far from where all the atomic testing went on. So there's a lot of already contaminated land, and the drainage. We know this for sure. The drainage of the groundwater and the surface water is not going to go to Las Vegas or to your town. It's going to go basically into Death Valley. Excuse me. So and the groundwater is going to be a full 1,000 feet, I think, below where they're going to store the radioactive waste. So, on the surface of things, it's pretty good. But I think that I was fascinated, by the way, in a recent magazine article that interviewed people who are in the area where the groundwater will eventually flow if the repository fails.
Will it fail? Is there any way to take good bets on whether it's actually going to fail and reach the groundwater?
Oh, I think it will. I think there's no question. I think they assume that it will fail someday, and they're hoping that it won't fail for a million years, of course. But I think we should assume that it will fail. In fact, that's another approach to this thing. Assume that it's going to fail. Look at the worst case scenario. Where's that waste going to go? And it's going to go out down a valley, a large valley, and there are people who live there, a few people, but there are now people coming in building nice houses and all that.
Doctor, hold it right there. We're at a break point. We'll be right back. Dan in Clackamas, Oregon, with a really good question, I think. He says, "Hi, Art. Would you ask Dr. Pilkey to please address the mathematical models used for our daily and 3 to 4 day weather forecasts here in Oregon, at least? They're terribly inaccurate, Dan. Here, too. They call them weather forecasts, but they seem more like weather observations to me. In other words, they look out the window and correct what their models said would happen." Now, back to Dr. Pilkey in a moment. Doctor, sorry to cut you off so quickly. I'm not watching the clock. I'm looking at equipment here and absorbed in the material that you and I are talking about.
Hey, no problem.
This is kind of interesting. Dan in Oregon talks about the modeling that they use for weather. Now, he's right about that. It seems as often to be wrong as right.
Yeah, that's true. The mathematical modeling used for weather is perhaps in some ways the best kind of modeling there is, and it is inaccurate very often. That's because what we call the persistence time of things that make up the weather is very short, and so you can't usually. You're lucky to get 3 days. Sometimes you get 5 days. Sometimes you get less than that. How many of us have failed to bring an umbrella, to work when it rains when you come out? But that's a very important point. That this very good modeling, where they look back all the time, they look back to see if they can't try to improve their predictions. They still can't. They can't be perfect or anywhere close to it. And I think the Weather Service is still very valuable to us.
Oh, of course it is. Actually, I'm quite good friends with them. I love reading the detailed discussion that they always put up, and I'm kind of friends with the fellow in Las Vegas. We had a forecast not long ago for 10 to 15 mile an hour winds, and we were getting at the time about 60 miles an hour. And so I called Las Vegas and noted that we were getting 55 and 60 mile an hour gusts, and he said, "Ooh, no kidding. Let me look into that." And it quickly, of course, changed. So that's what I meant when I said sometimes it seems more like weather observations.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair statement. And they of all Earth's surface processes that should be modeled, that we need modeling of, it's the weather. But we still, we get 3 days if we're lucky, and that's it. We need a lot more than 3 days at Yucca Mountain.
All right. Let me again ask this question because I want to be very clear on it. If modeling is so faulty in some areas, Yucca Mountain as a good example, then Doctor, what do we use?
Well, we have to simply accept a qualitative world. We have to simply accept that we can't model something, that we can't accurately predict the outcome of most natural processes on Earth. And so we just have to step back, and we're just going to have to live with it, that we can't predict these things. So what do we do, for example, at Yucca Mountain, if we can't predict with a million years of certainty? What do? Well, we can take another approach, which other countries are doing, and that is bury your waste and watch it, see what happens, and change as technology changes. Change your, we call it adaptive management. You would change things as you go along, see what happens. Is the titanium drip shield that they're going to use at Yucca Mountain, if that starts to deteriorate, well, we got to do something different, And so there are ways, in all these things, there are ways of we can plan. We can look at contingencies. What's going to happen if the following things happen, and then say, okay, if A happens, we'll do this. If B happens, we'll do that. So, but it does require us to step back and accept that that we live in a qualitative world. We can't predict with accuracy where we're going, in so many things on the Earth's surface.
Well, let's come back to climate for a moment. We can certainly look, as an example, at the North Pole, and we can see that over the last several decades, 40 or 50% of the ice that was there isn't there anymore. That's getting to be a very serious situation. And as the ice melts, it seems to be a process that is accelerating itself because, of course, the water absorbs more heat than the reflective ice with snow on it would. And so the process seems to be speeding up. But again, you think that modeling won't tell us where we're going with that.
Oh, qualitative modeling is going to help us in that a lot. For example, qualitative modeling, just looking at what might happen without giving time on it, without giving volumes, without giving temperatures. We know that big changes I think that you talk about in your book, can happen to the circulation of the ocean, of the Atlantic Ocean, because of the changes that are going on in the Arctic. So, and we know that these things can happen. We know that Europe can become very quickly, in a matter of a few decades, can become much colder. And there are many things that could happen. A good thing can happen. We can have shipping across. We can forget about the Panama Canal for a lot of our routes and so forth. There are winners and there are losers in all of this. But I do want to point out that it is very important for us to study these things. We need more oceanographic data on what's happening to that meltwater in the Arctic. You're familiar with I'm sure with what might happen to the Gulf Stream. It might be pushed to the south. And
as a matter of fact, for I forget how many days recently, it did exactly that. It suddenly moved south, and that happened to coincide with some terrible, just awful storms in Europe. And I don't know if the two are connected, but I do know that it did for a time sort of begin to drift south and then came back.
Yeah, the horror stories about the cooling of Europe are potential cooling of Europe are valid. It's going to change a lot of things. Speaking of that, in Sweden, they take their nuclear waste and they bury it at more than 1,000-foot depth, and they bury it in water. And the reason they do that, one of the reasons they're doing it, is they assume, the scientists in Sweden assume, and they know that someday the ice ages will come back, and that'll happen before the radioactive waste is dead, and Sweden is going to be covered with ice. And I thought that was very, very long-term thinking. It may not be as long-term as they think, but they assume that Sweden is going to be covered with ice, and any burial of radioactive waste right close to the surface might very well spread the waste all over to the south. So people are thinking in these terms. We know ice ages are going to occur again, with or without the CO2, perhaps, but the additional CO2 that we're putting in. But we're probably greatly increasing the rate of this occurrence, the rate of change.
Okay, well, minus modeling to, let's say that you're a scientist, which you are, and you're called in front of Congress or the Senate to testify on what you think is going to happen. Whether it's Yucca Mountain, whether it's climate, whether it's AIDS or fisheries, and I know you've got something to say about all of that. How do you go in front of these politicians and say, look, we need X number of dollars and we need to do the following without modeling?
Well, I could point out in most of these things that we need, with more field data, both in AIDS and in fishing and so forth, we need more data, and we need more field data. We need more observations in the oceans, in the atmosphere. And I wouldn't say to the Congress that we do this without modeling. I would say that we would use modeling to investigate the directions in which things are going, to look at the order of magnitude that changes might occur. So modeling would still be a central part of any any investigation as to global change and all these other things. I wouldn't throw out models by any means, but I sure would throw out the quantitative model. We just simply have to accept that, we're not going to be precise. We're not going to be accurate with these projections into the future. That's the big difference, I think.
Okay, well, they certainly need some way to decide how many dollars go where. So, it's a little frustrating. I'm sure it's frustrating to you and to everybody else involved. Have you ever testified as to the relative accuracy or inaccuracy of the modeling that others are using?
Oh, yes, a number of times, especially with regard to beach nourishment, which is becoming a big thing on all of our coasts, where we're pumping up artificial sand to replace sand that's being taken away because of sea level rise. And, I am very critical. These are this is bad modeling. This is really bad modeling, where they predict how long a nourished beach will last, and that's all part of the cost-benefit ratio. We got to have a cost-benefit ratio according to the law, and in order to have a cost-benefit ratio, you got to have an estimate of how long the beach will last when you pump it up. Well, who knows when the next storm will occur? That's how long the beach will last, and you don't know that, obviously. Right. But the Corps of Engineers, when confronted with this, says, well, look, we can't go to the Congress and say, we want $12 million plus or minus $5 million to pump up a new beach. So therefore, they say we must come up with an accurate accurate estimate, which you can't do, an accurate prediction of how long a beach will last. Well, that's, the Corps of Engineers or we scientists shouldn't be giving Congress inaccurate numbers. Congress is going to have to live with the facts too. And they're going to have to live with the fact that we can't predict how much a beach is going to cost. And we're just going to have to live with that. And that's true in other fields as well. But that's a particularly obvious one, and one that's rather important here along the coast of the U.S.
Speaking of coast, here's another one. With the melting that clearly is going on, well, I guess it's clearly going on, certainly at the North Pole, and a lot of glaciers now are beginning to retreat severely. Eventually, particularly if it begins to occur at the South Pole, the Antarctic, it's going to begin to cause sea levels to rise. And as we all know, there is a lot of very valuable, very occupied shoreline, and we've got lots of it in the U.S. And are these people going to be at risk? Modeling says probably they're going to be at risk, and even looking at the world right now says that, I guess. What do you say?
Oh yeah, of course. Well, there's actually we don't need modeling to know that sea level rise is creating a huge risk to the world. We have so many coastal cities, and we know now, for example, along the East Coast, well, we have a very good tide gauge in North Carolina on a concrete pier at Duck, North Carolina, and it shows the current sea level rise is about 1.5 feet per century. We know it's less in some places, like in Juneau, Alaska, it's dropping, and in Colombia, South America, on the Pacific coast, it's rising at 10 feet per century. But in any event, globally, the sea level is rising, and the worst hazards for global change and sea level rise are in the atoll nations, and like in Tahiti and some of the French Polynesian atoll islands. Tahiti isn't an atoll, but some of the other islands, and even worse yet is Bangladesh, where millions of people live within several feet of sea level. And in these places, it's not going to be the flooding by the sea level rise. It's going to be the destruction of the freshwater supplies. Long before the land is actually flooded, the fresh water will be gone. The salt water will have intruded into what they're using for their fresh water. And so what are we going to do with these millions of refugees from Bangladesh? It's fascinating. And there is a movement afoot, interestingly enough, by some native communities, even in Alaska and Siberia, and the atoll nations are trying to get together to sue the United States and Western Europe for producing all the CO2 that's causing the crisis on their shoreline. I don't know how far they'll get with that, but it's an interesting little issue that big issue.
I guess so. I just read about an island that disappeared. I guess 10,000 people had to move off this island. I'm trying to recall where it was, but there was a story about it. They had to actually leave the island, and it's going to be the beginning of more of that for a lot of people. So,
yeah, that's what's happening. And there's some atolls near New Guinea called the Carteret atolls, and they have been abandoned. The people have been moved to New Guinea, and then the nation of Tuvalu has made arrangements to move its people gradually. These are all atoll nations. Move them to New Zealand. So, wow. We're looking at big changes in the world.
Doctor, I'm going to ask you for an opinion, and that's all it is. But there's this big argument about whether man's hand is a big part of this, or it's just a natural process. I don't think, in terms of our planning, it should matter that much one way or the other, because I don't think anything's going to change. That's my personal opinion. But I'd like to ask yours. Do you think man's hand is an important part of what's going on with the planet?
Yeah, I think it is. But you're right. Your suspicion as to whether we can really pin down how much would be a point that I would make. If we can't really pin it down how much we are responsible. But what makes me think that we are at least partly responsible is the correspondence of the increasing carbon dioxide content of the atmosphere, and that's as measured on Mauna Loa. The longest measurement of atmospheric CO2 is in Mauna Loa. And that increasing CO2 content, it just corresponds more or less with the global warming that we're seeing. I mean, we see for example, sea level rise. We see sea level rise beginning about 1850, the middle part of the 19th century, and that's it more or less corresponds to the increase in CO2 by humans. And so I think that's probably a qualitative indication that we're part of the problem. We're a major part of the problem. And then the question is, what can we do? And I share your pessimism about getting the world to change its fossil fuel habits. But I don't think, because we're pessimistic, and I don't think we shouldn't try. I don't think we should throw up our hands and walk away.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should try. We should try.
Well, let's say that you were in charge of trying. Looking at what's going on in the world right now, what would you recommend?
Well, if I was king of the world, I would be putting all kinds of resources into looking at alternate sources of energy. Everybody knows that there's all kinds of potential sources of energy. One of which, by the way, energy. Yeah, right. But one interesting source that you haven't heard too much about is energy from within the Earth, and it's been suggested that we could be drilling at the mid-ocean ridges and getting huge amounts of energy where the hot magma is very close to the surface, and we could be producing steam that could go all over the world. I think that's a little ways away, but I find that to be a fascinating possibility. I think I would be, if I was king, I would be funding all kinds of research into other ways of driving around, other ways of transport, get us out of fossil fuel.
And I take it you believe the only reason we're not along that path right now is probably political.
Oh, of course, politics. Unfortunately, politics is behind this. And unfortunately, we, the nation that is producing most of the CO2 in the world, excess CO2, or a good part of it, we're the nation that's dragging our feet. And I think that's really a shame. I wish we could change that. If I was king, I would change it.
And if you were king, we have another problem that's going on. It's out of your area of expertise, or maybe it isn't. But I keep getting these stories, Doctor, on these dead areas in the ocean. We're having more and more of these areas of the ocean that are virtually devoid of all life. You heard about those?
Yeah, well, the Mediterranean is changing dramatically, and then we have the dead area in the Gulf of Mexico off the Mississippi River, and these are very important in terms of our fisheries, in terms of the future of our fisheries. And
there was actually a story, Doctor. I'm sorry. There was actually a story saying that in 50 years, if we don't change, there's going to be no more fish left. No more fish left. I couldn't believe it, but it was a legitimate story. Ran on the wire services not long ago. This time I'm watching, Doctor. We're at a break point. We'll comment on that when we get back. From the high desert, I'm Mark Bell. Here I am indeed. It's true. Dead zones in our oceans. Areas where nothing lives. I think there's one up off the coast of Oregon as well. And there was a very, very worrisome story saying that if we don't do something to change what's going on, in 50 years, we won't have any fish in the sea. Now, maybe that's somebody's modeling that has told us that. Or maybe it's real. In a moment, we'll ask. Well, once again, Dr. Orrin Pilkey. Doctor, had you heard that story? I'm curious about all the fish being dead in 50 years.
Well, yes, I have. The way I interpreted that story was that we're going to lose there's a possibility of losing commercial fisheries very quickly, and I think it's partly due to the dead zone, but I think it's also due to the overfishing. And I think the greatest overfishing story of all is the Grand Banks off Newfoundland and Labrador, where the Canadians using mathematical models as figlies. I call it figlies because I do believe, as I read what happened there, there was a great deal of skepticism about the model, but the politicians said, well, look, we got 40,000 people here depending upon this industry, this fishing industry. We're not about to stop the fishing just because of, we've got to believe these models and so forth. So they just kept right on fishing right until the last cod for all practical purposes was gone, and then they stopped it. It was so amazing. And our models have to be blamed for a good part of that loss. And in the rest of the U.S., we're still using, in the rest of the world, we're still using models. And in the U.S., we control the fishing by panels and committees of local people. But it's so much into politics that it is very, very difficult. That's part of the problem with democracy. Is it's difficult to stop really stupid things that we're doing when so many people depend on it for their living.
Yeah, I know. It's one thing to sit back and academically talk about all this, but when you're depending on a paycheck from what you go out and get in your fishing boat, it's a different story.
Recently, in North Carolina, my state, the Federal Marine Fisheries has suggested that we stop fishing for 2 or 3 species and let them recover. But the Speaker of our Senate, Mark Bass-Knight, got up and gave a ringing speech about how we must support our poor fishermen, and he will do everything he can to make sure that this doesn't happen. And the same thing happened on the Grand Banks. Senators, congressmen, the Canadian equivalent, got up on their soapboxes and said, "Hey, we'll save you. We're not going to let this happen." And they kept on going. And the Grand Banks was the world's greatest fishery. There's no question about that. It's been fished for 450 years, starting with the Portuguese and the Spanish, and it was still healthy at the beginning of the 20th century. In fact, it was healthy by 1950, but then we began to, with the help of the government, we began to get the Canadian government began to get more efficient fishery methods. We began to devise better nets, bigger ships, and all that stuff, and everything was led to the demise of this really great fishery. And it's going to happen in other parts of the world. That 50-year estimate might not be bad of
really?
the time when we no longer have big fisheries, big fishing industries around the world.
This is really getting scary. I mean, when you look at what's going on with the climate and you look at what's going on with the oceans, and I guess it all relates, it's beginning to really scare me.
Well, I I think you should be scared. It's very difficult for we're increasing in population, but more important, we're increasing the amount of pollutants, both not only carbon dioxide, but we're increasing what we put in water. We are getting better at that.
It's now Thursday, June 12th, like it was when I started this video. It's 6:59 a.m. Unit 207 has instructed my neighbor Russ, in addition to having had my debit card since last month, not to purchase food, cat food, cigars, anything for me.
It is frightening. It's kind of disturbing.
Then they instructed Russ to provide me just a couple of days of cat food because today was their planned day to break in and murder me without video or audio footage, kidnap or assault me in the event that that wouldn't work.
Pollution.
They've been actively hacking all of the devices as addressed, great length in the description. And then they had Russ tell me that he'd be by with more cat food since he gave me such a pitiful amount on Tuesday or Wednesday night. And as you see, he did not do that. Why? Because they mistakenly wanted a backup of me leaving the building instead of them getting charged for another breaking and entering unlawful entry, of which there are many, including over 55 plus attempts that weren't made actionable. Spoiler alert, they're wrong. And when I go to retrieve more cat food, in the event that they drag their heels and don't do a fucking thing today other than further stalking on the exterior, they're going to be convicted if they're on my video. Just like past, present, and future. Just like they knew for the 11 months prior to August of 2024 when they began illegally detaining.
They have to work together on this.
If the fate of the world is dependent on nations working
Happy
together...
Thursday! I'll be here tomorrow, too. Unless the Bureau comes and throws your asses behind bars because you didn't fucking pay attention to the sign, which very clearly says, arrest your fellow co-conspirators and domestic terrorists, or embrace your prison sentence.
What they're hearing, just not pay attention to the news anymore, or what?
Well, yes, and you're right.
Now, in the live stream that ran before this, there's a possibility Unit 207 blocked it because the stream key wasn't changed, and they've been testing out their ability to block videos since they can't make the live stream at present. But the preceding live stream, if you go 3 hours and 33 minutes into it, and then listen for roughly 3.5 hours, you'll get all the information you should know. If you've been coaxed, cajoled, and fraudulently promised an opportunity while in the possession of a fraudulent court order, 420, that implicate those providing them in a series of felonies, as well as the Everett Police Department. Remember, in the last week, the Bureau has clarified it is no longer the North Everett Police Precinct that is the domestic terrorist organization. It's the Chief of Police, Johnny Boy. Never met him. In the South Everett Police Precinct, i.e., it's the Everett Police Department as of today.
Break it down for me, Dr. Pilkey. Is in your estimation,
we'll do another tour of the house like we've been doing daily, but I don't feel inclined to do so just yet. The house looks just the fucking same.
Actual mathematics of the modeling.
There's a few more empty applesauce packets on top of my trash.
That's a very good question. The problem lies, even if we understood every aspect of a process on the surface of the earth, like let's say in my own specialty, how much sand is being transported on beaches by waves. We can write down a list, which I did in the book of 40 or so.
And the reaction to that upstairs is frustration with the notion of me changing the stream key.
Understood that we still,
which is, I might add, why the last few live streams, when initiated, have reflected the prior videos in time and added a few seconds to it. Their plan of attack now, as far as hacks go, is let the video roll and then we'll erase it, corrupt it, and hack it after the fact.
That's going to be transported on the beach.
Or they'll try and do what they did with thousands and thousands of pieces of evidence that the FBI and Google have already, which is completely erase them. Failing to realize that Google's data retention policy does not apply to me.
Ordering complexity.
And everything, including every email that I created, cease and desist letter, and letters from their co-conspirators telling me in advance of their planned kidnappings, their plan that the truth won't be admissible in court from September of 2023, their plans to kidnap my sons, all in writing, The plans not to give me government mandated funds on top of the tens of thousands they had already stolen.
What you're trying to get.
Their plans not to modify child support as had been legally required since 2019, months before the kidnapping because of their planned premeditated kidnapping. All of those things, Google reviews to the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, proof of service to all of them before they kidnapped my sons.
I would ask that modeler.
All of those things they thought they got rid of. They did not get rid of a single fucking thing. The plan was also to erase all of my YouTube videos on youtube.com/mysticgwen. Word of advice, morons. All the videos, including this one, are still very much present on Google servers. Intact and fully retrievable.
Telling you that about the amount of sand being
so happy Thursday.
And by the ways, and you could ask him, well, how do you estimate, what do you use for wave height? That's what controls the amount of sand. Well, you know, if you've been on a beach, you've seen high waves on Tuesday and low waves on Wednesday, and then you see waves come from the south on Thursday, waves come from the north on Friday. And so how do you put that all together? And the answer will often be rather appalling and make you rather skeptical of the model. So that's one approach. If you're a citizen, you don't have to understand the math. And I urge that people not be.
And now seems like a good time to remind everybody of a banger of a quote from the FBI. Anyone and everyone sticking to the fraudulent and perjurous claims that any of their premeditated criminal actions were reactionary are the very individuals going to prison for the rest of their lives without the possibility of parole. From people providing authorizations to officers following instructions to perpetrate fraud and kidnapping, yada, yada, yada.
But they're ridiculous. In the sense of, for example, waves, we say, how do we take one third highest wave for a given period of time, and we say that's what the wave height is. And, well, come on, so that takes out the big storms, which are much less than 1/3.
And then also do keep in mind, little domestic terrorists watching this in real time from the Everett Police Department. Every attorney involved was fully aware that Google would retain that shit for a decade, unless they've only been a member of the bar for a year or two. It is common knowledge. It was a fact that was known in 2015.
Not much sand moving, but when you have to use a simplification like 1/3 the highest wave, you are not going to be quantitative about it. No way you can get an accurate estimate that way.
Okay. Coming back to Yucca Mountains, since it's so close to me, if the modeling is incorrect, and if Yucca Mountain fails, whether it's due to some sort of earthquake, and I understand there is a fault line there they didn't think about, and it's awfully early for things they didn't think about, what are the likely consequences? I assume they've looked at the worst case scenarios for Yucca Mountain.
Yeah, they have. Whether they looked at them accurately or not is another question. But
they're now troubleshooting what to do if I change the stream key, trying to prevent that from happening or to find out what the next stream key will be. Good luck with that, fools.
This is the
smile for the FBI.
California, actually.
Remember the sign.
Las Vegas. And it would of course destroy the groundwater for anybody who's living in that area. That's one reason why Yucca Mountain's not a bad place in that sense, because there aren't very many people.
And then remember what you all thought were your defenses, rolling back of operating systems, breaking into my home after you kidnapped me and shoving USB devices into my lap. All of these things will be used in your prosecution.
How big a zone would that, Your Highness, be?
All of them. No one is getting away with anything aside from whistleblowers. Not just all the whistleblowers, too. The whistleblowers who truly are involved in a hostile working environment. Don't send any whistleblowers outside of my windows or doors. You send people who didn't blow the whistle. Because they're going to prison for the rest of their lives.
To be several hundred years down the road.
Past, present, and future.
But see, the thing we don't know. We don't know how fast the groundwater is going to flow, and we don't know how much groundwater there will be. If the climate changes, there's going to be a lot more flow. And
Worth noting,
And
it's
we
my
have
understanding
greatly
whistleblowers who've been
underestimated, as
outside
you've
of those
probably heard,
places in the
amount
past
of water
are in the
flowing
clear,
at the present time
who are real
into-
whistleblowers.
into Yucca Mountain.
But that has changed
not too
for
long
present,
ago, they have
considering the
had
FBI
to-
refuses
they
to allow me to
discovered,
play the song No Hall Pass for a week
radioactive
now.
chlorine, or they
And the
discovered
reason for
chlorine
that
36,
is because
which
they
a
want all the
compound that was
whistleblowers
formed
to know,
in
stay the fuck
bikini
away from my
bomb
windows
blast in
and
the
door.
Pacific, and it's globally in the atmosphere, and they discovered that in the tunnel at Yucca Mountain, which indicated then that the groundwater had flowed, some groundwater, at least along fault zones, had flowed all the way down into the chambers, and that was 10 times the rate that they had assumed in their mathematical models. So here's a case where the mathematical models were wrong because their database was wrong. That's a very common problem, but this is called the percolation flux problem, and it's really an example of how they just kept going and going on their models with that.
And then remember,
number.
in the event that you
And,
proceed with any
instead
of
they
your
should have
plans,
tried to
including
find
waiting to ambush me when I go to get more cat food, since you've been trying to starve and kill me and my cat, the cat since
they
November
should
of last
do that
year,
right at the
myself
very
since
start.
November of last year,
But that's so common with modeling. They want to.
then
they're
even
under
then,
pressure to
you'll
show
be
that
charged
Yucca
exactly
Mountain
the
is a good
same. You'll
place
just have
to,
one less
I know.
unlawful entry or
so
breaking and
political,
entering.
you know
That's
better
the
than
only
I.
difference.
You've been involved in it. The politics.
And there's
I think
plenty
that's
of
what it
those
was.
on the
It was called
indictments already.
Screw Nevada bill.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, and that's back in the days when Nevada was very weak in the Senate. They're no longer weak in the Senate. You know what? If we were going to, if the scientists,
So come
I think, if the scientists
and be
were going to take
in
charge
my
of this thing,
video.
I think we would
Felons
probably put the
every
radioactive
day.
waste into salt in some places in Kansas and in Texas. Because the salt deposits that we have.
You want to
are
look pretty
millions of
though
years
in my
old.
video?
Right.
The very fact that the salt
Some
is
of you have
there
already been in quite a
indicates
few,
there's
according to the
not gonna be water
FBI.
flowing through them. Otherwise, the salt wouldn't be there. And so this is a real natural place for radioactive waste disposal. But that politics has
a lot to do with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, politics has everything to do with it, and we have
Current
messed in
time
our
is
nets in the sense that
7:11
we have
a.m.
required. We have as the requirement, now.
You don't see the views on this live stream because the police officers upstairs are using Verizon, Cisco network, and their criminal and illegal route access acquired to plant evidence, tamper with evidence, and to prevent any live streams after their last kidnapping and unlawful committal reported in August 2024, ended in July of 2024, and just like dozens and dozens of other police reports that were legitimate and rejected, and then they tried to destroy evidence of 100% going to on the indictments, already on the indictments, and made actionable in March 2025.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, so is it
Leading to
final?
over 12
I
plus
keep hearing
individuals looking
about,
at prison for the rest of their life.
stages of finality and decision making.
So hurry the
Is
fuck
it
up,
really
because you've
final
blocked
yet?
all of
Or
my
not?
SOSs and my
Let's find out.
requests to all of the
That
surrounding
decision
police
by the federal
departments in the
court
county and the
extend
sheriffs
the area of certainty
with your
for a million
partitions
years,
and cookies
has kind of put things on hold.
and man-in-the-middle networks and root and kernel
the Bush
access
administration did take another step
because you've
toward approving
chosen
it,
to go to prison.
but it's still not final.
And I've been
boy, we've
requesting
got
for other
to,
police departments to come here
we've
for
got to make
over
up
a
our
week
mind one way or
because
another
I'm
to do that,
hungry.
pretty quick.
My cat is too.
California.
And it's been
Now,
over
are
300
they
days of you illegally
absolutely
detaining me.
certain,
It's been a
Cookie,
year
where the
since I've been
groundwater
authorized to
goes
state I'm an
and that it
FBI
does not
informant.
leak groundwater
And
elsewhere
remember,
and percolate
you've
into
perped
different areas?
every
In other
single
words,
crime reported in
if it all went
2017.
wrong, California
So
would
Jared
be at
Irving
risk?
is going to
No,
prison
I
for the
don't
rest
think
of his
so.
life,
It's
even
going
though he
into
thought
Death Valley.
retirement would prevent
And
his
I
detainment
believe
and
one thing you
arraignment.
can tell quite
Except
accurately
for
is where the groundwater
murdering me in a
flows.
way deemed as
Just based on the
suicide, and
slope
all
of
of your
the land
active
and the slope
attempts
of the
to
formation,
prevent video and
the
audio
geologic
footage
formation.
as recently as
I
this very
believe that
moment in
that's,
time and to tamper with it
I
will
don't
be
think
used in your
California,
prosecution.
except for parts of Death Valley,
You have a right
perhaps,
to an attorney. If you
is in
cannot
any,
afford an
any problem. There
attorney,
are
one
no
will be appointed to you.
major centers of
But
development
one won't be appointed to
like
you
Las
when
Vegas or
T-Mobile
like
/
your town that
Sprint
are
sues
threatened
everybody's ass individually
by this
who
way.
gets an
I think
indictment.
they're
You'll need
right
your
on that
own
one.
attorney for that shit.
Well, I hope so. There's a lot of risk if they're wrong.
Yes, there is, and I think we could learn from. Well, all this goes back to a decision in the Ford Carter administration that we would not recycle radioactive waste. And one of the reasons we said we don't want to recycle radioactive waste is because...
Anyway, I wish you guys would hurry the fuck up. The plan was for them to come this morning. That was the plan as of yesterday. They like to come normally at 7:30, 9:30, 10.
Decided, if I've got this straight,
and at dinner time. But their favorite thing to do for over 2.5 years is to ruin my Friday. And what they want to do is they want to criminally and illegally kidnap me / murder me. And then they want to enter my condo and empty the whole thing out.
Not to recycle.
So I'm going to guess here these idiots will do nothing today.
It would be a bad example.
And they'll wait for me to go and get more cat food.
Which of course anyway,
they'll try and do it tomorrow.
That's already the case.
To give them a couple more days before they're in prison for the rest of their lives. Which starts at King County Jail. That's where that voyage in their life starts.
We'll ask in a moment.
Because that's where the Bureau is prosecuting.
It seems to me
King County.
That we would not recycle waste as an example.
Then they'll be transported from the King County Jail to Snohomish Superior Courthouse, so the Office of Attorney General / State of Washington can fuck them in the ass.
Why aren't we doing it
with another indictment, which the FBI has referred to as hardcore.
I'm concerned with the mathematical models in this, but I recycling waste, the radioactive waste, that will produce plutonium, which is a bomb component. And
then remember, it's a double fuck because it's been over 300 plus days of you illegally detaining me, and you are actively attempting to murder me via starvation.
We have started down this
so
path. We have spent $5 billion.
Send some other police departments that should have received my SOSs that you tried to prevent and block from receiving it.
These things don't turn around.
Send the sheriffs who are the local FBI and are working with them, regardless of your delusions elsewise.
It makes perfect sense to go back to recycling.
Don't send any more Everett Police Department officers unless they are not whistleblowers, because I assure you, anyone wearing blue that's a city boy is going to prison for the rest of their life. They won't have a legacy of being a cop. They'll have a legacy of being what you all are: a child abuser, an illegal record sharer, a cyber stalker, a regular stalker, a terrorist, a fraudster, an extortionist, a kidnapper, an unlawful committal and evidence planter, a corrupt police officer who, remember, in the federal penitentiary, that's one totem above pedophiles who murder kids.
One way to go. I mean, there are lots of
one totem, the endangerer of disabled minors. You are one totem above pedophiles who kill kids.
With modeling, it's mentioned in here that that you or
prison is not going to be fun.
The AIDS.
Don't drag your heels till tomorrow. Come on.
Modeling. What can you tell me?
Come the fuck on. Come and get it. Come and get it. Come and get it.
Came about by an article. It was first pointed out by an
and then remember, I have zero intention of dying. So when one of your officers shoots me,
and Milan is
assuming he doesn't become a coward immediately upon seeing me.
The last of the Milan.
You don't forget that you've added already conspiracy to commit murder to your indictments if you get a blood whistle. Already.
But he was
it's already there.
Activist, a very powerful one because of his name.
And every day I continue to be illegally detained, another officer hangs themselves.
The UN AIDS numbers that they had
and then recall, all of the attorneys have known from the get the Google server would retain that info. They're only left premeditated, already known by the FBI since September of 2023, plan of what could our made-believe retroactive, never going to exist federal defense be at this point, and has been the case since April Fool's Day, is to say you did it. You chose to follow unlawful directives. You chose to tamper with evidence. You chose to keep coming back to my house. You chose to continue to illegally detain me. You chose to keep stealing money from me. You chose to prevent me from working. You chose to tell neighbors not to use my debit card for over a month now to buy me my fucking food. You chose.
And this was, and the model that was used.
And hurry the fuck up.
Model, I guess. Was
don't wait till tomorrow, cowards. That's not going to do you any favors.
South Africa from AIDS. And what this illustrated was that that and something, there was a huge sympathy bias. Nobody's going to really lift up the flap on a statement like that because everybody knows AIDS is terrible. But in reality,
it's the FBI's Make-A-Wish Foundation, ladies and gentlemen. You made a wish. You wished upon a star to go to a federal penitentiary for the rest of your life. And it's about to be granted. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Nobody looked back. There's a sympathy bias. We know AIDS is terrible, so let's just go with that number. And we get more money if we make it look worse. And it's the same number that they use to estimate, the same model they use to estimate the amount of AIDS all over Southern Africa. So perhaps, and it's important because Africa has other problems. Africa has serious malaria problems and death from malaria, and serious tuberculosis problems. And we got to put all this in perspective, in an honest perspective. What should we hit first? Tuberculosis, AIDS, or how much money should we put in which one, and so forth. So it's an example. But one more interesting aspect of this, he found that people were angry at him for pointing this out. Again, this is because there's so much sympathy with the AIDS problem, so much concern about it, that when he pointed this out, he talked about ruined dinner parties, losing friends and all that because he insisted that the AIDS numbers were wrong.
Right.
And I've kind of seen that in my own experience, that people don't, in something like that, they just don't want to, they don't want to have the truth pointed out. It's painful. And so, of course, that keeps the model results going, although now I think the UN has come to more realistic modeling now about AIDS, but they're still very fuzzy numbers.
Okay, I've got something going nuts on me here. Doctor, let me kind of move over a little bit. I've always wondered about this, and maybe you have some response. In the United States, we frequently quote people as saying we have, 300, 400,000 smoking-related deaths in the United States every year. I forget exactly what the number is. It might even be higher than that. However, I've always wondered about the sampling that ends up with those statements being made. For example, if a doctor signs a death certificate and somebody died of, one thing or another, and that person was a smoker, I have a feeling they put down smoking-related death, and that we get these strange numbers.
Yeah, that's a real problem. That's a real problem with all kinds of modeling, but especially in health modeling. AIDS, for example, is probably underestimated because for all kinds of reasons. For one thing, people die of many things. They're very weak, and their immune system is shot, and so they can die of many things. And sometimes for social reasons, people don't want it known that family doesn't want it known that AIDS is involved, and so forth and so on. So, but the tobacco thing is the most fascinating aspect of that I found in looking at researching this book was the secondhand smoke lung cancer thing. The EPA declared that 3,000 people every year die of lung cancer, and in order to do that, in order to come up with that, they had that number first, and then they began to model it, and they looked at a bunch of studies, and in order to come up with to support their 3,000 number, they had to change the acceptable margin of error in that model. So basically, they suddenly loosened their standards in order to come up with a number that agrees with their preconceived number of 3,000. And in the federal court, in a federal court case on this, I don't know who brought who for what in the court. In the federal court case, the judge threw it out and said that the EPA had cherry-picked their numbers. But then the head of EPA said, "Well, we know that we all know that secondhand smoke causes lung cancer, and so they basically just declared that the models were valid, and that we have 3,000 people dying of lung cancer due to secondhand smoke." every year. Well, so they just declared it and ignored the model, ignored everything. And so that's another example of a problem. The modeling was bad, and the federal court found that the modeling was bad. It was that obvious. And yet the EPA continues to insist on that. There's no question that secondhand smoke creates all kinds of problems. For example, in asthmatic children, and on and on and on. You can put up a whole list of things that secondhand smoke does, but there's no indication, no statistically valid indication that it's a very big cause of lung cancer. So it's an example of modeling gone awry again. Modeling used to prove your point.
I thought that might be the case. I really did. I've always thought that, and I guess you just sort of confirmed that for me. So, what do we do with modeling? I mean, it's such a basic part of all the science that we're hearing about all the time. How do we correct this?
Well, first of all, we have to get our politicians to accept a more qualitative world. We have to be skeptical. We as individuals have to be skeptical of something that comes from us through models, not to throw them all out by any means. The qualitative versus quantitative that I've been talking about. Qualitative is good, quantitative is bad. Well, not all qualitative models are right either, but if they're giving you precise numbers, forget it. And so we have to, and we scientists, I think, have to come to the rescue of the rest of society in this thing. We have to. It's difficult because there are generations of scientists now, like in groundwater studies. This is what's important for Yucca Mountain, and that have they've never done anything but models. They're in the third generation of scientists that are just models. They don't understand how to do field studies. They don't do them, and they become convinced that all we need to do is model it. And so it's not going to be easy for us to turn this around. But we scientists, I think, have to lead the way, and that's what I'm hoping we're doing with this book. I think.
How long has your book been out?
Just came out basically this month. So and by the way, you haven't mentioned my co-author is my daughter. I'm rather thrilled to do something. I understand you're about to become the father of a beautiful daughter.
I am, yes.
And you'll understand what a thrill it is to do something like this with your daughter.
I am so looking forward.
Yeah, I can tell that. Yeah, I've heard that from several people.
Anyway, I didn't know that your daughter was co-author. I had no idea. It's not written down here, so that's quite an accomplishment, Doctor.
Yeah, her name is Linda Pilkey Jarvis, and she is an expert on oil spills. And she did work in groundwater for a while, and she became convinced of she saw the problems with models in groundwater, saw that they were that they really weren't predicting what they thought they were predicting. So we discussed that, talked about it. We found a lot of common ground in that. It's a lot of fun to work together.
Boy, I bet.
It's not quite like working with graduate students where I can kind of lose my temper and say, hurry up.
That's right, yes. So she did a lot of the research, or what part did she play in writing the book?
She helped in several of the chapters. Her main thing was Yucca Mountain. She really did most of the research on that, and then helped in other chapters, in various chapters, such as the invasive plant thing and all that. It was fun, and she did some of the writing, did a lot of the editing. What it's like to.
Oh, I do.
Edit and write.
Okay, so you ended up calling it useless arithmetic. You really think that's accurate, or should it have been called perhaps useless sampling or useless? In other words, the arithmetic really is probably okay. It's the information that it's based on that's all screwed up. If I'm hearing you.
I think I was, to be more accurate, should call it mathematics. But if you use the word mathematics in the title of a book, or you talk about, I've written a book on mathematical model. I could see when I talk with people about that their eyelids drooped a lot. And, you know, they said, oh dear. And one person actually said, this is true. One person actually told me, oh, that's too bad. And I thought, oh my God, you know, we've got to come up with a title that'll get people to read it. And there's no mathematics in the book except in the appendix. And we only did that reluctantly. Yeah, it's over. The title is overdone because some modeling is very good. You know, qualitative modeling is great, and so we overdid it to overcome the drooping eyelids of the general public when it comes to, and that's part of the reason that mathematical models are so powerful, because eyelids droop when you mention the word model. You know. Sure they do. It's sophisticated and state of the art, and it's too complex for me to understand. So let's
a lot of times, Doctor, when you write a book like this, before you release it to the general public, you get it to, you know, some colleagues and other scientists to allow them to sort of proofread it for you. And I wonder if you did that, what kind of reactions you got.
Oh, I did that with all the chapters. We did that with all the chapters for sure. Boy, it's dangerous not to. And of course, we found there was disagreement with our stand on models among some scientists, but I think by and large we you know, sending it to the experts, we did get agreement. And I think some of the disagreement was political. I mean, for example, my field of looking at beach nourishment is a highly political thing, but the global change chapter on sea level rise is much less political, and you know, so we get more agreement in there, less politics in the opinion. But of course, you have to send it out, and we got several distinguished scientists to write, you know, little blurbs on the back of the book, on the cover of the book. And so we think we're pretty solidly.
It also shows at 6:50 a.m.
There will be disagreement. I think folks in the Corps of Engineers will be very unhappy.
Unit 207 attempted their ability to disconnect chat, and then it reconnected.
Open pit mine.
Tell me about that.
So that's a big problem for you in Nevada. You got a lot of open pit mines, and the problem with open pit mines is that when they're abandoned after 20 or so years, they fill up with water, and that water, if it's the right kind of rock, or I should say the wrong kind of rock, it's going to fill up with terribly acid water, and like the big pit, Berkeley pit in Butte, Montana, where a few years ago a flock of 300 or so snow geese landed on the water and never took off because they were instantly killed by the acid water. Okay. And the company at that point claimed that they had eaten some bad grain, but then they changed their mind after, changed their tone. But anyway, the BLM was for years claiming that that basically, well, first they were just saying you have to have an environmental impact statement when you begin a mine. So they were saying, well, it's going to be swimming water, you know, fresh water in 50 years. You have to go for 50 years. And then they began to be criticized for that because it's obviously not true. So they went into mathematical modeling, and there the modelers, the bureaucrats and BLM don't understand modeling for the most part. In the Corps of Engineers, they do understand modeling, but they still do it wrong. But in the BLM, they didn't understand modeling, but they were happy as long as it came up with fresh water, and you know, with a conclusion that 50 years from now the water's going to be fine and you can go swimming in it and catch lake trout. Well, so finally, a geochemist named Robert Moran kind of blew the whistle on that. It's really impressive. This guy is a consultant. He's not an academic, so he did it at some risk to his own livelihood. And he blew the whistle. And now the models are coming up with more accurate numbers. But he points out even with these better numbers, the models still are not valid for all the reasons that I've been talking about. You can't, but you can in a qualitative way, you can say this is going to be a bad lake 50 years from now, or this is going to be a good lake 50 years from now. And so the BLM is it's like so many gun agents, same problem in the Corps. The BLM is expected to encourage mining. At the same time, they're supposed to make sure mining is safe and won't leave what we call giant cups of poison all around the landscape.
Right.
And well, you know, those are conflicting.
They certainly are. Doctor, hold tight. We're here at the top of the hour. When I come back, I want to be able to open up the phone lines and allow some people to ask questions. And I want to address a particular concern I have. If you say the models are no good, the people who don't like what's being said are going to use that as ammo to kill it. I'm Art Bell. Yes, here I am. My guest is Dr. Orrin Pilkey. And here's what I want Dr. Pilkey to think about during the break that we've got coming up, and that is, I'm willing to buy into what he's saying. That is to say that a lot of the modeling that's being done right now simply is inaccurate based on the sampling information. However, once you've said that, let's take climate change as an example. Once you've said that that the modeling is essentially trash, I'll be a little overly dramatic, I suppose, or perhaps not. But once you've said it's trash, then you have handed the enemies, the political enemies of whatever it is, whether it's global warming or whether it's AIDS, the AIDS epidemic and money for it, or the fisheries or beaches or any of these things, or even mines, any of these things that we're trying to come to conclusions on. You hand the enemies of these things ammunition which they're going to use improperly to just kill the whole thing. So I wonder if Dr. Pilkey worries about that. When you say the modeling is no good, then perhaps you're saying, well, global warming is simply not real because the models aren't real. We'll ask about that in a moment. Dr. Pilkey, I guess you heard what I had to say. I'm very curious. Do you worry about that?
Oh, do I ever? In fact, I'm terrified that you're absolutely right that this will be distorted. It can be distorted, and we can throw the baby out with the bath.
Mm.
But the truth must be known, and we must, we're going up a dead end if we believe these models in their totality. We must recognize their limitations. And of course, I'm a strong believer in global warming and the fact that we people are responsible for at least part of it, a significant part of the warming. But yes, when one criticizes something as fundamental as mathematical models in our society, there's a large group out there waiting right now, perhaps listening right now, that are waiting to jump on this and point out, that all these things, throw the baby out with the bath, that all this is wrong, all modeling is wrong, and that's not so. But you're right, it's a hazard of a book like this.
Mm-hmm. Do you cover that in the book?
I don't think we do. I'm trying to think. I don't think we say that. And we hope of course, we hope we made a strong enough case, because that can't happen. I mean, we say ad nauseum that there are good models, there are bad models, there are qualitative and there are quantitative models, and our modeling we're talking about strictly has to do with major Earth surface processes like global warming, like fishing, like
Okay, for the benefit of the audience, explain the basic difference between the two models.
Yeah, good. In putting it in a quick way, quantitative models answer the questions where, when, and how much. How much is a project going to last? When is a beach going to disappear? Where is what's it going to be like in Las Vegas, Nevada, with the coming global warming? This is quantitative. The qualitative models answer the questions how, why, and what if. Why is it getting warmer? What if we reduce the amount of CO2 we're putting in the atmosphere? What might happen? How how can we, well, so I think it's where, when, how much for quantitative, and how, what if, and why for qualitative. You have to think about that a little bit, but it's a pretty fair distinction. And in a quantitative model, you come up with an accurate answer. What you say is an accurate answer to a question about a process. How much sand is being transported on the beach? How much is the temperature going to increase? How many fish are left? And in a qualitative answer, in a qualitative model, you say, will the temperature increase? Is it going to go up or is it going to go down? And and then for fishing, you'd say, well, is it, you just answer the question quite differently. You ask the question and answer the question quite differently.
If I was an attorney, a doctor, and I had you on the stand, and I was on the side of trying to squash all of this global warming talk, I'd put you on the stand, and I wouldn't let you answer anything that I didn't want you to answer. I would just allow you to destroy the modeling being used by those promoting the concept that global warming is coming. And by the time I was done, I can assure you that you would destroy the whole concept of global warming without ever being able to say a word about your belief that it really is happening, despite the bad modeling.
Not if I was a good witness. Not if I was a good witness. A good witness knows how to make sure that the attorneys don't hold complete sway. You've got to, when you answer the question, you've got to put in the plug for qualitative modeling. Put in the fact that you believe that global warming is happening, and global warming is a real hazard for our society and for the world. So you're right. If on the stand there's that tension between the outstanding attorney and often the scientist. This is not the scientist's field to be playing word games like the attorneys do, and oftentimes
and the politicians.
Yes, and oftentimes the scientists are crushed on the stand. They come off looking like idiots.
Well, not necessarily so. I mean, I would take your book and I would say, look, doctor, I've read your book, and nowhere in there do you say that you believe global warming is real, but you do certainly, and this is a yes or no question, doctor, do you believe the modeling is accurate? Is that a yes or a no? And of course, you'd be forced to say, no, it's not accurate.
Of course, I would try not to answer with a yes or no. That's pretty hard to do. You're right. There is this hazard that does worry. That does worry us. That we don't want to throw the baby out with the bath, and this hazard exists. And I expect that I will be misquoted in this, and our book will be misquoted in this regard.
I guarantee it.
Yeah.
All right. Claudette in Mississippi, you're on the air with Dr. Pokey. Hi.
Hi, Art. In 1995, I was in Egypt, and Zahi, gets all upset about the salt on the walls in the Great Pyramid.
Yes.
Because it's tourist. History books say that the guy that first put in the pyramid found the salt on the wall. Okay, when the robot, I don't know if it's the Japanese did the robot that went up the Queen's Chamber.
They did, yes.
All right, and then the French were allowed to drill into a massive area where they thought they could find another cavern.
That's correct.
And sand started pouring out. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then they stopped it up real quick because they thought it might be ballast. Okay, that sand was not indigenous to Egypt. It was radioactive, and it had gold flecks in it.
Okay.
Now, that's something that Ahmed told us on the tour. And so I'm thinking maybe the ancients had a way of dealing with waste. Maybe they built pyramids to cover waste.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what the seraphim is. Maybe the bull pulled all the waste and they built pyramids over. And by the way, when I was there, I am a sculptor, and I did think that the stones were poured and sculpted on the pyramid.
All right. Do you have a question for Dr. Pelkey?
Well, it's just that could we do away with the radioactive waste by putting them in pyramids?
Okay.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. There are natural sands, what we call heavy mineral sands, that could come from somewhere, not necessarily Egypt, that are radioactive, slightly radioactive. There, for example, is a mineral called monazite, which is very abundant, which is somewhat abundant in some sands along the east coast of the U.S. And this is a radioactive mineral, and sometimes heavy minerals contain gold. So it might possibly be entirely a natural type sand. Could be.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Trent in Washington. You're on the air with Dr. Orrin Pelkey.
Oh, I was wondering if you had heard of Patterson beads.
I think I have. I think these are the beads. These are the glass beads that I think we would it's been proposed that we put our radioactive waste into glass beads, in the form of glass beads, and the glass beads are inert and therefore would prevent the radioactivity from escaping.
I don't believe that's quite it. These are little beads that were made with a gentleman that was working with Fleshman and Pons when they did cold fusion, and that was in the news. And shortly after came out a TV rundown of that, and they showed a Geiger counter and a qualified amount of radioactive material.
Yeah, caller, I know what you're talking about. It was on Good Morning America, actually.
And that was I think probably a year after the Fleshman after the.
It didn't have no. I don't think it had anything to do with cold fusion. It was a way of reducing the time that it took radioactive materials to decay, radically reducing the decay time.
And not taking on the radiation, but neutralizing it in a manner that they don't have any idea how it does it. But it's a metal encapsulation of some kind, and it's got a series of I can't remember what they call it, but there was something in there that was like little baffle plates or something that somehow neutralized it.
Mm-hmm.
And they demonstrated. They showed the Geiger counter, and as I recall, it was something like 200 years worth of deterioration or neutralizing in a 20-minute period that they ran the Geiger counter for the show.
Okay. Yeah, that is correct. There was a demonstration on Good Morning America. So there are a number of methods, Doctor, of reducing or speeding up radioactive decay. Now, this is the kind of thing where you see it on Good Morning America. As he pointed out, they had a Geiger counter and they seemed to prove it, but then you never hear another word about it.
Well, there's some. Actually, I stand corrected on Patterson beads. I guess the beads that I was thinking of, the glass beads, which is one of the proposed approaches to storing radioactive waste, which sounds pretty good. We have a number of things that are being considered, but again, we move very slowly on that. But I'm unaware of any method that could reduce radioactive elements decay at a well-known rate. At least the uranium, yeah, most of them, all of them do. And how we configure the half-lives, and I'm unaware of any method that would increase the rate of radioactive decay. But
yeah,
I'll stand corrected if it's true.
Yeah, they did show it. It was on Good Morning America. It was very interesting, but then never another word about it. So we'll leave it at that, and maybe somebody will get us a follow-up. Mona in New Orleans, you're on the air with Dr. Pelkey.
Thank you. Hi, Art. Dr. Pelkey, I heard you mention that the Army Corps of Engineers won't be very happy with what you wrote in your book. I don't think that a lot of people know that they came out last June and admitted fault for the flooding that happened in New Orleans. And one thing I have found is that the Army Corps is very untouchable. There's a lot of bureaucracy involved.
Yeah, that is so true. You know, we have criticized their modeling in the technical literature. I've written several papers. Me and my colleagues have written several papers on their individual mathematical models in the Journal of Coastal Research, and we've never gotten a response from them. We'd sure like to get a response, but they are untouchable for political reasons. That is, politicians like pork barrel projects, and they're the origin of pork barrel projects. But I've been going back slightly here. The Corps, in a way, because the way the Corps is set up, where they have to have projects in order to survive, this makes them, I don't think any agency that has to have projects to survive could ever be honest and confident. We've set them up wrong. And that's the way the politicians want it. They want the Corps to do their bidding. So,
well, I think that people all over the country need to know there are those levees. Is it south of Sacramento?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were built with the same design as the ones in New Orleans.
Yeah, I think there's a disaster waiting to happen in Sacramento too. There's been a lot of publicity about that recently because of the New Orleans problem, and there are other levees around the nation that are probably in danger from the so-called unexpected storm.
What about dams? Are they responsible for many of the dams all over the country?
Yeah, they are. They built some of the dams, not all of the dams, and by and large, our engineering of dams is pretty good. And there are a lot of small dams that are being considered hazardous and are being looked at carefully. But our major dams, by and large, are pretty well engineered. Of course, they create a lot of problems, but that's another matter.
Doctor, out of curiosity, she's from New Orleans. Was there any mathematical model that predicted exactly what would occur with that intensity of storm?
No, and a lot of models went into the design of the levees and the design of the storms, or the estimate of what the storms could do. I think, though, that the mathematical modeling did tell the Corps of Engineers that for example, that the levees would be breached where the Mississippi River Gulf outlet channel comes in. A modeler in LSU, and this would be just a qualitative model, said that there's going to be the storm surge right there where that channel intersects with the levees. The storm surge was going to be higher there because of the impact of the big channel, and it was going to it could potentially overtop the levee, and it did. Right, the Ninth Ward was immediately flooded by that overtopping of levees.
Is he the man that warned them?
There were a number of scientists and engineers who warned the Corps, and I think a lot of the politicians in Mississippi and Louisiana had to know that the levees were very vulnerable. They had been sinking, for example, and some of them were well below what they were when they were first built. I mean, that is an example of the problem with the Corps of Engineers. They should have fixed those levees, but they said. The Corps says, well, we tried to get the money. We asked them, but they shouldn't just try. They should have been shouting from the mountaintops. And we don't accept failure from engineers who build bridges. Can you imagine building a bridge and say, well, it fell down because of an unusual storm, or the winds were too high and that water tower fell down? We don't accept that from other engineers. We shouldn't have accepted it here, and the fault goes to a lot of people for New Orleans, but the Corps of Engineers is a big one.
We've got to hold it right there. When I come back, I'd like to ask you if the levees in New Orleans are now fixed, so that
As you can see here, they've got control of the camera access with their Linux machine, a loud list internally made possible by their criminally and illegally entering into the unit after kidnapping me and shoving their USB devices. We've got doubleclick.net partitioned again. accounts.youtube.com, youtube.com, all the same things I've shown you in prior videos. When I go to http://youtube.com or accounts.youtube or accounts.google, it shows you that the domestic terrorists upstairs have actively attempted to terminate camera and video and microphone. Doubleclick.net. This shows 18 cookies. It shows only 5 are accounts.google. They've been using this to sync devices and whatnot. Google Ad Services, same thing. And then you might be wondering, well, what happens when you delete it all? Well, it all just reappears. So you check it out. Delete all data. The YouTube one stays because they've got a partition on that as well. There we go. Google's back with its 17 cookies. Oh, we'll try clearing all of the browsing history, including erasing the cookies all time. Okay, delete data. Third-party cookies. See all sites, data, and permission. See, there you go. 9 cookies on YouTube, 17 cookies on Google. Now, you can also see up here in the address bar how the address isn't actually showing youtube.com. It's showing HTTPS, percentage symbols. That's because of their hacking. Now I'm going to go to http://youtube.com and show you what I've already shown you in prior live streams. See how it says blocked and it prevents me from changing it? It says for my privacy. It's not for my privacy. It's for the individuals who are going to prison for the rest of their fucking lives, who are supposed to come today, but we all know are fucking cowards. Who are supposed to come with no video or audio footage so one of them can shoot me in the head, like was first reported to the FBI in 2017. Who are so cowardly that now they're considering just a simple kidnapping and assault again. Hoping to enter into my home and destroy any evidence on these devices they haven't already planted and corrupted. Keep in mind, they've got all the devices set up so that immediately on sign out, it power washes the devices. When I sign out of my Google account, including on this laptop, they re-sign me in so that they can spoof it and sync it up with the Lenovo ThinkPad. You're not getting away with anything, and I'm starving, and you've illegally detained me for 300 plus days. Your cowardly, dumb fucking asses better show up today like you planned. Come and get it, fools. It's time for the Everett Police Department to be exposed for what it is after 3 years of stalking. After 10 months of domestic terrorism. You can come and get it. Come and get it, felons. Hurry the fuck up. Come on downstairs, Everett PD. We're ready for you to be arraigned.
High Desert. I'm Art Bell. Dr. Orrin Kilkey is my guest, and his book is Useless Arithmetic, Why Environmental Scientists Can't Predict the Future. And
in the meantime, we'll keep playing Art Bell.
Provoked the question that I asked just prior to the top of the hour. It's very worrisome to me that, just based on the title alone.
Also, there's a girl upstairs that's volunteering to take responsibility for the ability to disconnect the YouTube live stream.
And a lot of the rest of them as well.
She wants everybody to know she gets the credit. Put it on her indictment.
Firmly seems to believe, be on the side of those who believe global warming.
She's been saying, see, trying to cajole the male officers up there to come on downstairs. I'll say it again. Everett Police Department, it is time for your detainment and arraignment after your 3 years of stalking and your 10 months of domestic terrorism. Come on down, big boys. It's time for your federal spanking.
To the degree that if they get a storm of similar intensity, and it's
come and get it, boys. CC, come on, come on. I'm hungry.
Well, I think it's widely recognized, even by New Orleans people, that they will not, that there is still a high risk of these levees failing in one fashion or another, either being overtopped where that channel comes in, or perhaps failing along some of the other sections that weren't.
That federal spanking, don't forget, it's life-shattering, life-altering, and it applies past, present, and future.
Perfectly safe now.
You didn't blow the whistle. You are going to prison for the rest of your fucking life. And the bona fide FBI genius agent who calls himself a strategist, he's more excited for that than me, fool.
Which is going to increase the storm surge, the height of the storm surge. Should we do this? Should we move the city? At least we need to have this debate, and we're not having that, unfortunately.
Clearly not. All right, let's go to Jim in Los Angeles. You're on with Dr. Pilkey. Hi.
Yeah, I was wondering, you
Oh,
were saying that,
and don't forget, this is the most important
in
thing.
Hawaii, they had that's the only place there was that was picking up the carbon dioxide levels. And doesn't a lot of that come up
Be
from the
in my video, felons every day.
Remember our property, remember the sands coming up there and blowing up from China? And we get smoke and stuff that they track back to China, fires in China and Australia and whatnot.
As a matter of fact, that's true.
Oh, certainly, absolutely. The CO2 that's being measured on Mauna Loa is believed to be a good measure of global.
Alternatively, maybe the like 4 or 5 police officers from the Everett Police Department that are actually officers, maybe they'll read the sign and immediately start arresting everybody upstairs and on and off the premises. Because that's the only thing they can legally do when they arrive here.
Considered to be a good global measure.
Arrest my fellow domestic terrorists and co-conspirators or embrace my prison sentence. That's your only option.
Now, there was a time
There is no other
a few years
option.
ago that our skies here in southern Nevada turned yellow. And they were yellow for several days while the weather guys on TV here in Las Vegas scratched their heads about yellow. What's the yellow all about? Well, it turned out to be a sandstorm in Mongolia.
Hey, that's very interesting. We have the same problem on the East Coast. We have sandstorms from the Sahara that have.
Hurry up! I'm hungry! Everett Police Department of stalkers, child abusers, kidnappers, extortionists.
Yeah, this is a
hurry up!
So to speak, things from a long ways away can have a lot of impact on us.
Just walk down the stairs, son.
Mysterious to where the early natives
Come
of
on.
the Bahamas were getting clay to form pottery. And it turns out that they were getting clay that came from African dust and accumulated in crevices in the limestone. So this, there's a lot of that going on.
It is a small
And you
world.
don't forget,
Robin in
John, Chief of
Oklahoma,
Police,
you're
is
on
going to
with
prison
Dr.
for the rest of his
Hi,
life
Art.
unless you arrest your fellow co-conspirators and domestic terrorists.
I have a question. Do they ever do modeling?
Let that be known.
Environment?
I'm sure he already knows. Remember, the FBI said he wasn't the sharpest tool in the toolbox. Not in the shed. Not the sharpest tool in the toolbox.
We have chicken factories down here, and they
He's
put the
probably
litter out.
the measuring
Well,
tape.
When they're growing them, they give them arsenic. Besides that, they pump them full of antibiotics. They give arsenic and all kinds of stuff. I mean, they're going faster and faster from egg to go to market. And they put the chicken litter out. Okay, and it is in our streams. It is in our drinking water, our lakes, where we get our water. They tested our lake, the lake where we get our water.
And if you think, oh, well, you're just taunting them because you're scared. No, it's just the opposite. I have Asperger's. I'm telling them to hurry the fuck up because I'm hungry, like I fucking just said. Hurry the fuck up. Come and shoot me. Come and try and cut off the video. Come and believe the video was shut off.
They certainly are doing that kind of
Make
modeling.
the
Some of
visual
that
appear
modeling
the
is
video
very
is
good
shut
from the
off.
Qualitative modeling of
Come on.
what goes on in streams and lakes. And of course, this becomes very political. And because of politics, sometimes we don't use those models or don't use the result of those models the way we should. That's a very common accusation of the current administration. Looking at how these pollutants that you speak of move in groundwater becomes a more difficult modeling problem. Modeling groundwater flow is difficult.
You're going to prison. Stop delaying it.
Salt Lake City, you're on with Dr. Pilkey. Hi.
Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up.
I'm sure you got this back. Yeah. Carbon dioxide. I got a nice question. For instance, when they take the numbers for carbon dioxide, I saw in the paper recently that we reached over 7 million tons in the United States. But here, when I read in the encyclopedia here, the natural output of carbon dioxide is around 700 million tons. So our country puts out about 1/100th of the natural process. But I was going to ask you, are you aware or not if they include the northern lights into that figure? You know, because there's like somewhere between I think it was 10 to 50 million tons coming in as methane ammonia off the sun and northern lights all by itself. Does that include in the study also?
Actually, the measures, you're absolutely right that natural CO2 is huge. The production of natural CO2 is huge. And we're talking about, when we talk about production of CO2, we're talking about production of excess CO2. CO2 that is produced or is in the atmosphere at a concentration that's too high for the oceans to absorb it, or for the forest or whatever to absorb the CO2. And so that's why, absolutely, the human contribution may be quite small compared to natural production of carbon dioxide. And I'm not aware of the role of northern lights in the production. You said methane, I think, another greenhouse gas. I'm not aware of the role of northern lights in that. I'm sorry.
Well, speaking of methane, methane coming off the sun is one source of methane. I know some people say methane takes a long time to break down in the atmosphere, and when I looked up in the chemistry book, it says it breaks down in sunlight rather quickly. That's why it's undetectable unless you're near a methane source. But what I was going to ask you is that, they talk about cows being methane producers and we should do it with cows, but I'm thinking, well, if the grass lays on the ground and rots, or if the cow eats it and digests it quickly and makes methane out of it, isn't it the net sum zero? I mean, there's no gain either way.
No, I don't think the cow in effect manufactures methane. It wasn't there before. They manufacture it chemically in their bodies. And yes, they, interestingly enough, are a major source of methane, which is a surprise to me. This is not my field of endeavor, but one of the new methane sources that's just becoming apparent is the melting of ice, the permafrost, in the tundra of the Arctic, in Siberia especially. Right. Russian scientists are finding that a huge amount of methane is being released in this melt, and CO2 as well, by the way. But this melting is going on at a pretty fast rate. The permafrost is moving up. The line of permafrost, no permafrost, is moving north at a very rapid rate. And as it moves north, it releases more and more CO2 and methane.
Doctor, there is a great debate going on right now, and I think it has something to do with modeling. And this debate circles around what are called these triggers, these points where what's happening is going to accelerate at a gigantic rate. There's going to reach some point in this environmental process where, kind of like flipping a switch, it's going to really accelerate past what we can even imagine.
That's true. There is a debate about that. I think you're aware of the 8,200 years ago, we had what looked like a climate surprise where suddenly a huge cooling occurred, just lasted for, at least in the eyes of some scientists, it lasted for 20 or 30 years. This is based on field evidence. And yes, there are some other surprises. For example, the Gulf Stream, that could happen on a decadal time frame. So, yeah, there are potential surprises and surprise means it's not predictable. Although we can use qualitative models to say this is what could happen, and that's where the models are very important. But predicting when it's going to happen is not possible.
Okay. Sam in Michigan, you're on with Dr. Pilkey. Good morning.
Morning. Let's see. In 2005, in hurricane season, James McCanny made some startling observations in that the quantitative energy of that hurricane season relative to 06 was a fraction, and yet 06 had almost no hurricanes. That's one observation I'd like him to comment on. The other is,
well, they totally missed 06. I mean, all the modeling said it was going to be, I forget how many they predicted, but they just totally missed it.
Yeah, and then our David Sarita's program last year revealed the fact that he had been commissioned by the energy industry to investigate the most feasible alternative energy source. He discovered helium-3 and a fusion process that he said was easily attainable.
I recall, yes.
And yet, it's just all. And then the European Space Agency, this ought to get a rise out of everybody. In 2001, or I saw this in a documentary video, they launched their deep space probe not with nuclear power, but with highly advanced solar equipment on board these space vehicles.
Okay, well, I'm not as sure about that, but Doctor, they did really miss 06 in terms of the U.S. East Coast. All the modeling apparently told them it was going to be a horrible year for hurricanes. Well, almost nothing touched us. On the other hand, over on the Pacific side, the typhoons were unbelievable. So where was the modeling for all of that?
Well, I think that's a really good example.
And you may be wondering, well, what do you think is going to happen? I think that they're probably going to shoot me. Alternatively, that they'll be cowards and they'll approach the door and do a bunch of fucking gesticulating and then do nothing and wait for me to go out to try and get cat food after instructing him to aid in the bed and starving my cat. Again, just had my debit card for months. Per the FBI, he follows the instructions of those of you going to prison for the rest of your lives, men and women upstairs, officers of the Everett Police Department. And he'll be testifying against you as well. And or they'll do nothing, a bunch of exterior stalking and huffing and puffing for 2 fucking days. And then next week they'll be arrested. That's what I expect.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
I was in New Orleans for the.
What would I like? Oh, I'd love for them to come in and assault and kidnap me instead of shooting me, and then to celebrate, and then to be handcuffed, detained, and arraigned in less than 24 hours from various locations shortly after they've celebrated, like the FBI said was the initial plan. If you missed it, go back to those August 2024 live streams. The day after they celebrate is the day they'll be detained and arraigned. Another reason I don't think they'll do jack shit until tomorrow now. We might get some knocking, some more officers sticking keys into the lock and then trying to unlock it and then walking away like we had the first 10 days of April. We might have them utilizing the Owens again to break and enter and unlawfully enter, which we had a few days before that.
Douglas Brinkley does not. Everyone should read Deluge.
And it doesn't matter because you're going to prison. You are just delaying it. The only people scared here are each and every one of you that didn't blow the whistle because you know you're going to prison for the rest of your lives. Some of you think you're smooth and that you're going to get away with it, and you're the very ones the FBI is most excited to put behind bars.
I think he was on 60 Minutes, wasn't
he? And I am fucking hungry.
Yeah, he's the guy.
And I'm ready to see your ugly, fucking, revolting, disgusting, shouldn't be a fucking officer, isn't going to prison for being a terrorist, a child abuser, a stalker, a thief, a fraudster. Faces. I want to see your ugly faces before I have your mugshots hanging as wallpaper in my bathroom.
The water rises, the climate rises, and the waters rise. Where does Memphis fit in that? I mean, is Memphis going to be coastal property?
I'm not talking to the whistleblowers because all the real officers reported it like they were federally mandated to do. It does not apply to them. But what does is the FBI not letting me play no hall pass because they want it to be known if you blew the whistle, do not fucking step foot outside of my window or door.
But that's another matter. But I think the example you're using of
not with your Google stick, not with pretending to walk to the mailbox. Nope, don't do it.
I'm sure it's true. And that's
I don't know why, but the FBI has put a hard line in the sand with that one for a week. Don't fucking do it, whistleblowers, or say bye-bye to your status.
A certain level, and it has to be reasonable as far as atmospheric processes are concerned. And then you look at the elevation of the levees, That's good modeling, and he didn't say, I'm sure, when it was going to occur. He said, if it occurs, this is what's going to happen. And of course, we knew it would occur someday, and we know that it will occur again someday. So, we gotta, what does it take for us to learn?
Kathy in Ontario, up in Canada, you're on the air with Dr. Pilkey. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Dr. Pilkey.
Hi.
And also, friendly reminder, the FBI has jurisdiction in all 50 states and United States territories. Some individuals aren't in the state that the FBI plans on locking up and putting in prison for the rest of their lives.
Thank you.
They're to be flown back
Yeah, it's
immediately.
quite a concern. And like that fellow that phoned.
Happy
He
Thursday!
just got winter in Canada here a couple of weeks ago. It seems kind of pretty odd. But I've been noticing global warming myself for the last 9, 10, 15 years maybe. And I have a maybe stupid question, but even though it might be stupid, I still would want to know why. And that is, I know that the nuclear waste needs to be contained, but is there any way that you can cook it, heat it in a volcano or something?
In a volcano.
Can you tell us?
Doctor, there are other people who'd like to launch it into the sun.
Yes, that's true. And there was some talk about burying it in the deep sea in trenches. The problem there being that eventually that would be that the way trenches work, eventually maybe 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 years, it might be coming back as volcanoes, and it launched into the air, so into the
Just what we need. Just what we need.
And then remember, if you shoot me, I promise I'm not going to die. I'm going to stay alive. And I'm going to make sure you get the maximum if you do shoot me.
Inappropriate material to knock a lot of things that are going on down. I hope it's used in the right way.
Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be on your show, Art.
All right, my friend. Thank you. And you have a good night. The clock says we've got to go. We've got to go. Good night, Doctor.
Good night.
And for everybody else, and I guess Crystal's got blue back. So.
Oh, a little correction to the statement I just made. I believe the original quote was what I said, and then the FBI amended it to the business day after, the next business day after they celebrate. Another reason why I'm betting tomorrow will be the big attempted action day. Even though it was planned for today, according to Russ, the neighbor they instructed to not buy me any food all month, even though he's had my debit card since last month, amongst other things.
Talk show of its type in the world.
Another disabled person that they abuse, according to the FBI.
Anyway, welcome. It's great to have you. And very quickly, at the beginning of the program, the webcam shot tonight. Go to coasttocoasttohim.com, Art's webcam, and you'll see Abby and Dolly. Our current two. We actually have 3 cats total, but 2 of them, and I can't resist. I guess like somebody posting photographs of their young'uns. Dolly is the one on top. The little.
Come on downstairs, Everett! Police department! Come on!
Sleeps on.
Quit delaying it! Let's not do 10. Let's not do 11. Let's do now! Come on downstairs!
Listen, I mentioned this last week, and
it's your time to shine.
The website several years ago, many years ago now.
And I'm hungry since you've been starving me.
And we found
for my 300 plus day detainment since November of last year.
But we got something called
Come on down. And, some of you have been paid for 3 years to stalk me. You've never been part of a legit operation. You've been part of an aggravated criminal conspiracy. And it became and is a domestic terrorist organization, as you all know.
Actually, I think I timed it.
Come downstairs. Come on.
It's
quit procrastinating.
.com. That's ARTPELLSPIZZ.
Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up!
.com. ArtBellsBeachBunch.com. Over there at the website.
Come on.
It is, I've enjoyed it for years, and people have been bugging me for years, asking me about it ever since I mentioned it ever so long ago. And it took this many years to get it going. All right, we've got a first-hour guest coming up in a moment, and it all relates to...
You're going to prison! Stop delaying it!
Story. Big story. Former Governor Fife Symington...
Does it really matter if it's today or next week? Come on downstairs. It's your time.
And then he had a close encounter with an
TikTok, motherfuckers. TikTok.
That's quite a statement. He said, quote, I'm a pilot, and I know just about every machine that flies. It was bigger than anything I've ever seen. It remains a great mystery. Other people saw it.
They got to wait for their co-conspirators, the Owens, also premeditated and planned to execute kidnappings to have me unlawfully committed, although they filled out all the paperwork. They'll be going to prison for that. Their whole domestic terrorist organization, everyone that didn't blow the whistle still fails to understand they're chained to every co-conspirator. You're being convicted for everything. Like codename Jersey Devil, renamed Putin's Pussy. She's looking at over 5 counts of aggravated kidnapping, amongst other things. She was looking at 80 years back in August. So she's been yelling at everybody to do shit so she can point the finger and say they did it, thinking that will create a defense for her retroactively. She's in for the surprise of her life and will 99% likely blow her brains out right before she's sentenced.
Otherwise known as ridicule. He hosted a press conference a few months after the mass sightings to announce
no loss, in my opinion. No loss, and that's a lot coming from me. No loss.
Tall, bug-eyed creature brought before the media in handcuffs and unmasked the creature to reveal his chief of staff, Jay Hyland, who at 6 foot
Godzilla has an interesting filtration system, you see. You listen to your conscience and you atone for your sins like it says in every book of the Old and New Testament. Or you die and you forfeit your right to eternal life. She forfeited her right to eternal life.
She said, yeah, I got a good look.
And I'm all about Godzilla's filtration system. The meek shall inherit the earth, that's right. And the vermin shall be extinguished.
Symington was convinced that Earthlings would be traveling to distant solar systems at speeds exceeding the
speed of light. Is each and every one of you.
Or said he remained
whistleblowers excluded.
Symington never mentioned his personal observation of Phoenix life, but always interested in getting to the bottom of it. Heller said the DPS was at a kind of loss as to how to investigate.
Should I come up there with the live stream? Would that make it easier?
Story. Leslie Kane broke it.
You want me to do that, guys?
Leslie Kane is an investigative journalist.
The Bureau said I can't do that, otherwise I would have done that.
Newspapers and magazines around the world. She is also, by the way, a contributing producer for an investigative news program on KPFA Radio, a Pacifica station, and the co-author of Burma's Revolution of the Spirit, the struggle for democratic freedom and dignity. In a moment, Leslie Kane. All right, just as I bring Leslie on, I would like to make note of one, I think, critically important line in this story. He says that he kept quiet about the whole thing because, quoting, he didn't want to panic the populace. Now, I've had on people commenting about UFOs, and to the person, they all say, oh no, if we found out something about a UFO, if we had a sighting, oh, believe me, the public would know about it just like that. What a load. Leslie, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Art. It's great to be here.
Good to have you. So you broke the story.
I did. I was very pleased because, you know, as a journalist, as you mentioned, it's a big story, and I was certainly able to recognize that.
It's a monster story, Leslie, but of course it would have been a lot bigger 10 years ago.
Well, that's true, but, you know, I think what's important now is to focus on the fact that this man has come forward, that it takes a lot of courage to do that, and we can really benefit from him being part of all of this now, and he's really very committed to it. He cares. So I don't want to focus so much on the fact that he didn't do it before, although I know a lot of witnesses have strong feelings about it, but I'm just trying to get this out as a very positive development.
Well, it is a positive development, but it's inescapable, Leslie. After all, you know, we've had so many UFO stories, some of them better than others. This was one of the best, Leslie, one of the best. I was on the air the night this occurred and took a gazillion phone calls. And, you know, it would have been so big. If the governor had come out and said he saw it, it would have been such a monster of a story. Now, I understand what he said about because he didn't want to panic the populace, but I mean, was the populace honestly going to get any more panicked, in your opinion, than it was already, if he had just said he'd seen it too?
I don't know, Art. I mean, I'm not really in a position to, know what the answer to that is. I mean, my concern with all this right now is simply, as a journalist, I'm very interested in telling your listeners what it's like to try to cover a story like this, and just some observations that I've made, not only about the case in terms of my own investigation, but and also just how the media works around all of this. I think it's really, really an interesting journey to be on, quite honestly.
Boy, I agree with that. One thing I'd like to note, and see if you agree, Leslie, I'm going back to the night that I took all the millions of calls.
Right.
The next day, and the next week, and even the next month, Leslie, there was nothing in any other media. It's like it didn't happen.
I know, that was amazing until the USA Today story came out in June, which was what got the story onto the national level. But you're right, there was, except for your program, I'm sure, but there was about a 2-month period where there was no national coverage anyway of this thing. It just disappeared.
And then it's like somebody threw a switch.
Well, it's one of the amazing components of it. I mean, I've talked at length with Frances Barwood, who I know you've had on the show before.
Oh, yes.
And, she's fascinated by the fact that people literally seem to forget about it for a few months. And, I've noticed this in other UFO cases. There is some kind of a mechanism sometimes that seems to be in operation where people have some kind of a blackout about what happened. And here it happened on a mass scale. So it's a very fascinating aspect of the whole thing.
Do you have any answers for that? I mean,
oh, gosh. No, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But, there are a lot of people that have looked into many cases where that seems to have happened to people, where they just...
Yeah, but that's part of the media story, Leslie.
Excuse me?
How that's part of the media story. In other words, how can that happen? How can the media be silent about a giant event like that? 2 months go by, and then all of a sudden, boom, all of the media is on it. Is it just the herd thing?
I really think it is, Art, because the media, you say they're all on it. They get on it for a couple of days, and then it goes away. And what's important to me, as an investigative reporter, I mean, when you look at a story like this, there are so many things that an investigative reporter could follow up on with this to take it much further. And I'm sure it's going to happen here. Now, there's going to be another round of media because the film Out of the Blue is going to be coming out with the original interview with Governor Symington with a lot more information in it than we have already. So there's going to be another blast of all of this stuff in about a month when this movie comes out.
Okay.
But, otherwise it just disappears. It always happens. Yeah. Just a quick example, Art, of something that I wrote in my story, which is the one that actually first came out, which was last Sunday. I don't know, and people can go on my website and read it, and the address is freedomofinfo.org. But the point is, I discussed the fact that in Belgium and in England, both of these cases in the 1990s, there was a very similar, if not identical, triangle observed over those two countries. It was thoroughly investigated by the government. There were many witnesses. They were all interviewed. There was data collected. The Air Force in Belgium got all this stuff on radar. The Ministry of Defense investigated the case in England. They were 3 years apart. Both those governments came out publicly and stated that this craft was a craft of unknown origin. They could not identify what it was. They released the information to the public. Now, when you compare that to what's happening in America, the contrast is vast, of course, because our government doesn't even acknowledge that anything happened in Arizona. But the point being, any investigative journalist who is interested in this could follow up on those cases in Europe and draw the comparison between what happened here and what happened there. And there's so many little things like that come out and nobody follows up on them. And that's what's really astounding to me.
How did you get onto this story?
I got onto this particular story because I'm very closely associated with James Fox, who's one of the producers of the film Out of the Blue that I mentioned earlier. And I've been a colleague of his and of the other producers for years. And so I was kind of privy to the fact that James, who originally met with Symington and interviewed him, was informed about this. And we both, he recognized that it was a big story. I recognized it was a big story. And we all kind of decided together that we would get it out try to get it out by the anniversary of the Phoenix Lights, the 10th anniversary, which we just had.
Right.
And so, I was very, very pleased to be able to. And then I, of course, did my own interview with him. And as I said, there will be more that will come out in April when Out of the Blue gets released for the second time. But I was very pleased to be able to break the story on the, in the print media, and that's sort of the way it happened. It was through my association with Out of the Blue.
All right. Well, Governor Symington goes quite a bit further than saying he saw the Phoenix lights. He goes on to say, apparently, that what he thinks he saw was an alien craft, and that's a big jump.
That is a big jump, and I think the first step was to make really clear. The first point you make was that he did see a physical craft with dimensions, with shape. It was not just light. And one of the things I've noticed, which is one of the points I wanted to make, Art, to your listeners, is the media is very fond of referring to this event as the lights. If you notice in the AP story that you were sort of quoting from in the beginning of the show, they keep referring it to the lights. The governor saw the lights. In fact, he didn't. He saw a physical craft, a vehicle with edges, with a physicality that had some lights on it. And the point that's really important also along those lines is to make a distinction between the 8:30. There was a sighting that occurred between 8:15 and 9:45.
The flares and the real thing, yeah.
Exactly, and that's when the thousands of people saw this solid object over Phoenix and in other locations throughout Arizona. Then there was a separate event at 10 o'clock, which is those famous videos, that we've all seen many, many times of the row of lights that some people believe were flares. And anyway, it's very important for people to realize that those were two different events. And the media, every single media story you read, they mix them up. They just say, oh, there were these lights, and some people say they were flares and blah, 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 blah. But there was a very separate event at about 8:15, and that's the window of time in which Governor Symington saw the object, in which it was a physical object, and it was not the same thing as the pictures that we all see of those, the row of lights, which Bruce McAfee, among others, believe were flares, according to their own analysis. But we know that the time period in which the governor saw this object, we're not dealing with the issue of flares at that time. We're dealing with the fact that there was a physical craft in the sky and thousands of people saw it.
You bet. Leslie, did you speak to the governor?
I did. I did a lengthy interview with him myself, yes.
All right, good. Can you characterize the governor's demeanor during that interview at all?
Yes, absolutely.
There are some things that just don't come out in a story, and one of those is the demeanor of the person doing the interview.
That's absolutely right. And of course, it will come out when people see the movie Out of the Blue. They will see him on camera. And he's a very straightforward, uncomplicated, direct person. I mean, he's very, he's just willing to sort of cooperate on us with this. I mean, he's just a very honorable, believable, credible person. And, he doesn't give long, detailed answers. He just right to the point and, says, I've decided now that I want to make amends to people. This does not deserve to be ridiculed. He had his reasons for what he did at the time, and he's given an explanation for it. And I'm sure that we will learn more over time about all of that. But he seems extremely sincere to me. And he's also been very concerned that this story come out properly. That's why, he wanted me to be the one to do it, because he knows I've written on UFOs before, that I know something about them. It's not going to be some fluff piece that's going to come out. And he really does care about how the information is presented, and he cares that the truth be told about this event. He wants the government to investigate this. And he's going to get behind that. He's not going to back off.
Did he have regret now that he did not come out then? And if he had it to do all over again, would he have come out?
Well, he certainly regrets having done that press conference. I mean, he does not seem to have been as aware as he would have liked to have been about how much that upset people. In terms of whether he wishes he would have come out, I didn't ask him that question directly, so that's something that we'll have, somebody else will have to, I don't want to speak for him on that. I mean, there were so many factors that affected his decision not to come out.
Was the press conference his idea?
Excuse me?
Was the press conference his idea?
He says it was entirely his idea, and that nobody pressured him, nobody influenced him, and that's what he says, that he just wanted people to lighten up. And so he decided to do this. Again, hopefully we'll learn more about all of that as things unfold. But that's what he said. Yes, it's his idea.
Leslie, this is just asking for your opinion as a reporter. But the reason he gave is he didn't want to panic the populace. Okay, Fair enough. And I think that something like that could panic the populace if the government had hardcore evidence that something from somewhere else was in our skies at any given time. Is it your opinion that for the very same reason, they would probably make the very same decision?
Yes, Art, it actually, I don't know if that's your opinion, but yes, it is my opinion. It is that there may even be some wisdom in that opinion. I don't know.
There may be.
I think, he said he didn't want people to panic. He also said he didn't want to stir the pot up too much. I mean, he was going through a lot of issues in the state of Arizona at that point. He was an elected official. And so I think, he just didn't want to muddy his own situation. He was being challenged by the courts for some kind of in a court case.
Yes.
And so I don't think he felt that, saying he'd seen a UFO would help his situation very much. That's part of it. So, there were a lot of things, and as you know, people and elected officials have a lot of trouble dealing with this issue. So I don't know whether he would say, if I look back on that he could have felt he could have done that part any differently. I don't know. And I agree with you, Art. I think that he represents, what most people in government would probably feel about this. If they, in terms of the question of whether they would speak out about it or not, if they knew something.
Well, times certainly are changing, but not that much. And I really feel, and I've said this again and again, despite other people protests on the subject, that they just wouldn't make it public, Leslie. The Brookings Institution did a big study on this, and they kind of said the same thing, that if we had hard evidence of aliens being here, it would probably better be kept secret.
Right, especially if they would have to say that they're here and we can't do anything about it. We have no power, and they have better technology than we do. And that's it. Good night. End of story. I don't think any government wants to admit something like that.
How did he imagine that his now admitting this would affect the whole story?
Very interesting question, and I can't really say except that he seems very committed to pursuing the truth on this matter. I mean, he really believes that there's an issue here that needs to be investigated, and I think he's going to be really helpful. And that's as far as I know right now.
Right. All right, Leslie, hold it right there. We're talking to Leslie Kane, who broke the Fife Symington story about what he really saw, what he now admits he really saw, which he calls an alien spacecraft. He believes it was an alien spacecraft. So we're going to take a break here, and we're going to continue exploring this along with, by the way, she did a story on the O'Hare sightings, and something on the French government, which just released all they've got. I'm Art Bell. Tis I. Hello, everybody. Leslie Kane is here. She broke the Symington, the governor, Fife Symington story. I'll get it right. Maybe. It's a big story. It really is a big story, but it's not her only story. She's reported on UFOs previously. I think she just filed something on the O'Hare sighting. Previously, she's had other stories, the Kecksburg UFO case, and others. If she's not careful, she'll get to a certain point and she'll be known as the UFO reporter. In a moment, Leslie Kane. Well, let's see. The Kecksburg crash, that was a big story. And then she wrote about, well, I guess it was Kecksburg, actually, the lawsuit, and UFO thing in the Boston Globe. That was a French thing. And then O'Hare. And now, of course, Fife Symington. Leslie, how many UFO stories do you think?
Okay, let's do our tour of the house
before
again.
You get to be the UFO reporter?
Geez, I don't know. Maybe I already am a UFO reporter. Art, maybe I'm the only one. I don't know.
Believe me, I mean, you can report on mainstream everything, and then just about 6 or 7 UFO.
Don't forget, there are
stories
signs
in
on the
2 years,
exterior
and
dated
they
for May,
will-
or on the interior dated for May 19th, talking about the Everett Police Department, how they're going to prison, their domestic terrorist organization, Garcia, Owens, Anne Marie Bauer et al. how they rejected dozens and dozens of legitimate police reports, how they've perpetrated kidnappings, extortion, stalking, theft, mail tampering, how I'm an FBI informant. And the last one right over here, it very clearly states, arrest your fellow co-conspirators and domestic terrorists or embrace your fucking prison sentence.
Right. Well, wait, they will anyway. What have you written on the O'Hare thing?
O'Hare, basically, the story was broken by John Helkovich from the Chicago Tribune. You probably talked about it on the show, right?
Remember, they've been illegally detaining me for over 300 days now, stalking me for over 3 years, destroying devices and cyber hacking and cyber attacking and tampering with evidence for just as long.
Following up on Helkovich's interview, but they told me that that it was something, that they first of all they said it was web, right? Then they got more specific names, that it was something called the hole punch cloud, which is very specific. Phenomenon occurs very rarely, but it does happen where you'll see this clear cut hole in a cloud. Like people describe as this object called this hole. And anyway, I was able to interview a bunch of cloud physicists and climatologists, and I find out that it absolutely could be a hole punch cloud because it was too warm that day. A hole punch cloud can only occur in below freezing temperatures. I mean, that's the simple answer. So here the FAA is suggesting that it's something that can't even exist in those kinds of conditions. It pretty much wipes out their argument. They've been able to offer nothing else to explain away this situation. So I was hoping in my story...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to keep the attention on the subject,
Not to mention the eyewitnesses who saw solid craft, Leslie.
Absolutely. I mean, and that was well covered by Helkovich. I was trying to sort of add to that, and I also did an interview with John Callahan, who was very high level in the FAA in the 80s. You may be familiar with him.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and he was head of accidents and investigations and was involved with the Alaska case in 1986 over, the Japan Airlines case.
Yes.
So he's very experienced in dealing with this very situation where the FAA has all kinds of, they had a lot of data in that case, and then they basically wrote it off. So he came out as an advocate for this particular case in the story, and made this very nice little quote here. He says this was predictable, the response of the FAA here, and he says the FAA will offer a host of other explanations as if they're wearing a blindfold. It's always something else, so it can't be what it is.
Yeah, well, it used to be swamp gas. Now it's a hole punch cloud.
Exactly. What will it be next time? I mean, they'll just come up with whatever is convenient, and this happens. But it was important that we have somebody of his stature, I think, to make that kind of a statement.
No question about it. Yeah, you're doing really good work, and I don't want to discourage you at all. Don't be discouraged. This is really important stuff. It really is important stuff.
I get more inspired every time that you get into this battle mode here, and you just want to keep pushing. Can I give out my website, Art?
You certainly can.
If people want to go read the original story on Fife Symington, which is much more complete than anything that's come out since, go to the website, which is www.freedomofinfo.org. Freedom, short for Freedom of Information. And on that site, there's a link to the Out of the Blue website, and you can actually see a clip of Governor Symington on that site talking about what he saw.
Oh.
So go to freedomofinfo.org, and then you can go to Out of the Blue, which is outofthebluethemovie.com.
Well, I hope your website's ready for a lot of traffic.
I hope it doesn't crash like the French government website did.
Yeah, the French. Listen, what do you think of the French, by the way?
I'm very pleased with what they've done. And my first story that I wrote for the Boston Globe in 2000, my first UFO story, I've covered lots of other subjects, but was about the French report, the Cometa report, which you probably remember.
I do.
So I was very pleased with that, and I think it's terrific that they've released these files, and I look forward to getting somebody to translate all 100,000 documents.
Don't you find it? I found it really intriguing. It's coming out that rather 25% of the reports the French are disclosing were completely inexplicable. 25%. Now that's a far, far higher number, Leslie, than any other government has ever admitted.
That's true. Although wasn't that comparable to the Project Blue Book? Didn't they have something like 30% or 33%? I thought it was when you actually looked at the data. I think they claimed it was lower, but isn't it when you actually looked at it that it was much higher? I don't. Exactly.
Maybe it's subjective, but the official version was very low, under 10%.
No, the official version was, but I think if you actually read it, you know, people like Stan Friedman and who have studied this thing inside out, I think they concluded that it was actually quite a large percentage of cases. But here the government is coming out and actually saying it.
Do you think that the French government's releasing virtually everything, I assume we've got most of it, is going to lead other governments, perhaps even ours, doing the same thing?
Let's hope so. I mean, I was hoping the Cometa report would lead our military to, you know, take similar steps, because there are so many issues they addressed in that report had to do with the military and national security and so forth. And of course, it didn't happen. But, you know, maybe there's something now that's going to happen here. We've got Symington, we've got these French documents, we've got a lot of other sightings going on around the world. Maybe we've got some momentum here.
Actually, we're having, I would say we're having a flap right now, as
Seems
English
that
would
way,
say.
doesn't it? Yep.
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
Seems that
It
way.
does.
So we've got a lot
Are you
happening all at once.
Are you
We've
going to
also got,
stay?
you know, the O'Hare sighting was only a couple of months ago also.
Yes. Yes. Are you going to stay very hard on this area, Leslie?
Am I going to stay with Phoenix Light?
No, not necessarily. No, with the whole subject.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very committed to it. Yeah, I mean, once you get hooked on something like this, it's hard to stop. And I think it's an extremely important subject. And I only wish more journalists would take it seriously. It deserves to be taken seriously.
Have you ever seen anything yourself?
I haven't, no. And, you know, and I've been told, and I believe it's probably a good thing that I haven't, because it sort of gives me an aura, greater aura of objectivity if I haven't seen one myself. You know what I mean?
I not only do I know what you mean, but unfortunately, I had a sighting years into doing this program. I had a triangle come directly over me, and my wife, and I thought about it, Leslie, really, really, really hard before I went public with it. And the only reason I did is finally because I brought my wife at the time on, and she, of course, backed up everything I said. Had it been myself alone, I think I would have never said a word.
Was that as big as the one in Phoenix?
That's subjective, but it was monstrous. And when it went over, the moon went away, the stars went away, and then I watched it cross the entire valley. It was deadly, absolutely silent, about 150 feet above me. No sound whatsoever, no propulsion system of any kind. It wasn't flying. It had been doing more than about 30 miles an hour, so it was floating, or if you wish, defying gravity, whichever.
Right. Sounds just like what they described. In fact, when I talked to Simon, and he kept emphasizing the silent part of it, how absolutely phenomenal that the dead silence was, and how that made him feel that it could not possibly be one of ours. We just don't have technology like that.
Yes, and what I saw had all kinds of substance to it. It was black in color. It was, you could make out the details of it, very, very clearly. I felt like I could have thrown a rock at it. It was that close, Leslie. So,
amazing.
You know, maybe it's better if you don't see something, because, as you point out, it lets you be more objective.
Who knows? I'd sure like to. You know, we're hoping also, Art, that maybe Symington's statement will help other witnesses feel encouraged to speak out about this, maybe other people in higher levels in government or in levels of profession where they felt they couldn't talk about it. And just to mention very briefly, there's going to be a conference next weekend in Arizona, specifically for the purpose of providing a forum for witnesses, and witnesses are going to be there and talk about this incident. And so I promised the organizer I would give out the website. It's www.SiriusSeminars.com, SIRIUS seminars.com, if anybody's interested in attending, or they can send me an email if they didn't get to write that down. It goes on from my website, and I'll give them the information.
SiriusSeminars.com. Leslie, how's the feedback to what the governor has said been so far?
Well, you know, I think I'm glad you asked that, because it's been pretty positive. I mean, the media has been all over this, and he has decided after doing CNN, which was on a couple of days ago, that he's not going to do any more media for a while. But it was really quite respectful and positive. And just Friday, the story came out on the AP, which I feel is beginning the sort of tinge of ridicule that we always get with these stories. You know, they talk about the fact that he was a Trekkie, and they talk about, and then they bring on a pilot who says, oh, it was just airplanes, and the guy, you know, only any rational person would realize that. And it's, it's just much more the typical kind of story. So far, I have a lot of interest. I just hope that it doesn't become sort of an attack on him after a while. You know, that's what often happens. But it's been amazing how much interest there is in this.
It says further down in the article, Tucson astronomer and retired Air Force pilot James McGaha said he investigated 2 separate sightings over Phoenix that March night and traced both of them to A-10 aircraft flying in formation at high altitude.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's fine, but, you know, 1,000 other people saw something between 8:15 and 8:45 that was not airplanes in formation. I mean, that's just the fact. And, you know, for AP to pick this one guy and the whole story with his comments as if it's sort of the definitive, you know, perspective on the whole thing, it just is very biased.
Well, Leslie, here's one for you. Remember the setting I told you I had?
Yes.
Well, many, many people here in the Pahrump Valley, the valley where I live in southern Nevada, also saw the same craft that night. And of course, they all contacted the local newspaper and media here in Pahrump. And the newspaper, in turn, called Nellis Air Force Base and said, what the hell's going on? Nellis said, oh, yes, there was a secret mission that may have overflown the Pahrump Valley on that night at about that time. It was a C-130 aircraft on a secret mission.
Yeah,
now,
right.
I flew in C-130s, Leslie. They're not triangular. They have extremely loud engines that would rattle your teeth at 150 feet, and they have no relationship whatsoever to what I saw. It was an insult.
Exactly. That's just exactly right, Art, and that's exactly what this James McGaha statement is to Symington and every other person who saw this thing. I mean, it was so low. You just said it all right there from somebody who actually saw it themselves. I mean, and then there was the case in Illinois in 2000. Do you remember that? Of the police officers that saw this thing in the middle of the night in different locations.
I've run the audio, the actual radio audio from that here on the air, Leslie, and it's astounding to really hear it.
I've heard some of that. There was a documentary on the Travel Channel, of all places, about it that was really excellent, and they played the tapes of when the officers were calling into the headquarters to report it. That's what you're probably talking about.
It is. Leslie, listen, I'm just asking for an opinion here, so everybody be clear on that. But Leslie, how much do you imagine that our government really knows about this topic that they're not saying?
Again, I mean, it's all opinion and conjecture, but it's hard for me to imagine that since these sightings have been going on for, let's say, since the 1940s, maybe longer, how they could possibly not be interested in something like this. It's just inconceivable that therefore, if you want to assume, they've got to be interested in things flying around. Therefore, to whatever capability they have of collecting information about these things, they're obviously going to do that. Whether maybe they've retrieved craft that have crashed, I don't know, but any rational person would have to assume that the government is going to be interested in something like this.
Well, here's an angle, Leslie. After Project Blue Book, the government said, well, we don't know what these are, but whatever they are not a threat to national security. Now, that's an amazing statement, because if aircraft in violation of your airspace can violate it at will, and that's not a threat to national security, I would be interested in what a threat to national security, how it is defined.
Exactly, especially now after 9/11, when people are so concerned about it. That was a very, it came up a lot around the O'Hare case. You have something hovering over an airport in restricted airspace. Isn't that a threat to some kind of security?
Very busy airspace.
Cowards.
And if it had been a plane, this is very important. If that had been a plane from, let's say an unidentified airplane that had
Gonna
come
find
in
out
from,
how
let's
smooth
say,
you are.
From another country, or even
The highest
some
grade
pilot
sandpaper.
that was
That's
off
how smooth.
course, it would have been tracked and investigated, and it would have been a big deal and considered a safety
At this point, I
violation.
don't even think these cowards are going to do anything today after setting up the day.
It's something they,
Beyond what they've already done since April
they're going to
1st.
decide it's not a
We
threat.
send the
They're
Owens
taking this at all.
inside.
other
Stick
countries
the
are
key
so
in the
advanced,
lock
and, for
and
example, Mexico,
harass and
they've
stalk on the
actually,
exterior, but
Mexico
don't
City,
go
the airport
in.
there, they've actually had collisions and near
Wait for her to come outside to try and get
collisions
food to
with
feed her
UFOs.
cat we've been trying to kill since
And they
November of
report on
last
these
year.
things here
Then ambush her and
as
try
the
and cut
old
the internet
boogie
off
does,
of the
but no, I don't
devices
report
again.
one of those things.
Exactly. I think we're really on the extreme, and that was, and then again, the example I gave.
The Bureau has eyes all over the fucking building for miles and miles, and at the precinct, and the little alcove in your parking lot where some of you like to loiter and yip yap, right by the stairs.
If the American
In the other
government
area
ever
where
came
you
out
like to
and said that, I
loiter
think it
and
would just
fucking
be
yip
unthinkable,
yap.
because we're so used to having our government being
On
such
the west
denial
side of
about
the
this.
staircase where the
Normally,
officers like to
Leslie, if we
congregate.
have something,
The
even
stalkers,
in
the
test
domestic terrorists.
stage, it's leaked
In every
like
fucking
crazy.
office.
You know, I mean, there are
And you can't
pictures of
detect
it,
the
that's the
signal
thing.
because it's
You don't see
precincts like
pictures of
yours,
these
which is
giant
why the Bureau keeps
triangles,
you years
even
behind.
in speculation with regard to some secret U.S. aircraft that's being developed.
Correction.
That's
Police
absolutely right.
departments like
If,
yours.
let's say these triangles have been seen since the 70s, wouldn't we, if we had that technology, wouldn't we have used it by now?
That'd be my opinion.
They've also got the
I mean,
ability
but
to go
you know, it's
clickety clack and
inconceivable.
shut
I
off
mean, anybody
every
who
street
saw this thing
camera
over Phoenix, and you
for
yourself,
3+ miles.
I
in
don't
less
know.
than
It's
30
pretty hard
seconds.
to imagine that we could have that technology, from what I've heard about it. But if we did, why would they be flying it around over populated areas? And why wouldn't they be making use of it?
Well, the other side of the argument is there are all kinds of UFO reports, even of UFO crashes, going on right now in Iran. And of course, we're very interested in what's going on in Iran right now. So maybe we are flying something or another. However, if something like that had crashed, the Iranians would be parading it around in the streets, and there hasn't been any of that.
Right. Now, that Iranian crash thing, I remember reading about that. That sounded pretty interesting, but I don't know much about it. It's hard to get information out of Iran, I guess.
I know there's probably another story there. This is, I'm proud of you for following this path, because, there's a possibility of being ridiculed when you do this kind of story. So stay careful, Leslie.
Thank you. It is difficult. I mean, I wasn't trying to diminish that. I get it's more difficult when I'm one-on-one with people, when people ask what I do. And you mention UFOs, and there's always sort of this.
And you might be wondering, well, what do you think the FBI thinks of all the shit you're saying this morning? They're probably thinking, shut the fuck up, you're spooking our prey.
I think I've
probably
been very careful about how I present it, and that's the key thing. So.
But I mean what I say. I want you to hurry the fuck up.
Chuckle.
Quit dragging your fucking
UFO
heels.
story.
It's been 3 years of this
right.
shit.
It's
been 300+ days. You're actively trying to starve and kill me and my cat again. I am ready for your federal spanking.
So,
I am ready
it's
to
not
eat.
fun, but hopefully it'll change over
Leslie?
time. The more serious information we can get out there, the more and more people will acclimate to it.
Well said. Leslie Kane, thank you for being here.
Thanks very much for having me, Art.
Good night.
Good night.
Indeed, here I am. Good evening, everybody. Please, oh, please, oh, please, I'm getting so many requests. Write this down, if you would. And I'm not going to mention it again. It is Pizza Punch site. It's artbellspizzapunch.com. That's ARTBELLS, plural, Art Bell's Pizza Punch, PIZZA, PUNCH, all together, artbellspizzapunch.com. All right, I've got 2 guests coming up. We're going to talk about lucid dreaming and a lot more. Guest number 1 is Dominic Hadasani, a lucid dreamer and avid meditator since his mid-teens. Dominic Hadasani has been exploring the inner worlds for more than 30 years. His first spontaneous lucid dreams, he recalls, began at age 13 or 14. Since then, he's practiced yogic and Monroe Institute methods. You know about the Monroe Institute. In fact, I was honored to interview Mr. Monroe. Methods of reproducing border states of consciousness, as well as experimental work and shamanic inductions. He has been associated with the Lucidity Institute as a member for over 20 years now, and has been on TLI staff for 7 years. At the Institute, he is a lucid dream training program facilitator, sometime experimental lab subject on the research side of the Institute's work, like a lab rat, I guess. His special interest lies in transitional states of consciousness, REM onset, and awake-initiated lucid dreams, or WILDS, W-I-L-D-S, often associated with out-of-body perceptions. Now, out-of-body perceptions, that's an interesting phrase by itself. And then, Stephen LaBerge, PhD. You should know him or heard of him. He's a world-renowned authority on lucid dreaming. His pioneer studies at Stanford University have brought scientific attention to this potentially illuminating state of consciousness. Dr. LaBerge's recent research shows how the phenomena of lucid dreaming sheds light on the nature of consciousness, viewing consciousness as the dream of what happens with perception and dreaming, essentially different only by the presence or absence of sensory constraints. Through the years, his research team has developed highly effective techniques, including technological aids for building lucid dreaming skills. In addition, Stephen has had extensive personal experience with lucid dreaming, having learned to have lucid dreams at will. And among his thousands of lucid dreams are many which have been delightful, inspiring, enlightening, and life-changing. Thus, he is an unashamed advocate of lucid dreaming, believing that the world would be a better place if more people developed the art. His interest in the subject embraces science as well as spirituality, and he feels a special kinship with the Tibetan Buddhist tradition of dream yoga. Both of them are up next. All right, we're radio, not television, so when we have two guests on the radio, we've got to learn to discern between their voices. Dominic Adesani, let's hear your voice.
Good evening, Art. How are you?
That's very distinctive. I should have no problem recognizing that. Good evening to you, sir. And Stephen LaBerge, I understand, Stephen, you have a migraine headache.
Yeah, that's the one thing not that bad.
Migraines are bad.
So far, they can be very bad, and it's in remission at the moment, but you know how those are. So, this might be a dream, or it might not.
All right, gentlemen, I guess we should begin really at the beginning. A lot of people have heard of all right, gentlemen, I guess we should begin really at the beginning. A lot of people have heard of lucid dreaming, but not all by a long shot have a slightest idea of
The
what it
HP
really
Chromebook
is.
shows I'm connected to Xfinity
definitions.
Wi-Fi, and it
What is
has
lucid dreaming?
impeccable signal, just like the Colored Neighbors fraudulent account and the Dawnbreaker. However, the Lenovo ThinkPad shows a significantly different, weaker signal strength at 901 AM.
Oh my God, look, here they
As
are.
smooth as the highest grade sandpaper, babies. That's how smooth.
But then you, let's say, float into the air and you realize this has got to be a dream. And so once you know it's a dream, then you realize it's all in your mind. Therefore, anything is possible, and it opens up the possibility of dream control.
Yes, well, that's never happened to me, both of you. I have never, in the middle of a dream, said to myself, oh, this is a dream. Never.
How? Well, that you remember, right? How often do you remember your dreams, Art?
Infrequently.
Yes. So people remember a dream only, say, every 2 or 3 times a week at the most. And so,
Girl upstairs is still trying to reassure other officers up there. She definitely can terminate the live stream and erase it. She definitely can. She definitely can.
You've got perhaps 2 hours of dreaming time.
She's been trying to persuade them since 6:30 a.m. She definitely
So we have
can.
a little idea what's going on every night, all the strange adventures. So tonight, Art, there's, or tonight or tomorrow, whenever you get to sleep, why not simply notice that it's a dream? Wow, this is a dream. Anything could happen, and see where you can take it.
Well, because it's never happened, so I don't know how, in the middle of a dream, to suddenly say, wow, I'm having a dream.
Well, it is a learnable skill. Certainly the place.
Let's put that in the chat box.
Dream recall. You've got to increase
increase your dream recall, which is something that you can, we believe that any normal person can do with training. It takes practice and the intention. So the first place to start is to say, I'm going to try to learn to remember my dreams, and I simply have to care about them. It sounds like you may have a busy enough life that you just haven't, when you get around to bedtime hours, you say, forget anything else, I'm just sleeping. It takes some extra energy that have focus and attention left over to go into sleep with an idea, something like your head. You want to recognize that you're dreaming.
Actually, Stephen and Dominic, I must tell you, I prefer the little slice of death experience. In other words, when I go to sleep, I really prefer going to sleep. On the occasions where I have had dreams, they've been very intense, and when I awaken, I find that I actually still feel tired because I was so gosh darn busy in my dream.
Absolutely. Understood. And the trouble is when you're in a dream and you don't know it's a dream, it takes a lot more work because you're trying to do things that just don't work out. It's very common that for most people, if they're not lucid, they don't know they're dreaming. The typical kind of emotion that goes with the dream is a kind of a general irritation or,
That's right.
It just doesn't make sense. But if you realize you're dreaming while you're dreaming, you say anything's possible. Just have any imaginable dream. Now that opens up, your imagination. Dominic, would you like to just give a sense of why you find it worth your while to have lucid dreams? What do you do with it?
Sure. Before I go there, though, I might like to ask Art, during the day, do you ever reflect on the fact that you're awake? I would guess, with the answer out there, that very few of us do.
I really don't. I mean, I'm very much aware of the fact that I'm awake, but I don't spend time
thinking about it. Right?
Thinking about it, no.
Yeah, so part of the beginning, I think, of the lucid dreaming exercise or practice is to become aware of what you're doing, whether it be awake or in a dream, and to reflect on it. So, if we don't, during the day, occasionally step back and say, am I awake, right? Do that reflective check. It's habitual not to actually say, am I dreaming, and is this really a dream? So part of the long-term practice is to do a double take once in a while and make sure that you are where you think you are. Because in the dream world, it's exactly the same. It's very hard to discriminate the difference between being awake and being asleep. Now, to answer the question that Stephen put out there, why do I like to lucid dream? Well, the first one is for the pure pleasure of it, to be able to do something that I always wanted to do, or do something that I've done again. Sort of like going into the Star Trek holodeck and dialing in just about an experience that I'd like to have.
So you two are kind of claiming that you can, once you're able to lucid dream, recognize the fact that you actually are dreaming, you can become the director and the scriptwriter of your own dream.
Or if the script is presented, you can act within the script and make the choices, the conscious choices you want to make in the scenes presented. And I'd say that's probably a more common version of a lucid dream, one where you go with the dream, you go with the flow, but you make decisions as to what you want to do with what the director behind you, the subconscious, is bringing forward.
Huh. So you're not claiming you're totally in control?
No, I'm saying you have two choices. One is, and the easier one is, a dream is presented. You realize that you're in the dream, you're lucid. You're riding your bicycle down the street, and all of a sudden it's sort of flying. Now, what would you like to do? Fly somewhere. So the dream has been presented to you. You've decided to course correct, start writing the script, if you will, on your own.
Well, that is being the director of your own dream.
It is something like that, Art. If think about it, are you completely in control of everything that happens in your waking life? Well, not really. It's more that you can respond flexibly to what comes your way and you make the best of it. In the dream state, it's very similar because your unconscious mind is always interacting with you no matter how lucid you are. You can't decide everything, and you wouldn't really want to. It's more like you find yourself in a completely vivid fantasy world that mostly runs itself, but then you can say, here, I've got choices. For example, people often start out in nightmares. There's anxiety, just frightening, and they're trying to escape escape from their anxieties, but they can then recognize that in the dream they can't hurt them. Turn around, face their fears, work through it, befriend their inner monster somehow, and it ends up that you wake up feeling much better than you would have otherwise. So it's as Dominic said, it's because the first reason for doing it is it feels good, it's fun, it's exciting, it's sort of it's the poor man's Tahiti where you go to, on your vacation on a night, if you like, without any concerns of any dangers. It's really you're free to do what you decide you really want to do.
And for me, the experience the day after, as opposed to a wrestling dream that was less lucid, I generally feel an afterglow of ecstasy or energy from just having the freedom and the enjoyment of involving myself in my own world.
Oh, I can clearly see how pleasurable it could be if you could have some effect on the course of your own dreams. I guess the first step would be recognizing that you're dreaming. And I just don't have, since I've never done it, I don't have a clue how I can achieve that state. How do I do it?
Right. Well, first, in general, it is a learnable skill that it takes some time to develop. But the essence of it is very simple. It's remembering to do something later tonight. So, for example, you could decide, I'm going to ask about out-of-body experiences in not this segment, but the next one, right? You could set your mind to it and say, I'm going to ask what's the connection between out-of-body experiences and the dreams.
I am going to ask that.
Okay. So to do that, you set your intentional memory, your memory for the future, what you're going to do later. Same thing exactly with the dreaming. If you say, tonight when I'm dreaming, I want to notice that it's a dream. And so it's the same principle precisely. So although you've never done it before because it's never occurred to you, or you simply haven't remembered the dreams in which you have been lucid.
Oh, you know what? You're absolutely right. For example, this is even bothersome to me. If I know that tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., which is a very early time for me, I have to get up and, I don't know, take my wife to the doctor for her checkup. My body absolutely, at the exact time that I want to wake up, will wake up. After I've set alarm after alarm to make sure I get up. I don't need it. I automatically wake up, so that part works.
Yeah. Your brain is still functioning when you're asleep, of course. And actually, although you're not remembering it, you are conscious, for several hours during the night when you're having all kinds of extraordinary adventures, some of which maybe, of course, as you wake up from it and find it, even disturbing, but you're conscious during that period of time. And most people, when they do remember a dream every couple of days, say, yeah, there I was having whatever the unusual experience was. The fact that dreams are somewhat different in terms of content, what goes on in them, they change more than the waking state of the way you can tell that it's a dream. When impossible things happen. Now, I suspect for Art Bell, it's harder to distinguish what's going to be an impossible thing. As the example I gave of there comes a flying saucer, or maybe it's not a dream. Who knows? But you've got to learn to ask the question, how do I know whether I'm dreaming or not? Then there are methods. For example, looking at a digital watch, looking away, looking back again. This rechecking time or rereading changes in a dream. So if you were dreaming, it would change when you looked back at your watch the second time. It wouldn't be just a few seconds later. It wouldn't even say anything like it. It would tell you that you're dreaming now.
Okay. Here's a question I would love to have answered. It sounds like you might have studied it. I think we all know, I certainly know, that when I have a really cool dream, one that I really enjoyed or impacted me for some reason in a large way, I have to write it down. And if I don't write down what the dream was about, within, an hour at the very most, and much less time, really, it's gone. It's just gone. And it was, at the time, a gigantic impact for me. And I said, I'm going to remember this. And unless I write it down, it's gone.
Yeah. So why are dreams hard to remember? Why are they easy to forget? I think the answer to that is clear if you think in terms of evolution. Because
Also, remember, these idiots have made it so that their fingerprints, certificates, credentials are linked to the USB drive, a USB drive, on all devices, including cell phones I've owned outright that cost over $1,000.
For real, and when it happens,
And thousands of dollars in brand new cell phones purchased in August that they refused to allow to work so they could steal $850 from me, prevent me from getting a refund, render them useless, and continue to illegally detain me. Again, come on downstairs, EPD. Your time is gonna come. And again, I'm hungry.
So you see, the idea is that it's because of the confusability.
You're being cowardly as fuck as well, I might add. Because it doesn't matter if you do it today, tomorrow, or next week, the outcome is still prison. All that matters is I get hungrier. And you're looking at torture charges for that.
We say, well, what was going on there? And then have a story. The story is what we can remember.
Depriving me of my basic needs, something the FBI is going hard on with your use of federal and state agencies to attempt to
though.
use
You
it.
say that I have cats. I have 3 cats. So
Including disabled
I've watched
persons,
my
which
cats
you make a
scurry,
pattern
and
of
you can see their
abusing.
little paws running. You can see their little mouths going.
Again,
So
Russ
they're
has had
eating
my debit
something
card
and
since
they-
last
or
month. He's been to the
whatever.
grocery store
And you're
numerous
telling
times.
me
Been
that
ordered by
they
Unit
are
207 not to give me any more
discern
num-nums,
between a dream and reality.
amongst other things.
Well, we presume that the dreams of the cat.
When I asked him to buy me food previously, I gave him a very short and easy to remember list. Instead, the Everett Police Department provided nothing but potatoes, carrots, celery, cucumber, 5 top ramens, and bread with no butter. Knowing they've been denying me calcium since November, with a couple of exceptions in January. And while I was illegally detained at a different location, like was reported in August and made actionable in March.
Like you must have said when you were a child, Mommy, there's
So
a bear
you
in the
cowardly
closet,
sacks
you
of
know?
child
No,
abusing,
dear,
stalking
it's-
shit. I don't
it's
care
just
that the
a dream.
FBI
I
thinks
don't
I'm
care what it
spooking
is,
you.
it's
I'm
just
not
right?
spooking you.
That's right.
Hurry the fuck up.
Just in your head, it didn't really happen. And
Hurry
after a while,
the
you
fuck
learn that there's a
up.
difference, that these strange things that happen in the middle of the night aren't the same as the other things that happen the rest of your life. And we learn to make a distinction because people talk about experiences. That's how we know that dreams are different from waking life. It's
All right, but in the case of a cat, for example, it would depend on
And the
what a
food provided
cat's
was
state of
reminiscent
consciousness really
because it was
is. And I'm not
everything
sure we
that those Jews in
know
Auschwitz
that
were
for sure, do
provided.
we?
The only difference was
we
they
really
got it
don't
in a
know
cup
at
of
all what
water, which is how I cooked them and ate them. That's why I refer to it as the Auschwitz diet. That's not their first hate crime. They've known I was Jewish for the 3 years they've been stalking me. When they vandalized my property, they removed signs, including Passover decor, signs addressed to them, telling them not to come here without a warrant, that predated their kidnappings. Not to use the Owens or Garcia or any third parties to do it either, or Anne Marie Bauer or Andy Pike. They don't listen. Now it's time for them to go to prison and they're dragging their
We're
heels.
talking about lucid dreaming and more in a moment. 2 powerful names in lucid
Which is all
dreaming,
they've been doing
Dominic
since April Fool's Day.
Alzani and Stephen LaBerge. And I'm sure that the majority
While trying
of
to
you
starve
out
me
there
and my
are very
cat to
much
death.
like myself. I've never
And
ever
trying to
been
cut
in
off the
control
video
of
and
my
audio
own
footage,
dreams,
which again, a
but I
female
certainly
upstairs
would
is
love to be.
100%
And
absolutely
this gentleman seems to be
positive. She
saying
can cut off
it's
the
nothing
network, the
more
live stream, and
than
erase the
intent.
video. She is
If you develop the
100%
intent to be in
absolutely
control of your own
positive.
dreams, so it shall be. They're back in a moment. All right, Karen in Murphy, North Carolina said, my cat G dreams, and she'll often cry like she's lost. Wake up, look around, see me sigh, as if to say, thank God, it's just a dream, then go back to sleep. So I very much believe cats know that dreams are only dreams, and she doesn't keep chasing a dream beast. Be that as it may, I would love to be in control to some degree of my own dreams. And if that really is possible, and apparently it certainly is, so many people say so, including my 2 guests, I want to know how to do it. And I guess the way is just intention. In other words, before I go to sleep, I tell myself when I'm dreaming, I'm going to become aware that it's just a dream. In other words, develop the intention to do it. Is that correct?
That's right, Art. I'd just like to say, though, that in addition to the test testimony, I should say, of the guest, we have scientific evidence that lucid dreaming really happens. Because you're right to be skeptical, because it's really so remarkable. Say it's hard to believe that it's actually possible. But we have years ago in the laboratory at Stanford, we proved that lucid dreaming absolutely happens by having people in the midst of their lucid dreams make a signal to communicate to the laboratory while it's happening, just by looking left, right, and comes through on the polygraph record saying it's like a message from the other world. And so it's been proven scientifically that dream control, lucid dreaming, is certainly possible, happens in genuine REM sleep. So the whole challenge is really learning how to do it.
Art, let me give perhaps yourself and your guests a little technique, maybe just to get a taste what lucid dreaming might be like.
Sure.
We said earlier that you really have to recall your dreams to recognize whether you had a lucid or even a non-lucid dream. So one of the first techniques we teach during some of our programs is the morning technique. This requires you to kind of set the alarm clock aside, maybe on a weekend, and decide the next morning you're going to try to sleep in and enjoy yourself. But as you wake up in the morning, you try to catch your last dream. As you're waking up, instead of rolling over and hitting the alarm clock, as soon as you think you're awakening, don't move a muscle, and try to recall the last thought and the last image. Oftentimes, people can throw out those little grappling hooks and grab the last dream. Now, physiologically, this is the densest part of REM sleep and your longest REM period, so you have the best chance of catching a vivid dream. Oftentimes, you can transition back into the dream, pull back fragments back into waking reality, and sort of build up the dream. As you transition back and forth, oftentimes you can remember where you were in your bed. Uh-oh, no, you were in that red car in Hawaii. Oh, back in bed. Uh-oh, back in the car. And there was a gorgeous girl sitting next to you, or a gorgeous guy. Back to the bed. And you transition back and forth. You can watch your consciousness shift back and forth between being almost awake or back in the dream.
That's amazing.
It's an excellent technique to start recalling your dreams, and as you said earlier, to write them down when you wake up, right? So I agree with you 100%, pen and pencil by the bedside, but the most important thing to remember is not to move a muscle, because as you start to wake up and break that paralysis that occurs during REM sleep, that's when those fleeting images start to move away. You break the state, and we believe that memories from dreamland are state dependent.
All right, gentlemen, what are there any practical applications for developing this ability?
Well,
other than entertainment,
right.
Entertaining yourself.
Of course. That's sort of the lowest common denominator. That's the place you start. There's maybe another 4 general areas that people have reported, described, gotten maybe 20,000 letters from lucid dreamers over the years describing different activities they do in the lucid dream. So just to enumerate general areas, there's rehearsal for living, really trying out as a kind of flight simulator for life. Dominic mentioned the Star Trek holodeck idea that you've got a virtual reality aspect where you can practice things. So people have overcome performance anxiety, phobias of some kind. But say they have, in any case, creative problem solving is another area. The idea that dreaming has long been the source of creativity in art, science, business, many different areas. Lucid dreaming allows people to deliberately use that creativity of the dream state. Say another area would be overcoming nightmares and personal development. Generally speaking, the healing dreams. Our scientific research that we might have a little time to get into found very strong mind-body relationships during the dream state. During the dream, if you dream
So you're saying you can actually heal yourself in a dream or with dreaming?
Well, what we know is that if you do something in your dream to your brain, it's as if you're actually doing it. Now, and some people have described healing behaviors of some kind, and that's something that we only have anecdotal support. We don't have experimental evidence Absolutely. Well, healing means wholeness in one of its root meanings. So the idea of the mental health application of lucid dreaming, of being able to overcome nightmares and to work through fears, and the personal development, what we call integration or becoming one, is one of the most important applications. The idea that actually the Tibetan Buddhists have been practicing the yoga of the dream state for the past 1,000 years as a spiritual practice. It means of waking up to the nature of
What am I
reality.
eating?
No, I think it's one of the
What I've had left in my stockade. Remember, it's not spelled STOCK in this situation. It's spelled STALK because of the Everett Police Department.
Is an analogy to the lucid dreaming state, that we can, if we learn to wake up in our dreams in this life, we can wake up at that. Now, of course,
a frozen tablespoon of cream cheese mixed with some garlic breadcrumbs mixed with some 2-year expired Rice Krispies. You want some?
Applications of lucid dreaming. It's sort of the idea of what would you like to do with life, and what you're going to want to do with it depends on what you want to do with life. And there's many different ideas. And lucid dreaming is essentially another world where you've got more time to live, in a world where the rules are different, where you can do the impossible. So it's really a different, it's more life in a freer form.
Okay. Well, here's one that, again, it's not a dream, but it certainly has happened to me many
I'm
times.
eating because I don't think these cows are going
all
to do
my life
anything
I've
other
been
than some
electronics.
gesticulating
Now,
little roosters outside my
as an
fucking
example,
door
I
and
would be
intimidation,
working on
class
some
A
piece of
felonies. That's what I'm
electronics,
expecting.
and I would work on it all day and well
Happy
into the night
Thursday.
until I was so tired and so aggravated and not solving the problem that
Especially because
you
some
know,
of the
I
individuals the
broke-
FBI is
well,
most
I got
excited to
very
put in
angry
prison,
many times. And
like
then
Putin's
I
pussy,
would
formerly
go off to
known as
bed
the Jersey Devil.
in complete
She
depression,
only likes to perp
thinking
crimes
about the
against me on
problem.
Fridays and
Now,
Saturdays.
I'm not claiming that I have
It's her
a
special
dream
power trip because
that
she's so
solves this
disgusting.
problem for me. But what I am going to tell you is that on so many occasions, I have awakened the next morning, and as soon as the cobwebs cleared, or
And that's a pattern
perhaps
of criminal
prior to all the
conduct that goes
cobwebs
back
clearing,
2+ years.
I knew the answer to my problem, went in the other room, replaced a resistor or a capacitor, and boom, it was fixed.
Yeah.
My brain came up with the solution during sleep.
Exactly. And that's quite common for creative individuals. That's what you hear the same story again and again. And people who remember their dreams better will then sometimes have recollection of a very specific dream that was related to the problem solving. But the brain continues to work to do its whatever matters, whatever your current concerns are, will continue to be worked on while you're sleeping. So lucid dreaming is one application of, say, optimizing what you're doing in the sleeping state. But you've just given another example of another creative way of using your sleeping brain.
Oh, God.
One of the things also to remember is that during REM sleep, during dream sleep, your brain is very activated. It's just as much awake as you are right now, except the body's paralyzed and you're in a different reality, if you will, of the mind. But your neurons are firing very quickly, and you are thinking throughout the dream experience. So it's quite common that people will solve problems right there in the dream set.
So if I'd been able to remember it, you're saying that I did have a dream about whatever problem I was trying to solve, and in that dream I figured it out.
Well, that's one possibility, Art. But we don't know for sure that because there are other ways of unconsciously solving problems, of course. Your brain was still working on it. That's clear. That's why next morning, all became clear. But Dominic's point about the brain being activated very much like it is when it's awake is very important and subtle point. It's that when we're dreaming, our brain is involved in the same world simulation or world construction that we do while we're awake. And it's hard to believe because you say, I look out right now and I see the room around me. I think that the reality is out there. But if I were dreaming now and I have similar experience, look around and I see a dream world that would look just as vividly real as the one that I experienced while awake. So what does that say? That says that somehow the brain's world simulation or consciousness is inside us. That's what the brain is doing. It's not, the reality is not outside, it's inside. So that creativity, that ability to change our reality is so obvious within us. We can experience that very directly in the lucid dream state.
And that's sometimes why it's so tricky to distinguish that you're frankly in a dream. When dreaming, you often think you're awake in the dream, but you're not lucid. You sort of stumble through and say, oh,
right,
here's my dream car. Oh, yeah, I have to go to dream work. See my dream boss. But
all right, how did you gentlemen begin to be able to recognize that you were actually in a dream? Because it seems to me what you're doing is you're mixing your conscious with your unconscious, right?
Yeah. So for me, my very earliest experiences back in my teens were usually strikingly different experiences of reality. In those days, I would wake up in my dream flying over the bay in Long Island, New York, where I grew up. You know, it was an ecstatic feeling, almost sexual, of flying and ecstasy, the sun, the water, too real to be real. And since I didn't have wings, it sort of dawned on me something was up with this, that I didn't have a plane underneath me and I was flying. At that point, the big difference, I all of a sudden knew that I wasn't in a real place. And then I tried to do something different. Fly left, fly right, try going close to the water, go visit a friend. So for oftentimes people, their first lucid dreams are these unusual body sensation dreams. Floating and flying are extremely common.
I love flying dreams. I don't have enough of them. Is there a way to actually, set up a dry? I'd love to have a flying dream.
This is my favorite one, and I'll tell you the way I used to incubate my early lucid dreams. I didn't know how to do this until I later met Stephen, but I recall what I used to do, which was to go skiing, which is a sport I enjoy a lot. I would take a 10-hour bus ride to Lake Placid, New York. I would be deprived of sleep, and I would ski all day. I mean, at the end of the day, I would go home. I hadn't worn sunglasses, so I would lie on my bed, physically exhausted, and I could just close my eyes and see the slopes and remember the sensation of flying down the slopes in a rhythm, parallel skiing, and sort of that ecstasy of flying down on skis. And as I drifted off into sleep, oftentimes I would have a flying dream just after that. I've heard people talk about soaring, ballet, swimming, scuba diving, things that have this somatic sensation of floating. Maybe even a hammock, in the evening, laying down in a hammock outside, swing yourself back and try to capture that somatic sensation and enjoy the pleasure and say, I want to feel this later. I want to do it. I'd love to dream like this and try to incubate that physical sensation.
That's one approach, is the incubation and trying to reproduce the dream sensation. There's the easier way from the lucid dreaming point of view is to, number one, by whatever technique, the kind that we teach in our program in Hawaii, whatever technique you do, you become lucid. And they say, all right, this is a dream. I want to fly. So what do? You just leap into the air and fly. And why not? Because there isn't really any gravity in the dream world, and now you know you're dreaming, so nothing holds you down. And so you just float into the air. And that's one of the most amazing experiences of lucid dreaming, just to see that the rules that
Come and get it. Come and get it,
EPD. World. Yeah, maybe
you're going to lick my whole asshole, and you're going to pay me millions of dollars. Come and get it.
Why do you have
billions? You've made me a billionaire.
Well, it's simply because you don't know that you're dreaming, and therefore you think gravity is holding you down, but it's simply your mind.
Come on downstairs, EPD. Let's go.
That really sounds good. That's kind of like the 3 or 4 steps and then the leap of Superman into the air, just like that.
Yeah.
Now, I have interviewed over the years a lot of people on out-of-body experience.
Come and lick it.
And many of these people, gentlemen, maintain that the experience they have while out of body is real, it's verifiable, it can be proven. They
can
can
show
quote
that to
what
the
people
judge.
said and what,
Show that
for
video to the
example,
judge.
what people were doing. They were able to be in somebody else's bedroom or in the company of somebody else in another house somewhere else, and they could relate what that person was doing and then later verify that indeed that's what they were doing. Do you both believe that?
Come
that
on,
is
police
actually
department of
possible or
stalkers,
not?
child abusers, terrorists,
Well, if you put it that
fraudsters,
way,
thieves.
is it possible? I suppose it's possible, but in
Racist to every man
most
and woman in the
experiences, where
enforcement
most people, for
community.
example, in my book, in the Lucid Dream book, I've got a chapter called Dreaming, Illusion, and Reality. It's available free on the internet if you want to look at it. It describes Carlos Otis' experiment where he had, say, approximately 100 people who claimed to be able to do exactly as she described, to leave their bodies and go, say, all right, come look at what's in the office here.
Yes.
Right? And what happened was that, say, of the 100 people, yes, we all saw it and reported what they saw, but only maybe 2 or 3 of them had a correspondence that for most of the rest, they thought they were there, but they weren't really. So my interpretation of that is say, well, sometimes a paranormal information transfer occurs in dreams. Sometimes people get information about what's going on in a remote location, like remote viewing. Perhaps Dominic can talk about that later. But what's happening is in all cases a dream. So it's a dream that may be informed by some extra information or what you believe is going on. This is a complicated issue. We have laboratory studies showing that you're more likely to have the experience of leaving your body perceptually if you have a wake-initiated lucid dream, which is, say, if your REM sleep is interrupted, so you were briefly awake, you may not know you're awake. People often, I've had the experience myself, the out-of-body experience, and so does Dominic. It feels completely real, and if you don't check the reality fully, you may be confused and say, this can't be a dream. Dreams aren't real. This was real. Yes, when people have lucid dreams, they experience this feels as real can be, as anything. What do you say, Dominic?
Yeah, in fact, some lucid dreams, hard walls are hard. Or in other lucid dreams, you can put your hand through them. It really depends upon how much belief you invest in the dreamscape.
Well, all right, but beyond just belief, have you two gentlemen run into hard evidence of people who say, look, I was in Chicago in somebody's house and I heard them say such and such, and then have that person actually verify that indeed they did say that. And so that means the person really was there. Gentlemen, hold on. We're at a break point. We'll answer that when we get back. I'm Art Bell. Here I am. We're talking about lucid dreaming and more. Dominic Adesani and Stephen LaBerge are my guests, both big names in this field. And one little area of some of the material provided says, and I quote, being out of body is all in your mind. Well, that flies directly in the face of what any number of guests have said on this program about being out of body. In a moment, we'll ask the experts. All right, so the big question, gentlemen, I've had people come on the program, claim they had out-of-body experiences, and then offer me proof by third-party statements affirming, that they had said something or done something that this person hundreds or thousands of miles away had observed and heard correctly. Now, would you say that person was telling me the truth or not?
Well, they're probably telling you the truth in their claim. But listen, first of all, an out-of-body experience means that someone experiences being out of the body. What does that mean? They really are? Well, what do you mean by out of the body? What is in the body? The way I look at it is that it's all as if you're watching something on television. If there you see some event occurs, you don't know by watching the television.
And I wasn't joking, ladies and gentlemen.
That's an actual newsreel.
Show that to the judge. Testify to that.
Some studio.
And then she put her ass in the camera and said we were going to lick her little asshole while she stuck her hand past her pussy and flipped us off and then told us to come and get it, Everett Police Department.
The traditional
Then she went in the back room and we were all hanging out in the living room and we were like, well,
For me, it's always been lying in bed.
some of us lacked that.
Separate up, split out of my body. But then I thought about, so what if this is really my physical body down there? I guess that's the physical world I'm in. But it's then the moment I check it out, well, it doesn't really look that way. So it's a question of standards. We can say this is a scientific question. We can have very strong proof. This is a very strong claim to make, to say that yes, I can find information from what's going on the other side of the world. Well, it's just this stuff has not panned out. Many claims have been made, but I just haven't seen the laboratory evidence for the model that the out-of-body experience is correct. I'm not saying we don't have.
We're not saying that it's not possible that people can bring back
Again,
information
my bet is on these
that
cowards
wasn't
not doing a
able
goddamn thing
or
other than
the
what they've
standard
already done
we
since
reported
April
earlier
1st.
versus
Until
work.
tomorrow.
And
They get
we've
real
done work,
ballsy and brazen on Fridays. They like the idea of the
yourself
weekends
in
preventing their
reviewing states
detainment.
in lucid
And
dream,
since they were told in
where it's
September of
been proven that we
2024
can
that it may very well
perceive
prevent
things,
their
remotely,
detainment
information
for a
back.
couple of
I think
days,
the fundamental question though is
they
there
may
something
decide to go that
separates
route.
from the body and moves in
While
some
my cat and I
ethereal
sit here
way
starving
Yes.
because of
other
them
means and other physics?
listening
And
to
you're saying
them
you don't think so?
suffering for
You know,
3+
question,
years under
and
threat of them
since
cutting
there's
off the
no
video so an officer can
experimental
shoot me in the
evidence
head.
to say
And
there's
remember,
something
the Everett Police
physically
Department has
leaves,
known I was an
it's
FBI
a
informant
proposition that would
since
need to be looked at.
2017
We do know
when I
that
reported
full
every major
perception is
felony you've
possible,
perped
and that
minus
the
my murder being deemed
availability of
suicide.
information while you're
Jared
in a
Irving,
dream state
Randall
gets
Mars,
muddled
Monty
with the
J.
way you're
Booth,
looking at
Richard
things,
Garcia,
right? So
and
if
a
you know
guy
that you
from
can
DCYF
feel
that
like
was
you're out of
friends
the
with a
body,
lot
it
of
can
them and
be
also
just as
threatened me.
real as
A
real
guy
can
who
be.
Unit 207
Brings up
had
what I
come
like
to
to
my
call
fucking front
memorex
door a
question,
few years
right? Is
back,
it real or is it
pretending to be
memorex
married to
in
Kashana.
terms of the physics of what happens, not the subjective
How smooth are
appraisal
you?
of what happens. We know that
That's
feels
right.
real.
The
and
highest grade
information can be
sandpaper, that's
valid,
how smooth.
but did something physically separate and move to a remote location? I think if you had Joe on the phone, he would say, in my remote viewing, nothing leaves my body in the remote viewing state, but I'm able to contact metaphorical signal line and immediately perceive something
You can
remotely.
lick my whole
And we know
asshole.
that same capability
You're
is
about
active
to.
during dream states.
Doesn't matter if
So
it's
why is
today,
that not
tomorrow,
one
next
of the
week.
possible means by which the
That's
stories
what's
could be
waiting for you.
true, and yet the
You licking
proposed
my
physics
asshole.
be not necessarily accurate.
In prison.
Okay. All right. On to one other question about leaving your body. Those who I've interviewed over the years inevitably and always say it is completely safe. And the moment I want to be back in my body, boom, I'm back in my body. And that brings up something else, which is out of body and death. Now, how do we know that occasionally people who are having an OBE and they're out of their body don't die? Because of course
I'm gonna do the butt thing in
don't
every video
come
until
back
your
to
asses
tell us
show up.
that they died during an OBE,
my new thing.
and that always seems to stump the OBE people. They
And
say,
some of
well,
you might
yeah,
think, well,
you
the
could be
Bureau's
right.
not gonna like that. I didn't know the Bureau well enough to know they have no problem with my ass or the idea of you licking it. So I think we're okay there.
Every other circumstance, it's just so you're having an out-of-body experience. So this one world simulation, you're as if we're imagining, correctly or not, that reality is a certain way. Meanwhile, your brain and the physical body happens to die. Well, then that's the end of the experience. We don't know what happens after that. That's what we're saying. That the Tibetan Buddhists believe that the yoga, the dream state, is a means of exploring those after-death states. We don't really know that from the scientific point of view. They just don't have evidence at this stage. It's like that old wives' tale of if you die in your dream, you'll actually die. As you just pointed out yourself, how would you know that? Because people don't come back and say, "Oh, I just died," right? So it probably is. They're right. I certainly agree with that. That there's nothing safer than being in an out-of-body experience, as long as you're asleep safely in bed at the time.
It's interesting, though, that when we talk about lucid dreams and then quickly move on to out-of-body experiences, the next thing we come to is death. And I think it's also interesting that the dream world millennia ago was often associated with immortality, right? So there's this connection between the fear of death and the promise of something beyond, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think when we talk about out-of-body experiences, what we're really getting to is a primordial fear in all of us that, in fact, we do die, right? We may die and then no longer exist. And so when we have these experiences, most people who've had them will say, well, now I fear death not. I've gone to the other side and been there, and I don't have to fear this anymore. So there's this very, very deep-rooted desire to find an experience that validates something that we've been taught. Maybe it's genetically encoded in terms of having a spiritual orientation. We hear about it in the Christian tradition, wanting to go to heaven and live forever. And so this idea of the soul leaving the body and getting up to heaven has been rooted for thousands of years within us. And so once you have that experience, you say, well, here's the proof. I know what happens now.
Do you gentlemen embrace that? I mean, do you feel that a dream state is a little bit of a slice of an example of the spirit without the body, as in death?
Yes and no. I think that what Dominic was saying about the idea of really the origin of the soul is that, imagine, just go back some thousands of years to relatively primitive humanity. Your friend suddenly dies. He stops breathing, and he's now inert. But later that night, you see him in your dream. So
Yes.
what do you conclude? Well, he was alive and well. I just saw him last night. Well, where was he? He must be in the other world, the spirit world. Because the idea of a dream or as something in your mind or as a world simulation or structure, any of that is just was not comprehensible to primitive man. It didn't make sense. So one had to take it literally. And that problem with taking it literally is also that one takes the demons literally, the things that when one has a frightening image, it must be real because I saw it, it's there. Instead of saying, well, perhaps I'm constructing it, perhaps I'm creating it with my own fear. That's what the Buddhists believe, is that all the demons are projections of the mind. They're all things that come out of your own mind, and it's nothing to fear, really.
Since I've had the experience of solving a very complex problem while I'm asleep, I do make the assumption that whether it's through lucid dreaming or through some process that you can create with intent, that there are practical aspects to your sleep time and that you can make use of them. For example, I don't know, curing bad habits or coming up with solutions to serious problems in your life. If you simply, form the intent to try and solve them while you're dreaming, lucid dreaming, or sleeping?
Well, just to give an example, I said people have overcome phobias of some kind. For example, we have, in the Exploring the World of Lucid Dreaming book, I've got a chapter on overcoming anxieties of various kinds, where people, one guy said, for example, he had performance anxiety, he was a musician, and in a lucid dream, he realizes this is a dream. Here's my opportunity to play in front of an audience. Although I know they're not really there, it's sort of as if it's real. So he had an opportunity to practice while he was in the dream state and overcome that shyness, that fear, while he was in the dream. So it's a direct practice, kind of facing your fears and working through it.
Right. And it worked for him? He was able to overcome?
And that, in fact, that's what psychotherapy tells us, that the way people overcome various phobias is actually to deal with them, not to understand why they've got them, but to actually deal with them, straightforwardly work through them somehow.
Okay, now we all know, I guess most of us know, that the brain has a very big part in the rest of the body, and I guess you can make yourself sick or conversely make yourself perhaps well through well, I'll turn it into a question. Can you make yourself well through some sort of intent in a dream state?
Let's put it this way. When you say make yourself well, let's say weller, more well in the direction of wholeness or being healed. And so that's the matter, for example, of accepting your fears and working through them. Instead of having demons, for example, it's a common nightmare to be running away from something. And, and let's say we'll call that a part of yourself. And so in the lucid dream, we have the opportunity to accepting that, of dealing with it, and really becoming more whole. That, I believe, is the direction of increased wellness. People wake up feeling more together, better somehow. Plus, it fits with the idea of the mental model we have of ourselves. Is it of the whole self, or is it just a piece that we happen to like, or that was reinforced positively in our childhood? So the idea is that we have an opportunity to work towards a true spiritual wholeness.
Okay, well, if it's possible for a doctor to give you a sugar pill or a pill that absolutely has no medical meaning at all, and 50% of the time, and I think that's very close to reality, you will cure a physical ill because the doctor told you this pill was going to cure it. That's your brain somehow or another believing and then going on to actually achieve some improvement in a physical ailment with no real substance.
Yeah. Well, the real substance is you. It's your inner power to create your reality. That's what I was saying. The lucid dream shows you that in a very real way, where you see, yes, this whole world that I see around me is somehow I'm creating it, whether I know it or not. And so there's much more power that we have, just as we overcome the gravity in the dream. Say there isn't a gravity, I can fly. In the same way, we can experience an increased healing. So, Dominic, you probably have something to say about that.
Well, one of the areas of healing that's always interested me as I move into midlife is the emotional healing that goes with lucid dreaming, or can be applied through lucid dreaming, when you miss a parental figure, one who's passed on, let's say. My wife, for example, had a phenomenal dream a couple of years back when her dad passed along. And a few weeks later, he appeared in a dream. In fact, it became a lucid dream, and she sat down and had a very long conversation with him. And a lot of the issues that had, I think, bothered her about their relationship, things that hadn't been resolved, were resolved during that lucid dream. In fact, he said, whenever you want to see me, I'm here for you. So whether it was really him coming back, spiritually, or the memories of him, she found solace and healing through the lucid dream state.
Or was it her brain needing to resolve those issues, and so creating the situation where she thought she was having this conversation and resolving all the unresolved issues with Dad?
Yeah, in the end, it's not important which was answer for her, whether it was he himself or a dream of he himself. The point, I think, really is that through the dream state, through lucid dreaming, she got full closure and solace to the point where she still dreams of him occasionally and remembers him the same way he was when he was here with us.
It may not be important to her, but it's important to me.
Yeah. Well, of course it is. But I think Dominic's point is it's a little hard to grasp, but that a lucid dream, so you say, I know this is all a dream, but if you have just experienced a person, or, for example, in some people, they have befriended a dragon. You say, it's just a dream dragon, but it feels real, even though you know it's happening on a different level, because our dreams feel as real as anything else does to us. And so the fact is that when you're encountering a person and say, well, what did you really ever know about that person? It was always your experience of them was through your own mind, in a way. And so the nature, you're really touching on the question is, what is the nature of personal identity? who are we? Do we continue after death in the form of something that looks like this that we are now? That would seem very strange to me. That's because humans have the form of, beach monkeys and this strange evolutionary creature. Why would we have that same body in an afterlife condition? Well, really, because we know why we have it in this life because of the evolutionary reasons. But why would we have it in some other sphere? I would say that instead that the form our being would take would be something that we can't yet dream of, we can't yet imagine. That is a better rebirth than would be to continue in the same form that I'm in now. You understand what I'm saying?
Very clearly, yes. Although so in other words, you are saying you believe there is some sort of survival of something after death. It just doesn't resemble what we now.
Yeah. Well, what I would, the way, the experience I've gotten from my own lucid dream of something like asking what is the ultimate nature of reality was that what happens at death is we become what we were before we were born. Which is to say that the universal I, the self, the one. And so it's not, I don't think that Stephen in the form that he has now is going to continue forever. I don't think that would be a good thing. What I'd like to see is I, as, Art, Stephen, Dominic, and every listener there is going to continue to develop in understanding and being and compassion and love, and that's what is going to develop. It's not going to be the particular individual in the form we're in now, but in the forms, the angelic form that you might like in comparison to what we are now.
All right, well, listen, speaking of Stephen's current condition, Stephen, I know you've got a kind of a headache, and so let me ask you at this point whether you want to bail and get some sleep and try and I don't know, have a dream where the headache goes away, or you can stick around for a little while longer.
Well, that's of course one of these conditions where the sleep is the very best thing to do. Now, when I'm not in the condition of having a migraine, then I would say I prefer to have energy that I leave into my sleep. So that
Can you stick around? We got a break here.
I'll stay around for the next.
All right, good. One more segment.
Yeah, okay.
All right, we'll be right back. I certainly am a creature of the night. Good morning, everybody. My guests are a couple of fascinating guys with quite a reputation in this field. We're talking about lucid dreaming. Stephen LaBerge and Dominic, I'm going to try and get it right, Asante. I believe that's correct. We'll ask in a moment on lucid dreaming. And there are a lot of people out there, and this would be proof, I suppose, one way or the other, who are void of one sense or the other. People without sight or people without hearing. Now, I wonder if in testing of dreams of any sort, people dream of things, of seeing things and or hearing things, when in the real world, they never have. We'll be right back. Stephen LaBerge and Dominic Adesanya. Is that correct, Dominic, by the way?
Correct, yes.
Oh, all right. Gentlemen, how about that? In other words, I guess what I'm asking is whether our dreams can only relate to those things that we have either seen or heard in reality, or whether somebody who's been sightless since birth or without hearing since birth would experience those sensations in dream.
Yeah. Well, the scientific research indicates that people who have had sight and then lost it will still frequently continue to have vision in their dreams. But
understandable.
But if they have never had vision, then they don't know what vision is. So that seems to be a basic problem of the sensory experience of each sense, vision or hearing. They're both very, very different. I mean, you can't describe one in terms of the other if you've never had the experience. It's like trying to say, hey, the taste of cinnamon. Well, no. If you haven't tasted it, you really have no way of knowing what it would be like. On the other hand, once you
If
That's
you've seen a
purple
cow,
head.
if you've seen a cow in the real world.
Exactly. Then you can see all kinds of variations, and that seems to be what creativity of dreaming involves, is new combinations of the elements that have come from past experience. But those new constructions can be very different from what we had experienced in the past.
Okay, but they have to be based in some reality, and then you can get perturbations of that, but they have to be based in some reality.
They have to be based on, say, on the body and its interactions that it's already undergone, if that's what you're saying, yes. That seems to be the way that, at least as I understand it, makes sense.
Well, then that would seem to sort of rule out a world that is not, at least in some way, originally connected to a real experience, case, a vision, something you've heard, something.
Well, the experiences that we have of the world are samples of it. It's as if, let's suppose that the real reality is a multidimensional, infinite number of, multiverse. What we experience is one tiny segment of it in terms of higher dimensions. We're talking about a lower dimensional reduction of it, a great simplification of the world, and that's what our physical reality is. And it's limited, of course, to the historical senses. For example, the vision and sense of touch and hearing, they all have an evolutionary history that it meant something to the organisms that we were millennia ago. And so that's how it has come to have the particular meaning it has. But it doesn't mean that there aren't other realities that we can conceive of in some way that's different from sensory. It's more like we can come to understand, right? Understanding is not the same thing as seeing. We can say, I see what you mean, but we don't mean literally see.
Okay.
So
in the experiments, yes, Dominic, in the experiments that you've participated in, was there any external influence that helped you in lucid dreaming?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Art.
Okay, let me try it this way. Any flashing lights or anything done?
Well, if we're going to get flashing lights, one of the most interesting experiences I had was working with an early version of what we call the Nova Dreamer, which is a product that Lucidity sold for many years that helps induce lucid dreams.
Oh, what is that?
Well, we were saying earlier that really one of the requisites to becoming lucid in a dream is to be in dream sleep or REM sleep. So the Nova Dreamer was a basic biofeedback instrument that would sense when your eyes were moving rapidly back and forth and wait a bit. Once it felt that you were deeply into REM, it would flash lights gently into your eyes with the intent of bleeding through into the dreamscape. So, for example, in an early dream, I'd be driving down the street in my dream car, and in front of me, a car would be stopping at a dream stoplight and flashing red lights at me. It's brake lights. But interestingly, the rhythm of those brake lights were just like my Nova Dreamer back at home on top of my bureau. And I thought, geez, that's strange. Oh, maybe I should do a reality test to see if my dream car is in fact a dream car, not my real car that I think it is. And as I started to do my reality test, I started to feel weightless, and then my car grew wings and I flew away. Gee, I wasn't really awake as I thought I had been, but in fact in a dream, and became lucid. So the Nova Dreamer was a way of gently nudging one to say, hey, wake up in your dream. Don't wake up and get out of your dream. Wake up and stay in it.
Right.
So that's a fundamental technology we've used for many years to encourage people to, one, practice, and two, to begin developing dream signs, become aware of this different state.
Yeah. Well, we have a new version of the Nova Dreamer that we're bringing out in probably a couple of months now. And so if people are interested, they ought to just go to the website and sign up their mailing list.
Well, I'm interested. How does it work? How does it sense?
The basic idea, Art, is that, remember I was saying, the key of lucid dreaming is that you're going to remember to do something later on when you're dreaming. Well, we want to get a reminder into your dream state to say, hey, Art, you're dreaming. The way that works is that you're wearing a mask, a sleep mask that has sensors that picks up your rapid eye movement. His eyes are moving, so lights flash, and the flashing lights appear in your dreams. And you have to have the mental set to say, I'm going to notice when flashing lights occur. That means I'm dreaming. Just like when you're at the theater and the intermission is over, the lights flash, and it tells you the show is starting to begin. You have to know what it means in order to apply it. There are other methods that we use as well, but that's the basic idea. It's a kind of biofeedback device that helps you then recognize that you're dreaming while you're dreaming.
Well, that's very interesting. Is this device available now?
As Dominic was suggesting, we were using it for years. We still use it at the Hawaii program in April 16th through 25. See it on the website. But basically, it's one of many different techniques that we combine together to teach people who's dreaming. There are purely mental techniques, but we also have other devices, thing we call the sponsor or transponder that gives people practice during the waking state for improving their ability for remembering intentions later. And we find that in the course of 9 days of training, that most people, something like 90% of participants, have with the dream. So that if you get everything right, have the right timing, and they get the right education, then with the dreaming seems really very variable. So not everybody is going to be able to come to Hawaii, but you can go to the website where there's lots of free information, and there are books available that teach people the details of dreaming. So I'd like to emphasize that there's much more than we've had time or would have time to really talk about in a limited amount of time tonight. But there's plenty of information available, and if listeners want to learn more about it, then go to the website, find out more, get books on it, come to our seminar in Hawaii, whatever, you can really do it. It's simply a matter of applying your mind. If you've got the intention, the way is there, and find out about it.
Okay, well, that's certainly one way, but anything that would detect when you're in REM sleep, and I can see that could be done, and then flash a light at you would be a very, very helpful aid in beginning all this. Now, is that device actually available? Do you know?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't make that completely clear. That right now, it's no longer that we manufactured it for years, and now we have a new version that is going to be coming out in a couple of months. What I was just saying, we stopped manufacturing the old one because we have a new one. So
in a couple of months.
That's right. So basically, we'll let you know. You're on our list, and anyone else wants to be on the list, you'll hear about it. We're expecting in July. So
you can sign up for the newsletter that Lucidity sends out basically quarterly. I'm sure it'll be one of the first places that the product will be mentioned.
Okay. Sexual dreams.
Yeah.
I guess
you have your dreams?
Yes, of course I do. Are they? Do they have significance beyond? I don't know. A sexual dream is perhaps as pleasurable as a flying dream, or maybe a flying dream is a little better. But they're both high states of pleasure.
Yeah,
do they have any significance beyond the fact that we all seem to have them?
Well, of course, it certainly sometimes, especially in lucid dreams, that people experience a degree of ecstatic pleasure that goes beyond the normal. Patricia Garfield, for example, really a very well-known researcher in this, started the whole creative dreaming movement years ago, has a book called Pathway to Ecstasy, which describes her lucid dreams, where many of them are sexual dreams. And she describes them as being an astonishingly overwhelming experience, that she, in fact, thought that lucid dreaming was essentially ecstatic, that it was sexual by its very nature. Now, I think that was a sort of overgeneralization of her own experiences, but there's no doubt that the experience of lucid dreaming by itself is ecstatic. floating up into the sky and merging with the sun, for example, and that was an ecstatic experience.
You know, I think that's an important, I don't want to say spin on the sexual dream, but in many of the dreams that I've had beyond just the hedonistic ones, some of the sexual dreams seem to have more of a trapping of coming together with oneself. That the experience of the other isn't purely a sexual, raw, animalistic sort of merging, but more of a coming together with oneself.
Dominic, if I may, what you're getting at is saying that we experience one of our senses of unity with the other person through sexual means. And so it can be a symbol then for our merging and our unity with all people. See?
Yeah, much better.
Coup d'etat. Coup d'etat. Coup d'etat.
Much better said. Thanks, Steve.
P is for
Do you
prison.
have any idea,
That's where everyone
I
that
guess
didn't
you
blow the
all have
whistle is
done
going to be.
studies on dreams. What percentage of dreams are sexual? Any idea?
Well, you know, it's less
Come and
in the laboratory when you study this. It doesn't
I want to
happen
take a
that often.
nap.
We're talking about that maybe
That's what I want to
5%
do.
of dreams. On the other hand,
These
when you
idiots.
have
These
people
fucking idiots.
lucid dreams, what you like to do with
Wait for
your
her to fall
lucid
asleep.
dream. At least a third of the people say dream sex, you know, and for many people it's a very strong attraction. Sometimes, in fact, it's such a strong attraction that it gets in the way of doing anything else. But the way I see it is the starting point. Certainly, we were saying that so we're the lowest common denominator, but it's the place to start, which is the adventure, the fact that the freedom, the thrill of anything is possible, that the rules of ordinary life don't apply anymore. Not to say that it doesn't matter what you do in the dream. It does. It matters to you. So you personally, if you have a place to find out what really matters to you, to have a life that is totally following your rules and your freedom.
Steve, do you want to talk about the lucid sexual dreams that we've had in mind at all?
Well, you know, actually, I was thinking of instead of for me, an experience I had, if I got a moment to describe one of my own lucid dreams.
You do?
Where I started out at the very beginning with, from the waking state, sometimes you enter straight into the lucid dream state, and I was driving in a little sports car that, it was in fact that red Miata that was described in the ad in between there. There I was driving down the road, and I see an attractive hitchhiker down in front of me, and I have the thought, oh, right, but wait a minute, I've had this dream before. This time I want to have an experience at the highest potential. So that bit of renunciation there. The car started to fly in the air, and it flew higher, and the car disappeared, and now my body is flying to the clouds where it passed symbols of traditional religion, the steeple and the cross and Star of David and so on, and I fly beyond the clouds into a vast empty space where I feel this sense of homecoming and overwhelming ecstatic joy as what I thought I was fell away to this remembering that this is the source of being, that here I am at the source of the world. It's right in front of me, and I didn't know it because all that other stuff was around. So I woke up with an answer to the question. This is really where I got the idea about what happens to us at death, that we go back to being what we were before we were born. And that is the only being there is, the one unity somehow. But it was a very real way of seeing in the dream, although I say
have been very satisfying.
It was. It answered the question of
Sure.
the ultimate for me. But you know, that's not the answer for art, you know, and for the rest of the listeners. You know, it's the opportunity of having a lucid dream where you can say, let me be guided to whatever I need to know, to the vision of God, of the meaning of life, however you would put it in your own terms, because it's your personal symbolism, it's your dream. So, but the idea is you can make more of your dreams than you ordinarily do. That most people their dreams are like an extension of their waking life because they implicitly think they're awake and they don't really make use of the opportunity. So we're living very in only partial life somehow, and we can live much more deeply. And the lucid dream gives us a kind of inspiration for what that would be like.
Gentlemen, what about precognitive dreams? Dreams, you will hear from callers who will say that they dream about things that will then occur, will then happen.
Sure. Well, I think they're an indication that reality is not what Newton thought. It's not. Space and time are simply more complicated than that. And you know, I've heard plenty of stories like this, and it's very hard to scientifically study it, right? Because but that doesn't mean that therefore there's nothing to it. It just means that, well, the evidence is let's say compelling, but not. I haven't seen it proven yet. But I'm keeping an open mind, certainly. What do you think, Dominic?
No, I think well said. The only information we really had were those early studies in dream telepathy back in the 60s and 70s, if I recall. So there is not a lot of data, but there's sure a lot of reports.
Okay, that music means we've got to go. Stephen LaBerge, listen, my friend, thank you so much for being here, and I hope you feel better. I'm going to bring Dominic back after the break, and we're going to take some calls. But Stephen, thank you for being here.
All right. Well, thank you, Art, and dreamers of the world. Pleasant dreams, lucid dreams to you, and good night.
And we will be back. Well, if I've been listening carefully, and I think I have, Stephen LaBerge and Dominic Sante, I'll get that right, are telling us that
I love talking to you, Art. I love being on your show. I love knowing how many people are listening to me. And as long as I make sense, I'm happy to come on. It's very healing and affirming.
Hey everyone, it's Denise Feynman. Here are all of Art Bell's interviews with Terence McKenna, refined into only the conversations, without the musical and commercial breaks. Hope you will enjoy it.
All right, this should be most interesting. First, let us see if we can establish contact. Terence McKenna, are you there?
I am, Art. Good evening. How are you?
Well, I'm just fine, and I hope you hear me. I hear you okay.
Yes, I hear you fine.
All right, you're on the Big Island of Hawaii, is that right?
That's right.
Now, when I called you the other day, you were way up in an area where your only contact with the outside world was by cellular telephone. Where do you actually live? On a mountain somewhere?
I live up on the slopes of the world's largest volcano, which is Mauna Loa. And when you called me the other day, we mutually agreed my cell phone is not ready for prime time. So I came off the mountain. I do have up there a 128K connect to the internet that's wireless, 40 miles through the air. But my phones are not so good, so I came down off the mountain to talk to you this evening.
Well, if it were not for the delay, I would say an internet phone. We could have done the interview by internet phone, but you have that little delay there that makes it hard. So I think we've done the right thing. Anyway, so you're off your mountain perch. By the way, Terrence, what's it like living on the side of an active volcano?
Well, it's very exciting, actually. I don't know if you've ever been out to the Big Island, but people think of Hawaii as swinging palms and endless beaches. What we have out here are lava fields and 14,000-foot mountains on this island, two of them. One, the world's largest volcano, the world's largest mountain in terms of volume, and the other one just 100 or so feet shorter. So we've got quite a dramatic landscape out here.
Is there any possibility that that volcano will actually blow?
Well, it's been in continuous eruption for the past 13 years, but over on the other side, about 70 miles away on the what's called the Hilo, or the west side. So we sort of feel pretty safe out here. There is some talk. They had a meeting of the International Geophysical Congress a couple of years out here. There is large-scale destabilization that goes on periodically in these islands, big undersea landslides that produce local tsunamis. But in an effort to escape human-created catastrophe and confusion, I'm betting that I can eke out 50 years on this island and slide through in good shape.
Well, it's probably a pretty good bet, actually, in the long scheme of things.
So. I think Hawaii, if the world flies to pieces, it'll be a very good place to be, and if the world doesn't fly to pieces, it's a pretty good place to be.
And if the volcano should totally blow up, it's a painless death.
That's right. And a dramatic one.
Yeah, and a dramatic one as well. That's right. All right. You have a theory about time. Time, actually, Terrence, is one of my favorite all-time topics. So before we launch into what you think about time, tell me what you think time is. In other words, is time our invention, or is time a real thing that I realize we're measuring it, but in the cosmic scheme of things, is there really time?
Yeah, you give me a perfect entree to launch into this thing. See, in the West, we have inherited from Newton what is called the idea of pure duration, which is simply that time is sort of a place where things are placed so that they don't all happen at once. In other words, it's viewed as qualityless. It's an abstraction. In fact, I think when we carry out a complete analysis of time, what we're going to discover is that, like matter, time is composed of elemental, discrete types. All matter, organic and inorganic, is composed of 104, 108 elements. There's arguments. Time, on the other hand, is thought to be this featureless, qualityless medium. But in fact, as we experience it as living, feeling creatures, time has qualities. There are times where everything seems to go right and everything seems to go wrong.
That's true. Terrence, that's absolutely true. I've wondered about that all my life. There are periods of time where, in effect, you can do no wrong. And other periods of time where you can do no right, no matter what you do.
Well, so in looking at this, I created a vocabulary. Actually, I borrowed it from Alfred North Whitehead. But I think I'm on to something which science has missed. And it's this. It's that the universe, or a human life, or an empire, or an ecosystem, any large-scale or small-scale process can be looked upon as a kind of a dynamic struggle between two qualities, which I call habit and novelty. And I think they're pretty self-explanatory.
I'm sorry, habit and what?
Novelty.
Novelty.
Novelty. And habit is simply repetition of established patterns, conservation, holding back what has already been achieved into a system. And novelty is the chance taking, the exploratory, the new, the never before seen. And these two qualities, habit and novelty, are lost in all situations in a kind of struggle. But the good news is that if you look at large scales of time, novelty is winning. And this is the point that I have been so concerned to make that I think science has overlooked. That if you look back through the history of the human race, or of life on this planet, or of the solar system and the galaxy, as you go backward in time, things become more simple, more basic.
Yes.
And so turning that on its head, we could say, as we come toward the present, things become more novel, more complex. So I've taken this to be actually a universal law affecting historical process, biological processes, and astrophysical processes. Nature produces and conserves novelty. And what I mean by that is as the universe cools, the original cloud of electron plasma, eventually atomic systems formed. As it further cooled, molecular systems, then long-chain polymers, then non-nucleated primitive DNA-containing life, later complex life, multicellular life. And this is a principle that reaches right up to our dear selves. And notice, Art, it's working across all scales of being. This is something that is as true of human societies as it is of termite populations or populations of atoms in a chemical system. Nature conserves, prefers novelty. And the interesting thing about an idea like this is it stands the existentialism of modern philosophy on its head. You know, what modern atheistic existentialism says is we're a cosmic accident and damn lucky to be here, and any meaning you get out of the situation, you're simply conferring. I say no. And looking deeply into the structure of nature, we can discover that novelty is what nature produces and conserves, and if that represents a universal value system, then the human world,
Terrence McKenna is one of my favorite whack jobs,
our
dude.
technologies and our
Listen to him go on and on.
societies, represents the greatest novelty so far achieved.
Dude, the best
And
thing
so
from Terrence
suddenly
McKenna,
there's a
though,
basis
is not his
for
little
enhancing that which,
DMTLs. It's his
advances
theory
novelty
that
is good. That
mold
which
spores and
retards
mushroom spores are alien life
is to be
using
looked
human
at very
host.
carefully.
All
That's
right,
the best
let me
thing from
stop
Terrence
you
McKenna.
right there. One of the first things that you said when we got on the air this morning was that you had a 128 baud connection from your mountaintop secret location.
Right.
Okay. As we are discussing your theory, which is fascinating, of novelty, I'm taken to ask you about a quote, actually several pages, written by Michael Crichton. And I know you know who he is.
If you're wondering on an
With
update on
reference
Unit
to the
207,
internet,
a girl up
it
there is
is
freaking out and
Michael
she's like,
Crichton's
oh my gosh,
contention
I found something. It could be
that
the
the internet,
FBI.
which one might consider
If you
to be
found
novelty,
it, it's not the FBI, girly.
exemplified,
Or they're fucking with you.
indeed,
Okay.
is going to
Because
result
you've been under surveillance
not
for 3 years in some
more
instances,
novelty,
for
but
8
in
years
fact
in others, for 2 years,
a slowing
for a year,
of the process of evolution, or novelty,
24/7,
as you
and you
see
haven't
it,
detected it.
because there will be a commonality.
Maybe it's the
There will not
sheriffs
be
fucking with
innovation.
you.
There will not be
It's 10:28 a.m.
entrepreneurship. There will be 10 main ideas in America and Hong Kong and Moscow and London and so forth. How would you address that?
Well, I'm astonished. I hardly know what he's talking about. Let me give you my take on it.
Okay, let me rephrase it. He's saying the internet will stifle diversity, and that diversity is critical to advancement.
Well, what I see happening, and I spend hours and hours a day on the internet, is I believe it's the great force empowering marginal and minority points of view to come along in centuries. In other words, before the internet, the great establishment ideas already had the machinery of media to communicate their position.
True.
What has happened is that the common man has gotten into the game with technology that I really don't think was ever intended to fall into.
Oh, you bet it wasn't.
Yes. So I don't know what Crichton is talking about. I believe what the internet is doing is dissolving boundaries between people's idea systems, classes, and factions, and we're getting a much richer evolutionary interplay among ideas and this sort of thing. So I see it as a very fertile place with a lot of mutation going on in hardware, in how people view it, ideology, this sort of thing. I just don't know where he's coming from with
Well, I might expand on it this way. He suggests, for example, that if you were to take an otherwise deserted or barren desert island, and you were to put a species upon it, that species, because there are so few of them, would by necessity be very innovative, would change very quickly in trying to adapt and live and stay alive. On the other hand, if you put many, many creatures on that island, that process would be far slower. And he uses that as a parallel to the internet. I'm not sure that I agree with it either. I just found it an interesting take on the sociological implications of the internet.
Well, you see, when people talk about the internet, they're usually talking about the internet that was, because it's moving so quickly. For example, I just read a paper by a guy named Alexander Cheslenko out of the Media Lab at MIT, and he's talking about plugins that will translate websites of one language into another. Well, now imagine when people can put up websites in Telugu, Witoto, Russian, French, you name it, and you can automatically slide into those websites and see what's going on.
You're describing Crichton's nightmare and your best dream, I believe.
Well, this is the thing about technology. It tends to polarize people. Let me make one point here before we leave this time thing. I said I'd identified a tendency in the universe which science had missed, which was to conserve novelty. And then you asked about the internet, which sort of led me to the second half of the observation. Not only does the universe have this preference for novelty, but each acceleration into novelty has proceeded more quickly than the ones which preceded it. So, for instance, the slow cooling out of the universe led to the slightly more rapid appearance of organic chemistry, which led to the quite rapid evolution of higher plants and animals, which led to the hysterical pace of human history. And I see no reason to suppose that process of acceleration will ever slow down.
Is it, Terence, a linear process or an exponentially accelerating process?
It's an exponentially accelerating process, which leads to a kind of end of the world scenario that has made a lot of people place me out with the squirrels, because I'm saying that this process of novelty is now moving so quickly that within our own lifetime, it is going to accelerate essentially to such an intensity that we will be experiencing more novelty.
It's great to be here, and we have a very, very interesting fellow on the line. His name is Terrence McKenna, and he's from the Big Island of Hawaii. And he has just described to me in language that you have to listen very carefully to exactly what I wrote about. The quickening. And we'll pick up on that in a moment. It's fascinating. My God, it's like hearing my own theory amplified coming back at me, or an explanation of what I wrote about. Wow. Anyway, in a moment, back to Terrence. Back now to Hawaii and Terrence McKenna. Terrence, I thought we lost you for a moment, but I think we have you back. Are you there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. There will be silences during the break, so do not interpret that as we have disconnected, Terrence. Only if you get a dial tone are we in trouble. Otherwise, just hang in there, okay?
All righty.
All right. I mean, I sat here as I listened to you the first half hour in shock because I realized you were describing exactly what I wrote about. And what I did, Terrence, I realized that a lot of people say this quickening, or whatever you want to call it, whatever name you want to put to it, is a byproduct of mass communication. And I began to realize, no, it is not a product of mass communication. Yes, we're hearing about it more and more volumes of it, but in fact, what you are describing is really going on. And I documented that much in my book, in real everyday life, in each one of these areas and many more. I documented the fact that it is not mass communication that is beginning to quicken things, but there is another process at work. Now, I don't know what that is, and I don't know where it's leading. In other words, people will say, well, when we finally get to this crunch point, whatever that is, what will happen? And I don't have that answer. I'm just a talk show host, an observer. But maybe you do. When we finally reach what you call time wave zero, what is going to happen?
Well, the only way to predict what's going to happen is to look at the quality of what has happened as the quickening, as you call it, has begun to accelerate. What it's been characterized by is dissolution of boundaries between classes of people, bodies of knowledge, pools of capital, language groups, so forth and so on. And so it seems to me ultimate novelty must be a situation where all boundaries are dissolved. And of course, what that looks like, I don't know. I don't know whether it's a virtual reality where you become God through the public utilities, or exactly what it is. But it's clear to me that the human nervous system is globalizing itself, building a model of conscious thought on a planetary scale. Tens of thousands of people are participating in this. None of them have a real notion what it's all about, but everyone is serving this sort of unfolding grand design. And, I think the emergence of alphabet was part of the quickening. I think the emergence of hominids out of more primitive primates was part of this quickening. I think this is the business that this planet has been about for a very, very long time.
Are you able to discern any timelines to time wave zero?
Well, yes. I mean, we've been talking about this as a metaphor. What makes me, I hope, a little different from some of the other prophets in the marketplace is I've got a formal mathematical theory that, I mentioned habit and novelty, this dualistic flow.
Yes.
Well, because it is a dualistic flow, it can be portrayed like the ebb and flow of the price of a stock or something like that. In other words, it can be portrayed as a line graph. So I've written computer programs which produce what I call novelty waves. In other words, time scale waves that picture the ebb against these waves at different scales, I was able to finally discern a best fit. But the conclusion that it led to was was very startling to me, which is this ultimate novelty, this transcendental object at the end of time isn't millennia in the future. It is, in fact, slated to collide with historical necessity sometime in late 2012. 2012. Now, I know you have some interest in the Mayan calendar.
I do.
I didn't know when I calculated this date that it was the same end date as the Mayan calendar to the day.
Oh my. Let me ask you this, Terrence. What did you input to your database for this computer program? In other words,
what did I start with?
Yeah.
Well, I had a very academic interest in the Qing, which is the Chinese method of divination. And, everyone who's looked at this thing has been struck by the fact that it seems to work. And so I carried out a mathematical analysis.
Wait. I don't know what Qing is, and I bet a lot of other people don't either. A Chinese method of divining. What kind of method? What is it?
Well, it's existed for thousands of years in China. It's sometimes done by throwing 50 stalks, or sometimes done with coins. But it's a method of producing a thing called a hexagram, which is made up of either broken or unbroken lines, sticks on top of each other. So if you're a mathematician, you can figure if it's made up of broken and unbroken lines and there's 6 of them on top of each other, there must be a possibility of 64 of these things. And thousands of years ago in China, there was a vast body of literary commentary built up around these hexagrams, and they have always been presented in a traditional order, a certain way that they are always presented. And I was studying a very academic question, which is this order of these hexagrams a true order, in other words, governed by rules, or is it simply a random jumble sanctioned by tradition? And this very obscure academic question led ultimately to the discovery that the I Ching was a 384-day, 13 lunar cycle calendar. And then from there, I realized that this 384-day calendar was actually a nested subset in a fractal timekeeping scheme that was really more accurate and more sophisticated than anything in the West. So what I'm really suggesting here is that in the same way that the West conquered the nature of matter through the elaboration of modern science, about 4,000 years ago in China, a deeper analysis of time was carried out than has ever been undertaken in the West, and that the mathematics of this thing became buried then in this fortune-telling system. And I basically teased it out, and in my book, The Invisible Landscape, and at my website, all this stuff is explained. It's quite...
Terrence, what is your website?
It's at Levity. It's www.levity.com, and then just click on Terrence McKenna there. Levity is Levity.
So it's www.levity.com?
Correct.
We'll get a link up shortly.
Well, I think you do. I visited your website today. You've got good people.
Yeah, Keith he does a wonderful job. All right, well, so then you get there and then just click on Terrence McKenna and be sure you're buckled in from the sound of what I've heard so far.
Well, the interesting thing, you see, Art, is with a wave like that, you can do what's called retrodicting. In other words, if you have a wave of novelty that describes the past,
yes,
you have to correctly predict the Italian Renaissance, the Greek Enlightenment, the modernity of the 20th century.
Yes.
And so by predicting the past, we've gained confidence that this wave predicts the future.
That sounds quite scientific. In other words, science is repeatability. And if you can repeatedly demonstrate that you can mathematically show the events of the past, then yes, I would imagine you could project.
Well, so I've been at this since 1975, but the theory is, in a sense, very conservative. It never says what will happen. It says when interesting things are highly likely and when you're just wasting your time.
When you look out or project out toward 2012, what is the magnitude of the spike or the difference there? If you can give us an idea of magnitudes along the way.
There is only one point in the entire cycle where the level of habit drops to zero. Effectively, then novelty becomes infinite. And that point occurs on this solstice date in 2012. Now, it's very interesting. There are some people on the net called Singularis, and they're hard-headed engineering types, and they take things like rate of energy release, rate of data storage, this sort of thing, and draw all their curves out, and they conclude that sometime between 2008 and 2020, everything, we produce infinite amounts of energy, we pack infinite amounts of data into infinitely small spaces. In other words, the same sort of thing where, because of the acceleration built into the unfolding of this novelty process, we're going to cross more territory between here and 2012 than we've crossed between the Big Bang and getting to here.
God, that's an incredible thought.
It kind of explains what's happening, that it isn't the old style religion, that it isn't the sterile, steady state of science either. It's that the universe is actually involved in some kind of process of self-metamorphosis, and human beings indicate that we have crossed some boundary into a new era, a new epoch of ever greater acceleration into this process of self-revelation. I mean, this is what religions are raving about. This is what every prophet on the street corner is trying to articulate. And
no question.
I think it's real. I think we're getting a lot of static because people can only deal with it through images that they know. You know, Marshall McLuhan once said we drive into the future using only our rear view mirror. And that's sort of what it is. But I call this thing the transcendental object at the end of time. And I think, you know, in a sense, religion and Christian revelation, it will all be fulfilled in a way none of us ever suspected, because nature has this appetite for novelty and acceleration into novelty.
And so then again, I ask, at this moment that we speak of, 2012,
right?
What do you actually think will occur?
Well, I've thought about this a good deal, and there are hard and soft scenarios, but I've noticed that what the time wave seems most coherently able to track is technology. Somehow technology is very important. It's the transformation of the human relationship to the world through tools. And so what I'm thinking would fulfill this entire scenario without requiring God Almighty to put in an appearance is time travel. I think that we are moving toward, you know, if you look at biology over huge scales of time, hundreds of millions of years, it is a kind of conquest of dimensionality.
All right, let's consider that. Somebody recently said, and I have been considering since I heard it, a very simple question. If time travel is possible, then where are the time travelers?
Well, when I asked that question to my sources, they said you can only travel as far back into the past as the moment of the invention of the first time machine, because before that there were no time machines.
But let me think about that. Does that make sense? You could only travel back to the moment of the invention of the time machine, because prior to that, there was no capability.
It's like trying to drive where there are no roads.
Yeah.
It also means when you invent the first time machine, instantly time machines will appear by the tens of thousands, having come back through time to see the first flight into time.
That's incredible. That's a whole new line of thought for me about that question. And it might make sense. It might make sense. And your analogy is trying to, that you cannot drive, in essence,
where there are no roads.
Where there are no roads. Well, of course, you nearly do that when you go home from the broadcast here, but...
And you haven't even been up to see me.
The Everett Police Department's techies upstairs are spooked by something right now.
We're very proud of our bad roads.
I understand. It keeps the riffraff away.
It's 10:49 a.m. They have plans for this afternoon.
Keep the riffraff away, but it keeps everybody else away.
Plans to lick my butthole.
How long, Terrence, have you been residing on the side of the volcano there?
Well, continuously for about 3.5 years. I've had land out here for about, since 77.
Since 77, and before that?
I grew up in western Colorado, and I had my children and my marriage and all that in California, and lived 35 years in Northern California.
You knew Timothy Leary, yes?
I knew him. We appeared in public, mostly in Europe, together a few times, and he certainly was a huge influence on me. I only came to know him in the past 7 or 8 years, but as a kid growing up in the 60s, he was an enormous influence on me.
You are now being called by many his heir apparent, his heir now, I guess.
Well, I think not by many, but I was called it by him. Everybody else kept their mouth shut. Well, I have my method. I'm very interested in the psychedelic experience. I was raised Catholic, and what I kept of that was an enormous thirst for the paranormal, the miraculous,
yes,
supernatural.
Yes.
And I went to India, and I made the rounds of the gurus and the geishas, and I didn't find what I was looking for. But when I went to South America, to the jungles down there, I discovered that LSD was only the tip of the psychedelic iceberg, and what I had taken to be modern science and modern chemistry was actually a tradition of shamanism.
You know, in Hawaii, an interesting place to choose to live by itself, and an interesting man indeed. So more of Terrence McKenna coming up. Prepare yourself for an experience. Here's what was written to me about Terrence McKenna before we invited him on the program. Art, have you heard about Terrence McKenna's theory called time wave zero? He suggests that as we get closer to time wave zero, we are experiencing tachyon radiation from it. Evidently, the impending event is so colossal that it will emit such intense radiation that some of it takes the form of faster than light speed tachyon particles or waves, which can travel faster than light, and that they're actually being hurtled backward in time. The closer we get to the event, the greater the radiation density. Hence, the more frequently and intensely we experience paranormal phenomena associated with it. We'll ask about that, by the way. We haven't yet. This could be the mechanism behind what you call the quickening. The event we are approaching will probably be something tantamount to a white hole or a mini Big Bang. It will, for all intents and purposes, be the end of time for us. Terrence believes it will occur consistent with the Mayan calendar in the year 2012. Now, by the way, he has derived this independently of the Mayan calendar. He simply has discovered that it coincides with it. He goes on, it is not unreasonable to assume that ETs possessing UFOs, if they exist, will be flocking here to research, or rather pre-search, the phenomenon. It is also believed that tachyon bombardment would have bizarre effects on the human nervous system, visions, that sort of thing, as well as physical manifestations in the environment, like the Clearwater Virgin, bizarre mutations like the chupacabra, and heaven knows what else. All the stuff you attribute to the quickening might be explained by this. And after listening to the first hour, I must agree, Terrence, I'm stealing one more bit of time to read you a fact that I think relates and challenges you a little bit. It is from Stephen in Wichita, and it's well thought out. Here it is. Art, I'm not sure that you can equate novelty with either acceleration or complexity. Nature has always been novel, and surprisingly so, considering earlier periods in Earth's history, given that over 90% of all species that have ever lived are now extinct, and the exotic body designs, it would seem novelty is a given. But in order to be effective, it must have a survival advantage and be passed on. Once the novelty becomes a hindrance, it disappears. Acceleration may be more a factor of population density. Virtually all of the social problems we face today have been duplicated years ago in rat population density studies. Our novel inventions of this century have simply allowed us to artificially compress distance and time by modes of travel and communications. Profit motives have directed and limited the novelty of our civilization in this century. As
They're
never
actively
before.
hacking my
We're
tagging
becoming
ability to prevent me from putting up my YouTube handle for the
population
HP
density,
laptop, which
the
is
more
North
the
Everett
acceleration
Precinct
seems
of
to
Stalkers
be.
Domestic Terror.
Anecdotal but relative.
It shows
Compare
up
the
temporarily,
pace of a
and then
small
they're
country town
manually
to a
overriding it
large city with its population
at
density and
10:55
resulting
a.m.
problems accelerated by stress and profit motives. That's from Steve.
Got a
in
screenshot
Wichita.
of it.
What do you think, Terrence?
Well, I don't disagree with all of that. I think there's certainly been ebb and flow of novelty within the 20th
Now they're allowing
century.
it.
Parts of it
After
more
I got the
novel than
screenshot.
others. But I think to argue that it isn't among the most novel periods in time is a pretty uphill battle. The question is whether novelty is something which simply adheres to statistical dynamics, or whether it's a real direction, a real arrow that is directing process, and that's what I maintain. I think it's not true to say that the biota of the Earth today is not more novel than it was in the past. Certainly there are novel forms of life which have undergone extinction, but the proliferation of human life, which is an advanced animal plus a culture-creating creature, indicates to me that we're at a level of novelty that this planet has never before experienced. Of course, it's an arguable thing because history, which is what we're always comparing these waves to, is not yet a quantified thing. I mean, how do you rate the War of the Roses over Queen Anne's War or something like that? But nevertheless, though we don't have an absolute quantification of history, there is general agreement among historians that events like the Renaissance, the Greek Golden Age, the 20th century are periods where a great deal of novelty in social forms and technologies was concentrated.
All right, you put together a computer program which was able to trace the ebb and the flow of this novelty and, in fact, chart major events in history. How many, if I might ask, hits and misses when you got this in final development, and then you look at each point in history, how many hits and misses? Were there any misses in the model, or did you hit each major moment in history on the nose?
Well, by my understanding of this theory,
They're once again blocking my ability to tag my handle on the HP laptop.
Theory, we're not okay if we're right 2/3 of the time.
Here, here.
So we have to be right all the time.
So you're telling me you are?
I submit to you and to the world for your examination and critiquing the fact that, yes, the time wave with its end point.
Tagged. That handle again is North Everett Precinct of Stalkers.
With as great an
The channel should say
accuracy
North
as I
Everett
am
Precinct
able
of
to
Stalkers
discern
Domestic
the
Terror.
actual vicissitudes of novelty and habit in history and natural history. That's the claim. That's right.
Terrence, have you submitted this? I mean, this is serious science that you're discussing. Have you submitted this because of its repeatability? That's science. Now, have you submitted this to peer review?
Well, among mathematicians, yes, and there's a lively debate raging on the internet about that. Let me say something, though, here about science and why the acceptance of the time wave can't really occur under the tent of ordinary science. You have mentioned repeatability. Repeatability is the idea at the very basis of the scientific method, at the very basis of experiment.
That's right.
It's what's called restoration of initial conditions. But now notice that what the time wave theory is saying is that every moment in time is a unique moment.
Is unique and will not specifically repeat. But what you're suggesting is that you can plot the highs of novelty throughout history.
Yes, you can, but you cannot assume that you're doing it probabilistically. In other words, essentially, when you really understand philosophically what the time wave is saying, it's an enormous attack on probability theory. You know, the way science works now is if you want to know how much energy is flowing through a wire, you take 1,000 measurements, you add them together, and you divide by 1,000, and then you have the current flowing through the wire. But notice that assumes that it doesn't matter what time you make the measurement. And so much of science is like this, to the point where I'm redefining science and saying science is the study of those phenomena so coarse-grained that the time in which they occur does not affect them. And that leaves out, then, history, love affairs, corporate takeovers, empire building. Everything interesting in the human world is too fragile, too finely embedded in the context of its time to be open to that kind of scientific modeling.
Mm-hmm. So in other words, they're really relatively small, insignificant events that don't enter into the larger measurements you're making of this ebb and flow.
Well, for instance, on a given day when the chart says novelty will be high, certainly somewhere in the world someone is having a very unnovel day. It's a statistical thing, a bell curve, no reference to you, Art, but a bell curve where when the wave is predicting high novelty, most people, most systems...
It's 11:02 a.m., June 12th, 2025. Ending this live stream. A new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less unless the domestic terrorist of the Everett Police Department decide to prevent that.
Flip a coin, the odds are 50-50, heads or tails. If that were true, the coin would land on its edge every single time.